dead of night, an abandoned factory rotting away for years. Inside, a young man hangs suspended by his wrists, dangling dangerously over a massive iron cage. This guy right here is Jiang Xiaoyong, the main character of our story. And trapped down there inside the cage, a horde of bloodthirsty zombies pacing around just waiting for him to drop. Just outside, a woman stands there completely, clinging to a heavy-set older guy. They're surrounded by thugs, gripping their weapons tight. The woman smirks, and with absolute pure mocking arrogance, she says, "Jiang Xiaoyong, all your friends are already dead, so there is really no point in you staying alive, is there?" Hearing this, his heart floods with absolute rage and crushing guilt. He curses himself. This is all his fault. He is the one who doomed everyone. Pushed to the absolute edge, he screams a final curse with everything he has left. "You vicious snake, you will burn." But hearing this, she does not even get mad. Instead, she just rubs her face against the fat guy's arm and whines like a spoiled brat. "Oh my. Look at him. He is being so mean to me." The guy hears this, flashes a twisted grin and replies, "I will slowly torture him to death, just to make you feel better." He lifts the remote in his hand, presses it, and laughs. "By the way, thanks for all your supplies. We are set for months now." The moment he hits that button, the chains snap. Xiaoyong plummets straight down into the iron cage. The zombies do not hesitate. They instantly swarm him, tearing, biting, ripping him apart from every side. Pure, absolute agony twists across Xiaoyong's face as he dies. Clenching his teeth through the pain, he vows, "Cuijing, Li Shuxiong, if I ever get a second chance at life, I will make you both pay with blood." Suddenly, a sharp, angry voice completely shatters the silence. "Jiang Xiaoyong, what exactly do you mean by this?" Xiaoyong jolts awake, gasping for air, completely drenched in cold sweat. A woman stands right there, arms crossed, glaring down at him. "My name is still not on the house deed. Do you even love me or not?" Sitting right across from her, Xiaoyong is completely frozen on the couch. What is going on? He stares blankly, looking at the normal room around him. Wait, did he just regress back before the apocalypse started? He stares at his empty hands filled with bitter rage. He remembers his past life perfectly. Cuijing scammed him. She stole every penny his parents left behind, leaving him totally broke and rotting on the streets. Then the global disaster hit. Almost everyone mutated into flesh-eating zombies, and the entire world simply collapsed into pure chaos. He and a few friends he met while surviving managed to build a safe zone, a real shelter where they could finally live through the end of the world. But that treacherous snake, Cuijing, faked being in danger, begged to join them, and completely fooled him into feeling bad for her. But she was just a bait sent by their enemies to tear his group apart from the inside. Suddenly, her annoying voice completely shatters his thoughts. And another thing, that $400,000 dowry better not be missing a single cent. Xiaoyong slowly turns to look at her, saying absolutely nothing. "Did you hear me?" Cuijing demands, crossing her arms arrogantly. Staring right at this familiar face, Xiaoyong curses her vicious soul internally. He takes a deep breath, forcing himself to stay totally calm. He cannot lose his temper yet. Seeing him stay silent, she keeps running her mouth. "I will give you exactly 1 week, if you do not have it." But before she can even finish, Xiaoyong shoves her right out the front door. Yeah, I get it. Just leave." He snaps, slamming the heavy door right in her face. Staring at the locked door, Cuijing is completely stunned. What just happened? Since when did Xiaoyong grow a backbone? Is he not supposed to be my little lapdog? With her finally gone, Xiaoyong stands there in total silence for a moment. Then he slowly turns, his eyes to the digital clock resting on the table. The time reads exactly 5 p.m. in the year 2034. "I still have 1 entire month left," he mutters. "I have to start preparing right now before the apocalypse hits." But suddenly, his eyes lock onto something. A glowing blue screen appears out of nowhere. Doomsday System fully activated. The system has officially issued a mandatory quest. Please complete it immediately. Quest. Name. Prepare for disaster. Requirements. First, secure a piece of land, 0 out of 1. Second, stock up on essential supplies for 1 year, 0 out of 365. Reward, 10 survival points. Points can be exchanged for premium rewards inside the system. Shop. Alright, you and I know what this means. A cheat code. Xiaoyong is absolutely thrilled. I actually got a system. Quests give me points. But what exactly can these points buy? Right on cue, the exchange shop menu pops up. Physical enhancement potion +1 available for the price of 20 points. Doomsday Farmer Supply Crate just 2 points. Main character starter pack level 1 going for 10 points. And refreshing the shop costs 2 points. Staring at this literal cheat shop, he is completely blown away. But then a sudden realization hits him hard. He almost forgot. In his past life, he starved himself every single day just to afford Jing's crazy dowry, leaving his own body totally malnourished and weak. Remembering that absolute joke, he grabs his phone, immediately opens a food delivery app and mutters to himself, "In exactly 1 month, the world will be crawling with zombies. While I still can, I am going to eat like a king." Fast forward to the evening inside. Xiaoyong's apartment, a massive table, is now packed with top-tier, insanely expensive dishes. Looking at this feast, he honestly cannot help but completely marvel at it. So this is the legendary 3-star Michelin food. He picks up his chopsticks, grabs a shiny piece of braised meat, and says, "Let's see how this ridiculously expensive braised pork actually tastes." He slowly brings the rich, juicy meat right up to his mouth. The second it hits, "All right, you and I are diving in." The flavor explodes on his tongue, absolutely insane. Right after that, Xiaoyong acts just like a completely starved tiger tearing through the massive feast. But just as he grabs a king crab leg, his phone suddenly starts ringing. The caller. It is Jing's so-called best friend, Shuya. Just seeing that name pop up on screen, Xiaoyong inwardly scoffs hard. He knows she is about to whine about her precious princess again. The absolute second, he picks up the other side, completely blasts him like ice water to the face. "Jiang Xiaoyong, what is your problem? Is this how you treat Jing? She just wanted some real sincerity from you. If her name is not on your assets, where is the love? Jing was only testing you, and you failed miserably. Bring 1 million in cash right now and beg on your knees, and maybe I will put in a good word. Otherwise, enjoy your breakup." Before she can even finish her sentence, Xiaoyong absolutely loses it and fires right back. "Who the heck are you two to test me? Get lost." On the other end, Shuya hears this and loudly shrieks, "Jiang Xiaoyong, you click." He ruthlessly hangs up on her mid-sentence. Then, looking totally relaxed, he leans back in his chair and starts running the numbers. Owning land, huh? That plot needs to be an absolute fortress covered in bunkers, super easy to defend, and totally close to water and the woods. Cut to the very next day. After thinking over his mega real estate plans, Xiaoyong heads straight to the property center. Seeing him walk in, a young female staff member quickly approaches, bowing politely with a warm smile. "Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy or rent?" Hearing this, Xiaoyong simply replies, "No, actually, today Before he can finish, some guy walks right up, speaking in a heavy tone. "Ningguan Yuan," he says. "This is the agency's marketing head, Director Chu." He glares hard at the poor staff member and barks, "Ningguan Yuan, get to the back and help haul some boxes. We got a ton of paperwork today." Hearing this nonsense, the staff girl Ningguan Yuan is completely caught off guard and stammers, "Director Chu, I am currently helping a client." But the guy just shoves her aside, snapping back, "Xiao Ning, did you forget everything I taught you? Zero judgment. Go do real work." Flustered, the girl tries to object, but he just side-eyes Xiaoyong with total disgust, continuing his rant. "Look at him. He is just another absolutely broke loser who probably cannot even afford a public toilet. What kind of client is that?" Hearing this pure disrespect, Xiaoyong is fuming inside and fires back. "Excuse me, are your dog eyes looking down on people right now?" At that comment, Director Chu glares absolute daggers straight at him and scoffs loudly. Then he laughs with nasty arrogance. "I am a human looking down on a street dog. If you manage to even buy a single toilet, I will live stream myself eating crap." Seeing this fool dig his own grave, Xiaoyong is more than happy to hand him the shovel. He smirks, completely unbothered. "Deal. You said it yourself. Later, I will find you a nice piping hot batch With that, Xiaoyong pulls out an ultra-rare black card. He speaks with absolute confidence. Miss, I am actually not here to buy or rent a house today. I came to buy land. He shoves that black card directly toward the stunned director. The entire crowd watching this drama unfold drops their jaws in pure shock. What, buying land? Oh my God, does this kid even know how much cash that takes? Another bystander gasps, Lord above, I have lived my whole entire life, and I have never seen anyone just casually buy land. He is a god-tier tycoon for sure. Hearing this crazy flex, Ning Yuan breaks into a nervous sweat. She waves her hand, stammering, Yes, sir, please follow me. I will give you a full consultation. The arrogant Director Chu watches them walk away, grinding his teeth in bitter jealousy. Bluffing. Just wait until the actual payment time. There is zero chance he has that kind of money. A moment later, Ning Yuan opens up a glossy catalog. Here is a list of available plots from our company. Please take a look and I will guide you. Seeing the book, Xiaoyong simply waves it off. No need for all that hassle. I will list my requirements and you tell me what fits. Please go ahead, she replies. Xiaoyong starts, laying out his wild demands, backed by a mountain right next to a river with moving water, solid roads. And honestly, if it already has an abandoned factory or huge building on it, that is absolutely perfect. Hearing these weird specs, Ning Yuan is stunned. Let me think. Eavesdropping nearby, Director Chu suddenly chimes in with a smirk. Doesn't that empty plot over in Dongcheng district fit his exact criteria perfectly? Ning Yuan is completely thrown off by this suggestion. Wait, Dongcheng district Director Chu, are you seriously talking about the plot in Tea Leaf City? That is impossible. It has half-finished factory frames on it that were abandoned. We cannot sell that to any real client. Director Chu drops his voice into a sinister sneer. Who said anything about selling? This broke loser is making ridiculous demands. He is just here to troll us. Xiaoyong completely ignores the haters. He looks right back at Ning Yuan and asks, Does this Dongcheng district plot really hit every single one of my requirements? Seeing his serious face, Ning Yuan stammers, Yes, sir. Except it has half-built factories because the main contractor literally vanished. Xiaoyong finally grabs the property fact sheet for a closer look, thinking it over. Perfect location, easy to defend once wrapped in barbed wire. And just like that, our guy found his ultimate fortress. All right, you and I are jumping back in. Having that unfinished factory there saves massive building costs. He checks it, then hands the sheet back to Ning Yuan. I will take this exact plot. Can we sign the contract and handle the payment right now? She takes the paperwork and immediately bows down. So low. I am so sorry. But then, completely caught off guard by Jiang Xiaoyong's absolute madman of a decision, she gasps out loud in pure shock. She stutters. Sir, do you honestly want to buy this plot with the unfinished factory on it? Xiaoyong just shrugs. Yeah, of course I do. Hurry up and finish the paperwork. We are about to watch someone eat fresh hot garbage right in front of us. Hearing those exact words, the arrogant manager Chu starts sweating bullets. A few minutes later, holding the actual payment receipt in his trembling hands, Chu breaks out in a cold sweat, totally panicking. He grabs his hair. No, this is completely impossible. This absolutely cannot be real. A massive $300,000 deposit. $300,000. Did someone really just drop millions to buy a trash plot with a ruined factory on it? He absolutely refuses to believe it. He just cannot. Right then, Xiaoyong walks right up, pats the manager on the shoulder and grins. Buddy, I already paid up. Now it is your turn to put on a show. Just eat that garbage like a good boy, and I will gladly drop a massive super chat donation for you. The whole crowd around them bursts out laughing. Someone yells out, Hey fatty, I already got the live stream running for you. Let's go. Another guy chimes in. Hey man, my stomach is pretty messed up today, but I guarantee my special delivery is extremely fresh. Another bystander jokes. Yo chubby, I just had premium lobster for lunch today. You want a quick taste of that? Suddenly, the familiar robotic chime of the system rings out in his head. System quest activated. Quest title, Prepare for the impending disaster. Quest requirement, Successfully own 1 piece of land 0 out of 1. Prepare daily necessities 0 out of 365. Reward 10 precious survival points. These points can be traded for elite items in the system shop. Xiaoyong closes his eyes, doing the math. He blew all the bride price money on land. Now he desperately needs cash for food supplies. But stick with me here, the drama is just starting. Li Shusheng struts over to the building, immediately spotting Xiaoyong walking straight out of the premium real estate agency. He is totally confused by this. Wait a second. Is that the loser Jiang Xiaoyong? What the hell is he doing in a place like this? While he is busy judging, a massive uproar from inside snaps him back to reality. Right before his eyes, a crazy crowd is pinning Manager Chu to the floor, aggressively shoving literal garbage into his mouth. Chu is bawling his eyes out. Somebody help. I do not want to eat this crap. Seeing the pure chaos, Li Shuxiong yells at the top of his lungs, "What are you people doing?" Meanwhile, over with Kui Jing. She just finished painting her shiny nails, bringing her hands up to blow on them like a total diva. Suddenly, her expensive cell phone starts ringing loudly. Seeing the caller ID, she immediately picks up, putting on the most annoying fake sweet voice ever. "Li Shuxiong, you naughty devil. You actually still remember little old me?" On the other end of the line, Li Shuchong cuts right to the chase. "Kui Jing, listen, Jiang Xiaoyong just went to a high-end real estate agency to buy some land. Did you know about this?" Hearing that, she completely loses her mind, screaming into the phone. "What, he bought land? Where did that broke loser get the money?" Shuxiong scoffs. "He dropped a 300 grand deposit. I bet he used your bride price money." Hearing that, Kui Jing's blood practically boils over. "What? That absolute scumbag, that worthless piece of trash dared to touch my cash." Li Shuxiong smirks. "Kui Jing, relax. Do not blow up just yet. You need to go find Jiang Xiaoyong and figure out what exactly is going on." Cui Jing yells back, "Figure it out. There is nothing to ask. That total scumbag is rebelling against me. He actually dared to touch my money. I am absolutely going to ruin his life today." We cut back over to our boy Xiaoyong. Right now, he is just deep in thought. Buying survival gear and building a literal doomsday base requires an insane amount of cash. Where can he possibly get it? Suddenly, from outside, a loud, aggressive banging shakes his front door. Xiaoyong sighs. "Damn it, what the hell is that?" He swings the door open, only to find Kui Jing and Wen Shuya standing right there on his porch. He glares at them. "What do you two want?" Seeing his ice-cold attitude, Kui Jing immediately puffs out her chest and violently screams, "Jiang Xiaoyong, what is your problem? How dare you touch my money?" Seeing this toxic woman barking at him, our guy Xiaoyong just has question marks floating around his head. What the actual hell? He looks at her like she is crazy. What are you even talking about?" Hearing that, Cui Jing's face turns bright red with absolute anger. She glares, pointing a manicured finger right in his face. "Do not pretend with me, I know you. Used my bride price money to buy some stupid land. Let me make this completely clear. That money is mine. If you bought land, that property better have my name on the deed." Xiaoyong just sighs, absolutely exhausted by her sheer delusion. "Are you clinically insane?" Then he pulls out a massive stack of cash, smacking it right against her angry face. "Let me educate you real quick. I have plenty of money, but I am not giving you a single damn cent of it. And do not think for 1 second I am blind to your dirty little affair with Li Shuxiong." Boom. Instantly, Kui Jing absolutely panics, breaking into a nervous cold sweat. Her mind is totally racing. What the hell? How does he possibly know about me and Li Shuxiong? Seeing her friend completely freeze up, the sidekick Shu Ya quickly steps in to save the day. "Oh my god, you two just need to calm down. Couples in love always fight over silly little misunderstandings." Xiaoyong shoots her a very dirty look. "Misunderstanding? There is absolutely zero misunderstanding here. Besides, this toxic gold digger and I are definitely not dating anymore. She and Li Shuxiong are the real match made in hell. Now get off my property before you infect my eyes." With that final mic drop, he aggressively slams the door right in their faces. Cui Jing is still standing there, completely stunned. This is impossible. How could he possibly know? Every single time she rented a hotel room, she was ridiculously careful. Later, the defeated girls drag themselves to the elevator. Let's see how they spin this. When Shuya finally whispers, "Hey, what happened? This is insanely huge. Why did you not just tell me about this first?" Are you seriously hooking up with that creepy middle-aged guy Li Shuxiong Kui Jing? After a brief silence, she replies, "We only went to a motel a few times." Hearing this, Wen Shuya helplessly grabs her head, saying, "Well, that ruins everything. Let us head back and figure out a plan later." Kui Jing thinks it over and agrees. "Yeah, fine, I guess." Right at that moment, the elevator doors slide open. Standing behind her, Wen Shuya flashes a wicked smirk, thinking to herself, "Kui Jing, if things between you and Jiang Xiaoyong are already ruined, I am not going to hold back anymore. Who says we are actually good sisters anyway? Ha, ha. Now you and I should check out the new land Xiaoyong just bought." Holding the blueprints, he tells the guy, "I need to completely renovate this factory. Figure out exactly how long it will take to finish." This guy is Foreman Li from Peng Construction. Hearing the request, he immediately replies, "Rebuilding the brick walls, adding watchtowers, Texas steel mesh, heavy-duty reinforced steel doors, and reinforced bulletproof glass, and so on." He pauses, turning to ask, "Hey man, let me ask you something real quick. Did you somehow offend a major crime syndicate or something?" Hearing this, Xiaoyong replies, "Do not ask questions. Knowing too much is bad for you. Just tell me to finish in exactly 1 month. How much will it cost?" Hearing this crazy deadline, Foreman Li cannot help but jump in absolute shock. 1 month? That is impossible, boss. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoyong coldly says, "Cut the nonsense. If you cannot do it, the rest of your company definitely can." The foreman keeps whining. "Oh, come on, boss. We still need to stay alive, right?" Xiaoyong hears this and instantly shoots back. "Oh, please, you are a foreman. Since when do you care about human limits?" The guy just chuckles awkwardly and says, "No, boss. I mean, we need more money." Xiaoyong immediately asks, "How much?" The man holds up 2 fingers and says, "Boss, if we have to get this done in a month, I must force the whole crew into extreme overtime. It will cost at least this much." Xiaoyong looks skeptical and asks, 20 million. The guy quickly replies, "Exactly. And you need to give us a 5 million deposit up front, or we will not survive this." At this point, Xiaoyong does not hesitate at all. "Fine. I will send you the money within a week. Just get the workers started right now." Hearing this, the foreman looks really worried. But seeing his hesitation, Xiaoyong just pats his shoulder and says, "Relax. Do not worry about me scamming you. If I do not pay up, you can just take this whole piece of land." Foreman Li hears this, gets a bit flustered, and replies, "All right, deal then." Suddenly, Wen Shuya walks over, calling out in a super sweet voice. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong is completely surprised to see this snake here. And right away, she runs up, grabbing his arm, pressing it right against her chest, and asks, "What are you doing out here?" Seeing this absolute nuisance, Xiaoyong grits his teeth. He thinks, "In my past life you were the exact one who manipulated Kui Jing into stealing all my money. This time around, I will make you pay double." Thinking this, he coldly asks why she is here. She just looks up at him, smiling brightly. "Brother Jiang, did you buy this land? The view is so pretty. Are you planning to build a whole villa here?" Seeing her act, Xiaoyong completely shakes off her arm and snaps, "Whatever I decide to build is absolutely none of your business." Seeing his freezing cold attitude, Wen Shuya grits her teeth, thinking, "What is going on? Why is this spineless simp Jiang Xiaoyong acting so weird today? Usually just a single touch would make him blush and panic. I literally threw myself at him today, so why on earth is he not reacting at all?" What she does not know is that the Xiaoyong standing here is definitely not the weak guy she remembers anymore. He just walks straight back over to the construction workers and says, "Exactly, the main gate has to be massive." Wen Shuya watches him totally stunned and reaches out, saying, Wait." She bites her lip, thinking, "No way, I cannot let this chance slip. Since he and Kui Jing are done, all I have to do is kick Kui Jing to the curb, and this land is practically mine. Let us stick with Xiaoyong and see what he is planning back at his apartment." He returns and tosses 2 red property deeds on the table, thinking hard. Mortgaging everything to the bank only got him over 3 million. That is not even close to covering the deposit. He urgently needs to find a way to make more cash. Suddenly, an absolutely wild idea hits him. Wait a minute. That is right. The apocalypse is coming anyway. If he just sells this apartment to multiple people, it literally will not matter. He decides to go through with it. Suddenly, someone starts yelling loudly outside. "Open the door! Open up!" Xiaoyong glares at the entrance, furious. Damn it, it is that old geezer again. Walking over, he remembers that old man Li, his downstairs neighbor, is completely loaded. He already owns the first and second floors, and the third floor belongs to Xiaoyong. The old guy wanted it, but Xiaoyong originally saved it for his marriage, so he refused to sell. Ever since then, this guy has caused non-stop trouble. Throwing paint on the door, dumping trash, leaving funeral wreaths, and breaking the locks. Absolute petty villain behavior. As the door swings open, the old man immediately barks. "You were dancing at a disco last night, right?" Xiaoyong gets angry and snaps back. "Give me a break, will you? I was asleep before 10 p.m. last night. Who was dancing?" The grumpy old man just says, "I do not care. I clearly heard it." At this point, Xiaoyong is done wasting his time. He just waves his hand, cutting him off. "Enough. You just want to buy my apartment. Do you not? I am absolutely sick of this. I will sell it to you, happy." Hearing that, the old man looks stunned, unable to believe his ears. He stammers. "Are you actually serious?" Xiaoyong continues. "But there is one condition." The old guy immediately asks what it is. Xiaoyong replies, "My new place will not be ready for half a year, so I need to stay here for 6 more months. Until then, you need to pay a 5 million deposit for this apartment. Transfer it right now, so I can pay off my new house." Hearing the terms, the old man hesitates a little bit. Seeing this, Xiaoyong slammed the door shut. "Not down for it." "Never mind then." Panicking, the old man quickly blocked the door. "All right, fine, but we need a contract so you don't back out." Xiaoyong smirked. "A contract is no problem at all, relax." He laughed inwardly. What a total scumbag. He can keep his precious house and just wait for the end. A bit later, Xiaoyong checked his phone, doing the math. Watch this guy work. 5 million from old man Li plus 3 million. 8 million total. First things first, he must finish the system quest to grab those sweet rewards. He pulls open the holographic system panel right there. The main quest name, Preparation for the Disaster. The requirements, own a plot of land, 1 out of 1. Gather supplies for a year, 0 out of 365. Reward, 10 points. These points can be used for crazy rewards in the exchange shop. Cut to a massive shopping mall right in the city center. Inside, Xiaoyong is absolutely going crazy, stocking up on daily supplies. The quest progress, gather enough survival supplies for 1 entire year, 359 out of 365. The crowds watch this madness in pure shock. Is he crazy? Is he losing his mind? A bystander whispers, "Hurry, just stay away from him." By now, Xiaoyong has lined up dozens of shopping carts completely packed with food right at the checkout counter. A few people wonder what he is even doing with all that stuff. Someone laughs. Just another crazy idiot believing the apocalypse is coming. So dumb. Right then, the system interface flashes brightly. The main quest, Preparation for the Disaster, is complete. 10 points added. Current points sit at 10. Xiaoyong immediately opens the system exchange shop, thinking to himself, "Tisk tisk." When the apocalypse hits, boosting stats is the most crucial thing. But this main character supply crate, it costs exactly 10 points. He makes up his mind. No hesitation. He has to grab this advantage right now. He confidently selects the protagonist supply crate. Instantly, the system chimes in. Exchange. Successful, minus 10 points. His current point balance drops straight back to 0. Then a box covered in absolutely epic, high-tier patterns materializes right out of thin air. A loud ping sounds out. He just received a level 1 spatial ring. The special trait. It holds a separate dimension of 500 cubic meters. And the best part? Time is totally frozen inside that space. Getting the ring, Xiaoyong is absolutely thrilled. He knew his instincts were totally right. He actually pulled a golden tier item. He grins to himself. Frozen time inside the dimension. That means even if he hoards tons of fresh food, it will never spoil. This is way too good. Then the system pops up again. New quest. 10 years of supplies for 10 years of survival. 0 out of 10. The reward. 20 points. But right at that moment, someone shouts loudly. Who is it? Who is trying to cause trouble? A fierce guy marches in with 2 guards. Stick with me, we are about to see some drama. He freezes, gritting his teeth. Are you? Jiang Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong is surprised too. Yang Dao. He remembers this guy from high school. Yang Dao was basically a pathetic lapdog, following that school bully Zhang Sheng around, a classic coward who only bullied the weak. They had major beef back in the day. Who would have thought they would run into each other today? Back then, he blocked Xiaoyong, demanding protection money. Cough up $10 right now. Xiaoyong fired back. If that loser Zhang Sheng wants it, tell him to get it himself. Now Yang Dao points right at Xiaoyong's face. Jiang Xiaoyong, what the hell are you doing? Put all this trash back immediately, or else you are gonna regret it. Hearing those threats, Xiaoyong just laughs out loud. Haha, Yang Dao, you are still a bully who fears the strong. I am just here to buy some groceries. Is this how your supermarket treats its paying customers? Enraged, Yang Dao yells even louder. Buying things, then you better pay for all of this right now. If you can't, don't blame us for getting rough. An hour later, every single checkout counter is working at maximum capacity, scanning the items. Yang Dao steps up to a cashier, grabbing a receipt that is practically a mile long. So what is the grand total? The girl replies, the total is $56,884. Smirking, he shoves the card terminal right in Xiaoyong's face and loudly barks, pay up right now, quick as lightning. Xiaoyong casually pulls out an exclusive black card and swipes it. A loud notification chimes out. Payment successful. Seeing this impossible outcome, Yang Dao starts sweating bullets. He gives a cold snort, then quickly turns around to leave. Let's go, boys. Hearing that weak retreat, Xiaoyong loudly calls out, hold on a second. Yang Dao turns back, clearly annoyed. What else do you want? Xiaoyong smirks coldly and says, your attitude was completely unacceptable. You need to apologize to me right now, or I am returning everything I just bought. Hearing that, Yang Dao furiously snaps, you. Don't push it. Are you really trying to start a fight with me right now? The massive crowd watching this whole scene steps up to defend Xiaoyong. You are a snob looking down on people. You were incredibly rude to him earlier. All he wants is a basic apology. What is so unreasonable about that? Exactly. Just apologize. If you don't, we are not letting this slide. Someone raises their phone high. I am already live on Douyin. Apologize now, or I will make sure you go viral in the worst way. Seeing the situation shift, Xiaoyong cannot help but look smug. Just apologize. If you give me a proper apology, I promise I will buy 10 times this amount. Hearing that insane claim, Yang Dao starts sweating heavily. Are you bluffing? Xiaoyong simply raises the sleek black card and replies, bluffing, bring the card terminal here. You and I know what happens next. One quick swipe later, Yang Dao holds the machine totally stunned. His eyes practically bugged right out of his head as he stuttered. Over 7 million. Xiaoyong stepped up cold. Apologize right now. Say you're sorry, and I will keep buying. If I lie, I'll be your dog. Hearing this, Yang Dao gritted his teeth, sinking into absolute silence. After a long, tense moment, he finally bowed his head completely. I'm so sorry. Xiaoyong just walked on over, patted his head and smirked. Remember this. Drop the arrogant attitude next time. You need to know your actual place. Yang Dao immediately flipped his attitude, forcing a bright smile. Brother Xiaoyong, what exactly are you planning to do with all these supplies? Xiaoyong just brushed him off. Mind your business. I am making some big moves. Yang Dao eagerly pushed forward. Big moves? Then these local city supermarkets definitely will not be enough for you. You need a massive wholesale boss. Hearing this, Xiaoyong raised an eyebrow. You work in retail, so you probably know a big supplier, right? Yang Dao nodded fast. Of course. You remember Zhang Shengze, right? He is a major warehouse boss now. Without missing a beat, he whipped out his phone and made the call. Boss Zhang. Hey, I just found a massive whale of a client for you. Xiaoyong just watched, thinking to himself, Yang Dao was still a dog. A loyal hunting dog for Zhang Shengze. Who knows how much cash those two had already scammed out of the supermarket over the years. Soon, Yang Dao led Xiaoyong straight to a massive cold storage warehouse. Almost instantly, a slick Mercedes roared aggressively into the lot. The tires screeched, slamming on the brakes right in front of them. Yang Dao practically wet his pants in pure fear. Xiaoyong just stood there completely unbothered, internally shaking his head. driving like an absolute maniac. Had this guy never been sued for hitting a pedestrian? Just then, a guy with long hair, wearing a heavy trench coat, stepped out. He immediately lit up a cigarette, taking a long, overly dramatic drag before swaggering right up to them. "Yang Dao, is this the rich whale you were hyping up?" Yang Dao instantly bowed like a servant. "Boss Jiang, this is Jiang Xiaoyong. Don't you remember him at all?" Jiang Xiaoyong raised an eyebrow, totally confused. Who? Yang Dao quickly explained. "Jiang Xiaoyong, from our high school." The boss took another slow drag of his cigarette. "Oh yeah, I remember now." He then rudely blew a massive cloud of smoke right into Xiaoyong's face. He smirked with absolute pure disrespect. That stubborn little punk, right? Stepping closer, he mocked the fabric of Xiaoyong's jacket. "Knock-off brand-name trash, huh? I seriously despise broke losers who try to act all rich." Xiaoyong just brushed it off. "I don't know anything about brands, honestly. Just bought it from some random street shop." Hearing this, Boss Jiang violently grabbed Yang Dao by the hair, completely furious. "A massive whale? Is this a joke? You brought me this garbage. You are wasting my time." Yang Dao waved his hands in panic. "Boss Jiang, I swear he actually has real cash." Without hesitation, he kicked Yang Dao right in the backside, screaming, "Whale, my ass, I have been running these streets for years. I can tell instantly who has money just by looking." Hearing this clown's rant, Xiaoyong could not help but let out a very cold, mocking little smirk. "Well, guess my aura isn't strong enough today. Even an illiterate dog-eyed fool looks down on me and thinks he runs the absolute show." Jiang Xiaoyong snapped. Furious, he lunged forward, grabbed Xiaoyong right by the collar and growled in his face. "What did you just say to me?" Xiaoyong stared back with dead eyes. "I said you have dog eyes and look down on people." The boss gritted his teeth. "You called me illiterate." Xiaoyong tilted his head, acting completely innocent. "Oh, so being called dog eyes is totally fine." Seeing the situation exploding, Yang Dao rushed in fast, begging to stop the fight. "Brother Xiaoyong, please stop poking his sore spot. He really cannot read. That is exactly why he absolutely hates it. When someone calls him illiterate, what an absolute legendary lackey." Jiang Xiaoyong, thoroughly humiliated by his own man, turned and violently kicked him away. "You idiot. If you do not know how to speak, then shut your mouth." Panting with rage, he whipped back around to glare right at Xiaoyong. "Rich boy, huh? If you do not buy a full truck of my goods today, neither of you are leaving this place on your own 2 feet. Completely unfazed, Xiaoyong calmly held up his smartphone. "Let go of my collar right now, then give me your bank account number. You and I know money talks." Boss Jiang stared at his phone, completely stunned. 1 million transferred instantly. "You actually sent real cash." Seeing that priceless reaction, Xiaoyong smirked. "Nonsense. If I was broke, would I be here messing with you? That is just the first deposit money. I want 5 million worth of goods. Load the trucks. When everything is full, I will instantly wire you the remaining 4 million. Boss Jiang, now, seeing dollar signs, asked eagerly, "What exactly do you need?" Xiaoyong listed it off. "Sugar, rice sauce, salt, snacks, drinks, any food works fine. No need for inspections. I will take absolutely everything." Hearing this insane request, Jiang flashed a very wicked, greedy smile. "Then follow me right inside." He was secretly celebrating. What crazy luck. He just bought a batch of expiring goods, and this total idiot was buying it all. Soon, the 3 of them walked deep into the warehouse. Boss Jiang waved his hands. "Take it all, and I'll give you a 10% discount. How about it?" Xiaoyong wasn't biting yet. "Let me check the actual quality first." He stepped up, picked up a sealed bag, and inspected it carefully. After a long minute, Xiaoyong turned around. "Except for the outermost layer, everything inside here is expiring garbage." "Boss Jiang, your little scam trick is pretty decent, isn't it?" Hearing getting exposed so fast, Jiang broke into a cold sweat. He never expected this brat to be so insanely sharp. Thinking fast, he countered. "All right, fine. For all these nearly expired goods, if you clear them out, I will slash 50% off." "Deal." Xiaoyong immediately rejected it cold. "Forget it. My 5 million is strictly for buying top-quality items only." Seeing him walk away, Boss Jiang nervously dripped with buckets of sweat. "Stick with me, because this is where Xiaoyong drops the hammer. As for this expiring trash, I already have other plans." Shengze looks totally confused, asking what arrangements he means. Jiang Xiaoyong just smirks. I will buy all these nearly expired goods at 50% off, just like you said, but I will pay you in a month. Shengze stutters, asking if he is serious. Because by then, all the goods will be completely expired. If they expire, what if you do not pay me? Jiang Xiaoyong just shrugs. Relax, I will use my house as collateral. Shengze pushes back immediately. You know they are expiring soon but still want them. What if our whole operation gets reported to the authorities? Jiang Xiaoyong stays completely calm. Operation. What operation? I am the operation. He steps forward, clapping a hand on his shoulder with this really intimidating vibe. Haha, near expiration means nothing. Even if they are a few days past due, they are still high-value goods. Hearing this kind of talk, even a veteran smuggler like Shengze starts sweating bullets. He stammers out, "What do you even mean?" Jiang Xiaoyong just cuts him off. "Do not ask questions, just prep the goods. I will send you the delivery address later." Suddenly, his phone rings. The moment he picks it up, a voice on the other end speaks up. "Is this Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Xiaoyong asks who is calling. The voice replies asking if he is the one selling the old house. Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong turns back to Shengze. "I have got business to handle. You just make sure that food deal gets done right." Watching Jiang Xiaoyong walk away, Yang Dao finally creeps over. "Brother Zhe, I did not lie to you, right?" Shengze stands there deep in thought. He mutters, "Damn it, that guy comes from a totally normal background. Why is he acting like a big shot?" A little while later, at the meeting point, someone pulls out a thick stack of cash. "Mr. Jiang, here is the 400,000 deposit." The buyer turns out to be a white-haired old man. He looks at our main character with pleading eyes. "I accept your condition to move in after 3 months. So, let us sign the contract." Seeing how genuine and kind this guy is, Jiang Xiaoyong falls deep into thought. This old man did not even look at the house first. He is already handing over a deposit and signing papers. Is he really that desperate to buy my place? Thinking it over, he asks the old man why. "Why the rush?" The old man sighs. "I will not lie to you. My granddaughter is transferring schools and she desperately needs this place to stay. I asked all around this neighborhood and your house is the only one for sale. Mr. Jiang, please do not change your mind." Hearing this, he just smiles. "Sir, you are way too honest. You just got here and already told me your whole situation. Are you not worried I will jack up the price?" Hearing that, the old man totally panics. "Oh no, Mr. Jiang. This house money is literally every single penny my granddaughter and I have saved up. Please do not." Jiang Xiaoyong quickly steps in to calm him down. "Relax, I will not change my mind." After that, the two of them sign the contract. Holding the sales agreement in his hands, the old man lights up with joy. "This is great, this is absolutely perfect, he could not be happier." He bows his head respectfully. "Mr. Jiang, go ahead and handle your business. I will not bother you anymore." Jiang Xiaoyong nods right back at him. "Take care, sir." Deep down, he feels a little worried. You and I know a guy this kind and simple will not survive what is coming. Once the apocalypse actually hits, this grandpa and his granddaughter probably will not even last a single month. Making up his mind, he suddenly calls out to him. "Wait a second." The old man turns back looking totally confused. "What is wrong?" Jiang Xiaoyong just asks, "Tell me exactly where you are living right now." Scene cuts over to Jiang Xiaoyong's property. The Doomsday bunker is mostly built by now. Foreman Li sees him walking up and happily welcomes him in. He immediately asks Boss Jiang, "What about the deposit?" Jiang Xiaoyong waves it off. "I will transfer the money to you later." "How is the construction progress?" Hearing that, Li replies, "We are about 70 to 80% done. Look, the walls and doors are up. I guarantee this place is absolutely secure." He then asks about the warehouse. The foreman explains, "They repurposed an unfinished factory. It is fully cleaned up and totally ready to use right now." Jiang Xiaoyong nods, looking very satisfied. "Perfect." He immediately pulls out his phone and dials Jiang Shengze, telling him to bring it all over. "Send the goods now." A little while later, the massive warehouse is completely packed with boxes of survival supplies. The loaders are absolutely thrilled about this gig. "Take it easy, guys. This boss is incredibly generous. He is actually paying us 2,000 yuan each, just for doing this tiny bit of heavy lifting. This is crazy. This place looks exactly like a fallout shelter." Another worker laughs. "What do you know, Rich? Guys are usually just terrified of dying." Jiang Xiaoyong stands off to the side, directing the crew. "Fresh food, vegetables, and fruits spoil easily. Make sure you do not put them in the wrong spot. A worker grins and replies, "Yes sir boss, you can count on us." Before long, evening rolls around and the tired workers finally head out. Jiang Xiaoyong crosses his arms, standing in front of his literal mountain of supplies. Feeling totally satisfied, he flashes a confident smirk. It is finally done. Ding. The system screen suddenly pops up. Quest 10 Years of Plenty has been completed. Reward is 20 points. Total accumulated points are now at 20. Jiang Xiaoyong opens up the exchange shop and is genuinely surprised. Wait a second, there are new supply boxes available in the exchange system right now. Physical Enhancement Potion +1 costs 20 points. The level 1 Doomsday Farmer Supply Box is just 2 points. And then there is the big one. Level 1 Ability Awakening Box for 10 points with a 2-point refresh cost. Jiang Xiaoyong is absolutely ecstatic seeing this. Talk about insane luck. He never expected to secure a superpower before the apocalypse even started. The system announces a successful exchange deducting 10 points. 10 points remaining. Ding acquired the Psychic Eye. This level 1 trait lets him detect the hostility levels of any target. His eyes widen in pure excitement at this. Hostility detection. Oh man, this is easily going to be one of the most useful apocalypse survival skills ever. Stick with me because his setup is getting crazy. A brand new quest appears on the system interface. Armed to the teeth. The mission requirement is simple. He needs to fully equip and arm himself immediately. Let's kick things off, you and I. System reward 10 points and a random drop. Seeing this screen, Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't help but smile. Exactly what I wanted, he thought. Cut to the midnight black market. Stalls are scattered everywhere across the dirt. Shady crowds hustling illegal goods and rare antiques. Jiang Xiaoyong is just casually strolling through the market. Suddenly, some voices drift over. "Damn, is this real or fake?" one guy asks. The other sneers. "Open your mouth, and you sound like a total amateur. Is the price legit?" the guy curses. But a third voice whispers, "Shh, keep it down. Just dug this out of an ancient tomb yesterday." Over at another stall, someone gasps in shock. Emperor Qin Shi Huang's childhood artifact. But right then, a specific voice catches Jiang Xiaoyong's attention. "Make it 300 bucks. Hearing this cheapskate offer, the stall owner immediately groans. "Oh my god, what kind of haggling is that?" Turns out the loudmouth is Li Shusheng. He stands there with his arms crossed aggressively, haggling over an ice jade bracelet. 2,000, this is obviously a fake. Sell it to me for 300, you're still making a profit. Deal no, then I'm walking. The vendor quickly caves. "Hey, fine, stop making a scene, I'll sell it to you, all right?" Watching this pathetic display, Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't hide his disgust. This jerk Li Shuxiong came to the black market just to buy a fake jade bracelet. That girl Kui Jing is unbelievably stupid to let trash like him lead her on. Suddenly, the sharp clang of metal rings out, totally shifting Jiang Xiaoyong's attention. His eyes instantly lock onto a stall covered in blades and swords. Seeing the shiny steel, Jiang Xiaoyong gets hyped, thinking to himself, "Finally, found it." A moment later at the booth, Jiang Xiaoyong picks up a combat knife and asks, "Boss, you got anything higher tier than this?" The vendor simply tosses him a whetstone and grunts, "Here's a sharpening stone. You want it sharper, do it yourself." Jiang Xiaoyong stays totally patient. "Not sharp enough," he says. "I need the real heavy-duty stuff." The guy scowls. "What do you mean? You looking for trouble?" Then a phone buzzes with a notification. Ding balance increased by $200,000. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly holds out his phone screen and says, "Chill out, man. I am genuinely here to buy." Seeing that massive number, the vendor immediately yells, "Xiaoqiang, come watch the stall." He then whispers to Jiang Xiaoyong, "It is not safe to talk out here. Follow me." Shortly after, inside a secure hidden back room, the merchant pulls out a handgun. "Boss, I got a custom pistol. Perfect for hunting small game. 2 grand. Ammo is easy, just need some gunpowder. And steel ball bearings." What do you think? Jiang Xiaoyong doesn't even blink. Not good enough. Hearing this flat rejection, the shady dealer looks super confused. After racking his brain, he pulls out a different piece. A replica revolver. Hits almost as hard as military spec. 5,000 bucks takes 9mm rounds. I sell bullets for $5 a pop. Deal. Jiang Xiaoyong just crosses his arms and coldly says, "You drive a hard bargain, but I just showed you a $200,000 deposit. Does this junk seem appropriate to you? Hearing this, the dealer breaks into a cold sweat, stammering. Deposit. What deposit? Jiang Xiaoyong drops the bomb. 10% down. I am looking to buy $2 million worth of gear. The dealer gives a nervous, forced laugh. Big boss, what exactly do you do? A massive order like this? Why come to me? Seeing the guy panic, Jiang Xiaoyong smoothly bluffs his way through. In the past, I wouldn't bother with these small details. I'd let my boys handle it. But things changed recently. Just don't ask questions. Can you do it or not? Realizing the stakes, the guy rushes to the front door, muttering, "Hold on." He heavily locks it, acting incredibly paranoid as he cautiously peers out the window. The tension is thick. Finally, he turns back around, dead serious now. You definitely found the right guy. He steps closer to Jiang Xiaoyong and lowers his voice. I can handle this for you. Write up a list. I will give you an address soon. At 12 a.m., the day after tomorrow, just drive over and we'll finish the deal. Remember, bring pure cash. Now you and I know this is getting serious. A bit later, the dealer opens, the door bowing respectfully. Boss, please watch your step. But right at that moment, an annoying voice echoes out. Oh wow, if it isn't Jiang Xiaoyong. Yep, it's Li Shusheng. He smirks arrogantly. Never expected to see a loser like you in the black market. No wonder you've been so lucky lately. And even ignoring Jing. Looks like you must have some crazy family heirloom stashed at home. He swaggers over, tilting his chin up, and mocks. What's wrong? Been watching too many influencer videos, so you decided to just lie flat, selling off everything for some quick, easy cash. Hearing this absolute garbage, Jiang Xiaoyong just sneers. He thinks to himself, perfect timing, let's test out my brand new ability. With that thought, he instantly activates his mind's eye skill. Right away, floating emotional icons pop up directly above the heads of everyone he looks at. The dealer has a friendly green smiley face hovering over him. But Li Shusheng, he's got a toxic purple angry face. Seeing this clear contrast, Jiang Xiaoyong grins, realizing this power is incredibly useful. He finally claps back. Yeah, I'm just lying flat, but speaking of you, man, I never thought Kui Jing would actually sleep with you over some cheap secondhand trash. But then again, I guess it makes perfect sense, since she's just a secondhand leftover from me anyway. It's only right she matches those fake trinkets. Hearing these brutal words, Li Shusheng absolutely loses it. What did you just say to me? He roars, while the icon above his head flashes to a furious red. The dealer, watching the whole time, steps up and asks, Boss, is this guy a friend of yours? Jiang Xiaoyong scoffs. Friend, more like an enemy. Understood, the dealer nods. Go do your thing, boss. My boys will happily teach this clown a lesson, so you and I both know who really won today. You and I are jumping right into the action. Hulking guys step up. Jiang Xiaoyong warns them. No killing. I have plans for his life. Seeing the group close in, Li Shusheng trembles in fear. What are you doing? I'm warning you, I have. But before he can even finish, the merchant clicks a button and a baton snaps out instantly. Seeing this weapon, Li Shusheng is completely terrified. His heart, absolutely terrified, drops in pure panic. He stutters. Boss, let's just take it easy. Moments later, Li Shusheng is grabbed and violently tossed outside, just like tossing a stray dog. He screams in absolute agony. Covered in footprint, bruises from head to toe, he lies totally flat on the dirt, grinding his teeth in rage. Jiang Xiaoyong, you dog, just wait. Fast forward 2 nights later, back at Xiaoyong's secure base, a delivery truck pulls up. Xiaoyong stares quietly at the massive pile of cargo. Right on cue, the system flashes a new notification. Ding, fully armed quest completed. 10 points added. Current total is 20 points. Inside the truck bed, an absolute arsenal of weapons and heavy ammo sits there, from AKs to handguns. Everything is fully stocked and ready. The system chimes again. Ding. Time to check the sweet rewards. Reward unlocked: physical enhancement serum +2. Instantly, a sleek medical syringe materializes right in Xiaoyong's hand. He gasps out loud. Whoa, I didn't expect a +2 physical enhancement serum. That means it's double the tier of the standard. Exchange shop medicine. Without hesitating, he raises the syringe high and jams it straight into his bicep. Immediately, a brutal wave of extreme pain hits. Xiaoyong grinds, his teeth groaning in absolute agony. A moment later, the intense pain fades. Xiaoyong stares at his clutched fist. A normal adult male has 5 physical points. This serum adds 2 whole points. That is a massive 40% boost. Since that worked so perfectly, he pulls up the exchange shop. System menu loads up. Physical enhancement serum +1 costs 10 points. Level 1 Doomsday Farmer supply box is 2 points. He thinks to himself, time to push this physical advantage to the absolute max. Right after that, a second enhancement serum appears in his hand. Xiaoyong decisively injects it. After a few moments, Xiaoyong's entire body is absolutely surging with raw power. 8 physical points total, he mutters. That's over 60% stronger than an average guy. I really need to find something to test this out on. Just then, Xiaoyong spots a thick iron pipe sitting nearby. Perfect, he smiles. He walks over, gripping the heavy metal pipe tight. He lets out a loud shout, delivering a brutal flying kick straight into the iron. The thick pipe instantly bends in half, then launches like a speeding missile straight into the opposite wall. The solid concrete totally shatters on impact. Seeing this crazy destruction, Xiaoyong is extremely proud. Just as I thought. With my current strength level in a bare-handed street fight, absolutely no normal person could ever stand a chance. Even dealing with those early Doomsday zombies won't be a scary problem anymore. Feeling completely confident, he turns right back to the weapons truck. This huge arsenal doesn't take up much room. Storing it inside my spatial ring is definitely the safest bet. Saying that, he instantly sweeps the entire stockpile right into his spatial ring. Xiaoyong surveys his massive haul for a moment, then says, "The apocalypse kicks off the day after tomorrow. Did I miss anything? Now you and I know he's stacked." Suddenly, he recalls a past conversation he had with that old man. "Sai, I won't lie to you, son. My granddaughter is transferring schools, so we desperately need this house. I already asked everyone around here, and only your place is actually for sale. Mr. Jiang, please don't change your mind on this deal." Remembering those desperate pleading words, Xiaoyong makes his final decision. Even after surviving the brutal apocalypse before and seeing humanity's absolutely darkest side meeting someone in such a pitiful situation, he just couldn't bear to ignore them. He slowly turns to leave the base, muttering, "All right, then I'll just drop off some crucial survival supplies for them. How long they actually survive the apocalypse is totally up to them. Consider it my payback for them funding my entire doomsday prep plan." The very next morning, Xiaoyong drives his car, tracking down the exact address that the old man had left, at a super rundown apartment complex. He steps out of his vehicle thinking, thank God for GPS tracking. Otherwise, who could ever find a hidden place like this dump? Following the messy handwritten address, he slowly climbs the old stairs. It looks like this elderly man is actually completely broke now. Not only is he renting this dirt-cheap rundown apartment, but he actually picked a room on the absolute highest floor too. Reaching the door, Xiaoyong raises his fist to knock. He twists his glowing spatial ring, pausing. Wait, no. I should definitely pull out the needed supplies beforehand. Otherwise, explaining where they came from later will be a massive headache. Instantly, a mountain of heavy supply crates pops out of the magical ring. Inside the apartment, the old man hears the knocking. He hurries over to the entrance, calling out, coming, please just hold on a second." Throwing the door open, he nervously blurts out, "I promise the rent money will be ready next week." But before finishing, he spots the visitor and freezes in total shock. "Wait, aren't you Mr. Jiang?" Startled, he stares wide-eyed at the massive pile of heavy crates stacked outside his door. "Mr. Jiang, what is all this?" Seeing his confusion, Xiaoyong quickly replies, "I'll explain everything to you later, but first, just help me carry all this stuff inside. We really can't let your neighbors see this." A few minutes later, the heavy supply crates are safely stacked inside the cramped living room. The old man smiles brightly. "You young guys really have absolutely incredible physical stamina, don't you? You just carried so much heavy stuff all at once without even breaking a sweat." Xiaoyong glances around the room for a moment, then says, "The room actually looks pretty decent. The front door is barely sturdy enough, but it works." Satisfied with his inspection, he turns to the old man. Old man, listen closely. I need to tell you something important. You have to plan out how to use all of these supplies very carefully. Make them last for half a year, and you will survive without any major issues. Because starting tomorrow, everything is going to change. The entire world is doomed. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong froze his eyes, locked on something. Seeing his reaction, the old man asked, "What is wrong with you? Mr. Jiang, you can just put these supplies in your room. We are going to move in there soon anyway. We move in a month." But Jiang Xiaoyong was not listening. His eyes were glued to a framed photo sitting on the table showing a young girl, standing right beside the old man. Seeing her face, he was completely speechless. "Is that Meng Shan?" Without hesitating, Jiang Xiaoyong picked up the photo and asked, "Old man, is your granddaughter named Meng Shan?" Hearing this sudden question, the old man stared back at him in absolute shock. "How in the world do you know that I never even mentioned her name to you?" But Jiang Xiaoyong did not let him finish his sentence. He cut in. "Where is your granddaughter right now?" the old man replied. "She is currently at school in our hometown, just waiting for the room to be ready. Once you move out, we can transfer her over. The paperwork is mostly done." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong flashed back to his past life before his rebirth. He remembered Meng Shan crying bitterly. "It is all my fault. I am the one who got Grandpa killed." He thought to himself, remembering how in his previous life, Meng Shan said her grandfather took a massive risk. He rushed right into her high school, after it was overrun by monsters, just to save her. He managed to get her out alive, but he died in the process. Thinking about this, Jiang Xiaoyong set the picture down. He vowed to fix her regrets in this new life. He turned around and looked right at the old man. "Old man, you guys cannot move into my room anymore." Hearing that, the old man started to panic immediately. "Mr. Jiang, wait. Are you changing your mind about the room, Mr. Jiang? You cannot do this to us." But before the old man could keep rambling, Jiang Xiaoyong cut him off. "Just listen to me first. Starting tomorrow, this entire world is going to turn into a literal living hell on earth. Whether it is my apartment or your granddaughter transferring schools, none of that is going to matter anymore. Everything is going to completely fall apart. None of it matters. Right now, you need to come with me. We are heading to her school to pick her up immediately. I will arrange a much safer place for both of you." The old man just stared at him blankly. "Mr. Jiang, what are you saying? I do not understand a single word coming out of your mouth." Seeing the utter confusion on his face, Jiang Xiaoyong just sighed in total frustration. Now you and I know, explaining the apocalypse to an old guy is tough. How could he possibly make him understand what was coming? Thinking for a second, he asked, "Do you remember the Great Famine?" The old man nodded slowly and replied, "Yes, of course I remember." Jiang Xiaoyong spun the ring on his finger. Then you can imagine just how miserable and absolutely terrifying things got for people back then, right? The old man stammered, "Yes, I can imagine it. But times are different now. We are living in an era of total peace and safety. How could a famine possibly happen now? And even if it did, it would not be like before." But before the old man could finish speaking, every single supply in the room vanished, sucked right into Jiang Xiaoyong's storage ring. Seeing this crazy magic trick, the old man stood absolutely stunned. His jaw dropped. "Whoa, where did everything go? All the stuff just disappeared," he panicked. "Mr. Jiang, what kind of crazy magic trick is this?" Hearing him, Jiang Xiaoyong stayed totally serious. "I have superpowers. And on top of that, I can actually see directly into the future. If you want to survive, and if you want Meng Shan to live, you need to listen to me." He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Where exactly is her school?" A few moments later, Jiang Xiaoyong and the old man jumped into a car, speeding straight toward Meng Shan's campus. It did not take long before they arrived. Jiang Xiaoyong rushed out and demanded, "What class is she in? Where is her dorm building located?" "Do you know where it is?" the old man stammered. "Yes, I know the way." Jiang Xiaoyong nodded sharply. "Good. We have to move fast." Jiang Xiaoyong urged him on. Meanwhile, out in the school courtyard, a group of students had cornered a girl. A bully rocking a high ponytail slapped the poor girl right across the face. "You little brat, I seriously do not get what is so special about you. Why would someone like Zhang Xiaochen actually like you?" The victim was none other than Meng Shan. She spat out some blood and snapped back, "I already told you. I have nothing to do with him. It is totally one-sided." Hearing her talk back, another bully standing nearby aggressively lunged forward to attack her. She kicked Meng Shan right in the stomach, still trying to make excuses. Then the ponytail leader stepped up violently, grabbing Meng Shan by the hair. She sneered. What is that supposed to mean? You saying Jiang Xiaoyong is obsessed with you, and you do not even care about him at all. Pain shot through her scalp, and Meng Shan screamed out in agony. Suddenly, a loud, angry voice echoed from behind them. Hey, what are you doing? It was the old man and Jiang Xiaoyong rushing onto the scene. Seeing them, the ponytail girl just rolled her eyes with total disgust. Huh, wait, isn't that your useless old grandpa? Seeing him, Meng Shan looked up in shock. Grandpa, why are you here right now? Seeing his granddaughter bruised and beaten, the old man pointed furiously at the bullies. What are you doing to her? Let my Meng Shan go right now. But the thugs standing nearby just pulled out their weapons, stepping up to threaten him. Back off, crazy old man. Mind your own business. Why are you interfering? Stick with me here, guys. The old man did not hesitate. He charged forward recklessly. You absolute animals, you brats. All right, watch this. Why are you bullying a classmate? Right then, the punk beside him swung his baseball bat down hard, yelling, Let go of me, you old bastard. Before the bat even connected, it was blocked cold. Xiaoyong grabbed the guy, saying, You're just a kid. Instead of studying, you're out here playing gangster. The other two thugs, standing off to the side, sneered at him. Ha, where did this broke loser come from? The punk next to him laughed. You little bitch, I've never heard. You had an older brother. Bam! Xiaoyong launched a brutal kick, sending that guy flying 30 meters back. Seeing this, the remaining two broke into a cold sweat. The black-haired thug cursed. Damn, he knows martial arts. The blonde guy barked. Let's take him. Together. After instantly dropping the first guy, Xiaoyong locked his cold, piercing eyes on the other two. Panicking, they quickly split up to attack. The blonde guy drew a knife up front, while the black-haired thug flanked him with the bat, creating a deadly pincer move. Seizing the moment, the guy in back swung his bat hard. But lightning-fast Xiaoyong just ducked down low, letting the bat completely whiff right over his head. Watching the attack, Xiaoyong realized something. Thanks to his recent stat boost, his reaction time was totally off the charts. In a single blink, Xiaoyong vanished, appearing right behind the black-haired thug. Instantly, he body-slammed him brutally into the pavement. The thug's eyes rolled back entirely, drool and snot flying everywhere, as he completely lost consciousness. Seeing his friend drop, the blonde guy panicked and lunged with his knife. But with one effortless palm strike, Xiaoyong completely disarmed him. Without missing a beat, he raised his leg and delivered an absolutely devastating stomp, completely shattering the blonde thug's knee. The punk hit the ground headfirst, knocked out cold in an instant. With all three gangsters easily taken care of, Xiaoyong slowly shifted his cold gaze straight over to the two female bullies. Flipping the knife in his hand, he walked toward them. The ponytail girl freaked out, stuttering. What are you trying to do? Smack. Xiaoyong didn't hesitate, delivering a brutal, stinging slap right across her face. Taking that massive hit, the ponytail girl was totally stunned, her eyes wide with absolute shock, completely speechless. Next, Xiaoyong turned and grabbed the other bully by her hair, whispering, You really like pulling hair, huh? The girl shrieked in pure agony. Ah, let me go. Xiaoyong then slowly raised the sharp knife, right up against her throat. Terrified tears welled up in her eyes as she panicked. What are you doing? But before she could even rise and finish, Xiaoyong swung the razor-sharp blade in a few quick slashes, making the girl shriek in absolute terror. Right now Xiaoyong's eyes were totally dead and cold, absolutely zero emotion. Watching this insane scene play out, the ponytail girl broke into a massive, terrified cold sweat. The other girl collapsed straight to the pavement, her long hair completely chopped off, crying in a trembling voice, My hair! And then she completely lost it, screaming, You cut my hair, you bastard, I am never forgiving you. Xiaoyong just tossed the chopped clumps of hair right onto the ground, replying coldly, Having long hair is only going to get you killed. Furious, she snapped back. What did you say? Xiaoyong didn't care. Give it a few days, and you will realize this short haircut just saved your life. Then he turned around, looking right at Meng Shan. Meng Shan, let's get out of here. She blinked in confusion. Go where? A few minutes later, a speeding car carrying the three of them was tearing down the road. Meng Shan asked in sheer disbelief. Wait, what about school? The old man replied. A massive famine is coming. Forget about school survival is way more important right now. Hearing this, Meng Shan frowned. Famine. Then realizing what he meant, she crossed her arms, looking extremely frustrated. Grandpa, I have told you 1,000,000 times not to fall for those crazy phone scams. Come on, spill it. How much money did they scam out of you this time? The old man shook his head. It is no scam, I am telling the truth. Meng Shan just sighed. Every single time you get scammed, you claim it's the truth. Watching them argue through the rearview mirror, Xiaoyong just smiled warmly. He promised himself, Meng Shan, this life. I swear I am going to protect you. Then he finally spoke up. Actually, he really isn't being scammed. The information about the upcoming famine came straight from me. Hearing this, Meng Shan stammered in complete confusion. Wait, who even are you? He introduced himself calmly. I am Jiang Xiaoyong. From now on, you can just call me Brother Yong. She nodded slightly. Brother Yong, thank you so much for helping me teach Sunwei's awful gang a lesson back there. Xiaoyong just shrugged it off. Don't even worry about trash like them. To be entirely honest, they probably only have a few days left to live anyway. Hearing that, Meng Shan suddenly looked seriously worried. Wait, what is that supposed to mean? Is a massive famine actually coming? Xiaoyong shook his head, explaining, the famine is just an easy way to explain things to your grandpa. Hearing that, she let out a huge sigh of relief. I knew it. In a peaceful era like this, there's no way a famine could happen. Xiaoyong's expression darkened. What's actually coming is the apocalypse. Now pay attention because things get crazy here. Meng Shan's eyes widened in pure terror. Apocalypse. Xiaoyong remained completely calm, adding, basically the same thing. Turn on your phone and scroll through the latest news videos. You will definitely spot the clues starting to pop up. Hearing him, Meng Shan nervously asked if he was just joking. Anxious, she quickly pulled out her smartphone and started scrolling. Instantly, audio from a viral video played. Loud, just some cheesy fantasy drama music with swords and moonlight playing. Confused, she swiped past it down to the very next video on her feed. Oh my God, I have lived my whole life and never seen a rabies patient biting people like this. The screen clearly showed a totally unhinged person, acting like a wild animal being violently held down by 2 security guards. Meng Shan squinted, muttering suspiciously, rabies. Frowning, she kept swiping down her screen. Is that fog or am I just hallucinating right now? And why does it smell so weird? Another video plays. All right, you and I are about to witness some sudden madness. Why are you biting me? Are you a rabid dog? Then a frantic voice chimes in. I couldn't hold back. Something is seriously wrong. I feel so weird. Take me to the hospital, please. Listening to this chaotic news, our main character Yong just calmly reacts. Sure enough, the very first signs of the global apocalypse are finally showing up. Hearing this, Meng Shan looks completely shocked and asks, seriously, is the end of the world actually happening? Yong replies, Old Tongaro is the official start of the apocalypse. Toxic fog will completely cover the provinces, including Province B. This totally mysterious, incredibly deadly fog is going to infect every living creature. Slowly but surely, countless people will mutate into flesh-eating zombies, while the rest of the population, who haven't developed immunity, will eventually join their ranks if they die. His tone turns dead serious as he looks right at her. You are a teenager, so what a zombie is shouldn't be a surprise to you, right? Meng Shan nods. I know, but something like this is just way too crazy to actually imagine. Then, Yong tells her, just wait until tomorrow, the next day, or the weekend. When all this hell actually breaks loose, you will not find it strange anymore. Meanwhile, right outside, a massive line of cars is barely inching forward on the packed road. Yong stares out the window looking super anxious. Damn it, why is there a traffic jam now? He glances over and sees the emergency lane is completely blocked too. He sighs. Even the emergency lane is totally jammed up. Meng Shan's grandpa looks incredibly worried and asks Mr. Jiang, we are stuck here. What if those horrific zombies you just mentioned actually catch up to us right now? Yong quickly reassures the old man. Don't worry, sir. It is not that urgent yet. He says that, but deep down he is actually sweating bullets. Damn it, even though the zombie outbreak will take a few more days to truly lose control. What if a small outbreak happens right here? Suddenly, a random car comes zooming out of nowhere, directly cutting right across the front of their vehicle. With his insane reflexes, Yang slams hard on the brakes. Meng Shan and her grandpa lurch violently forward from the sudden impact, crying out in total panic. Seeing that arrogant driver acting so recklessly, our guy, Yang grits his teeth and curses. That bastard didn't even use a turn signal, just swerved from the emergency lane into the main one. I absolutely hate this kind of garbage behavior. Without missing a beat, Yang swerves the steering wheel right back. His car surges forward, completely denying that jerk any space to merge into the lane. Seeing this, the other driver is forced to swerve back into the emergency lane. Yang shoots him, a furious glare, snapping, "I didn't let you pass, yet you still try to cut in." Yang keeps his foot on the gas, refusing to let him merge. The young guy inside that other car gets absolutely furious, turning his head and screaming non-stop insults at them. Seeing this intense standoff, the old man in the back gets super worried. "Mr. Jiang, that guy looks like he has money and power. I really think we should just let it go to avoid any trouble." But Yang just brushes it off. "Relax, sir. If he dares to step out and start something, I have zero problems ending him right here." A little while later, the jammed road finally clears up. Yang sighs in relief. Finally moving. We were stuck in that awful traffic for nearly an hour, but suddenly Meng Shan shouts out a desperate warning. "Yang, be careful, that same car from earlier is trying to cut us off again." Right then, that luxury car pulls right up, riding dangerously close to their side. Spotting him, Yang grits his teeth in pure anger. This persistent bastard really refuses to give up, huh? The rich jerk speeds up and violently swerves in front, forcing Yang to slam the brakes. Watching this utter madness, Meng Shan's grandpa panics and yells, "Cutting us off and brake checking. He is totally insane. Mr. Jiang, please do not stoop to his pathetic level." Hearing that, Yang coldly replies, "In the past, I would have let it slide. But the apocalypse starts tomorrow. There is absolutely no reason to hold back against human trash anymore." Now watch this closely, guys. Without hesitation, he slams his foot on the gas and directly rams the jerk's car. It instantly loses control, crashing violently into the mountain wall. The punk desperately crawls out of the wreckage, spitting curses. Son of a bitch. He quickly pulls out his phone to call his connections. "Hello, call the traffic department, check the surveillance cameras, and track down this license plate for me right now." Glaring fiercely at Yang's fading vehicle, he violently grits his teeth. "I will make you realize there are some people in this world you just cannot mess with. Who knows how much?" Time passes, but night finally falls. The car slowly rolls into a heavily fortified base. Once safely parked, the three of them quickly step out. Staring at this massive place, the old man is completely blown away. He looks around in pure awe and awkwardly mutters, This is honestly a bit much." Yang just looks back at the two of them, his voice softening as he warns, "Get some sleep early. Starting tomorrow, every single day is going to be incredibly brutal for all of us." The scene shifts to the very next morning. Yang stands quietly by a massive glass window, holding a hot cup of coffee, just staring out at the sprawling city nearby. Meng Shan walks out of her room and heads toward him, stretching her arms with a happy groan. "Wow, I haven't slept like this in forever. Not having to wake up early to study feels absolutely amazing." Seeing her, Yang flashes a warm smile. "You are finally up. Come on, let's go explore this brand new fortress of ours properly." A little while later, Yang leads Meng Shan and her grandfather on a full tour of the fortified base. As they walk, he proudly explains, "These are reinforced concrete walls. The remote-controlled main gate is forged from solid steel, 3 centimeters thick. Whether it is a regular human or a mutated zombie without heavy military-grade weapons, they will never break through it. Now, remember this rule carefully. Without my direct permission, other than the three of us right here, absolutely no one is allowed to step foot inside this fortress." Yang locks his serious gaze onto Meng Shan and her grandfather, making his absolute boundaries crystal clear. Meng Shan looks deeply concerned and asks, "But what if innocent survivors manage to escape here? Are we really just going to watch, man? Things are about to get ruthless." "All right, stick with me here, leaving them to die." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong sighs. "Just follow me," he says, explaining as they walk. People's true colors show. Human malice is fully unleashed out here. Being too kind. That'll just get you killed. Stepping outside and looking down, Meng Shan and her grandpa freeze in pure shock. Because, right outside the main building, lies an absolutely massive courtyard. It's completely surrounded by heavy-duty barbed wire fences, and right inside, there's a neat row of small two-story houses. Jiang Xiaoyong points right at the buildings. If survivors come begging for help while I'm gone, this outer zone can give them temporary shelter until I get back. But hear me clearly, nobody steps inside the main fortress. Understood. The grandpa and granddaughter nod in unison. Understood. Jiang Xiaoyong turns away. All right, follow me to the food storage. I'll show you exactly how the rations are divided up. A moment later, the three of them step into the massive food warehouse. Jiang Xiaoyong turns back to them. But secretly, he activates his mind's eye, scanning the old man and Meng Shan. Suddenly hovering right above their heads, a bright green, friendly, smiling icon pops up. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong smiles to himself. Oh, so this is the symbol of absolute trust. That's a first. Breaking the silence, he tells them, weapons are everything in the apocalypse. As he speaks, Xiaoyong casually pulls heavy weapon crates straight out of his spatial ring. He hands the old man and Meng Shan one weapon each, staring them down. Keep these firmly in your hands. Never let anyone else take them from you. Gripping his new gun, the old man nods seriously. Understood. We won't. But watch this closely. Ding. The system interface flashes. A brand new quest notification just popped up. Reuniting with Meng Shan just triggered the old friend's quest chain. Part 1. Requirements. Find and rescue all the former comrades he fought alongside. In his past life, reward 20 survival points. Right beneath the text, a photo of a young guy materializes on the screen. Looking at that familiar face, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes widen in shock. Next thing he knows, stepping outside, a massive glowing guide arrow appears out of nowhere. It's pointing straight into the ruined city. He smirks, completely thrilled. Perfect. He was just wondering how to track down his old brothers in arms. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately sprints toward his vehicle, shouting back over his shoulder. Remember exactly what I told you. No mistakes while I'm gone. Seeing him rush off like a madman, Meng Shan calls out in confusion. Wait, Jiang Xiaoyong, where are you? Going in such a hurry. Jumping into his truck and speeding toward the system's arrow. Jiang Xiaoyong yells back. Finding our new teammates. Time to build our forces. Meanwhile, deep inside the city at a shady karaoke bar, a guy named Zhang Qi is aggressively belting out lyrics with his buddies. Come here, bro. If you need to cry, just let it out. Soon after, Zhang Qi and his larger friend stagger out into the hallway. One of the guys still inside shouts, Hey, where are you two going? The friend slurs back. Nature calls, man. The guy inside laughs. Take your time. Don't clog the pipes. Hearing the joke, Zhang Qi cracks up. Want me to bottle some up for you? Scene cuts straight to the grimy bathroom. Inside, someone is aggressively trash-talking. I'll shove your face right in the urinal, you weak loser. Another angry voice snaps back. Get the hell away from me. A few minutes later, Zhang Qi and his buddy stumble out of the restroom. Suddenly, Zhang Qi accidentally bumps hard into a girl. She glares at him, yelping in annoyance. Zhang Qi quickly waves his hands in panic. Whoa, my bad. Totally didn't mean to. But right. Then, the girl's aggressive boyfriend steps up and kicks him right in the gut without a second of hesitation. He roars. You blind idiot. Watch where you're walking. Taking the full force of the kick, Zhang Qi gets launched backward, groaning in pain. His buddy instantly panics, rushing over. Zhang Qi. Hey, are you okay, man? He whips around to glare at the violent boyfriend, shouting back. What is your problem? Why would you just hit him like that? Hearing this, the thug's blood boils. Are you kidding me? No one talks back to me in this city. He lunges forward, grabbing Zhang Qi's larger friend and literally lifting him off the ground. The poor guy completely panics. Hey, put me down. What are you doing? Seeing his friend in trouble, Zhang Qi scrambles up. Boss, I'm sorry, it was our fault. Please don't hit him. Meanwhile, down the hall, a young karaoke worker steps out of a private room. He blows his nose, looking absolutely miserable. Just my luck, he thinks. Already dealing with a terrible stomachache and now a stupid cold on top of it. Suddenly, he hears the thug echoing down the hall. "I'm ending you guys today." Seeing the chaos, the poor worker just sighs in defeat. Great, another massive brawl. This place never gets a single moment of peace. Annoyed, he quickly jogs over to de-escalate the situation. "Hey guys, let's just calm down." "All right." But the thug whips around, violently grabbing the worker right by the collar. He sneers right in his face. "You think you can interrupt me? Do you even know who I am? Your boss literally bows down to me." He practically begs to fix my sleeves. Realizing he's drawn the angry thug's focus, the quick-thinking worker secretly gestures at Jiang Xiaoyong and his friend. He whispers, "You two get out of here right now." "I'm so sorry about this." The thug keeps screaming. "Get your manager out here right now. Hurry up, you dare disrespect me. I'll have this whole place shut down." The worker just keeps pleading, putting on a show. "Please sir, calm down." Taking the obvious distraction, Jiang Xiaoyong and his buddy don't waste a second. They instantly bolt down the hallway, sprinting breathlessly back to their private karaoke room. Inside, their friend with the buzz cut stares at them. "What happened? You guys look like you're running from stray dogs." Gasping for air, the larger friend wheezes back. Basically, walked out of the bathroom and bumped into some psycho thug. The guy is completely wasted, trying to destroy us. Let's watch how this unfolds. Luckily, the staff rushed in to break it up, or those two would have been completely wrecked. Seeing this buzz cut, couldn't hold back his anger. "Damn it, let's crush him. Since when does our mechanics class ever back down? I'll make a quick phone call and get all the guys here. We can definitely handle him." Jiang Xiaoyong quickly jumped in to stop him. "Dude, come on, please. Less than a year until graduation. Let's not cause any trouble. Turn up the music and let's party." But a moment later, the karaoke room door was kicked wide open. The guy from earlier marched in with some thugs, dragging the poor staff member along. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong's whole crew instantly froze in pure shock. The thug pointed straight at them and yelled, "Yep, that's them. Beat the absolute crap out of them right now." Shortly after, Jiang Xiaoyong's group was forced onto the floor, hugging their knees and holding their heads. The karaoke staff member didn't escape the brutal beating either. His entire body trembled violently in pure agony. Buzzcut, absolutely furious and refusing to submit, glared up and snarled, "You dare let me make one phone call." Hearing this, the thug snatched up a heavy liquor bottle. "Motherfucker, did I give you permission to speak?" "Right." Then he smashed the bottle right across his head. Blood instantly started pouring down his face. Jiang Xiaoyong, watching this horrifying scene unfold beside him, panicked and screamed out, "Chen Chong." Meanwhile, right outside the karaoke bar, Jiang Xiaoyong's ride finally pulled up. Stepping out of the vehicle and glancing at the place, he chuckled to himself. College kids really are built differently. The literal apocalypse is starting, and they're still out singing karaoke. Shaking his head, he casually strolled inside. Back in the room with Jiang Xiaoyong's group, Chen Chong, after taking that brutal hit, straight to the dome, was sprawled on the floor, groaning in absolute agony. Jiang Xiaoyong desperately shook his friend. "Chen Chong, wake up." After delivering that savage blow, the thug casually turned to the blonde chick. "How is that? Feeling a little better now?" Hearing this, she just rolled her eyes, acting totally bored. "Better? No way. Wasn't that the loser who actually bumped into me earlier?" Hearing that, the thug immediately raised the broken bottle straight at Jiang Xiaoyong. "Is this the one?" Seeing the weapon pointed at him, Jiang Xiaoyong completely froze in terror. Right then, Chen Chong, he suddenly regained consciousness. He grabbed a heavy ashtray, ready to fight the guy to the death. But instantly, the thug's lackeys pinned him down. "You little bastard, you actually dare to fight back," one of them yelled. Seeing his defiance, the boss thug became absolutely furious. His face twisted as he gritted his teeth. "Motherfucker, you really got some guts, don't you?" Without another word, he viciously swung the liquor bottle right into Chen Chong's head again. Chen Chong collapsed onto the cold floor, completely knocked out cold, while Jiang Xiaoyong watched on in absolute horror. That was the breaking point. Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't hold back anymore. He sprang to his feet, screaming, "You piece of trash! I will kill you!" The fat guy, seeing his friend snap, immediately charged in as backup. The thug leader roared out, "You little punk still haven't learned your lesson. Grab him, Lao Si. Grab that one and beat him to death right here." As total chaos erupted in the room, one of Jiang Xiaoyong's friends was huddled in the corner, shaking like a leaf. Everyone was too busy brawling to even notice the karaoke staff member lying motionless on the floor. He was suddenly coughing violently, his entire body slowly turning a sickly dark purple. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Jiang Xiaoyong was frantically fighting back. The thug boss noticed and yelled out, "Old 3 beat the living crap out of that little coward." At this exact moment, the staff member completely lost his mind. Disgusting black fluid started oozing from his soulless eyes. Now watch this. He suddenly lunged straight ahead toward the brawling crowd, letting out a horrific, blood-curdling growl. He instantly grabbed the long-haired thug and viciously bit into his shoulder, caught completely off guard. The thug screamed out in sheer, terrifying agony. Seeing this absolute nightmare unfold, the blonde chick shrieked at the top of her lungs. The bleeding guy yelled in pain, "What the hell is this dog doing? Get off me, Ma Day. Get your ass over here and help me." Ma Day immediately shouted back, "I am busy pinning down these 2 little punks. Somebody else help him." Another thug quickly rushed over. He reached out, trying to grab the staff member's neck to pull him off, yelling out, "Motherfucker, how the hell does this guy have so much crazy strength?" But in the blink of an eye, the situation escalated. The staff member was now a full-blown zombie. It violently broke free from the thug's grip, whipped around and lunged straight toward the guy's arm, ready to take a massive bite. The thug freaked out and cursed, "Motherfucker, you actually dare to bite me? This crazy bastard really is acting just like a rabid dog." The feral zombie immediately pinned him hard against the floor. Panic finally set in as the thug screamed, "He's lost his mind. He's way too damn strong." Suddenly, a hand gripped the zombie's neck. It was Jiang Xiaoyong. Without breaking a sweat, he lifted the monster up like it was just a cheap plastic toy. Then, with brutal force, Jiang Xiaoyong smashed the zombie's head straight into the flat-screen TV. He turned to the stunned crowd. "Everyone stop exactly what you're doing." The thug with the bitten wrist stared in total disbelief. That infected psycho had the strength of an absolute beast. Yet this random guy just completely overpowered him with just a single hand. The boss thug stepped up and yelled, "Who the hell are you?" Jiang Xiaoyong didn't even bother to answer him. He just turned and asked, "Zhang Qi, you didn't get bitten, did you?" Hearing a total stranger suddenly call his name, Zhang Qi stammered back in pure confusion, "No, I'm fine. What the heck is going on?" Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. "Get over here and follow me." But just as Zhang Qi stood up to leave, the boss thug yanked his shoulder back. "Hold it right there. We are definitely not done with you yet." Right at that exact moment, the long-haired guy started showing the terrifying signs of full infection. Trembling violently, he gasped, "Boss, I cough. My head is spinning like crazy right now." The thug boss frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you? Did your cold suddenly get worse?" Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong just stood there silently, observing the guys. "All right, you and I are jumping right in." The guy claims he just had a simple runny nose, but Xiaoyong spots the shoulder mark. "Did he actually bite you?" The long-haired punk just scoffs. "Yeah, so what?" Xiaoyong immediately pieces it together. If this guy is already infected, taking a bite that close to the brain makes him a ticking time bomb. It won't be long before he completely mutates into a monster. Thinking fast, Xiaoyong grabs the soon-to-be zombie by the neck and drags him straight toward the restroom door. The gang boss completely flips. "What the hell are you doing?" he yells. But Xiaoyong just ruthlessly chucks the infected guy right into the bathroom and firmly slams the heavy door shut. Instantly, frantic, unhinged banging echoes from the other side. Xiaoyong just breathes a sigh. Luckily, these early-stage zombies don't even have the brain power to turn a simple doorknob yet. Problem solved. He dusts off his hands, turning back to Zhang Qi. Xiaoyong cracks his knuckles, his voice ice-cold. "All right, Zhang Qi, tell me, which one of these punks do you want me to completely wreck?" Zhang Qi is totally stunned. He stammers out, "Wait, what? Do we even know each other?" But before he can process it, the boss charges, swinging wild. "You arrogant little punk." But in a literal blink of an eye, Xiaoyong snatches the boss right by the head. And then, bam, he brutally slams the guy's face straight into the table. The long-haired lackey loses it. "You absolute bastard. Do you want to die? Faster than lightning." Xiaoyong buries a devastating punch right into the lackey's jaw. The sheer momentum sends the punk flying backward, completely off his feet. He hits the floor hard. Suddenly, his whole body starts violently convulsing. Foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled completely back. The remaining thugs absolutely panic. They rush over completely terrified. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Knocked into a seizure from just one punch, Xiaoyong doesn't even flinch. He just shouts, "Who else wants some? Anybody else want to test their fists against mine? Come at me all at once." Then Xiaoyong casually turns his attention back to Jiang. "Hey Jiang, drag your friend out of here and wait for me outside." Still shocked, Jiang just wipes the blood from his mouth and nods. His crew quickly grabs Chen Chong, limping their way out the door. Seeing this, the terrified thugs decide to bail out too. "Let's get out of here." But the second they step toward the exit, Xiaoyong blocks the path, radiating pure, murderous intent. The gang boss grinds his teeth, sweating bullets. "What the hell else do you want?" Xiaoyong glares at him. "You drink a little cheap liquor, and suddenly you forget who you're messing with. You almost got my guys killed in here." Hearing those words, the boss actually starts to sweat, panic setting in deep. "What kind of crazy nonsense are you even talking about? Get out of my way right now, you absolute lunatic." Before he can even blink, Xiaoyong hits him with a massive palm strike, sending the boss flying backward. He hits the ground cursing in absolute rage. And just like that, Xiaoyong slams the heavy door entirely shut. Realizing he's trapped, the boss violently throws himself at the door, screaming, "You absolute bastard. Open this door right now, or I'll literally skin you alive." But the threats don't matter anymore. Behind him, his infected lackey has completely lost his mind. Reason is gone. With bloodshot eyes full of terrifying rage, the guy lets out a horrifying, unnatural shriek. Then, he lunges straight for his own boss. Snapping his jaws like a wild animal, he tackles the boss to the floor. The other two thugs are absolutely paralyzed with fear. "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Xiaoyong stands outside the room, gripping the door handles tight. Nobody is escaping this quarantine. From inside the locked room, total unhinged chaos erupts. Screams of pure panic echo out. "Holy crap, why are you biting me like a wild dog? Get off me right now." Banging shakes the heavy door. They frantically pound on the walls. "How do we even open the bathroom door?" Then blood-curdling screams. "Ah, somebody save me." Hearing this madness, a staff member, working at the karaoke bar, hurries over. "Sir, what on earth is happening in there? Do you need some help?" Xiaoyong turns to him deadly serious. "Lock this door completely. Nobody is allowed to open it under any circumstances. Then call the cops and the hospital immediately. Tell them we have a huge emergency. Tell them there's a patient inside having a violent rabies outbreak." The staff member turns completely pale. "Wait, you mean that crazy flu disease going around?" The guy just stands there, totally frozen in shock. Xiaoyong loses his patience and shouts, "Just do it." Snapping out of it, the guy stammers, "Yes, sir." Moments later, the staff member rushes back with a heavy set of keys. He quickly jams it into the lock while terrifying, bone-chilling growls still echo from inside. Just absolute savage, monstrous groaning from beyond the door. It's a bloodbath in there. Xiaoyong waves his hand, signaling Jiang's group. "All right, let's get out of here." Sweating bullets, the staff member stammers, "No way, this commotion is getting way too intense." Just then, another employee walks up, staring at the completely locked door. Seeing his coworker absolutely terrified, the new guy asks, "Hey, what's going on here? Why is everything so chaotic?" The first employee frantically turns around and explains everything. "That guest just told me somebody inside caught that crazy flu disease." The new guy's eyes go wide. "Wait, the crazy flu? Are you serious right now? Is that disease actually a real thing?" The first guy looks completely stunned. "Wait, you know about this?" The new guy immediately spins around looking dead serious. "I've heard the horrible rumors. Come on, we need to check the security cameras right now." Meanwhile, down in the security monitoring room, the situation is pure horror. Everyone is staring at the screens in absolute frozen terror. Right there on the monitors, a group of people violently tearing into each other like wild animals. "Call the cops now," they scream in panic. "Now you and I need to check outside." Xiaoyong isn't wasting a single second. "Hurry it up, guys. We absolutely cannot stick around this place any longer." Without hesitating, the entire group piles into Xiaoyong's vehicle, desperate to finally escape. They speed off into the night. Jiang nervously glances over. "Hey, boss, thanks for saving our lives back there. Who exactly are you?" Xiaoyong just smirks. "Name's Jiang Xiaoyong. I was hired to keep you guys safe. And don't even bother asking who my boss is." From the back seat, the friend, "All right, let's dive back in." One guy finally speaks up. "Boss, is this mad flu you warned us about actually real? All the rumors got debunked. Everyone said it did not exist." Jiang Xiaoyong just looks at him. "Then what about everything that went down in that room? Was that just a hallucination?" The heavier guy chimes in looking totally panicked. Wait, so is there actually a real cure for this mad flu? Jiang Xiaoyong replies. This disaster isn't going away. It is only going to get so much worse. Welcome to the absolute apocalypse. But right at that exact moment, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. The whole crew turns to look outside. Out there, some poor guy is getting totally mauled by a literal zombie. The guy screams for his life. What are you doing, help? Yep, the mad flu is real. Watching this pure horror unfold outside, Jiang Xiaoyong explains the brutal truth. This is just a tiny localized outbreak. Most people are still carrying the active virus, just incubating it. It will not be long before the entire region completely falls apart. So, if any of these guys want to actually manage to survive this nightmare, they have to follow his every single order. The crew nods in total agreement. Understood, boss. And right on cue, the system interface pops up. Ding. The Old Partner Quest Volume 1 is officially complete, rewarding him 20 points, making his brand new total 20 points. Staring at the glowing screen, Jiang Xiaoyong is pleasantly surprised. Oh, it is done already. Perfect timing. I just saw there were some brand new items inside the system shop. He instantly pulls up the store menu to check his options. The system shop currently displays a level 1 Doomsday Farmer supply chest for 2 points, a level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply chest for 5 points, and a level 1 intimidation weapon chest for 5 points. Manual refresh costs 2 points. Scanning the wild items available in the shop, our main guy just mutters, "Why is this Doomsday Farmer chest still showing up? Looks like if I want new gear to spawn, I gotta buy it, so spending a few points to refresh it is." These supply boxes actually look super useful and dirt cheap. Once they finally make it back to the fortress, he is going to buy all of this stuff. Making up his mind, he swipes the system closed. Then he shifts his gaze right over to Zhang Qi and the group. Now there is another massive problem to deal with. He remembers meeting Jiang Qi in his past life. The guy was completely broken, crying out, "We actually thought of him as our own brother. We trusted him with absolutely everything." He thinks back. In his past life, Zhang Qi got brutally betrayed by his own doormate, which led to so many innocent people getting ripped apart by zombies. Only Zhang Qi barely survived. Thinking about that dark past, Jiang Xiaoyong scans the faces of Zhang Qi's friends, wondering to himself which one of these guys is the traitor. Meanwhile, over at Sui Jing's apartment, her annoying voice echoes out. "Honey, how are things holding up on your end?" She is currently on the phone calling Li Shuxiong. Looking totally stressed out, she whines, "When exactly are those supplies getting delivered?" "It is absolute chaos out there right now. I am way too scared to go out alone." On the other end of the line, Li Shuxiong answers her smoothly. "Almost there, baby. Once I clear up the paperwork, I will send everything straight to you." But suddenly, a violent banging echoes from her front door. She screams in absolute panic. Hearing her shriek, Li Shuxiong immediately asks, "What is going on?" Baby Kui Jing's voice shakes as she whispers, "Somebody is knocking on the door. Let me hang up." She creeps forward nervously, peeking through the peephole. Oh, it is just Wen Shuya. Seeing her, Kui Jing lets out a sigh of relief. "Phew, it is you. Why knock so hard?" Wen Shuya, replies Uncle Liu downstairs. "Got dragged away this morning." Kui Jing blinks in shock. "Taken away? What do you mean?" Why, Wen Shuya shuts the door tight and whispers back, "Cops and an ambulance showed up and took him together." Hearing that crazy detail, Kui Jing rubs her chin, looking totally lost in thought. Well, that definitely explains the massive commotion downstairs this morning. Wen Shuya shakes her head. "Looks like this mad flu thing isn't just a joke anymore, right? Hey, did Li Shuxiong actually bring over those supplies he promised you?" Yet Kui Jing stares down at her phone screen and frowns. "Not yet." Hearing that pathetic excuse, Wen Shuya snaps. "Damn it, I told you, men are completely useless. None of them are reliable." "Okay, listen to me right now. Call him back. Tell him that Jiang Xiaoyong has a ridiculous amount of supplies and he could make a ton of money during this whole epidemic." Hearing her best friend scheme like this, Kui Jing looks shocked. "Seriously? Wait, how do you even know that?" Wen Shuya crosses her arms with a smug grin. "After Jiang Xiaoyong kicked me out of his house last time, I sent one of my simps to spy on him, and he noticed something crazy, again and again. Trucks packed with supplies kept pulling into his unfinished factory and unloading massive crates. Hearing this wild scoop, Kui Jing aggressively grits her teeth together. Don't tell me that Punk knew this whole outbreak was coming. Wen Shuya rolls her eyes. Well, Li Shusheng definitely will not care about how he knew. Her expression turns dead serious. Just listen to me. Call your man back right now. We have to move as fast as possible. When he makes bank, tell him to give us a massive cut. Meanwhile, you and I are heading back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. Their ride just pulled up to the gate. Our guy and Zhang Qi's terrified friends finally hop right out of the car. Looking at the insane setup, Zhang Qi is completely blown away. Whoa, this is honestly way too much. It is literally a whole fortress. Jiang Xiaoyong just smirks. Yep, everyone reacts the exact same way the first time they see it. Just then, old man Sheng walks over. Jiang Xiaoyong, you're finally back. You okay? Jiang Xiaoyong glances at Zhang Qi's crew. All right. You and I are in for a wild ride. Don't worry about it. Uncle Shengshan, come meet our new members. He gestures right at Zhang Qi and announces, this right here is Zhang Qi and his classmate. From now on, they are officially our teammates, and these two guys here are Uncle Sheng and Shan. Seeing them, Shan breaks into a bright smile. If Brother Yang picked you as teammates, then welcome aboard. Right after that, Jiang Xiaoyong turns toward Old Sheng and says, Uncle Sheng, show these guys around the place and make sure you lay down our rules for them while you're at it. Old Sheng nods immediately. Leave it to me. Seeing this setup, Lao Si whispers quietly, feeling like they just walked straight into a shady prison camp. Right then, one guy in their group suddenly raises his hand and asks, Hey, any chance you can give us some weapons so we can help protect this place? Hearing this guy speak up, Jiang Xiaoyong instantly feels a wave of deep suspicion kicking in. Lao Si nudges him, whispering a warning. Yiming, why the rush? We literally just got here. At least let them build some trust in us first. Jiang Xiaoyong steps in right then. Relax, we will hand out weapons to you guys in a few days. He shifts his gaze toward Chen Chong and adds, oh right, he is heavily injured. Get him to the medical room to check those wounds right away. A moment later, Zhang Qi's group heads off to the shower room. After getting completely cleaned up, Lao Si dries his hair with a towel and sighs. So refreshing. That is when Yiming turns to him looking annoyed. Lao Si, why did you stop me back there? Hearing this, Lao Si replies in surprise. Yiming keeps pushing. If you had not interrupted me earlier, that guy might have actually handed over the guns. At this point, his voice drops dead serious. Look at our current situation. To put it nicely, we are being protected. But honestly speaking, the harsh reality is that we are literally just under house arrest here. Hearing his crazy theory, Lao Si immediately pushes back. How can you even say something like that? That guy just literally saved our lives. But Yiming refuses to drop it. What is his real goal, though? Why would he even bother saving us? Hearing that, Zhang Qi fires back. Didn't he literally say someone hired him to keep us safe? The sneaky Yiming just scoffs. Hired? By who exactly? Without a name, only heaven knows if he is making it up. Then, his true villain colors start showing, gritting his teeth in pure malice as he says, plus look at his attitude toward Chen Chong. Says he is taking him to the clinic to check his wounds, but you guys definitely saw that medical room. The windows are built tougher than a literal prison cell. For all we know, he's in there harvesting Chen Chong's kidneys right now. So, we have to strike first and take the advantage. Now, you and I know this is crazy. Lao Si can't hold back. But if we falsely accuse him, aren't we just repaying his kindness with absolute betrayal? Seeing his reaction, Yiming immediately puts on a philosophical villain act, saying, they call that betraying the world before it can betray us. Even if Jiang Xiaoyong is telling the truth, we should just directly take over this whole entire fortress and grab all the power. Right here, his sinister face is fully exposed. Look, aside from us, this place only has an old man and a girl. We just use the moment Jiang Xiaoyong is gone to seize control. Plus that girl is actually pretty decent looking, so we could totally, absolute garbage. The insane words coming out of this guy's mouth leave both Lao Si and Zhang Qi in absolute utter shock. They cannot even believe it. Both of them just stand there completely speechless. Seeing their reaction, Yiming tries to cover it up, laughing. "Hey, come on, I am just messing with you guys. Don't take it seriously." Hearing his fake laugh, Jiang Qi finally breathes a huge sigh of relief. "Phew, old Lu Yiming, do not scare me like that, man. It is not even the literal apocalypse yet, and you are already planning villain stuff." Lao Si chimes in too. "Exactly. If he really wanted to harvest our kidneys, he would have just locked us all up from the start. I mean, the guy literally has a gun." A little while later, the two of them finish up, washing, and leave the room. Yiming stares at their backs, flashing a purely wicked smile. He thinks HM's completely different goals. Hard to work, together. In chaotic times, a man has got to be ruthless. "Just wait until I succeed. You two will be my lifetime pawns." Scene shifts, right back to Jiang Xiaoyong. Right now, Shan and her grandpa are walking straight toward him. Old Sheng speaks up, "Jiang Xiaoyong, I have completely settled Jiang Qi's group in. As for the injured Chen Chong, he is resting in the clinic right now. All the windows are securely locked tight exactly like you asked." Hearing this report, Jiang Xiaoyong flashes a bright smile. "Thanks for the hard work, Uncle Sheng. You and Shan should rest early. Old Tongaro might actually bring some serious trouble to our doorstep." Then he suddenly remembers a crucial detail. "Oh, by the way, aside from Chen Chong and Jiang Qi, we need to stay totally on guard. I get a strong feeling there is a backstabber hiding in that group." Hearing this intense warning, the grandfather and granddaughter cannot help but feel deeply worried. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong steps into the storage warehouse all by himself. He opens up his system interface, eyeing the crates in the exchange zone. And right. Then he hits the purchase button. The system chimes in. "Successfully exchanged for the level 1 Doomsday Farmer Supply Crate. That costs 2 points. Current points are at 18. Successfully exchanged for the Protein Oil and Sugar Supply Crate. Minus 5 points. So his current points are now sitting at 13. Successfully exchanged for the level 1 Armed Deterrence Supply Crate. Another 5 points gone. Current points balance is 8. Right after this spending spree, a whole series of system alerts echoes out again. Level 1, Doomsday Farmer Supply Crate opened. Received 50 bags of premium corn seeds. Level 1, Protein Oil and Sugar Supply Crate opened. Acquired 200 kilograms of starch, 100 kilos of braised pork, and 50 jars of pickled cabbage, ready-to-eat meals. Level 1, Armed Deterrence Supply Crate opened. Gained 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammo. Stick with me because as supplies pile up, Jiang Xiaoyong is getting absolutely stacked. "All right, you and I are jumping right in." Tu Deng stood before a mountain of supplies. He realized these normal boxes were actually pretty decent. Sure, it could not compare to what his money bought before. But once the apocalypse hit and everything vanished, this gear would be absolutely priceless. The very next morning, trouble rolled up. Several sketchy vehicles rumbled toward the base, slamming hard on their brakes right outside the front gate. A loud voice echoed from outside. "Yeah, I am here. This is the right address, right?" Behind the speaker stood a massive group of goons. They held their swords and knives just waiting for the signal. The gang leader finished his call and smirked. "Okay, we will drink after this." Hanging up the phone, the guy immediately barked his orders. "This is the place. Tear it down." Hearing this, his brutal gang immediately charged forward. They violently smashed their weapons against the massive iron gate. They hammered until they were pouring sweat, but the reinforced doors did not even scratch. A guy with a goatee turned around in pure frustration. "Boss, these walls are crazy thick. There is no way our brute strength can break them." The leader completely lost his temper. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Damn it! What kind of normal person builds a solid fortress like this?" He angrily ordered his men to bring out the heavy artillery. The thugs ran to their trucks and dragged out a large, heavy wooden crate. The box was fully packed with homemade firebombs. Without hesitating, the goons lit the fuses and hurled the flaming bottles directly into the secure base. Inside the courtyard, the glass bottles shattered on impact, spreading a fiery liquid everywhere. In just seconds, the front yard became a raging inferno. Flames surged up, turning the area into a literal sea of fire. Deep inside the compound, Sheng and Truong Tri spotted the massive, deadly blaze. They immediately screamed out in panic, Fire, hurry, grab the extinguishers. Sheng looked terrified. Tudong was totally right. The absolute worst is starting already. Even before the actual apocalypse hits, crazy people are already trying to kill us. Just then, Tudong and Uncle Thang quickly rushed over there. Both of them were tightly gripping loaded weapons. Tudong glanced up toward the high watchtower. Let me see who is begging for a death wish. A brief moment later, the two men scaled the tall watchtower. Uncle Thang peered down below. He frowned. That guy looks pretty familiar, and those off-road trucks do too. Then it suddenly clicked. He remembered exactly what had happened before today. Ah, that is the punk who messed with us on the highway. Meanwhile, the goatee guy finally noticed the shadows moving up on the watchtower. He shouted loudly, "Boss, they are finally showing themselves." The gang leader looked up, locked eyes with our main character, and angrily gritted his teeth. That is him, that arrogant bastard. He pointed a finger up at the tower and screamed a threat. "You piece of trash, get out here now. Otherwise, I'm going to roast you alive like pigs." Tudong coldly stared down. "I am giving you 5 minutes to drag yourselves away." The whole gang erupted in rage, howling like madmen. "You cocky little punk, what did you just say? Do you have any idea who we are? You do not know our boss. Stop wasting breath and bring out the other 2 crates of firebombs." But suddenly the system interface flashed open. Ding. A brand new mission has been issued. Mission alert, standard threat detected. The base perimeter is currently under attack. Clear the area immediately. Please eliminate the hostile threat as soon as possible. Reward is 10 points. Uncle Thang noticed our guy suddenly zoning out and staring into space. He quickly asked Tudong, "What is the plan now? Should we fire a warning shot?" Hearing this, the young man slowly raised his assault rifle. "A warning shot," he scoffed. "These guys look like typical street thugs. The world has not even fully collapsed yet, and they are already burning homes. They really do not care if innocent people burn to death today. Now you and I know exactly where this is heading. No mercy allowed." He aimed his rifle straight down and spoke coldly. "Letting human garbage like this survive into the apocalypse will only bring more harm to innocent civilians. Not to mention they are a massive threat to our own safety right now." As soon as he finished speaking, the loud sound of gunfire echoed. Bang! Before the boss even realized what was happening, one of his arms was completely blown off in a flash. The sheer impact was absolutely brutal. Once the terrible pain registered, he collapsed to his knees and shrieked in agony. "Ah, my arm." Seeing this result, our hero felt a little disappointed. He sighed. "Wow, I actually missed my shot. I guess living peacefully for so long has made my perfect marksmanship a little bit rusty after all." Down below, the crowd burst into absolute panic. Holy crap, they have real guns up there. And that is a military assault rifle run away now. The whole gang scrambled wildly, desperately trying to flee for their lives. The bleeding boss roared, "Hurry up, fall back and cover me, that damn bastard. You just wait, I will kill you." The panicked thugs scrambled to follow him. Boss up above, Tudong calmly kept his eye on the target. He spoke. "Whatever starts today needs to be finished today. I absolutely hate leaving loose ends." A split second later, a massive hail of bullets rained down heavily. The thugs below were instantly torn apart. A few lucky survivors frantically climbed into their getaway trucks, completely terrified. The bleeding boss screamed, "Start the engine! Drive away right now." Uncle Thang saw the movement and yelled, "They are trying to start the trucks and run." Tudong smirked. "Relax, Uncle Thang. This is exactly why I brought a fully automatic weapon." With that, another wild storm of bullets fired directly below. The bullets completely shredded the getaway truck. Tudong emptied magazine after magazine, reloading with the cold, terrifying speed of a literal machine. Uncle Thang watched. He nervously wiped his sweat. The insane speed of his shooting and reloading was exactly like the skills of a fully trained veteran. It was incredible. What exactly is this kid's real background anyway? Meanwhile, down in the fiery courtyard, a chorus of agonizing screams echoed violently through the dark smoke. Stick with me because things just got real. A few moments later, the gang's truck was completely deformed, leaving absolutely zero signs of life inside it. "All right, you and I are jumping right in." Jiang Xiaoyong turns to Uncle Sheng. "Go grab Zhang Qi. We're fighting our way out together. Let's clear them all out." But then he stops dead in his tracks. Wait a second, he thinks to himself. We're still in the absolute earliest stage of the apocalypse. It's honestly way better to just let these thugs turn into zombies, then use them as live target practice for Zhang Qi and Sheng. He shakes his head. "Never mind, Uncle Sheng. No need to rush just yet." Confused, the older man immediately asks him, "But what about those guys lying outside? Are we seriously just going to leave them out there on the street? Jiang Xiaoyong just nods. Yeah, keep them there. I've got a special use for them. Meanwhile, out on the main highway, Li Shuxiong's car is absolutely tearing down the road. He's practically sweating. Are we almost there yet? He demands. Hearing this, Wen Shuya flashes a super sweet smile. Just at the very next intersection, she chirps. But seeing her act all cute like that, Jing rolls her eyes hard. She thinks to herself, oh, please, putting on that innocent face just because Li Shuxiong is watching. Does she really think I don't know exactly what her game is? Approaching the base area, Li Shuxiong finally hits the brakes. I'll park right here and wait for you guys, he says. Baby, just shoot me a quick text the second you get inside. Jing steps out of the car. All right, Wen Shuya, let's go, she orders. Ya blinks in total surprise. Wait, what, I have to go too? Jing glares right at her. Obviously. If you don't come along with me, how the heck am I supposed to know which factory we are looking for? Wen Shuya forces a totally fake smile. Oh, come on, you just walk straight ahead, you'll recognize the place immediately. Plus, walking 2 whole blocks in these heels is absolutely exhausting. But Jing is completely out of patience. She aggressively grabs the girl's arm. Who told you to wear high heels to the apocalypse anyway? Quit your whining and move. Wen Shuya tries to pull away one last time, crying out, ah, wait a second, my phone is still sitting inside the car. Jing scoffs. Just leave the dumb thing. I have mine right here in my pocket, and that is plenty. With that, the 2 girls start trekking toward the survivor base. The second they are out of sight, Li Shuxiong whips out his phone and dials his gang. Hey, tell the boys to get ready. The absolute second you hear my engine rev up, all of you charge straight in. A few blocks away, in a totally different van, a squad of fierce-looking thugs are gripping their weapons ready to strike. One guy holding a phone smirks. Loud and clear. The scene cuts right back to Jing and Wen Shuya walking down the street. Wen Shuya groans. Jing, seriously, why did you have to drag me all the way out here? Jing scoffs loudly. Please, we're both playing the same exact game here. You're super cunning. Did you really think you could fool me? Caught completely red-handed. Wen Shuya immediately plays the victim. Oh wow, you are being so incredibly unfair to me. I mean, I dressed up looking this gorgeous, just to guarantee we can actually lure Jiang Xiaoyong out. After all, he already knows exactly what is going on between you and Li Shuxiong anyway. But suddenly Jing stops dead in her tracks, her eyes going wide. Wait a second, what exactly is happening up ahead? Wen Shuya jumps at the tone of her voice. She gasps out loud as they both stare at the total destruction and dead bodies scattered everywhere, across the ground. Wen Shuya panics. Holy crap, what the heck is going on here? Was there a massive shootout or something? Terrified, she immediately hides behind Jing, looking wildly around the street. Jing. These guys are all completely dead. I really think we should just turn back right now. But Jing shakes her head. Look at the fresh blood. These guys just died very recently. Do you think 2 different groups got into a massive fight over Jiang Xiaoyong's hidden supplies? Realizing the danger, they both stare intensely at the fortress. Wen Shuya gulps. If that's true, then Jiang Xiaoyong must be in some seriously deep trouble right now, right? Jing scoffs coldly. Honestly, if that loser Jiang Xiaoyong ends up dead, it's really no big loss to us at all. I just need to know if he still has all those supplies. Wen Shuya is fully panicking now. Look, we seriously need to just turn around and head back. Let Li Shuxiong and his guys handle this mess. Jing aggressively shushes her. Keep your voice down. We are going to creep closer and just check if the factory gate is actually locked. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. Back at the van, one of the thugs is mutating into a full-blown zombie. It stares right at the girls with glowing red eyes. But the girls are completely clueless, creeping right up to the massive main gate. Wen Shuya smacks, the metal shocked by the insanely solid thud echoing back. She cannot even hide her surprise. Holy crap, this door is built like an absolute military bunker. And we literally can't see anything inside at all. The gate is completely locked tight, which basically confirms Jiang Xiaoyong is perfectly fine in there. But then suddenly, a sharp voice echoes right from above them. Hey, what do you 2 think you're doing? Both girls immediately snap their heads upward. Sheng is standing up there loudly, demanding answers. Who the heck are you 2? And how did you find this place? Wen Shuya quickly raises her hands in defense. Hey, take it easy, we are just old friends of Jiang Xiaoyong. Kui Jing steps forward, puffing out her chest. Actually, I happen to be Jiang Xiaoyong's girlfriend. Hearing this nonsense, Sheng just turns her head back inside. Hey Jiang Xiaoyong, there are 2 random girls out here, and one of them is claiming to be your girlfriend. Down below, Kui Jing is practically grinding her teeth in pure jealousy. No wonder that little bastard Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly changed his whole attitude toward me. Turns out he just found a brand new girlfriend. Wen Shuya frantically tries to calm her down. Kui Jing, are you crazy? Do not start showing your anger right now. This is super critical. Plus, that crazy woman up there is literally holding a crossbow. Are you sure Li Shuxiong can even handle someone with a weapon like that? Kui Jing just smirks. Relax, don't worry about it. He brought multiple handguns with him. The second we open this gate, he's going to blow Jiang Xiaoyong completely away. A minute later, Jiang Xiaoyong confidently steps up to the watchtower. He glares down at the street. Cui Jing and Wen Shuya, what the heck are you doing here? Then he immediately activates his special spiritual eye ability. Stick with me, because what he sees hovering above? Alright, you and I are about to see some instant karma. The 2 girls showed up furious, but Wen Shuya immediately tried flirting her way out. Oh, Xiao Yang, we're all friends here. Aren't we allowed to visit you? Things are incredibly chaotic out there right now, and we were honestly so worried about you. Aren't you worried about us too? Hearing this garbage, Jiang Xiaoyong just let out a cold, mocking laugh. Worried? Yeah, right, I guessed exactly what you were up to. That absolute scum Li Shuxiong is hiding right nearby, isn't he? Come on, how many guys did he bring? And what kind of weapons did he pack? Hearing him say this, the 2 girls totally froze in shock. Wait, how did he know? And right then, Jiang Xiaoyong didn't even hesitate. He fired a couple warning shots straight down at them. The 2 women instantly shrieked in absolute unfiltered panic. Cui Jing started screaming her head off. Jiang Xiaoyong, have you totally lost your mind? Why on earth are you shooting at us? Meanwhile, Wen Shuya was sweating bullets and desperately tried to stop her. Kui Jing, shut up. The guy literally has a gun. Speak nicely to him and don't make him mad. But Kui Jing just kept screaming. What are you so scared of? He doesn't have the guts to actually shoot me dead. Hearing her say that, Jiang Xiaoyong just smirked down at them. Oh, I don't have the guts to shoot you. Well, I've got something way better for you. Right at that moment, weird groaning noises started echoing from the shadows behind the girls. They slowly turned around, and what they saw next absolutely paralyzed them with fear. A literal horde of zombies was slowly standing up right behind them. Kui Jing violently shook. What in the world is that? Are they infected with that crazy flu bug? Wen Shuya was equally horrified. Wait, can a flu virus actually bring dead people back to life? Jiang Xiaoyong just stared down at them with totally dead, ice-cold eyes. I'm going to let you die right inside their jaws. The zombie horde by now was letting out these savage, horrific roars, and then they charged straight at the 2 women. Seeing the monsters, the girls immediately turned around and started sprinting for their lives. Meanwhile, Li Shuxiong was just chilling in his car when he heard them screaming. Li Shuxiong, help. The noise totally caught him off guard. Looking ahead, he saw Wen Shuya and Kui Jing sprinting toward him, their faces completely covered in ugly tears and snot as they desperately ran away from danger. Kui Jing was lagging behind, screaming out in pure terror. Li Shuxiong, please save me. Seeing the absolute nightmare unfolding right in front of his eyes, Li Shuxiong yelled out in a massive panic. Damn it, how did the infected ones get all the way out here? Without hesitating, he grabbed his radio. Turn the cars around. The infected are here. Turn around right now. When an actual zombie horde is literally breathing right down your neck, loyalty totally goes out the window. Li Shuxiong whipped his car around and hit the gas, completely abandoning the 2 girls who were still sprinting for their lives. Cui Jing saw his taillights fade and totally lost it. Li Shuxiong, you absolute coward, you worthless piece of trash. Right after screaming that, she wildly swung her heavy handbag in the air. I refuse to die like this. In an instant of pure panic, she chucked it at Wen Shuya, screaming, You worthless bitch. The heavy handbag tangled perfectly around Wen Shuya's legs. Tripping hard over the strap, she went violently slamming into the concrete, crying out in absolute agony. The zombies didn't need a second invitation. They violently lunged right at her. Wen Shuya desperately threw her hands up screaming, "Wait!" But the vicious horde was already on top of her, tearing into her flesh. She let out a blood-curdling scream, her eyes going completely red with pure, unadulterated hatred and terrifying resentment. "Cui Jing, you absolute monster, you vicious traitor, you're going to die a miserable death, I swear it." She coughed up thick blood. Meanwhile, Cui Jing was running for her life, without looking back, a wicked smirk on her face. "You totally deserved that. You deserved every single bit of it." Up above, Shan watched this entire brutal scene unfold from the watchtower, completely horrified by what he just witnessed. Suddenly, the system chimed in his head. Ding! Threat. Mission successfully completed. System points increased by 10. Current accumulated points now sit at exactly 18. Ding! A brand new objective has just been officially issued by the system. Street cleaning protocol. The mission requires the host to completely eliminate all infected targets and mutated monsters located just outside the main base. Current progress is 0%. Reward 10 points. Shan slowly turned his terrified gaze toward Jiang Xiaoyong and asked, "Wait, did they seriously turn into literal zombies just from breathing the open air?" Jiang Xiaoyong calmly nodded. "And here's where it gets wild. We have officially crossed the line into the apocalypse. The air out there is carrying a massive amount of alien infection from another dimension. Anyone who dies out in the open will mutate into a zombie. And honestly, even the people who are just injured or physically weak have an extremely high risk of mutating." Hearing this terrifying truth, Shan finally understood. Oh, so that is exactly how the airborne infection works. Jiang Xiaoyong turned his back to leave. "Gather everybody right now. We're having an emergency meeting." A little while later, inside a secure room, the surviving group was fully gathered. After spending time explaining exactly how this terrifying new apocalyptic world functioned, Jiang Xiaoyong gave his strict orders. So for the next 2 days, unless it's a matter of life or death, stay inside. Keep every single door and window locked tight so your bodies can slowly build up immunity to the airborne infection outside. That is literally the only way we reduce the mutation risk to 0. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyong drop this heavy knowledge, Zhang Qi couldn't hide his intense anxiety. Wait, what about Chen Chong? Meanwhile, back inside the medical bay, Chen Chong was lying incredibly still on the bed. But right across his bare skin, horrific glowing purple veins were surfacing. They were rapidly spreading across his body. Now, stick with me because, as bad as that was, the city was worse. Outside, an absolutely insane scene of pure chaos was unfolding. Desperate people were violently fighting each other in the streets just to hoard supplies while massive riots exploded everywhere. Looking down from a high-rise apartment window, Zhang Shengze felt a deep pit in his stomach. He sighed heavily. Things are totally falling apart out there. He finally turned away from the glass, looking back at his terrified wife and kid. "I have no choice. Tonight I absolutely have to hit the warehouse and grab whatever supplies are left." He grabbed her hands. "Zhao Li, you and Zhao Shuai stay right here. No matter who knocks on that door tonight, do not open it for anybody." "Understood." Right on cue, a massive banging on the door echoed through the room. Shengze jumped out of his skin. He shot a panicked look toward the entrance, immediately putting a finger to his lips. He desperately shushed his terrified wife and kid. "Zhang." Shengze gripped a golf club tight, creeping toward the door. That is when a totally familiar voice called out, "Hey brother, are you home?" Realizing who it was, he let out a massive breath. "Phew, Yang Dao, it is you." Relieved, Shengze unlocked the door. Big mistake. The second it opened, bam, a boot caught Shengze in the chest, sending him crashing down. Damn it, a whole squad of thugs stormed right in, violently pinning him straight to the floor. Glaring up at Yang Dao, Shengze snapped, "Let me go." When the guy just smirked, Shengze absolutely lost it. "Yang Dao, you bastard. What is this? I literally treated you like a brother." Yang Dao just burst out laughing, totally mocking him. "Treated me well? Oh please. To you, I was nothing but a pathetic guard dog." Shengze fired right back. "Where is your conscience? If it was not for me, how would you even pay rent?" Yang Dao just threw his hands up, grinning like a maniac. "Yeah, sure I made enough to scrape by while you bought multiple houses. Enough talking. Hand over the warehouse keys and give me the exact location right now. Hearing this demand, Shengze gritted his teeth, staying absolutely silent. He knew he was trapped. Seeing this stubborn silence, the thug marched straight over to Xiao Li and the kid. Yang Dao flashed a truly evil grin. Still playing the tough guy, he violently grabbed her by the hair. "Get over here," Xiao Li shrieked in absolute agony. Her young son, seeing his mom being tortured, screamed out, "I will kill you." The brave kid lunged forward and sank his teeth right into Yang Dao's hand. Wincing, the thug snarled, "You little rat, are you insane?" Without hesitation, he backhanded the poor kid straight across the face, roaring, "Get lost." The boy cried out, tumbling backward onto the floor. Watching his kid get hit, Shengze went completely berserk, screaming, "You cowardly scum! Fight me like a real man. Leave my family out of this." Yang Dao just smirked coldly. "Relax. Play nice, and they stay completely safe. Now, take us to the stash." Having zero choices left, Shengze finally led the ruthless gang straight over to his hidden warehouse. But scanning the completely bare shelves, Yang Dao looked visibly ticked off. "Wait, this is all you have?" Shengze scoffed. "Did you not just find a massive buyer? Everything is gone. Even the expired junk is totally cleared out." Hearing that, Yang Dao rubbed his chin. "Jiang Xiaoyong," he muttered. A twisted, greedy smile crept across his face as he looked back at Shengze. "If we manage to raid all the supplies hoarded in Xiaoyong's factory, we will be living like kings forever." Shengze immediately shot that down. "I highly suggest dropping that suicide mission. Last time I was there, I saw him packing serious heat right on his hip. That kid definitely knew this apocalyptic nightmare was coming way before anyone else did. Trust me." Yang Dao let out a dark chuckle. "Well, that is entirely your problem to figure out." Shengze froze, stammering. "What are you getting at?" Yang Dao smirked. "You steal Xiaoyong's stash and your family stays breathing. Sounds like a totally fair trade, right?" Backed into a hopeless corner, Shengze could only grit his teeth. "All right, let us switch gears back to Xiaoyong's fortified base, where horrifying guttural growls were echoing through the halls. Inside the medical room, everyone stared at Chen Chong with absolute sheer panic. Their friend was already gone, fully mutated into a zombie. He violently thrashed against his heavy restraints, his mouth snapping as endless, monstrous noises escaped his throat. Seeing their loyal friend reduced to this, Zhang Qi's squad was absolutely devastated. Lao Si, watching him twist and snarl like a rabid beast, literally broke down crying. Meanwhile, Yiming took one look at the horrifying sight and coldly gritted his teeth. "Just kill him." The room went dead silent. Xiaoyong slowly shifted his piercing gaze right onto Yiming. Zhang Qi instantly flared up, completely disgusted. "What the hell did you just say?" Yiming just folded his arms, totally unfazed. "He is already dead. If we do not handle this right now, he is going to break out and infect everyone else here." Lao Si furiously stepped up. "He is our brother. Are you seriously just going to execute him without even trying to find a cure?" Watching the chaos unfold, Xiaoyong finally delivered the harsh truth. He is right. Once the virus takes over, there is no coming back. Lao Si looked at him in total shock. "Brother Yong, no." But without hesitation, Xiaoyong unsheathed a heavy combat knife from his side and shoved the hilt straight toward Yiming. "Take it." The loudmouth suddenly panicked, taking a step back. What Xiaoyong ordered coldly, "Do it. End him." Staring at the gleaming blade in Xiaoyong's steady hand, Yiming started trembling uncontrollably. Smelling his fear, Xiaoyong stepped uncomfortably close. "Did you not just beg for a weapon? Here it is. Now use it and free him." Suddenly, another hand reached out and firmly gripped the knife. It was Zhang Qi. "Brother Yong," he whispered. You and I can see the sheer heartbreak in his eyes, but his voice never wavered. "I will do it." Xiaoyong gently kept his grip on the steel blade, testing Zhang Qi's resolve. "Are you absolutely sure? What if I am completely wrong about the cure? If you sink this blade down, you will have to live as a murderer forever." Zhang Qi did not even blink, answering firmly. "I completely trust you, Xiaoyong." Zhangqi.na. Zhang Qi. "All right, let's jump right in." Hearing that Jiang Xiaoyong drops, the blade nods and chuckles. Do it. Jiang Qi slowly steps up to the hospital bed. He clenches his fists tight, gritting his teeth as he stares at his own brother lying there helpless. After a long moment of painful hesitation, he bites the bullet, chokes back tears, and swings the knife high. He's decided to free his friend. But just as the blade is about to hit Chen Chong, it suddenly stops dead in the air. It's Jiang Xiaoyong. He actually reaches out and grabs Jiang Qi's hand. Jiang Qi looks over totally shocked. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, he asks. Jiang Xiaoyong just stares at a system panel that just popped up in front of him. Everyone get out, he orders. His condition is a little special. I still need him. Right at that moment, the glowing system interface clearly displays a massive new notification for him. It says a rare variant has been detected. The group leaves and the hospital room door clicks shut. Now the only people left inside this quiet room are Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong. He lowers his voice. Chen Chong right. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Chen Chong is just constantly making these weird, choked, guttural noises. Jiang Xiaoyong leans in real close and whispers, I have a very important mission that I need to hand over to you. Cutting over to the inner city, Sheng Zhe's vehicle is absolutely tearing down the streets, speeding like crazy straight toward Jiang Xiaoyong's main base. The car smashes into some random scattered rocks on the road, making the steering wheel wobble violently. And then, completely out of nowhere, the whole out-of-control car crashes straight into a street billboard. Sheng Zhe crawls out groaning. Man, my luck is absolute trash today. He clutches his head and stumbles toward the base. At least I'm almost there, he mutters. He's so busy looking ahead that he has zero clue what's right behind him. A zombie is quietly creeping up on his back. Suddenly it lets out a vicious growl and lunges straight for Sheng Zhe. Total jump scare. Sheng Zhe yelps in absolute panic, but before he can even react, the zombie is already on him. It takes a massive bite right out of his arm. He screams out in sheer terror. Then, using every ounce of strength he has, he violently shoves the undead monster away. Right after that, he scrambles back to his wrecked car and grabs a heavy metal rod from inside. Sheng Zhe spins around and swings it straight at the monster's head, yelling, "Screw you, you freak." He just keeps swearing while relentlessly bashing the rod into the zombie's skull. It's a brutal scene. A whole series of loud thuds and cracking bones echo out. Snap, crunch. Once he has completely beaten the zombie into an unrecognizable mangled mess on the cold ground, Sheng Zhe is panting hard. Damn it, I can't stay here, he gasps. With that, he grabs his bleeding injured arm and starts limping heavily toward the base. Now over at the base entrance, those thug zombies are still just wandering around outside. Jiang Xiaoyong slowly cracks the door open to take a look, and then leads Shan Zhangqi and the rest of the crew outside. Shan stares down at her own hands. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, wearing all this protective gear, is seriously annoying, and it's uncomfortable too. Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately replies, zombies have zero logic or reasoning. Because of that, their strength is way higher than a normal person's. They're extremely dangerous. With the absolute lack of combat experience you guys have right now, getting injured is way too easy. You must wear the armor. Once you all actually have solid experience, you can take it off. It won't be too late then. After that, the whole group sneaks around the back, slowly creeping up on the zombie horde. Jiang Xiaoyong holds up a hand signaling them to stop. Get ready, he says. We're already inside the zombie's detection range. Sheng just gives a tight nod. Right behind him, the younger crew follows his lead, whispering in unison, "We're all set." At that exact moment, a zombie totally spots them. It violently snaps around, locking its dead, creepy eyes right onto the group. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately yells out a warning. "We've been spotted. Everyone prep for combat right now." He glances back. "Remember exactly what I told you guys. Work together as a team and definitely maintain your spacing." Right then, the zombie in front of them is already sprinting over at full speed. It swings wildly, trying to grab Jiang Xiaoyong, but quick as lightning. Jiang Xiaoyong sidesteps and dodges the attack effortlessly. He shouts out again, "The exact second a zombie misses its strike is our golden opportunity. Quickly aim for the temples and the back of the neck." As soon as he says that, Lao Si charges forward. Swinging the blade in his hand, he yells out a battle cry. Then he chops straight down onto the zombie's forehead. The zombie doesn't even get a scratch, but Lao Si immediately grabs his wrist, whining. Ah, that hurts so bad. Seeing that Jiang Xiaoyong quickly reminds them, the upper skull is the absolute hardest bone. You won't do any real damage, and it'll just leave your hands completely numb. Xiao Jie is a perfect example of what not to do. Right after that, the zombie lunges straight at Lao Si again. He frantically raises his blade to block the attack. The zombie doesn't even hesitate. It bites down hard directly onto the metal blade in Lao Si's hands, staring at him with a seriously terrifying, hungry look. Seeing this, he panics completely and screams out, "Crap, crap, crap. Somebody help me, Zhang Qi, save me." Looking at exactly how he managed to block the zombie's vicious bite, Jiang Xiaoyong actually smiles with pure satisfaction. "Very nice," he says. "Blocking like that is exactly right, Zhang Qi. Your teammate needs some backup over there." The second he stops speaking, Zhang Qi is already rushing in, winding up the baseball bat in his hands. He aims directly for the back of the zombie's neck and brings it, smashing down. Standing off to the side, just watching, Jiang Xiaoyong puts his hands on his hips. "Great job, but one hit isn't enough. Everyone keep attacking." Hearing that, the whole crew jumps in at once, relentlessly beating down on the zombie with everything they've got. Meanwhile, right behind Jiang Xiaoyong, another one is slowly creeping up. After an absolutely chaotic, dusty beatdown, Zhang Qi turns around, grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, how did we do?" Jiang Xiaoyong smirks and laughs. "Haha, you did all right. But you and I know it's not over." The zombie behind him suddenly lunges forward. Seeing, Zhang Qi panicked and yelled out, "Watch out, Jiang Xiaoyong!" The zombie opened its jaws, aiming straight at Jiang Xiaoyong's shoulder to bite down. But boom, faster than lightning, a hand grabbed its head, stopping it cold. Jiang Xiaoyong held the zombie's head and shouted, "Did you guys forget everything I told you? Never, ever drop your guard and stop watching your surroundings." The group just stayed silent, taking the scolding. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengze finally reached the base. He hid behind a concrete block, peeking out. "Damn it, there are already crazy infected roaming around here. Is that guy?" Jiang Xiaoyong, already dead. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind the car. "Your teammates behind you need backup. Always stay alert." Zhang Shengze looked suspiciously toward where the sound came from. He muttered in doubt, "Wait a minute. This voice. That's definitely Jiang Xiaoyong." Thinking that, he immediately crept closer to the vehicle. Jiang Shengze peeked over, completely baffled. Are Jiang Xiaoyong and his crew actually hunting these infected? Now watch this. Right under the car, a zombie woke up. It glared straight at Zhang Shengze with glowing eyes. It was Wen Shuya. After getting absolutely swarmed by the zombie horde earlier, she had fully mutated. She reached out and grabbed Zhang Shengze's leg. Startled, he let out a terrified scream, falling backward onto the dirt. Seeing what exactly just grabbed his foot, absolute horror filled his eyes. The zombie immediately lunged forward, swiping its razor-sharp claws right at his face. Zhang Shengze cried out in pure helplessness. "Damn it, no, I'm dead." Right at that moment, bang, a loud gunshot rang out, sending flesh flying everywhere. Zhang Shengze stared with wide eyes, screaming in total shock. It was Jiang Xiaoyong. With just one single bullet, half of the zombie's head got completely blown away. Pushing the zombie's body aside, Zhang Shengze panted heavily, gasping for air. Jiang Xiaoyong lowered his gun and asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Shengze slowly walked over and stammered, Brother Yang, I finally lived long enough to see you again." Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes darted down to his arm, right where he was bitten earlier. He instantly aimed his gun right at Zhang Shengze. "You've been bitten." Waving his hands in total panic, Zhang Shengze begged, "Brother Yang, wait, don't shoot, please spare me, I just have something I need to tell you." Keeping his stance, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "Talk, but don't take another step closer." Tears welled up in Zhang Shengze's eyes. Full of resentment, he cried, "Brother Yang, I know I'm a goner. It won't be long before I turn into one of those crazy monsters." Pausing there, he couldn't hold back his tears and shouted, "But that bastard, Yang Dao, he actually kidnapped my wife and kid. He used them to force me into tricking you so he could steal your supplies. I know I'm not some noble hero or anything like that, but I never did anything truly evil. My family is completely innocent." Those absolute animals will never let them walk free. Their fate is going to be far worse than mine. Brother Yang, please, I'm begging you, you have to help me. Take care of them. Just consider it. Payback for me helping you hoard all those supplies. Hearing those desperate words, Jiang Xiaoyong stayed silent. Even though the guy's original goal was just making money, objectively speaking, he really did help out quite a bit. Glancing back at his own group, he figured his fortress still had plenty of space left over. Plus, having more guys than girls threw the ratio off anyway. Suddenly the system's voice chimed in. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled to himself. A quest reward for this, and the payout is actually huge. The glowing system. Get this. The panel just popped up. New quest entrusting family. Objective rescue the wife and child of Zhang Sheng. G. Current progress 0%. Reward points 25. Active quest street cleanup. Quest requirement completely wipe out the infected and monsters outside the city walls. Current progress 70%. Reward 10 points. After reading the quest board, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "Relax. I'll handle the situation with your wife and kid." Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong stuttered in pure disbelief, asking, "Really, Brother Yang, seriously?" He immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing hard. "Brother Yang, I Jiang Xiaoyong could never repay you in this life. In my next life, I swear I'll be your loyal beast of burden." After saying that, he just stayed kneeling right there, completely surrendering. He was just waiting for death. "Brother Yang, do it." Jiang Xiaoyong looked completely surprised. "Do what exactly?" Jiang Shengze closed his eyes. "End it. I refuse to turn into a crazy monster and put my family in danger later." Jiang Xiaoyong stayed silent, not giving him an answer. He turned to Shan instead. "Meng Shan, go grab a bicycle from the storage and give it to him." Surprised, Shan let out a confused noise, but turned around and left anyway. Turning back to Zhang Shengze, Jiang Xiaoyong said, "Just go. Get as far away from here as you possibly can. Avoid the crowds. Find somewhere empty." Hearing that, Jiang Shengze was totally stunned. But why? Jiang Xiaoyong simply replied, "You don't need to understand why. Right now, your time is running out. Just make the most of what you have left." Jiang Shengze sighed heavily and said, "All right, I understand. Thank you." Soon after, Jiang Shengze pedaled that bike with everything he had. "All right, you and I are jumping back in." He sped off like a rocket. Only one thought in his mind, his wife and son. Thang Triet's face showed rage and absolute hatred for Duong Dao's gang. But worse, the zombie virus was literally crawling up his face right now. Anyway, back to Tudung's squad. The whole crew was busy clearing out the zombie bodies outside the door. They piled those nasty things into a massive mountain, then dumped gasoline all over them, and finally flicked a lighter. A massive fireball erupted, swallowing the horde whole and slowly turning every single one of them back to ashes. One guy wiped his forehead. "Man, I am completely dead tired today." Then the system interface suddenly chimed in. "Ding, the street cleaning quest is officially completed. System points increased by 10. The current point total is sitting right at 28. Reading the screen, Tudung nodded. "Look, with the combat strength and survival experience you all have right now, having 2 or 3 people team up with basic melee weapons to hunt stray zombies safely. That is absolutely no problem at all. You won't even catch a scratch. But facing a whole zombie pack or a full-blown horde, yeah, that is pure suicide right now." With that said, Tudung turned around and walked off. "Just follow me." A minute later, the whole crew was standing right outside the main warehouse. Tudung asked Uncle Thang. Old Man Thang perked up immediately. "Yeah, I am right here. What is going on, Tudung?" Tudung held up a heavy metal key. He looked serious. "There is a whole stash of weapons hidden in this warehouse. I am heading into the city tonight. For the safety of the base, I am leaving this place in your hands." Old Thang took the key, looking worried. "The city is a total war zone right now. Are you really planning to go alone?" Hearing that, Truong, Tree, and Tu Giai stepped right up. "Big brother Tudung, the 3 of us are going with you." Tudung shook his head. "No way. You guys just cannot handle that level of danger yet. If you tag along right now, you would just be a massive liability out there." "Uncle Thang, I am counting on you." Old Thang looked him dead in the eye. "Do not worry, Tudung. Just make sure you stay safe out there." Fast forward to the afternoon. Tudong tossed some weapons into his ride and drove off. He opened up the system shop, but the shelves were completely empty. He started sweating. Man, this shop updates its daily item stock way too slow. So he just hit the manual refresh button. Look, the difficulty level of this upcoming city mission is pretty brutal. Just to be totally safe, I guess. I will have to refresh it the expensive way. Immediately the screen lit up. Ding, manual refresh successful. Deducting exactly 2 system points. Current balance is 26. Instantly fresh loot popped up in the shop menu. First up, the system black tech supply box, level 1, costs 20 points. Next, the life-saving medical supply box, level 1, 5 points. Then the heavy weapon supply box, level 1, 5 points. But manual refresh now costs 4 points. Tudong groaned at the screen. Are you kidding me? I only refreshed the shop one single time and it already doubled from 2 points to 4. Yeah, I definitely need to start saving my points. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking hard. Burning points for a shop reroll is a total flex, but luckily I have just enough. Without hesitating, he tapped the shiny black tech supply box. The system immediately dinged. Level 1, black tech supply box. Successfully purchased minus 20 points. Your current balance is now a measly 6 points. Suddenly, right there inside his car, an absolutely blinding flash of light erupted. The system screen flashed. Black tech supply box has been fully opened. Reward physical enhancement serum +5. Tudong quickly threw his hands over his eyes. Whoa, what in the world was that? Did I just get hit by a literal flashbang? Blinking the spots away, he grabbed the glowing serum vial, completely speechless. Holy crap. A solid +5 to my physical stats in one shot. Without wasting another second, he jammed the syringe right into his arm. Better use this right now. Instantly, an insane surge of raw power exploded through his veins. Tudong gritted his teeth, barely holding it together. Whoa. A second later, his updated stat panel popped up. Physical attribute 13, 260% stronger than a normal human, skills mind, eye, and spatial ring. Meanwhile, back at Trong Thang Triet's apartment. In the bedroom, Tule was desperately hugging little Tu Soai. Don't be scared, Daddy will be back soon. Suddenly the door kicked open. Duong Dao and that buzz creep strolled right in. Tula panicked, backing up. What do you guys want? Duong Dao stepped up, grabbing her arm with a completely disgusting grin. What do we want? Just looking to quench our thirst, obviously. Before she could react, he viciously ripped her shirt. Tula screamed in absolute terror. No, get away from me. But then the buzzcut guy also rushed in for the sick fun. The two of them pinned her down, laughing while she kicked and begged. Please, let me go. But right then, footsteps echoed from behind. The long-haired boss walked in looking annoyed. What are you idiots doing? Keep it down. The buzzcut guy grinned. Hey boss. Lai, come join the party, boss. Lai instantly snapped. Are you completely brain dead? Our actual mission isn't even finished yet. Focus on the job first and let her go. The buzzcut creep groaned, visibly annoyed by the buzzkill. Seriously? Why not? It is not like this is our first time doing something like this. Boss Lai glared daggers at him. You idiots, if you ruin his wife now and this crazy woman decides to just kill herself, then her husband has nothing left to lose. He will hunt us down and fight to the death. Nobody wins that trade, do you understand? He lowered his voice, smirking. Just wait until the husband is completely dealt with. Then we can all take turns. She is not going anywhere anyway. Hearing that twisted logic, the two creeps finally backed off. Damn it, fine. You completely ruined the mood, boss. Duong Dao turned back with a sick grin. Wait for me. The door slammed shut. You and I know her husband is going to unleash absolute hell. All right, you and I are jumping right into the apocalypse. Night falls fast out here. Over on the desolate highway, the zombie horde is still endlessly wandering, hungry for flesh. A car comes speeding through the darkness. Inside, Jiang Xiaoyong sits quietly running the numbers. 13 physical points means doubled stats. Even his reaction time and total body control have visibly leveled up. Out on the road, wrecked cars are scattered everywhere. But with reflexes almost 3 times higher than a normal person, he casually swerves past every single obstacle. This feeling is incredible, he mutters. Soon enough, the car rolls right into the city limits, where a massive undead pack stands blocking the street. Jiang Xiaoyong steps out, scanning the area. Heading forward means hitting the inner city. Driving would draw way too much attention, so he has to proceed on foot. He shuts the door. Suddenly, a nasty guttural growling from right behind him instantly grabs his attention. He spins around to find two zombies rushing him like absolute maniacs. The first one lets out a sickening hiss and violently lunges. Jiang Xiaoyong swiftly sidesteps, dodging the attack with zero effort. Then, he hooks his arm right around the monster's shoulder, locking it in place. With a brutal judo throw, he sends it flying right into the second zombie. Next, he pulls a wicked blade from his spatial ring. He stands totally calm, eyeing the two grounded monsters before dashing forward with speed that literally tears the wind. In a flash, he unleashes two ruthless slashes. Just a blink of an eye, and both zombie heads hit the dirt. Game over. He sheathes his blade. Strength and reaction time. It is an absolute crush against these early zombies. Is this really what it feels like? To have double normal human stats, plus, my perception is insane now. Suddenly, a panicked shout cuts through the quiet air, catching his attention. Damn it, we are totally surrounded. Jiang Xiaoyong zeroes in on the distant noise. Sounds like it is about 800 meters away. Right on cue, the screaming came from a nearby store where a rabid horde is mindlessly smashing their heads against the glass door. Meanwhile, inside the shop, a cop clutching a gun yells out, "Hurry up! Bring more heavy stuff over here." The terrified teenager nearby looks over at his dad, tears welling up in his eyes. "Dad, are we really gonna die in here?" Hearing this, the man grits his teeth. No way. These monsters cannot get inside. And even if they do, worst case scenario, we just get to reunite with your mother. Hearing that, the poor kid just bursts into loud sobbing. The cop shoots them a dirty look. "Damn it, Old Tong, do you even know how to comfort people? You are making things worse." Old Tong snaps back. "Comfort people? Man, if I knew how to talk, I would have been a building manager ages ago." The cop glares outside at the horde, gritting his teeth hard. Damn it all. Is this really how we die today? But you and I know who is outside. Suddenly, the brutal sound of blades slicing rings out fresh streaks of blood splatter violently across the glass, sending the survivors into total panic mode. What is going on out there? The very next second, a zombie missing half its head smashes its gruesome face against the door. The teenager freaks out, falls backward and screams his lungs out. The mangled corpse slowly slides down, leaving a thick trail of blood on the glass. A few tense seconds pass. Dead silence. The cop, still terrified by what he just witnessed, pants heavily to catch his breath. "Listen, Old Tong, you and Zixuan, you two need to start moving the barricades away." He aims his gun at the door on high alert. "Use the elevator. Keep it dead quiet." Old Tong nervously nods in agreement. A minute later, the entrance is cleared. The cop cautiously pokes his head outside, only to see the entire zombie horde wiped out completely. The group slowly steps out, absolutely stunned. "Who in the world did this?" Old Tong asks in shock. His son, Zixuan, pale with fear, stammers, "It has to be a mutant, definitely a mutant." Old Tong frowns at him. "A mutant? What on earth is a mutant?" Zixuan replies, "They are way stronger and faster than normal zombies. Every single comic novel and video game sets them up exactly like that." Hearing this nonsense, Old Tong absolutely loses his temper. "Comics, novels, video games. You waste your life on that garbage every day. No wonder your grades are dead last." Watching this father and son duo bickering during the apocalypse, the cop rolls his eyes. "Old Tong, your EQ is 0. Why are you lecturing him at a time like this? Stick with me and keep your eyes peeled. We cannot let some mutant ambush us." The group tightens up and slowly moves forward. "Watch your sectors," the cop orders as they creep toward the designated gathering point. But as they round a dark corner, the cop abruptly raises his fist. "Hold up." The others freeze in confusion. "What is it? What is that thing?" Up ahead, Jiang Xiaoyong is just casually standing there, staring at his floating system panel. Encounter quest. Rescue complete. Easy money. 5 system points added. Current total is now 11 points. Zixuan stares at Jiang Xiaoyong's shadowy figure, trembling with fear. A mutant. That guy is definitely a terrifying mutant. The cop squints through the dark and shakes his head. "Honestly, he looks like a regular survivor to me." Jiang Xiaoyong turns around with a smirk. "Mutant, huh? You have a wild imagination, kid." We are not at the stage where mutants roam the streets just yet. Seeing a fellow human, the cop instantly lights up with relief. I knew it, an actual survivor. He rushes over to him. Listen, kid, walking around outside by yourself is way too dangerous right now. In this apocalypse, we have to stick together to survive. If you want to survive, follow us. Jiang Xiaoyong just stared at the guy and asked, Who exactly are you people? Is it just the few of you? He glanced around while replying. We're out scavenging for supplies. There's actually a decent number of civilians gathered over at Lotus Gardens. Jiang Xiaoyong perked up. Lotus Gardens? I think there's a place called Goldhaven Manor. Not too far from there, right? Old Tong heard that and nodded. Yeah, not far at all. Just one street over. Then he walked up, patted Jiang Xiaoyong's shoulder, and said, Listen, little brother. Stick with us. There's strength in numbers. Captain Li Hongli has a gun, and when it comes to fighting those monsters, we have the experience to keep you totally safe. Hearing old Tong say that Captain Li Hongli turned around with a reassuring nod and a smile. Seeing their genuine enthusiasm, Jiang Xiaoyong just smiled back. Haha, sounds great. Thanks everyone. Let's pause here. You and I know he's playing along. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong followed, the group out. Old Tong, still curious, asked, Hey kid, you asking about Goldhaven Manor? Are you trying to meet up with someone important? Jiang Xiaoyong just gave a simple, yeah. The old man pressed on, family member. Or a girlfriend maybe. He patted Jiang Xiaoyong's shoulder again. Listen right now, it's the apocalypse. No matter who you're looking for, there's a really high chance they're already dead. You need to mentally prepare yourself for that. Captain Li Hongli heard that and gritted his teeth. He's right. Even if they didn't get torn apart by those infected crazies, there's still a chance they ran into those absolute animals. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong looked confused and asked what animals he meant. Captain Li Hongli explained it was a ruthless gang of thugs currently occupying the Emerald Hills villas on the east side. To survive, they won't hesitate for a second to slaughter other innocent survivors. We clashed with them once before. A lot of our good teammates died by their hands. At this point, he just waved his hand dismissively. Let's not talk about it. Bottom line, if you meet other survivors out here, you have to stay on high alert. Li Hongli kept talking totally, unaware that right in front of him, a zombie was rapidly closing in. Zixuan spotted it and screamed, Uncle Li Hongli, watch out. Hearing that, Li Hongli frantically snapped his head around. The second he turned, the undead freak lunged straight at him. He didn't hesitate and fired exactly 2 shots into the zombie. Taking 2 clean hits, the thing dropped dead instantly. Li Hongli narrowly escaped, dripping with cold sweat, and gritted out. Son of a bitch. But here's where it gets crazy. The nearby zombies heard those gunshots. Now they all started darting their eyes around looking for the source. Li Hongli's yelling and the gunfire pulled the attention of every single monster straight toward them. Panicking, the old guy frantically scanned his surroundings. What do we do now? Stay calm. Suddenly, he spotted an abandoned bus sitting just a little ways down the road and yelled, I got it. He immediately turned to the group. Quick, get inside that bus over there. Without another word, the whole crew sprinted desperately toward the vehicle. Jiang Xiaoyong watched the guy's reaction and smirked to himself. Running blindly like this was highly likely to alert even more zombies. But that bus, it was an enclosed space, actually perfectly suited for mounting a solid defense. The only downside was that once you're trapped inside, there is no way out. Thinking about this, he muttered his assessment out loud. Yeah, I'd give his crisis judgment skills a solid 70 points. Seeing him still just standing there blankly, Li Hongli frantically urged him on. Kid, hurry up and get on the bus. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't waste time and immediately vaulted right inside. The second Jiang Xiaoyong got on Li Hongli, slammed the door shut and yelled, Kid, check every single seat to make sure there's no crazy, infected hiding in here. Zixuan peered out the window and shouted in sheer panic, They aren't giving up. They're still swarming right toward us. Hearing that, Li Hongli snapped his gaze outside, gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, were we too slow. Outside, the massive horde of zombies was going absolutely berserk, smashing against the doors. More and more gathered, completely surrounding the bus. Seeing this terrifying sight, Li Hongli couldn't help but swear violently. Damn it. The door looked like it was about to burst wide open. Li Hongli used every ounce of his strength to brace against it urgently, screaming, I can't hold it much longer, ugh. But right at that critical moment, a hand reached out. With just one effortless push, Jiang Xiaoyong shoved the door back perfectly into place. Witnessing this insane display of raw power, Li Hongli was absolutely stunned. So strong. Jiang Xiaoyong just glanced over at Li Hongli and calmly said, As long as I'm watching this door, it's not opening. Tell the others to smash the windows and counterattack. Hearing that, Li Hongli quickly scrambled toward the back, stuttering outright. Immediately after the bus's glass windows were shattered outward, the horde of undead immediately noticed and surged blindly toward the broken windows. Suddenly, a sharp object violently pierced straight through one of their rotting skulls. Old Tong wildly stabbed at the monsters, roaring, Just die already. Right behind him, Zixuan and another girl were pulling him back with all their might. Li Hongli tightly gripped his gun and gritted his teeth. There are way too many of these freaks. A handful of bullets won't be enough. The second he said that, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up. Use this. Hearing him, Li Hongli whipped around. Jiang Xiaoyong was casually holding a heavy crossbow. The older man looked totally baffled. Where the hell did you get a crossbow? Jiang Xiaoyong tossed the weapon over, claiming he just casually picked it up earlier. Right. After that, Li Hongli aimed the crossbow, teaming up with Old Tong to clear out the undead. Eat garbage, you crawling freaks, the men yelled. As they slaughtered the horde, they cursed up a storm. A while later, the zombies were completely cleared out. The whole group cautiously stepped off the bus to check the area. Zixuan, having barely survived, started talking like an absolute gamer, turning disaster into safety twice. This definitely isn't a coincidence. We are totally the chosen ones of this apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately shut that down. And honestly, you and I both know he's completely right. Stay cautious. Don't make any more careless mistakes. Meanwhile, the scene suddenly shifts back over to the main base, where a voice echoes out, I really hope that. Yiming suddenly speaks up. Things are going smoothly on Xiaoyong's end. I'll take the night watch today. Seeing him voluntarily step up like this, Xiaojia nudges his shoulder. Whoa, why so proactive today? Hearing this, Yiming instantly feels a wave of guilt. He snaps back. Nonsense. When am I not proactive? Just worry about yourself, man. Seeing him suddenly blow up out of nowhere, Xiaojia is totally confused. What's the deal? Why such a massive overreaction? Sheng chimes in. All right then, if Yiming is volunteering for the job, the rest of you head back and rest up. You need to be careful out there, Yiming. If anything happens, wake everyone immediately. He simply replies, Don't worry about it. Soon night falls, and we see Yiming sitting, all alone in the watchtower. It is late. Everyone must be dead asleep by now. He turns to leave, muttering to himself, This cannot wait. I have to finish this before Jiang Xiaoyong gets back. We cut over to Sheng's room. He is currently sleeping soundly. Now, you and I know this is bad. Suddenly, the door slowly creaks open, and a sliver of light spills through the crack. Yiming stands outside, peeking into the room, observing in total silence. He creeps quietly toward the bed, where Sheng is sleeping, slowly reaching out for that key near the pillow. But right at that moment, Sheng's eyes snap open. He shoots up and yells, What the hell are you doing? Yiming panics hard, thinking, Oh crap. Without hesitating, he throws a brutal punch straight into Sheng's face. The old man groans in pain, and Yiming instantly snatches the key. Then he bolts out of there like his life depends on it. Sheng screams out, Lu Yiming, You absolute bastard. What are you doing? Give that key back right now. Shan and Zhang Qi jolt awake from the noise, rushing out to ask, What is going on? Sheng holds his face, wincing in absolute pain. Lu Yiming, that punk just stole the key to our armory. We have to stop him right now. Hearing that, all three of them immediately sprint after Yiming, shouting, Lu Yiming, what the hell are you doing? Stop right there. Meanwhile, Yiming rushes past a bunch of wooden shelves and tables in the hallway. He violently knocks them all over, trying to block Zhang Qi's group. Seeing their only path completely blocked by the mess, Zhang Qi grits his teeth in pure anger. Damn it, that rotten little brat. By now, Lu Yiming has already reached the infirmary door. He flashes a wicked grin, muttering, No turning back now. And with that, he walks right up to Chen Chong's hospital bed. Yiming reaches out toward the heavy ropes binding him. But suddenly, Chen Chong lets out a terrifying roar, swinging his free hand to grab him. In a split second, Yiming leaps backward, dodging the attack and yelling out in pure panic. Holy crap, sweating bullets, he stares at Chen Chong's free hand, gritting his teeth. Why the hell is one side of his ropes so loose? Did they seriously mess up the knot earlier? Then that sinister smile returns. Well, at least I don't have to risk untying him. A moment later, Jiang Qi's group finally catches up and reaches the infirmary. Seeing Chen Chong completely loose out in the open, all three of them freeze in their tracks. That absolute bastard Lu Yiming actually let Chen Chong out. Is he trying to get us all killed? Sheng finally catches up to them, panting hard. Damn it all, I never imagined this brat was such an absolute animal. I was totally blind. Shan nervously speaks up, asking, "What do we do now, old man? Every single one of our weapons is locked inside that storage room." Lao, Sheng replies firmly. "No matter what happens, we need to work together and shove that monster back into the infirmary first." He then points over toward Jiang Qi and Xiao Jia, instructing them. "Split up, use the exact method Xiaoyong taught us before. And whatever you do, absolutely, make sure you do not get bitten by him." With that plan set, all four of them quietly creep up right behind Chen Chong. Someone gives the signal. Now is the moment all four of them rush forward. Jiang Qi quickly circles behind, wrapping his arms around Chen Chong in a tight chokehold. Her, Xiao Jia, and Shan each grab one of his arms, shouting, "We got him completely pinned." Seeing this, Sheng quickly throws open the infirmary door, shouting out, "Carefully push him back inside." He quickly signals the countdown. 3, 2, 1, push. With all their strength combined, the group fiercely forces Chen Chong right into the infirmary. Jiang Qi slams the door and instantly locks it. Sheng stares inside, noticing Chen Chong isn't even trying to resist, which leaves him completely puzzled. Someone murmurs, "Is it just me? Because pinning him down didn't actually take that much effort." Another person quickly chimes in, agreeing entirely. "Yeah, I got the exact same feeling." Sheng shifts his gaze toward the direction Yiming vanished, his face twisting in absolute anger. He curses, "Damn it, we wasted too much time here. That animal definitely grabbed the weapons by now." And right on cue, Lu Yiming pops his head out smirking. "Oh my, who exactly are we calling an animal?" Yiming has officially returned firmly, gripping a loaded gun in his hand, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, I have no idea which warehouse that bastard Jiang Xiaoyong hid the heavy weapons in. I only managed to find one single gun, inside the whole armory. But hey, it is more than enough to deal with you guys. Once I am done with you, I will find the rest myself." With that, he aims the gun straight at Sheng's group, barking out an order. "Start moving, get to the back room right now." Hearing this, Jiang Qi finally speaks up, stuttering in disbelief. "Lu Yiming, what are you doing? Brother Xiaoyong saved all of our lives." Hearing this naive plea, he just scoffs with a petty, villainous tone. A favor that massive is basically a grudge. Look at his everyday arrogant attitude. Just because he saved our lives once, I bet he expects us to be his loyal slaves forever. Hearing this twisted logic, Sheng simply cannot hold back. "Humph, you idiot. Some people are just born ungrateful. You can't change them." Xiao Jia tried to step in, begging Lu Yiming to stop acting like this, but Yiming total arrogance. He told her to shut up and just follow his orders. Meanwhile, Chen Chong stood back watching everything unfold in absolute silence. His eyes were bloodshot, glowing bright red with pure rage. Outside, Yiming's voice barked out another order to get moving. Chen Chong just stood there. Gripping the keys tight, he slowly approached the door. "All right, you and I are shifting over to Rongxiang Estate." Pitch black past midnight. Old Li pointed straight ahead. One more intersection, and they would hit Jinyu Mansion. He warned that the complex was a total maze. The perfect hiding spot for anyone who snapped. They had to stay on high alert. Turning back to the rest of the group, Old Li gave them one final strict set of instructions. "Once you find your guy, meet us back at Rongxiang Estate. We will be in Building 8. Use the side entrance. Whatever you do, avoid the main door. Remember that perfectly." Xiaoyong flashed a thumbs up, smiling as he thanked them for the heads up. Old Tong just stood there and watched him walk away. As Xiaoyong faded into the dark, Old Tong could not help but ask, were they really not going to help him? The kid practically saved their lives, but Old Li was realistic. They had zero clue what was waiting inside Jinyu Mansion. One wrong turn and they would walk straight into a zombie horde. It was basically a death sentence. Old Tong was stunned. Was the kid just throwing his life away for nothing? Old Li just shook his head at that. He gave him the warning. That was all he could do. Still, what an absolute waste of some seriously good combat skills. Cut over to the apartment. We are at Jiang Xiaoyong's place now. Down below, an absolute ocean of zombies swarming everywhere like ants. Suddenly a voice echoed out from inside. The power was completely cut. Zero cell service too. Up in the room, Yang Dao casually leaned his back against the wall. He crossed his arms, wondering out loud if that dead man Shengze had even managed to handle the situation. The guy with the buzz cut was getting visibly irritated. He did not care anymore. He had been holding back way too long. He needed to blow off some steam tonight or he simply was not going to sleep. The others agreed. Shengze went out completely alone. Chances were he was already zombie food out there on the streets. Hearing this, another guy chimed in. He told them to tie up the wife while they had their fun. Make sure she could not try anything stupid. Nobody knew how long they had left to live anyway. Might as well enjoy it now, right? Zero regrets. Xiao Li heard every single disgusting word. Her entire body completely froze in absolute terror. She was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as she pulled her son Xiao Shuai close. Brother Li stood by the window, crossing his arms in frustration. He finally caved, telling them to just be careful and keep the mother and kid alive. The thugs laughed, asking if he wanted to join in too. If he stayed quiet, he was getting last place in line. But right then, Brother Li froze. He stared down at the street. The massive zombie horde, completely wiped out. Every single one of them was dead on the ground. He was totally confused. Slowly, he stepped out toward the hallway to check. Peeking down the stairwell, he muttered to himself. Was it a rescue team? Then instantly pure panic completely filled his eyes. A flash of silver. A blade sliced right through the air. Brother Li stood totally frozen. A perfectly clean red line appeared right across his neck, and just like that his head hit the floor. His eyes were locked in absolute shock. Back inside the bedroom, Yang Dao and his sick crew were ready. They had already breached the room. Xiao Li was trembling, screaming at them to get out. But the guy with the buzz cut was already unbuckling his belt. He flashed a twisted smile, telling her to drop the innocent act. Then he lunged forward and grabbed the kid. Xiao Li panicked instantly. She screamed at them to let her little boy go. For that, she caught a brutal slap straight to the face. Xiao Shuai was thrown aside like pure trash. He hit the floor, crying out in serious pain. The thug laughed. His target was the mother, not the kid. Hearing that, little Xiao Shuai scrambled right back up. Tears streaming, the brave kid swore he would fight them to the death. Obviously, they just grabbed him by the shirt and tossed him right out into the hall. He was sobbing, staring helplessly at the slammed door. He screamed at the bad guys to let her go, warning them his dad would make them pay. But right then, a headless body suddenly slumped down right next to him. Xiao Shuai turned around, staring wide-eyed at the absolute horror show. He was utterly terrified, shaking like a leaf. From the shadows of the hallway, a dark figure stepped forward, calling out to the kid. Goosebumps everywhere. The little guy squeaked out, asking who was there. Xiaoyong stepped into the light, calmly asking if Jiang Xiaoyong was his dad. The kid stared, totally trembling. He stuttered out a tiny yes. Meanwhile, back inside that locked bedroom, Xiaoli was huddled up, clutching her clothes tight. She bit her lip incredibly hard. She did not dare make a single sound. Yang Dao hated that. He slapped her viciously, screaming at her to cry out. Was she afraid her son would hear? He demanded she scream, or it completely ruined the fun. The buzz-cut guy was totally out of patience now. He marched right up and aggressively grabbed her hair. If she would not scream, he was just going to take what he wanted. But right in that exact second, the locked bedroom door abruptly flew wide open. Now watch this. The guy in back turned around, mocking the kid for kicking the door open. But before he could even blink, a silver flash whipped past. A bloody line instantly appeared right on his neck. Yang Dao saw his buddy just standing there frozen. He yelled at him to kick the kid out already, but as the words left his mouth, the thug's lifeless body hit the floor. His head rolled right off his shoulders. Yang Dao and his crew. Absolute panic set in. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he stared at his dead buddy. He muttered, asking what was happening. But before anyone could move, a hand shot out from the doorway, grabbing him straight by the skull. Xiaoyong clamped onto Yang Dao and yanked him backward like a literal ragdoll. Thrown like an absolute dog. You and I have to admit that impact was brutal, like getting hit by a speeding truck. His eyes rolled completely back. All right, you and I are dropping right into the madness. Blood everywhere. Buzzcut panics, dropping Xiaoli and frantically pulling up his belt, totally speechless. Who are you? But before he could finish, boom, he takes a brutal kick straight to the face, absolutely shattering his jaw. Meanwhile, back at the base, Lu Yiming is still pointing his gun, totally threatening old Sheng and the group. I am telling you, one last time, move or else. Or else I am pulling this trigger. Seeing this, old Sheng glances over at Shan. Just listen to him. Head to the room, he pointed out. Shan clearly disagrees, but Xiaoyong understands perfectly. Old Sheng quickly adds, he has a loaded gun right now. Just do what the guy says. Everyone follow his orders while I figure something out. Hearing that, Yiming just laughs with pure contempt. Huh. You still think you can plot something? Looks like if I do not act ruthless today, I will never establish my authority. With that, he raises his gun, aiming it directly at old Sheng. You die first, you old thug. Seeing this, Shan yells out in panic. Grandpa Zhangqi starts sweating bullets, desperately trying to stop him. Stop right now, Lu Yiming. But suddenly, from inside the medical room, a strange clicking noise echoes out into the hall. Yiming looks super confused. What is that sound? Old Sheng stares at the door in total shock. What is going on? That clinic room was locked tight. Who is in there? Right on cue, the doorknob violently twists. The door bursts wide open, and Chen Chong slowly drags himself out. He steps forward. Everyone freezes in pure shock. There is a key still sticking right out of the lock. Did Chen Chong use a key? Wait, did he open it himself? Someone mutters. No way. He went completely insane. A monster like that cannot possibly know how to use keys. Seeing Chen Chong standing there, Yiming breaks into a cold sweat. Chen Chong locks eyes with him, his face twisted in absolute bloodthirsty rage. His eyes are glowing red, staring intensely, drool dripping down his chin. Seeing this nightmare, Lu Yiming immediately aims his gun right at him, yelling, "Damn it, a zombie that actually uses keys, I cannot let you live." Without a second thought, he violently pulls the trigger on his gun. But nothing. No gunshot echoes. Total silence. Yiming stares down at his weapon, shaking in pure terror as he stammers out, "It jammed." Before the words even leave his mouth, Chen Chong lunges straight at him. Yiming watches the monster tackle him down, his mind completely blanking. He grits his teeth, screaming, "Damn it, how is this possible?" Next thing he knows, Chen Chong pins him down furiously, tearing into him. He literally rips right into his chest. Yiming screams in absolute agony, desperately begging everyone for help. "Save me, somebody please help me," but it is way too late. Yiming is completely lifeless now. Chen Chong suddenly stands up, then slowly drags the bloody corpse right back into the medical clinic. Old Sheng watches this whole horrific scene unfold, totally dumbfounded. What on earth is going on here? Zhangqi is sweating profusely, muttering. Just a few minutes ago, he was perfectly calm. After dragging Yiming's body inside, Chen Chong stops right by the door. He lets out a chilling, monstrous breath of air. Seeing this, old Sheng and Shan quickly cover their mouths, terrified to make a single sound. Right then, Chen Chong reaches out his hand, pulls the key right out of the lock, and actually tosses it back to the group, staring at the key, clattering on the cold floor. The whole group is left in absolute shock. Then bam, the clinic door slams completely shut. This all happened so incredibly fast it is crazy. Everyone stands there in dead silence, unable to process what they just witnessed. Meanwhile, you and I are heading back to Jiang Xiaoyong's apartment. Yang Dao and his crew are now fully tied up, kneeling helplessly in the corner. Xiaoyong looks down at little Xiao Shui and says, "Hey kid, come here." Hearing that, Xiaoli hugs her son tightly. She looks at Xiaoyong with serious worry in her eyes. "Why are you calling him over?" Xiaoyong ignores her question. "I am going to say it again. Come here." Little Xiao Shui gently lets go of his mom. "Do not worry, Mom." The brave kid steps right up to Xiaoyong. He immediately holds out a sharp knife. "Take this." Then, pointing straight at Yang Dao's tied group, "Kill them." Hearing those brutal words, Yang Dao and Buzzcut turn completely pale. They panic desperately, screaming out, "Please, spare us. Spare our lives." Xiao Li instantly tries to stop this madness, pleading, "Please, you cannot. He is just a little kid." But Xiaoyong replies with a dead serious tone. "Starting today, he is not a kid anymore." He looks the boy in the eye. "Kid, from now on, you are the only man who can protect your mother. Now gather your courage and kill the scumbags who hurt her." Hearing those heavy words, little Xiao Shui immediately starts flashing back to all the horrible moments his mom was bullied by them. Pure hatred fills his eyes as tears well up. Then, without a second thought, crying uncontrollably, he grips the knife and charges forward with a massive scream. Boom. Blood splatters absolutely everywhere. Just a few intense moments later, Yang Dao and Buzzcut are lying dead on the ground, blood pooling everywhere. Xiao Shui stands there, gripping the bloody knife, panting heavily from the adrenaline, gasping for air. Xiao Li looks at her son, her eyes filled with deep, heartbreaking worry. "Xiao Shui." The young boy slowly turns back around to face Xiaoyong, asking softly, "Mister, did these bad guys kill my dad too?" Hearing this heartbreaking question, Xiaoyong solemnly nods his head. "Yes, they did." At that moment, the kid completely breaks down. He drops the knife, throwing himself into his mother's arms, crying his eyes out. After crying together, Xiao Li looks up at Xiaoyong and pleads, "Benefactor, I am begging you, please take my son away with you. I will give you absolutely anything." Hearing his mom say that, Xiao Shui immediately protests. "No, Mom, I do not want to go with him. I want to stay and protect you." Seeing their unbreakable bond, Xiaoyong simply turns to both of them and says, "Both of you are coming with me. I already made a promise to Zhang Shengze to protect you." Shortly after, Xiaoyong leads them out. Stick with me. This survival story is just getting started. Xiao Shui stared at the dead zombies on the ground, completely shocked. What kind of monster is this strong? Who could wipe out this many infected? Jiang Xiaoyong just smirked and said, "I did." Hearing that the kid looked at him like he was a superhero, Jiang Xiaoyong held up a hand. "Wait a second." He glanced over at a specific direction, then asked Xiao Li, "Hey, do you know the exact location of Building 8 in the Eastern Estate?" Xiao Li blinked in surprise. "Building 8? You mean that place right over in the direction you are looking right now?" Meanwhile, outside Building 8 of the Eastern Estate, a massive group of thugs carrying all kinds of deadly weapons stood at the bottom, shouting up at the survivors, "Relax, we will divide your supplies fairly. Oh, and one more thing you must hand over all the women under 40 to come with us." Up on the third floor, old Li Hongli and his group were hiding, holding their ground. Sean looked terrified. "What do we do now? Should we just surrender to them?" Old Li Hongli immediately shook his head. "No way, absolutely not. Those animals will never keep their promise. If we give up, except for Vivian and Hannah, every single one of us will end up totally dead." The thugs down below kept yelling at them. "We are giving you 10 minutes. If you do not play nice, we will make sure nobody makes it out alive." One of the women in the back spoke up nervously. "Maybe the two of us should just go out there and beg them to spare you guys." The younger girl immediately refused. "No way, I do not want to become a twisted toy for those absolute creeps." Old Li Hongli raised his hand to calm them. "Quiet down. Do not worry, we are definitely not going to compromise with them. Just guard this hallway properly and they will not be able to touch us." Down below, a thug with a machete looked at his buddy. "Our weapons are pretty good, but their leader has an actual gun in his hands. These guys just want to hide in their little turtle shell all day. It is not going to be easy to flush them out." The other guy scoffed coldly. "We do not need tricks. Go shut off the main water supply for the first floor units. Let us see exactly how long they can actually survive in there. Now watch this carefully." Jiang Xiaoyong and his group had reached the lobby, quietly observing from the side. "Little Xiao Shui," asked Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, "are these guys the bad people too?" Jiang Xiaoyong slowly stepped forward and nodded. "Yeah, they are." Right at this moment, he lifted his assault rifle and said, "They are human garbage, just like the guys who bullied you and your mom." Cutting back to the inside of the building, old Li Hongli turned around to the people behind him. "You guys secure the main staircase. Whatever you do, do not expose your position. I will go see what they are doing downstairs." Old Tong heard this and quickly warned him. "You be careful. Old Li Hongli slowly crept up to the window, carefully peeking down at the ground below. Damn it. All 7 of them are fully armed, and 3 of them even have guns. Son of a bitch. Suddenly a loud bang echoed through the air. Startled, old Li Hongli dropped down, gritting his teeth. Holy crap. Hearing the gunshot, old Tong and the others inside jumped in pure fear. Down, below, Jiang Xiaoyong had pulled the trigger, headshotting one of the thugs. The whole gang panicked. What the hell happened? They quickly scattered around, taking cover everywhere and shouting loudly, "Who did that?" Old Li Hongli looked down and saw a very familiar silhouette slowly stepping forward. He was completely stunned, stuttering in shock. That is the kid from before. Jiang Xiaoyong gripped his assault rifle, his eyes completely cold, slowly walking forward. Without hesitation, he just started spraying bullets right at the group in front of him. Before long, one guy took a direct hit straight to the head. He let out a painful groan before collapsing hard onto the ground. The remaining thugs saw this, realizing they were dealing with a monster. They screamed in terror and wildly fired their guns back at Jiang Xiaoyong. With reaction speeds completely double that of a normal human, Jiang Xiaoyong just casually strolled right through the storm of bullets. He smirked and said, "Amateurs." The gang leader was absolutely terrified seeing this crazy scene. He panted heavily, cursing under his breath. Damn it, where did this psycho even come from? Right then, Jiang Xiaoyong fired a few shots directly at his cover. The guy gritted his teeth, holding his head in total rage as he turned to the guy next to him. "What the hell are you doing? While he is suppressing me, shoot him back," the other thug screamed out in pure panic. He threw himself out from his hiding spot, aiming his weapon right at Jiang Xiaoyong. Instantly sensing his sudden appearance, Jiang Xiaoyong moved like a flash of lightning, aiming straight at the guy. Just 2 perfect shots, and that thug was completely sent packing. Game over. After a brief silence, the leader laughed arrogantly. "Ha, you are all out of bullets now, aren't you, you little punk?" Without hesitating, he leaped right out of cover, raised his gun and yelled, "Go to hell." But surprised, Jiang Xiaoyong was already standing right in front of him, flashing a terrifyingly confident smile that made the leader sweat buckets. Finally realizing what was happening, the boss tried to shoot, screaming, "Just die." Quick as a flash, Jiang Xiaoyong simply tilted his head to the side, cleanly dodging the bullet. Next, he casually reached out and grabbed the leader's firing arm. With just one smooth twist, the barrel of the gun was forced right up under the boss's chin. A loud bang echoed. Blood exploded from the back of the leader's head, and his lifeless body collapsed hard onto the floor. A dark red pool, spreading everywhere. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly crouched down, looting all the shiny new weapons right off the dead body. A moment later, he slowly walked straight inside the building. The last 3 thugs holding machetes and axes were hiding inside, waiting to strike. Reaching the door, Jiang Xiaoyong simply glanced at, "All right, you and I are jumping right in." The mob lunges forward, weapons swinging wild. Bang, 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 3 shots ring out. Just like that, the last 3 thugs drop dead. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly says, "You can all come out now." A moment later, old Li's group slowly makes their way down. Little Zhao Shuai is absolutely starstruck after watching Jiang Xiaoyong's insane display. The kid practically beams, shouting, "Uncle Zhao, Yang, you were so incredibly cool just now." Suddenly the system chimes in. Ding, new system quest unlocked. Mission requirement to increase base members. You must recruit and completely transform the remaining survivors of Dongxiang Manor. Condition, save more than 5 survivors. Reward payout is a massive 20,000 bonus points. After checking the quest panel, Jiang Xiaoyong glances up and asks, "Who exactly are these guys?" Old Li scowls. "Those animals from the Bishui Mountain Villa." Jiang Xiaoyong narrows his eyes. "Bishui Mountain," Old Li nods. "Yeah, they came all the way from the South City side." Old Li turns around and calls out to 2 brothers nearby. Liu, Chao Chenjie. Hearing their names, the 2 guys quickly jog over. "Yeah, we're here, Brother Li. You called for us," Old Li sighs. "You 2 are from South City. Tell Brother Jiang Xiaoyong what's really happening over at Bishui Mountain right now." Hearing this, the brothers start explaining. Turns out that group is a straight-up mafia syndicate. They have all the supplies, heavily armed with weapons. and totally took over the Bishui mountain villa. By now, almost all the lucky survivors in South City have been absorbed into their ranks. Xiaoyong closes his eyes instantly, doing the math. Wait a second. The exact base where Li Shusheng and Kui Jing were staying, wasn't that also in South City? Could it actually be them? Figuring this out, he turns back and asks, "So you're saying this Bishui mountain group is the only remaining survivor camp left in South City?" The guy shakes his head. "Well, originally no. But since they have all the guns, those other smaller survivor camps stood absolutely zero chance against their attacks. They couldn't fight back at all." The other brother chimes in. "Those total animals are completely ruthless. Every time they raid a base, they slaughter half the people right away. Then, they capture all the young pretty women, along with anyone desperate enough to join their sick little syndicate." Hearing this dark reality, Jiang Xiaoyong is absolutely certain his guess was right. Yeah, that completely checks out. Seeing his serious expression, old Li asks, "Wait, what is it?" Jiang Xiaoyong just points at the 3 dead thugs, lying on the dirt. Old Li grabbed the guns off these 3 bodies and stashed them. Search their pockets later. I bet they have plenty of spare ammo clips. He then casually tosses an assault rifle right into old Li's hands. "Keep this heavy rifle too. I'm going to leave. You guys 5 full magazines." Old Li catches the heavy weapon, totally stunned. "Wait, is this actually real?" Jiang Xiaoyong just turns his head, staring off into the distance. "That Bishui mountain crew won't let this slide. With this firepower, their dozen guys won't be able to touch any of you. I need you all to hold the fort here for 2 days. I'm heading back to gear up, then I'm wiping out that entire syndicate." Hearing this insane plan, the brothers are completely shocked. "Wait, you mean the Bishui mountain gang? No way, man, that's suicide. Listen, bro, you are no match for them. They have dozens of armed guys, and honestly, by now, their numbers have probably multiplied." Old Li quickly steps in too. "He's right. Listen to me, brother, doing something this risky just for us, it's not worth it. We can just find a chance to move our base. We're miles away anyway, and there's zero chance they can sweep the entire city for us." Jiang Xiaoyong listens to their warnings but shakes his head. "Don't overthink this. I have a personal score to settle with them. Besides that, give me a few days and I'll bring a large truck to move everyone straight to East City." Old Li blinks in shock. "East City?" Jiang Xiaoyong smirks. "Yeah, the sector over near Laochaye City. I already built a fortified survivor base over there, and I need more good people." Hearing this, Old Li stammers, "Oh, okay." Wrapping things up, Jiang Xiaoyong throws up a quick salute. "You all need to stay sharp and survive. Sister-in-law, Xiao Shui, we're moving out." Old Li watches them go, raising a hand in farewell. "You boys stay safe out there." With that, Jiang Xiaoyong leads Xiao Li and her kids safely out. "Stick with me here because we're shifting gears over to Bishui Mountain." A gruesome zombie skull is impaled right onto the outer fence. Inside the main gates, a lone guard sits quietly with his rifle. Right out front, directly under a massive sign reading Bishui Mountain Villa, 3 actual zombies are hanging by their necks. They're still violently thrashing around in the air, letting out these nasty guttural growls. Meanwhile, deep inside the villa itself, we find Li Shuxiong chilling in a lavish room alongside 3 other bosses. The red-haired guy wearing the glasses goes by Brother Wen. He takes a long drag from his cigarette, asking coldly, "Did we secure the supplies at the Jinyu resort yet?" Hearing this, Li Shuxiong grins like a lackey. "Yes, Brother Wen. I already sent a strike team over. They should be heading back right about now." The guy wearing the vest, known as Brother Kai, waves his hand. "Brother Wen, that Jinyu resort is packed with high-end VIPs. You know we aren't just grabbing supplies over there, right? Isn't that true?" Little Li Shuxiong totally catches his drift and laughs out loud. "Haha, spot on, Brother Kai, I already gave the boys strict orders. Any pretty survivors they find, they drag them right back here." But Brother Wen isn't amused. He glares at Li Shuxiong, his voice dropping. "Don't make me repeat myself. Little Li, I've handed you dozens of jobs, and you haven't managed to succeed even once." Hearing that harsh reality check, Li Shuxiong gives a nervous, bitter laugh. "Brother Wen, please relax. This time, I promise I'll get it done." Shortly after, Li Shuxiong finally steps out of the stifling villa, practically panting for air. He's sweating bullets, Seeing him panic, one of his lackeys runs up. "Brother Li, are you okay?" Li Xiaoyong grits his teeth, absolute panic in his voice. "Those 7 guys I sent out, are they back yet?" The lackey shakes his head. "Brother Li, an hour ago." "All right, stick with me here." The scout returns, coughing up some seriously bad news. Hearing this awful update, boss Li Xiaoyong is absolutely furious. What, all of them gunned down? He cannot believe it. Aren't the folks over at Dongxiang Manor just normal civilians? How did his guys have 3 guns and still fail to catch them? Frustrated, he barks an order to Yang Dao. "Get everyone who knows how to shoot." He wants absolutely 0 mistakes this time around. Shifting the scene, back to the base, Jiang Xiaoyong finally returns. Hearing the engine roar, Shan lights up with absolute joy. That is Xiaoyong. The vehicle pulls in, and the whole crew rushes out. Right then, a crisp system alert chimes in his head. Quest to escort the family is complete. 25 points added. Total balance is now 36 points. As he steps out of the car, Shan runs up so relieved. "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, you are finally back." Glancing at everyone gathered around, Jiang Xiaoyong flashes a knowing smile. "Ha ha, so it was Lu Yiming after all." Shan stammers in pure shock. "Wait, you already knew Xiao?" Yang gestures toward Xiao Li and her kid. "Zhang Qi, take them to a room, then meet us in the medical bay." Zhang Qi nods at the pair. "Got it." A little while later, outside the medical room, after hearing Jiang Xiaoyong explain things, Old Tang is completely floored. "You mean to tell me Jiang Xiaoyong knew about Lu Yiming plotting against us this whole time?" Xiao Yong scoops up a dropped gun. "Honestly, I was not totally sure it was him. But the one thing I did know for sure was that Zhang Qi had a traitor in his crew. He remembers his past life long before the regression." He shoves the gun right into Zhang Qi's hands. Taking the weapon, Zhang Qi pops the magazine out and stares at the bullets in total disbelief. Blank rounds. Just blanks. Old Tang suddenly shifts his gaze toward the medical room, stammering. "Wait, then what about the kid inside?" Jiang Xiaoyong steps up. "What was his name again?" "Ah, right. Chen Chong. He is no ordinary zombie. He is a super rare mutant." Jiang Xiaoyong flashes back to earlier when everyone else left the medical bay. He had leaned in close to Chen Chong. "If you understand me, blink 3 times." Right on cue, Chen Chong let out a few weird grunts and then blinked exactly 3 times. "Perfect." Jiang Xiaoyong tested him again. "What is 2 times 3? Blink the answer for me." When the zombie actually got the math right, Jiang Xiaoyong grinned. "Good boy." Snapping back to the present, Jiang Xiaoyong explains the truth. After the apocalypse hit, anyone infected by the nasty pathogen from the other world has a tiny chance of becoming a rare mutant. These guys keep their intelligence and have way more potential than normal mindless zombies. They even retain some fragments of their human memories. He swings the medical door wide open and smiles. "And lucky for us, Chen Chong is one of those ultra-rare ones." Inside, our zombie buddy is literally stepping on Lu Yiming's head. Seeing the door open, Chen Chong turns around, lets out a weird grunt, and actually waves hello with his arm. Watching this total absurdity, the whole group is just left speechless. Jiang Xiaoyong chuckles. "All right, you can stop stepping on him. Finish him off." Following the order, Chen Chong drags the bloody traitor outside. As the zombie stumbles past him, Zhang Qi nervously stammers out. "Chong, brother Chong, do you seriously still remember us?" Hearing his old friend's voice, Chen Chong stops dead in his tracks. He locks eyes and lets out a series of weird guttural growls. Zhang Qi just stands there, totally unsure of what to do next. But suddenly, Chen Chong swings his hand and goes straight for a low blow to his crotch. Zhang Qi jumps back in pure panic. "Holy crap, okay, now I finally believe Jiang Xiaoyong was telling the truth." He points at his zombie friend. "Damn, you really do remember, even as a rotting corpse. Your hands are still as sneaky as ever." Seeing his reaction, Chen Chong actually smirks with pride. A little while later, Jiang Xiaoyong heads back to his room. He kicks back on the bed, pulling up his system interface. A hidden achievement pops up. Acquire a mutant teammate. Completed 10 system points rewarded. His current balance is now 46 points. Seeing this sweet bonus, Jiang Xiaoyong lets out a surprised whistle. "Oh, I actually triggered a hidden achievement. That is an awesome, unexpected harvest." Wasting no time, he cracks open the exchange shop panel. You and I know how addictive system shops get. Let's check the new inventory. Level 1 Life-Saving Supply Crate. Costs 5 points. Level 1 Armed Threat Supply Crate is also 5 points. But then there is the Level 2 Black Tech Supply Crate for 50 points. A manual shop refresh costs 4. Staring at the high-tier item on his screen, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately jumps up, absolutely hyped. Holy crap, a Level 2 crate, that is a first. He rubs his chin, staring hard at the screen, but it is way too expensive. 50 whole points. After thinking it over, he decides to grab the 2 cheaper crates right now, before they vanish. He taps purchase, and the system flashes immediately. Level 1 life-saving crate successfully redeemed. 5 points deducted from the balance. Total is now 41 points. Ding. Level 1 Armed Threat Crate successfully redeemed. Another 5 points deducted from his account. Current total sits at 36 points. Then a whole rapid-fire series of notifications rings out in his head. Ding, opening. The Level 1 life-saving crate reward granted an incredibly rare otherworld infection blocker. It has a high chance of stopping the virus. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. The mutation is totally complete. Ding, opening a Level 1 threat supply crate. The system rewards him with an assault rifle, specifically a 3M82. Plus 10 rounds of massive 50 BMG 12.7mm ammo. Seeing this insane loot, Jiang Xiaoyong is hyped. He says, damn, if level 1 crates give weapons this good, what about levels 2 and 3? Are they going to give me a literal tank? Plus there is preventive medicine here, meaning we could actually cure someone who gets bitten before they completely turn into a zombie. He taps the system panel to check his ongoing quests. Current objective: expand the team roster. The mission requires recruiting lucky survivors straight out of Dongxiang Manor. Progress is 0 out of 5. Reward: 20 years. Jiang Xiaoyong looks over. The epic rewards totally thrilled. He says, I seriously cannot wait to open a level 2 crate. Old Tongaro, I am finishing this quest. Meanwhile, Chen Chong drags Lu Yiming's lifeless body and tosses it right outside. The very next morning, out in the base courtyard, Xiao Yang gathers everyone together. He declares, starting today, every single one of you must spend at least an hour doing daily shooting practice. Right now, every person in the yard is gripping a gun. They all take aim and fire simultaneously at the scattered bottles and tin cans. Sitting just a short distance away, Jiang Xiaoyong walks over, patting old Sheng on the shoulder. He says, Uncle Sheng, get Zhang's crew to clean out a few empty rooms. There are still survivors over at Dongxiang Manor. I am going to pick them up today. Old Sheng quickly replies, yeah, you got it, do not worry. After finishing his chat with old Sheng, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately turns around and calls out for Chen Chong. Hearing his name, Chen Chong, who is now wearing a creepy mask, turns and lets out a raspy growl. Jiang Xiaoyong just looks and says, come with me. A little while later, out on the highway beyond the base, a massive bus is completely surrounded by a raging zombie horde. It is absolute chaos. But after a quick brawl, Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong clear the mob. Still, one lone zombie remains stuck in the driver's seat. It sits there waving its arms and letting out disgusting raspy growls. Without hesitation, Chen Chong jumps onto the bus and easily finishes the remaining monster off. With the whole area finally swept clean, both of them climb aboard. Jiang Xiaoyong holds out a small key and says, here you go. But noticing he wants to unlock the mask, Chen Chong quickly blocks his hand. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong just tosses him the key, saying it is perfectly fine. Go ahead and unlock it. Whenever it is just me around, you really do not need to wear that thing. Hearing this, Chen Chong slowly inserts the key into the lock. Jiang Xiaoyong adds, but later when we reach Dongxiang Manor, definitely put it back on. We cannot go scaring the survivors. Chen Chong simply growls in agreement. Meanwhile, over at Bishui Mountain, the ruthless Li Shuxiong has already rounded up his thug crew onto a pickup truck. He raises his voice, asking, why do we still not have enough people? His henchmen quickly reply, we have plenty. Let us roll out right now, Boss Li. Gripping a heavy submachine gun, Li Shuxiong takes a deep drag from his cigarette. He snarls, damn it. I refuse to believe we cannot capture and dominate that pathetic little Dongxiang Manor. Then he aggressively shouts, let us go. The truck revs its engine and peels out. A short while later, out on the open highway, a vicious pack of zombies is brutally tearing apart some unlucky victim. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong's massive bus comes speeding right down the road. Seeing this gruesome scene, he slams hard on the gas pedal. He rams straight into the monstrous pack, sending bodies flying into the sky. Jiang Xiaoyong drives like an absolute highway god. He swerves through the completely wrecked dead vehicles scattered across the road with insane precision. Meanwhile, cutting back over to building 8 at Dongxiang Manor, Old Li's group is huddled up quietly, eating dry rations right next to a cracked window. Suddenly, the loud roar of an engine echoes from the streets below. Hearing the noise, Zixuan completely lights up. He happily cheers a car engine. It has to be brother Jiang Xiaoyong. I am entirely sure he is coming back to rescue us. But Old Li hears the commotion and quickly raises a hand to signal them. Shush, do not rush outside yet. Let me just take a careful look first. He slowly creeps up to the window, peering down to observe the situation. Down in the courtyard, Li Shuxiong's brutal crew has already arrived. One thug barks an order telling the men to prep their weapons before asking which building are they hiding in. Li Shuxiong coldly replies, "Building number 8. The one sitting way in the back." Once his entire gang hops out of the truck, Li Shuxiong raises his hand and shouts, "Move out." Spotting this armed mob, Old Li breaks out in a total cold sweat. He curses, "Damn it, that is not Jiang Xiaoyong. It is those animals from Bishui Mountain." Gripping a gun in his hands, Old Tong speaks with pure disdain. Those scumbags actually dare to come back here. Did they not learn their lesson last time? The guy next to him quickly agrees. Now we all have guns, let us completely obliterate them. Old Li, seeing their fiery reactions. Now you and I know this is a bad idea. Old Li warns, do not underestimate them. They outnumber us this time, and everyone brought serious firepower. Stick to our previous ambush plan. I am heading straight up to the rooftop, saying that he instantly turns and sprints away. Down below, on the ground, Li Shuxiong stops at a safe distance from the building. He says this spot is perfectly fine. If we advance any further than this, those useless cowards might actually shoot accurately. Hearing that, the entire crew halts simultaneously, raising their deadly submachine guns and pointing them directly at the towering building. Old Tong peeks through the glass, his eyes widening in pure panic. He screams, "Be careful, fall back," and then, immediately after that, Li Shuxiong's merciless gang unloads their weapons. Under the violent rain of bullets, the window glass instantly shatters into a million pieces. Panicking, Old Tong uses his hands to shield his bleeding face, shouting, "Holy crap." After finishing the brutal barrage of bullets, Li Shuxiong orders his lackey to hand him the megaphone. The others, keep your aim locked on the window. If anyone peeks, shoot. Gripping the megaphone, Li Shuxiong shouts out, "Stick with me, because this showdown gets incredibly wild." He says, "Hello, hello." Instantly, the guy beside him takes a bullet to the head and drops dead on the spot. Seeing this, the entire gang panics and yells, "A rifle." Then another guy takes a bullet straight to the leg, screaming in pure agony, "Ah, my leg." Now the whole group is totally freaking out, shouting, "Take cover, hurry up." Meanwhile, Old Li stands on the rooftop, gripping that assault rifle tight. He aims down and fires. Their terrified voices echo back, "Watch out, it's an automatic rifle." Li Shuxiong hides on one side, gritting his teeth. Damn, it didn't intel say they only had one gun, even if you count the weapons stolen from the 7 guys we sent last time. That makes 4 guns total. Where the hell did this automatic rifle come from? A minion hiding behind a nearby tree yells, "Boss Li, what do we do now?" Li Shuxiong snaps back, "What else can we do? Retreat." The moment he says that, the minion turns tail and runs. Seeing this, Li Shuxiong screams at the top of his lungs, "Wait for my signal." We run together. Damn it. Before the guy gets very far, another burst of gunfire rings out, and the minion instantly drops dead, his body completely riddled with holes. Seeing this, Li Shuxiong curses, "Serves you right. Everyone listen up, on my command." We rush out together. 3, 2, 1, run. The moment the words leave his mouth, the whole gang scrambles in total panic, running for their absolute lives. Li Shuxiong just stays hidden, flashing a totally sinister smile. His underlings are basically human meat shields right now, and one by one, they eat bullets and collapse to the ground. After a bit, the gunfire pauses. Li Shuxiong figures it's reload time, so he immediately bolts like a madman. And he was totally right. Old Li is currently slamming a fresh magazine in. Down below, Li Shusheng and a few survivors scramble into the vehicle. He yells out, "Drive, drive right now." Behind them, a guy who couldn't keep up sees the engine start and screams in pure panic. "Wait, I'm not in yet." Instantly, he catches a bullet straight to the skull. The sound of rifle fire keeps tearing through the air. Two guys in the truck bed are absolutely terrified, ducking down just to survive. Meanwhile, over on Jiang Xiaoyong's side, his car is speeding like crazy. Suddenly, a roaring engine echoes nearby, and Jiang Xiaoyong looks over in confusion, scoffing to himself. Right at that moment, Li Shusheng's crew blows right past them. Jiang Xiaoyong is totally surprised and mutters, "Who was that?" Then he just clicks his tongue. Whatever, gotta finish the mission first. The reward points matter more. A little while later, the bus arrives right at the base of the building. Looking at the fresh corpses scattered around, Jiang Xiaoyong can't help but be impressed. "Wow, looks like that rifle I left them really did the trick. That truck we saw earlier must have been those raiders running for their lives." Beside him, Chen Chong's eyes are completely glued to the dead bodies. Drool is practically pouring from his mouth as he continuously lets out weird groans. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong turns and asks, "What's wrong? You want to eat?" Chen Chong just growls back. Completely understanding his intent, Jiang Xiaoyong chuckles. "Sure, you can eat them. It's way better than letting them become nutrients for the other zombies around here. Go ahead." Hearing this, Chen Chong flashes a totally thrilled, toothy grin before immediately rushing straight at one of the dead bodies. Jiang Xiaoyong reminds him, "Once you're done, meet me at the bottom of Building 8 in the complex." Chen Chong growls in response. Then he bends down and rips a chunk of flesh right off with his teeth. Rip. The gnarly sound of flesh tearing echoes out, and suddenly, a chunk of meat is in his mouth. Chen Chong's eyes glow brightly, completely hyped. Approaching the entrance of Building number 8, looking at the dead bodies piled up, Jiang Xiaoyong, and honestly us two has to admit damn Li Hongli really racked up the kills. Right then, Zixuan pokes his head out the window. Spotting Jiang Xiaoyong, he immediately shouts, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong." It's actually Brother Jiang Xiaoyong this time. Soon after, everyone else rushes over to the window and Zixuan loudly calls out his name again. A moment later, the whole group heads down to the courtyard. Seeing him, old Li smiles brightly. "Jiang Xiaoyong, you made it." Jiang Xiaoyong immediately asks, "Did you really fight all these guys off yourself?" Hearing that, old Li replies with complete pride, "Of course, good thing I had your rifle, brother Jiang Xiaoyong. Before I left the military, I was an absolute crack shot with one of these." But suddenly, a massive roar echoes out. Everyone instantly panics, looking around and asking, "What the hell was that sound?" It's Chen Chong slowly staggering toward them. Blood is still smeared completely across his mouth as he clumsily walks over. Seeing him, old Li panics and raises his gun, yelling, "Watch out, it's a zombie." Jiang Xiaoyong quickly stops him. "Hey, chill out, he's with me." Hearing that, old Li is super confused. "With you," Jiang Xiaoyong points to a nearby corpse and says, "There's more over there, go eat." Chen Chong looks where he's pointing and lets out a happy howl. Watching this, old Li immediately asks, "What exactly is going on here, brother?" Jiang Xiaoyong, "Can you seriously talk to zombies?" Jiang Xiaoyong replies, "He's not your average zombie. It's kind of hard to explain right now. Just get in the car, I'll explain everything on the way." Turning to leave, Jiang Xiaoyong gives Chen Chong one last command. "Hurry up and eat, then come find our car when you're done." Hearing that, Chen Chong literally throws up an OK hand sign. Little later, Chen Chong returns to the vehicle and automatically puts his muzzle back on his face. Seeing this, the whole group is totally mind-blown. Zixuan looks down and mutters, "Holy crap, he even knows how to put on his own muzzle." Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly reminds him, "Careful, if he hears you through that muzzle, he'll definitely crush you." Zixuan just laughed. "Pretty stupid, huh?" Hearing this chatter, our guy Jiang Xiaoyong smirked. "Actually, I might just let him hear that." After finally securing his heavy mask, Chen Chong slowly climbed into the vehicle. Under his massive weight, the entire car swayed violently. Old Li's eyes went wide with shock. Holy crap, did the whole car just tilt a little bit? Just now, Chen Chong handed the keys toward Jiang Xiaoyong, forcing the words out in broken, heavy breaths. "Keys." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong was absolutely stunned. Wait, you can actually talk? Chen Chong forced out each word incredibly slowly. Speaking was completely awkward and clunky for him. Staring at the keys, Jiang Xiaoyong realized something wild. After devouring 6 bodies straight, this zombie was definitely evolving to the next stage. He needed to get back fast, cash in those system points, and seriously boost his own strength immediately. The strongest fighter in their camp couldn't just be a zombie. Making his choice, he yelled, "Hold on tight, we are heading back." Then, he slammed the gas, tearing down the road. Now let's take a look at the Emerald Mountain Villa where Kai was pointing right at. Li Shuxiong's face screaming, "Damn it, what did I tell you? This useless garbage can't do a single thing right." Sweating bullets, Shuxiong desperately pleaded. "Boss Kai, please, you can't blame me for this. Those guys literally had automatic rifles." Wen, who had been sitting quietly the whole time, finally chimed in. "What the hell? He's just a rookie cop. Where would he even get automatic rifles? Do you think we are entirely stupid?" Or what Li Shuxiong frantically tried to explain. "No, I swear, it's the truth. If you don't believe me, send your own guys to check." By this point, Kai had heard enough. He just lifted his boot, kicked him square in the face, and roared. "Get out!" Li Shuxiong crashed painfully to the floor with a pathetic groan. Scrambling back up, he wiped the dirty boot print off his cheek and quietly shuffled out toward the door. Watching his pathetic retreat, Kai gritted his teeth and sneered. "I have hated looking at that completely useless trash for a long time. Now, since his crew just took massive casualties, maybe we should just eliminate him." He then dragged a single finger slowly across his throat, making it an obvious execution order. The mustached man sitting nearby just chuckled. "I see you are still completely obsessed with the woman who stays by his side." Kai just laughed it off. "Oh, come on, Boss Shu, don't say it like that." Throwing his hands up wide, he grinned. "It's loyalty, obviously, just pure loyalty." Wen smirked with a deeply sinister look. "Don't rush it, Kai. Let me find the absolute perfect opportunity." But right outside the door, Li Shuxiong heard every single word of their plot. His face darkened instantly, his hands clenching into tight fists full of pure rage. Gritting his teeth, he shot a hateful glare back toward the room. A little while later, inside Kui Jing's apartment, Li Shuxiong returned in a blind frenzy, violently smashing furniture and screaming, "Damn it all." Seeing him completely lose it, Kui Jing immediately grew extremely worried. "What is wrong, honey?" She approached slowly, trying to soothe his blazing temper. But Li Shuxiong just barked, "Pack your bags right now. We are leaving." Completely confused, she asked, "Leaving? Going where exactly?" He ground his teeth together. "We cannot stay here anymore. They are coming for us, so we need to play it safe." Turning away, he loudly called out to his subordinate, "Qingzi, Qingzi." Hearing the frantic shouting, Qingzi ran over immediately. "Boss Li, what are your orders?" Shuxiong looked completely serious. "Gather the rest of our brothers. First thing in the morning, you follow me out of here." Watching his panic, Kui Jing felt deeply suspicious. "Meanwhile, you and I need to check back on Xiaoyong, who had finally returned safely." Everyone eagerly piled out of the heavily armored car. When Zixuan saw the massive defensive setup protecting this place, he was absolutely blown away. Holy crap, this is a literal doomsday fortress. As old Li's crew stepped out, the system interface suddenly flashed, a bright notification. The member expansion quest was successfully completed. Objective to recruit the remaining lucky survivors from the residential area had hit 8 out of 5. Overachieving the goal granted 25 system points, plus an extra bonus of 5 points. With this massive payout, his total score shot up to 66 points. Looking at that sweet notification, Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't help but smile. Wow, exceeding the target actually gives you extra rewards. Stepping down from the vehicle, he looked straight at Chen Chong. "Hey, tomorrow night, you are coming with me to the South City." Hearing that the zombie just grunted. "Huh?" Old Li overheard them and quickly asked South City. "What for?" Jiang Xiaoyong just grinned and smoothly replied, "Me and the guys over at Emerald Mountain Villa still have an old grudge to settle once and for all." Later that very same night, inside his quiet room, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled up the system exchange shop. Right there in slot 1 sat a level 2 black tech supply crate for 50 points. Slots 2 and 3 were completely empty. Manual refresh cost 4 points. Without hesitating, Jiang Xiaoyong slammed the button to purchase that level 2 black tech box. This was his very first tier 2 chest. A sharp ping echoed as the system confirmed the exchange, was successful, deducting 50 points and leaving him with just 16. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the inventory screen, whipping up a fierce gust of wind. You and I know how crucial this is. He mentally prayed, please do not let me down. The system then flashed a grand announcement. Ping. Opening the crate rewarded him with a plus 20 physical enhancement serum. Right before his eyes, a glowing syringe slowly materialized out of thin air. Gripping the cold syringe, Jiang Xiaoyong was totally amazed. A physical boost of plus 20. That is absolutely insane. As expected from a level 2 chest, wasting 0 time, he injected the serum right away. Instantly, an incredibly brilliant golden aura exploded from his body, filling the room alongside his agonizing screams of sheer pain. After a few intense moments, the excruciating burning sensation, finally. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Xiaoyong stares at his palm, thrilled. 33 physique points. That is 6 times normal human strength. He feels the power surging. Right then, a mosquito buzzes near him. With just a simple casual pinch, Xiaoyong easily catches the mosquito by its tiny leg. He brings it close, watching it panic. Sensing the danger, the insect struggles frantically, buzzing non-stop in his iron grip. Xiaoyong just gives a soft, confident smile and casually opens his hand, letting it fly away. Later that afternoon, down at the base, Xiaoyong and Chen Chong casually walk up to the transport bus. Spotting the two of them, old Li calls out, "Brother Xiaoyong, are you heading down to the South District?" Xiaoyong nods back. "Yeah, exactly. Oh, by the way, old Li." Li asks if he needs anything. Xiaoyong replies, "Your shooting skills are the best we have here. Please train the others for me." Hearing that, old Li flashes a super confident smile. "That is my specialty. Do not even worry about it." Right after that, Xiaoyong salutes him. "Chen Chong, let's roll." Moments later, their vehicle speeds out of the base, tearing down the road. Later that night, over at Li Shuxiong's apartment, the tension is thick. He asks, "How are things on Qingzi's end?" A thug replies, "Don't worry, Boss Li. He is definitely in position by now." Hearing that, Shuxiong barks out, "Move out." He brings his crew along, their faces full of absolute, killing intent as they march forward. But suddenly, blinding headlights flash right in their faces. Shuxiong's gang quickly shield their eyes from the glare, groaning in pain. Ugh, it is Boss Shu's crew. The rival gang keeps the high beams glaring right at Shuxiong's blinded men. Inside that car, Brother Wen, Brother Kai, and Kui Jing sit there smirking with pure disgust. One of Shuxiong's thugs starts to panic. What in the world is going on? Boss Shu, casually gripping a revolver in his hand, coldly asks, "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing him, Li Shuxiong grits his teeth, stuttering out in shock, Dong Shu." But then he forces a totally fake, nervous smile. Boss Shu. We were just trying to hit up Dongxiang Manor under the cover of night. Finding our luck." Hearing that, Boss Shu bursts out laughing. "Haha, Dongxiang Manor." As he speaks, one of his thugs drags Qingzi out. He ruthlessly tosses the lifeless body right at Li Shuxiong's feet. Seeing the corpse, Shuxiong's face goes completely pale. The guy next to him panics, yelling out in pure terror, "Qingzi!" But instantly, Li Shuxiong smashes a heavy punch right into his own thug's mouth. "Open your dog eyes and look closely, that is, not Qingzi." Then he turns back to Boss Shu, forcing a loud, nervous laugh. "Boss Shu, who even is this guy? I seriously do not know him at all." The moment he finishes speaking, Boss Shu signals his men. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud gunshots ring out. Li Shuxiong desperately covers his head, his whole body trembling in fear. Realizing he is still alive, he opens his eyes in shock. His remaining 3 men have been completely wiped out. Shuxiong frantically stammers, "I really do not know him. Boss Su. Please. Boss Su, what are you doing? Now, pay attention here. You and I are about to see a brutal betrayal." Boss Shu points at the car. Look closely. Who is sitting inside? The blinding headlights finally click off, giving Li Shusheng his vision back. Seeing the person sitting inside that car, he just grits his teeth, completely speechless. It is Kui Jing. She is leaning comfortably right against Brother Kai's shoulder. Li Shusheng screams out in absolute rage. Kui Jing, Brother Kai finally speaks up. Do not bother denying it. Kui Jing already told us everything about your pathetic betrayal. Shuxiong completely loses his mind at this point. He roars at the top of his lungs, pure fury. Kui Jing, you dare betray me? Brother Kai turns back to Brother Wen. Boss Wen, how exactly should we handle this guy? Wen doesn't say a single word. He just slowly runs one finger right across his own throat. A few moments later, Shuxiong has a thick noose tightly tied around his neck. The thugs forcefully hoist him up, hanging him right outside the main gate of the villa. Shuxiong's face is a mess of tears and snot. He chokes out desperate, bitter gasps as his life force slowly fades away into nothing. Soon his entire body goes limp, dangling lifelessly in front of the massive gate. Dead. Meanwhile, back over on Xiaoyong's side, their vehicle enters the South District. Stopping a short distance from the villa area, they quietly cut the engine. Xiaoyong and Chen Chong hop out. With their superhuman physiques, the two of them move through the shadows with absolutely terrifying speed. Just a few short moments later, they arrive right outside the Bishui mountain villa. Xiaoyong immediately signals Chen Chong to halt. Looking up, they spot Shuxiong hanging there, who has already turned into a thrashing zombie struggling wildly on the rope. Xiaoyong scoffs coldly. Serves you right. But honestly, it's a bit of a shame I didn't finish you myself. Stick with me, guys, because Xiaoyong just picks up a stone and flicks it straight at the rope hanging Shuxiong. Snap. The zombie crashes face first into the hard dirt. Xiaoyong walks over, grabs it by the head, and says, "You animal. Since your ending was so pathetic, I will take your revenge for you." We then cut to the luxury villa, where Brother Kai and his crew are chilling. Right now, those two are teaching Kui Jing a very physical lesson. From the bedroom, sounds of pure pleasure echo out. Inside, Kui Jing has her limbs completely bound to the bed with iron handcuffs. Wearing almost nothing, she blushes and pouts. "You guys are awful. I did such a great job and you treat me like this. Untie me." Brother Wen smiles and steps right up at that moment, totally ready to shove his sweet potato straight into the oven of absolute pleasure. "Isn't this reward absolutely perfect? Come here," he says. You and I see Kui Jing is totally out of it, just moaning away. But wait, a sudden noise outside ruins the mood. Brother Kai pulls his pants up, instantly suspicious. "What was that noise?" he mutters, creeping over to the door to peek outside. Seeing the bloody scene below, Kai instantly breaks into a cold sweat. Down in the yard, every single one of his men is laid out flat. Then, boom, heavy pounding shakes their own door. The three of them stare, panicking. What is going on? Little do they know. Xiaoyong has already vaulted right up to their window. Taking in the absolute degeneracy, inside Xiaoyong just freezes. Then, zero hesitation, he casually slips his blade right against Kai's throat. Kai gasps in total shock. One clean, effortless slice. Kai chokes out a pathetic gasp as blood sprays everywhere. His lifeless body just violently crumbles to the floor. Thud. Xiaoyong hops inside like it's nothing. Brother Wen and Kui Jing finally snap around, totally horrified. Wen instantly yells, "Kai, you bastard, who are you?" Kui Jing instantly recognizes him, screaming Jiang Xiaoyong. Before the name even lands, Xiaoyong launches his dagger straight at Brother Wen. The blade sinks deep into his chest. Wen coughs up a sickening mouthful of blood before his naked body drops completely dead, rolling onto the cold floor. Witnessing this absolute massacre, Kui Jing is beyond terrified. She lets out a blood-curdling scream. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong just slowly strolls over to the bed, staring dead at his pathetic target. Shaking violently, she stutters out, "Jiang Xiaoyong. Why? What exactly are you going to do?" Xiaoyong just hits her with a cold, mocking smirk. "Haha, you guys were having quite the party, huh?" He steps toward the door. "I really wonder how that absolute animal Li Shuxiong is going to react when he sees you like this." His hand lightly rests right on the doorknob. Hearing this, Kui Jing's eyes widen. "Wait, Li Shuxiong." Xiaoyong pulls the door wide open. Instantly, The zombified Li Shuxiong lunges straight inside, letting out this horrifying, bloodthirsty roar. The monster pounces directly onto the chained-up Kui Jing right on the bed. Seeing this absolute nightmare unfold, she's completely helpless, panic taking over as tears stream down. Zombie Li Shuxiong doesn't hesitate, diving straight for her exposed throat. He viciously bites down Kui Jing, instantly coughs up a massive spray of blood, screaming, "Jiang Xiaoyong, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Get off." Soon, the only thing left echoing in that room are her agonizing screams. Xiaoyong just casually grabs the handle, pulls the door shut, and turns to leave. He's letting the two traitors from his past life literally eat each other. Later down in the courtyard, Xiaoyong points at the scattered corpses. "Go ahead, eat these bodies." His zombie minion, Chen Chong, rasps out, "Can only eat one person." But suddenly, a strange noise catches Xiaoyong's full attention. He immediately cups a hand to his ear, listening closely. Somewhere inside a distant room, a terrified group of survivors is huddled together down a dark hallway. A massive, sweaty chef stomps over to them, gripping a heavy butcher knife. He glares at the helpless crowd. A skinny thug grabs a little girl, licking his lips. "This one's got soft skin and tender meat. Perfect." The little girl is absolutely terrified, crying out in pure panic, "Mommy," but the fat chef just squints down at her, shaking his head. No good way, too skinny. Instead, he points straight at a chubby boy sitting nearby. "Take that one." Without hesitation, he lunges forward, violently grabbing the boy's arm. "This kid's fat." The mother desperately clings to her son, screaming in panic, "Let my boy go, let him go." Annoyed, the chef swings a brutal slap across the mother's face. "Back off, you crazy witch, take that." She falls hard onto the ground. Seeing this, the little boy bursts into tears, running to her. Mommy, lying there, tears streaming down. She completely breaks down. "Please no, spare my son. I'm begging you, I'm begging you." Desperate, she reaches her hand out toward the huddled crowd, sobbing helplessly. "Please, someone save my son, have a little mercy." But honestly, not a single person in that corner even dares to breathe. Right at that tense moment, a massive crash erupts outside, instantly making everyone freeze. The fat chef grips his weapon, yelling, "Who's out there?" But his only answer is the deafening sound of a gunshot. Sweating profusely, the chef panics. That's definitely a shotgun blast. Who else could possibly have that weapon? A thug nearby stammers back, "No way, only the boss has one." Suddenly, the heavy door creaks open on its own. Everyone frantically aims their weapons at the entrance. The chef glares at his buddy, ordering, "Go check it out." The thug goes completely pale. "Me," the chef shoves him, growling, "Stop stalling, move your ass." With zero choice left, he reluctantly grips his gun, creeping forward. The second he reaches the frame, a monstrous hand shoots in, grabbing his face. He's violently dragged into the darkness, only managing a quick, terrified scream. The rest of the gang absolutely loses it. "It's a zombie. Open fire. Shoot it now." In pure panic, the entire squad just completely unloads their ammo at the doorway. But Chen Chong is wildly fast, blurring right past those heavily barricaded wooden windows, dodging the bullets. The thugs spot the movement and scream, "Over there, watch out." They immediately whip their guns toward Chen Chong, spraying wildfire. But right then, Chen Chong violently leaps through the air, completely shattering the wooden barriers with a deafening roar. The fat chef stares in absolute, soul-crushing terror. Before he can even twitch, Chen Chong is already on him. He grips the chef's head, delivering one effortless, lethal twist. The chef instantly meets his maker. Hitting the dirt, Chen Chong rockets forward like a bullet. Inside, "All right, you and I are dropping straight into absolute chaos." A guy screams, "It's rushing right at me. Somebody please help." And then bam, a moment later, Chen Chong completely wipes out the entire mob. Sweating bullets, one of the surviving girls stammers, "Wait, he is not killing us. What exactly is up with this zombie?" Meanwhile, Chen Chong is just standing there, completely riddled with bullet holes, silently staring down the terrified crowd. Jiang Xiaoyong kicks the door open, super impressed. "Not bad, Chong. Even with the heavy chains and that mask on, your moves are still absolutely lightning fast." Chen Chong just smugly raises his hand. "Like this. Way cooler." The survivors are completely stunned. Wait a second. A zombie that can actually talk. A few moments pass, and everyone is just staring wide-eyed at Chen Chong's bizarre look. The little girl from earlier, she takes one glance, at him and buries her face into her mother's chest, absolutely terrified. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly steps in to calm them down. Hey, don't panic, he isn't going to attack any of you. But the little girl, eyes full of tears, just stammers. He is a high-tier monster. He slaughters people without even blinking an eye. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong actually pauses, letting out a surprised hum. He crouches down right in front of the kid and asks, "Wait, have you two actually seen another guy just like him before?" The mother nods. "We have." Jiang Xiaoyong presses harder. "Where exactly did you see it?" She answers, "Over at the Decoration City in the East District." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong's face instantly drops into pure worry. "That early, man, I honestly thought we had at least another month or two before they showed up. Plus, that area isn't even far from Old Tea City." Hearing this new intel, Chen Chong stammers out, "Wait, what? What do you mean what?" Jiang Xiaoyong turns around dead serious. "A mutant variant. Exactly like you. Now, you and I gotta pay close attention here." Jiang Xiaoyong explains, "Depending on the person, variants keep different levels of logic and memories. So, because of that, your hunting efficiency is way higher than any basic zombie. But since this mutation is super unstable, most of you guys end up with an insanely violent temper. You are incredibly dangerous." Hearing that, Chen Chong genuinely looks worried. He stutters. "So, I think I finally understand what you mean." Jiang Xiaoyong just steps right up, patting his shoulder. "Relax, man. You got super lucky. Plus, with me around, I won't let you lose your mind." Then Jiang Xiaoyong waves his hand, changing the subject. "All right, inside this Bishui Villa complex, there have to be at least a few other survivors around, right?" One guy quickly speaks up. "Over by the real estate sales office, there's actually a bunch of people locked up there." The girl adds, "And, who knows, there might even be survivors hiding down in the basement." A bit later, Jiang Xiaoyong and the group slowly creep their way downstairs. The basement door is completely covered in these massive, horrific bloodstains. They push it open, stepping inside, and absolutely freeze in pure terror. Xiao Yong stares in pure shock. They have been capturing nearby survivors every single day just to slaughter them. You and I are definitely not ready for what's inside. All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Deep inside the basement, disemboweled bodies hung everywhere. Jiang Xiaoyong's voice trembled. Is this the exact reason why the entire South City sector has absolutely no other survivor camps? Looking at the gruesome meat locker, he couldn't hide his dark suspicions. But slaughtering this many people, there's no way they can eat all this. The guy standing right behind him quickly answered, "They actually move the meat out periodically. Honestly, we have no idea how massive their group really is." Staring down at the cold corpses in front of him, Jiang Xiaoyong did the math in his head. "I know they're rough numbers. They definitely can't eat this much flesh. Wait, could they actually be raising zombies?" That thought hit hard. He quickly turned around, demanding, "Earlier you guys mentioned the real estate office. Tell me everything about that setup right now." The terrified man quickly explained. "The real estate office is by the south gate, roughly 1 kilometer away. Anyone captured gets locked up over there first. Only the rejects or the ones they get completely bored of playing with are dragged here to be butchered." Hearing that twisted logic, Jiang Xiaoyong scoffed in pure disgust. But then ding, a glowing system screen suddenly popped up. A direct notification. Utopia System Onsen version fully activated. New questline unlocked, community expansion. The system's primary mission requirement was simple. He had to massively raise the community rating. Current rating, level 2. Completion reward, 20 massive accumulated points. And his current total points sat at 36. Meanwhile, the camera cuts down to the real estate office. 2 sketchy figures were casually standing guard outside. One of them muttered, "Hey, I swear I just heard gunshots over by the north gate." The other guy just laughed. "Ah, they're probably using live humans for target practice again." The words barely left his mouth when Chen Chong dropped in right behind them out of nowhere. Both guards panicked, screaming, Zombie. It's a zombie. / Chen Chong finished both of them off with brutal efficiency. Up above, inside the dark building, several girls, barely wearing anything, were huddled together inside a trashed room. Hearing the sudden commotion outside, they practically jumped out of their skin in absolute terror. One terrified girl whispered, "What in the world is happening out there?" The girl beside her, shaking with pure panic, quickly shot back, "No, let them do whatever sick things they want, just don't come in here." Suddenly, the door blasted open. The girl was sweating, bullets begging for her life, "Please don't come in, don't come in," but it was Jiang Xiaoyong. He casually walked inside, scanning the entire room full of terrified survivors. He kept his voice completely calm. "Everyone get out." The group just stared back at him, completely stunned. Moments later, Jiang Xiaoyong led the shaken survivors completely out of the building. One girl finally stuttered, "Are you actually willing to give us a safe place to stay?" Jiang Xiaoyong didn't hesitate. "That's right." Then he stopped, glanced back over his shoulder and added, "But everyone has to work." Hearing this, they immediately light up with joy. "No problem at all. We're totally capable and ready." "That's right, me too," the crowd echoes. "You and I are about to see true leadership," as Jiang Xiaoyong smiles and raises his hand. "We can't waste another second. We move right now," he declares. Moments later, the entire group piles onto the bus, revving the engine. And just like that, they leave Bishui Mountain behind. Time blurs, but eventually the bus pulls right up to their base. Jiang Xiaoyong hits the brakes, calling, "Everyone out." Up on the watchtower, Sheng and Zhang Qi spot the returning vehicle. Sheng's face immediately lights up with pure joy. "Brother Xiao, Yong is back. I'll go open the gates," she cheers. But Zhang Qi quickly stops her. "Hold on. He didn't drive straight into the compound. Let's see what he's planning first." Down below, Jiang Xiaoyong points directly at the base, giving the newcomers the grand tour. "That right there is our fortress, but I can't just let you all inside yet." Hearing this, one of the men nods understandingly. "It's a cruel world out there. We totally get it." The woman next to him, however, looks pretty anxious. "Then where are we supposed to stay?" she asks. Jiang Xiaoyong points over. "There's temporary housing, enclosed by iron fences right next door. It's not as bulletproof as the fortress, but trust me, it beats those regular survivor camps by a mile." He gestures broadly. This entire old Yecha city sector still has plenty of empty plots and abandoned buildings. As we keep working and renovating, living conditions will only get better. Hearing that, the survivors immediately bow, clasping their hands in deep respect. "Your immense kindness. We simply have nothing to repay you, benefactor." Cut to the very next morning. Over at the Bishui Mountain Villa district, a convoy of vehicles rolls right in. And inside, the lead car, a woman sounds absolutely furious. Why isn't anyone answering the radio? What kind of shady trick is that bastard Zhang Qingwen pulling now? But then her instincts kick in. Something feels seriously off here. "Wait, this isn't right," she mutters. Moments later, she leads one of her guys to sweep the perimeter. They reach the basement, and guess what? Every single piece of human meat is gone, vanished. After that chilling discovery, she heads straight up to check on Brother Wen's crew in their apartment. She kicks the door open only to find the entire gang turned into mindless zombies, making her gasp. Ugh. Spotting fresh meat, the zombified Li Shuxiong lets out a guttural groan. Without missing a beat, all three infected monsters violently lunge straight toward the woman. But she doesn't panic. With one incredibly casual punch, she completely obliterates zombie Li Shuxiong. Then, without hesitation, she draws a wicked-looking blade. Slash slash, 2 quick strikes, and the remaining 2 zombies hit the floor dead again. With the trash cleared, she calmly pulls out a cloth, wiping the filthy blood off, her gleaming blade. The guy beside her is visibly shaking. He looks over, stuttering, "Sister Rui. Zhang Qingwen is dead. What are we going to do about our meat supply?" she scoffs. "We have no choice but to harvest it ourselves now. But before we get to that, I'm going to brutally murder whoever dared to break our rules." As she says this, thick veins literally bulge across her face, showing just how terrifyingly pissed off she is. A little while later, the two of them continue sweeping the area. The mangled corpses of Brother Wen's crew are literally scattered everywhere. Seeing this absolute massacre, the bearded guy walks over and sighs. "Sister Rui, there's not a single survivor." She doesn't even blink. "What about the meat?" The guy shakes his head. "The meat is completely gone." Hearing that, she barks out an order to bring the trucks around and load up whatever supplies are left. Soon enough, the bearded guy drives the massive transport truck back around. The lower-ranked grunts frantically toss all remaining supplies into the back, while Sister Rui just stands there, her cold eyes analyzing the surroundings. Suddenly, her sharp gaze locks onto something and she lets out an icy scoff. She crouches down, zeroing in on a very distinct set of tire tracks pressed into the dirt road. The bearded guy notices. "Boss, did you find something?" She just squats there in front of the tread marks, letting out a dark, twisted laugh. "Oh yeah," she smirks. "Let's see who pulled this off. Now you and I are heading back to the base where Jiang Xiaoyong is just casually dangling off the watchtower." He pops open his system panel to check his active quests. Quest objective: expand the community. Requirement: do whatever it takes to aggressively raise those community points. Current score: A pathetic 2. Jiang Xiaoyong scratches his head, genuinely confused. How do I even farm? Community points, expanding the population, has to be a major factor, right? They definitely have enough land for it, he chuckles. Thanks to that hypocritical kid from before, the area right down below is already bustling. Rows of temporary tents have been set up for all those rescued survivors from Bishui Mountain. But right then, a specific detail clicks in Jiang Xiaoyong's mind. He remembers what the little girl told him earlier. Right, that rare mutant variant. Wasting no time, he grabs Zhang Qi and Sheng, marching straight into the down refugee camp. As soon as the survivors spot him, their faces light up with pure hope. "Our benefactor. You're here." A woman rushes right up to him, clasping her hands in deep reverence. "Benefactor." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately waves her off, totally embarrassed. "Whoa, no need for all that." Seriously, he turns his attention straight to the little girl's mother. "That super mutant monster you all mentioned earlier, where exactly did you guys spot it?" he asks. The woman shivers. "Inside the Huarunfa supermarket, over in the Decoration City district. Our group originally went there hoping to scavenge for some supplies, but instead, we ran straight into that horrifying monster." She recounts the bloodbath, explaining how several of their people were brutally slaughtered. In the total chaos of the attack, everyone got separated. That's when the Bishui Mountain crew found and took us in. We honestly had no idea those guys were actual monsters themselves. Saying this, tears well up in the poor woman's eyes. Hearing her tragic story, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression turns dead serious. "Huarunfa supermarket, huh?" he mutters. Standing right behind him, Sheng quickly speaks up. "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, we still have plenty of supplies left over. There's absolutely no reason to go provoke a monster like that." Zhang Qi chimes in too, pointing out that if they just sit around doing nothing, they'll eventually eat through a mountain of food. More supplies is always better. Hearing their debate, Jiang Xiaoyong just turns his head and smirks. The most crucial point is that Decoration City is less than 2 kilometers from our base. We absolutely cannot just let a super mutant monster roam around in our backyard, nearby, threatening our safety. Hearing him say this, the woman completely freezes, dropping the laundry basin right out of her hands, and then she panics and rushes over to stop him. "Savior, please don't go. That monster kills without hesitating." But Li Hongli just smiles and replies, "Don't worry about it. We already have a solid plan." Then he turns toward Zhang Qi and says, "Zhang Qi, go and call boss Sean. We are going to meet that guy. Meanwhile, you and I are about to see a completely different group of human survivors slowly making their approach." The guy wearing the black suit looks totally smug. "See, I told you guys I remembered a massive supermarket nearby." Hearing this, the young man beside him quickly brings him down to earth. "Hold your horses. For all we know, this whole place has already been completely looted." The girl, walking up front, chimes in, "Hey, do not be so pessimistic. We have searched plenty of supermarkets by now, and haven't we always managed to find some leftover supplies?" Hearing that someone else speaks up, Wendy is right. Honestly, finding people with the courage and raw ability to just stroll through the apocalypse like us, they are pretty rare. Yep. With that confidence, the whole squad pushes forward and enters the building. Stepping inside, the entire group goes dead silent. They sweep their eyes across the supermarket, greeted by an incredibly dark and creepy atmosphere right away. Glancing at the shelves, one guy nods. "Yeah, definitely been looted already, but the place is not entirely empty." Right then, the girl holding a frying pan starts banging it against the wall over and over. She is intentionally making noise, trying to lure out any hidden zombies. She raises the pan, gets into a fighting stance, and yells out, "Hey, anyone home?" After that, the entire crew falls silent, listening super closely. A second later, a handful of infected start staggering right out of the shadows. Seeing them approach, the girl immediately shouts out a warning. "Here they come, we got some runners." The moment those words leave her mouth, 3 zombies suddenly sprint straight at the group with terrifying speed. Seeing the incoming threat, she loudly yells to engage. "Battle formations, be careful." Suddenly, a series of brutal hits echo through the total darkness. Smash, crack, squelch, boom. A few moments later, all 3 zombies are completely wiped out. The girl stares down at the bodies, smirking proudly. Easy as pie, guys. The young guy beside her just looks down at the mess and shrugs. There are zombies, sure, but not too many. The majority of them were probably drawn away by whoever raided this place before us. The guy standing in the back nods in agreement. "Well, looks like we basically hit the jackpot today." Then the young man warns them. "Stay alert, guys. Let's keep moving forward." With that said, the crew slowly pushes deeper into the store, completely unaware of the dark shadow watching them from the corner. The lurking figure steps into the light. An advanced mutant zombie. It just stares at the group with glowing blood-red eyes, completely silent. Fresh, delicious prey. Meanwhile, as the survival team heads deeper into one of the large shopping aisles, they spot the remaining supplies and their jaws drop. They stare in absolute shock, grinning from ear to ear. "Wow, it is basically Christmas. Let's grab everything. This is enough food to last us for years." The girl is beyond thrilled, pointing toward the corner. "Guys, check that out." Following her finger, a perfectly clean, soft mattress sits right there. Oh my God, a bed. Without hesitation, she leaps straight onto the mattress, absolutely soaking in that soft, comfortable feeling she has not experienced in ages. She laughs out loud. "I don't care what you say, I am staying right here. The whole squad is super pumped." "Now," one guy chimes in. "Hey, maybe we should just make this our base." Someone else nods. "Actually, a great idea." Seeing everybody getting way too excited, the guy in the suit turns to the teammate standing next to him. "I'm gonna step out for a smoke." Hearing that, his friend immediately nods. "All right, let's go. I'll join you." A few minutes later, the 2 men walk over to the railing, lighting up. The guy with the backpack asks the big question. "What do you think? Are we actually setting up camp here?" The man in the suit takes a slow drag of his cigarette, then starts breaking it down. "This mall has way too many entrances and exits. Defending it would be a nightmare. Plus, with all these supplies lying around, we easily become a massive target for other survivor groups. But hey, on our way here, I noticed a solid 2-story house just across the street that looked pretty secure. Now watch this closely." A massive razor-sharp claw suddenly explodes straight through his chest. His friend looks over, completely frozen in pure terror as warm blood sprays everywhere. That advanced zombie casually lifts its dying prey into the air, with one hand a twisted, sinister smile creeping across its face. Thin skin, tender meat. You are going to taste absolutely delicious. The surviving guy snaps out of it, turning around and sprinting for his absolute life, screaming out in total panic. "Help! Somebody help me, monster!" Hearing the desperate screams, the rest of the crew inside instantly tense up with deep worry, looking toward the door. What is going on? The guy doesn't even make it 10 steps before the mutant zombie plunges all of its razor-sharp claws deep into his back. He lets out an agonizing scream. Gah! Without missing a beat, the monster hoists him straight up into the air. And then, a sickening rip echoes through the room as the man is brutally torn directly in half. The girl leading the group is frozen in absolute shock, her entire body trembling in terror. What? What the hell is that? Someone from the back finally screams out at the top of their lungs. Run! Get out of here! The entire squad breaks into a dead sprint, running for their lives. Seeing them scatter, the mutant zombie immediately charges right after them. It leaps high into the air, lunging down with a terrifying, twisted laugh. You cannot escape me. None of you are getting out alive. As soon as it finishes, it violently skewers 4 massive claws right through the girl running in the back. Seeing this bloodbath, the remaining survivors lose their minds, screaming as they sprint. No, please, I don't want to die, but the monster does not care. A second later, the guy in the back gets completely skewered, like a human donut. Now, only the lead girl is left desperately dashing toward the exit. Seeing the bright sunlight pouring through the doorway, she pushes herself to the absolute limit. The exit, it's right there, she cheered. But just when she thought she was finally safe, boom. A massive crash echoed, and she let out a scream, tumbling hard to the ground. She looked up at the thing that just appeared, tears welling up in her absolutely terrified eyes. But the figure stepping forward was actually Chen Chong. Sobbing uncontrollably, she cried out, "Please, I don't want to die." Yet right at that exact moment, Chen Chong just casually walked right past her. She gasped in pure shock. Then a calm voice rang out from out of nowhere. "Don't be scared." She turned her head, completely stunned. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong and Zhang Qi standing there, she stuttered, "You are the land buyer." Jiang Xiaoyong reached out his hand, offering to help her up from the floor. She quickly grabbed it and pulled herself to her feet. That is when Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly realized something and said, "Oh, you are that real estate agent, right?" He scratched his cheek, trying to remember her name. It was something like Ning Wanyuan, wasn't it? But Wanyuan did not care about his question at all. Panic completely taking over, she screamed, "Run, there is a monster. A monster is in the mall. You have to run right now." Seeing her freak out, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly reassured her. "It is totally fine. That monster has already been blocked." Hearing this, Wanyuan finally looked back. Now watch closely, because her eyes just widened in absolute disbelief. Right there in front of her very own eyes, Chen Chong was casually blocking the massive arm of a high-level monster with just one hand. The creature grinned a wicked smile. "Hee. You want to hog everything for yourself, heh?" Jiang Xiaoyong shouted over to him. "Hey Chong, can you handle this guy on your own?" Chen Chong slowly replied, "Let's find out." With a simple flick of his wrist, he sent the zombie flying backward through the air. The monster braced itself hard and landed, its whole body twitching slightly. "Meeting one of my own kind for the very first time. Hey. This feels absolutely amazing." Right after that, it leapt straight into the air, charging fiercely at Chen Chong. Just as its deadly claws slashed down, Chen Chong easily sprang backward to dodge. Leaving him zero time to breathe, the monster attacked again, giggling. "Heh, I wonder if eating my own kind will make me evolve even faster. Heh." But before it could even finish that creepy sentence, Chen Chong's brutal fist was already smashed right up into its face. The monster was totally stunned. Next thing it knew, it took a massive hit, crashing headfirst into the ground. The zombie slowly got back up, its glowing red eyes burning with absolute fury. "Damn it. Heh, you actually have some real power." Chen Chong simply stepped closer. He raised his leg high to stomp it down hard. Boom. The ground instantly cracked open, with debris flying everywhere. But as Chen Chong glanced up, toward the ceiling, by a mere hair the zombie had leaped up to the roof, barely dodging a fatal blow. Now the undead monster was completely enraged, its hair mostly falling out. It let out a wild, terrifying screech. "The power I gained from all my recent hunts and hoarding is finally going to be put to very good use today, hey. Hearing this, Chen Chong's eyes suddenly widened in pure shock. With those blood-red eyes and a psychotic laugh, the beast charged straight at him. Right after that, a fierce clash between two high-level zombies kicked off. In the pitch dark, you could only hear the massive impacts ringing out. Zhang Qi watched the insane fight nervously. Brother Yang Chen Chong is actually losing his edge. How is this monster so incredibly strong? Jiang Xiaoyong looked totally serious. Coming here was definitely the right move. If we let it keep hunting for much longer, it would be an absolute nightmare to deal with. With that, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled an AK-47 out of his spatial ring. Ning Wanyuan was stunned. What the heck? A huge gun just appeared out of thin air. Jiang Xiaoyong raised the assault rifle, taking careful aim as he said, "Hey Chong, if you can't pin him down for just one single second, I will not make fun of you later." Right after he spoke, Chen Chong instantly grabbed both of the monster's arms tight. It totally panicked, screaming, "Damn, you let me go." The very next moment, a loud gunshot rang out. A bullet flew straight into the center of the monster's forehead. Under the sheer force of the heavy impact, its entire body staggered backward a few steps. It quickly planted its feet to stop the massive backward momentum. Then, it glared right back over at Jiang Xiaoyong. With a twisted grin, it sneered. "Ah, that really hurt. You little punk actually managed to injure me. Hey, I am going to kill you right now." I will completely tear you apart. Watching this play out, Jiang Qi was absolutely mind-blown, stuttering out, "It's brain." It took a bullet straight to the brain, and it's still alive. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately unleashed a full spray of bullets at the beast. Before it could even flex, Jiang Xiaoyong totally turned it into literal Swiss cheese. It could only let out a few pathetic gurgling screeches as it ate the entire bullet magazine. The nasty monster's body was now completely shredded, even though its mouth kept twitching with faint, creepy laughs. Jiang Qi asked nervously, Is it finally dead?" Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Chen Chong and casually said, "Hey Chen Chong, why not try eating this monster? It might just give you a major power boost." Hearing that, Chen Chong simply grunted in agreement. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the game system popped up with a notification: Ding Community Expansion Quest active. Objective details. Go all out to increase the community rating score by any means. Quest progress update: major threat eliminated. Community rating goes up +1 point. Current rating is now at 3. Reward points distributed: 10 points accumulated. Total points 46. Staring right at the system panel, Jiang Xiaoyong could not help but smile. "Oh, so this stuff counts too," he grinned. "Now this is where it gets crazy for us watching. Since we are here, let's clear out this whole supermarket." Hearing this wild idea, Ning Wanyuan was completely stunned. "Wait, move absolutely everything." A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong simply used his spatial ring, vacuuming up every single thing in sight. The supermarket supplies vanish into thin air. Jiang Qi and Xiao Kai just stare, completely mind-blown. Whoa, what kind of magic is this? Once the place is cleared out, Jiang Xiaoyong turns his attention to the scattered corpses on the floor. He tilts his head and says, "Rather than letting these bodies turn into zombies, why don't we use them? Our pet is probably still hungry anyway." Meanwhile, back near our main character's base, a suspicious vehicle rolls up quietly. A voice from inside suddenly calls out, "Stop the car right here." Inside are those 2 thugs from Jade Mountain. They actually tracked the tire marks all the way back. The woman known as Li Jingrui squints and looks over at the bearded guy, asking what is up. The bearded man lifts his binoculars, scanning the distant base. Up on the high watchtower, Sheng comes into clear focus through the lens. He then shifts his gaze down to the temporary camp area. The exact same survivors from Jade Mountain are chilling in those tents. Lowering the binoculars, he turns to Li Jingrui with a grin. They have got quite a few people, but their weapons are absolute garbage. Their only real advantage is that the factory is decently fortified. Hearing this, the driver looks completely baffled. He asks, "Wait, how did they even take out Zhang and Kai's crew?" Then Li Jingrui just sneers, letting out a dark laugh. Obviously, they used a cheap sneak attack and lured zombies inside. I literally told those idiots that using the villa as a base was completely unsafe. Not safe at all. She suddenly bursts into a twisted fit of laughter. Honestly, heaven saw us struggling and just gift-wrapped this new prey. A free base just for us. The bearded guy totally agrees, chuckling. Yeah, it almost makes me feel bad taking it. Listening to these two gloat like absolute villains, the driver finally speaks up. "So, what is the plan? We charging in now?" Li Jingrui shakes her head. "No, let us head back and prepare first. We need to grab more backup and heavy weapons before hitting this place." The driver slams the gas, burning rubber in a tight drift, and they speed off. "All right, you and I are shifting gears back to Jiang Xiaoyong. His crew is currently cruising down the road, heading straight for home base." Xiao Kai hears Jiang Qi hyping up the base and asks, "Wait, seriously?" Jiang Qi nods proudly. Of course it is true. Not only do we have actual soft beds, but there is running hot water for showers. Hearing that, Xiao Kai practically screams in pure joy. But suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes lock onto something ahead. He tells everyone to stay sharp and grab their weapons. Someone is coming. Immediately, Xiao Kai and Jiang Qi tense up. Without missing a beat, Jiang Qi hefts his heavy assault rifle, locking into a battle stance, dead silent, just waiting. But false alarm. Li Jingrui's vehicle blasts right past them in the opposite lane without even slowing down. Jiang Xiaoyong narrows his eyes, shooting a razor-sharp glare at the passing car. Through the window, Li Jingrui stares right back, her eyes completely dead and totally emotionless. Suddenly, a translucent blue screen pops up. Ding, new system quest activated. Quest title Villain Nemesis Volume 1. The current objective is simple: defend against invasion. Reward is 50 points. Jiang Xiaoyong blinks in surprise. Wait, an invasion? His mind immediately flashes back to the cold woman in that passing car. Are they the attackers? A little later, their crew arrives back safely. Jiang Xiaoyong marches right up to the watchtower, looking straight at Sheng. Hey, did any strangers poke around here earlier? Sheng points out toward the horizon. Yeah, actually. A car drove up from a distance, but they never got super close to our walls. I genuinely thought it was you guys coming back. Is something wrong? Jiang Xiaoyong's expression darkens. Go tell Uncle Thang and Old Li to gather everyone right now. I have got some crucial orders to give. All right, let us shift gears over to that old coal factory located down in the southern suburbs. A desperate survivor clutches a battered radio in his hands, static hissing loudly. Through the crackling noise, a faint, distorted broadcast breaks through. Attention all remaining survivors. Head to the southern coal factory immediately. We have established a secure base here, and we desperately need more people. Cut to a ragged group trudging down the road toward the factory. One guy in the back mutters, "It has to be close, right?" Just then, a heavy vehicle pulls up. The guy lights up like a Christmas tree. A car, other survivors, thank God we are saved. Spotting the group, the car brakes hard. Li Jingru steps out, looking them up and down. You guys heard the broadcast and came to join up, right? The group leader nods eagerly. Yes, exactly. But seeing her incredible figure, these guys immediately get this totally creepy, thirsty look on their faces. Their eyes are literally glued to her chest, zero subtlety at all. Li Jingru definitely notices their gross stares, but she just slowly trails a hand down her own collarbone and smiles. You boys arrived at the perfect time. Just follow me. The thirsty leader stammers out, "Oh yeah, thank you so much." Li Jingru flashes a sickly sweet smile. The base is not far, and the car is totally full anyway, so just walk behind us. Hearing this, the creep just grins happily. Yeah, we can do that. He then shoots a look back at his buddy, flashing a seriously sketchy, sinister grin. A short walk later, the group finally arrives at the coal factory base. Taking in the entire setup inside, they cannot help but gasp in pure amazement. Whoa, this place is absolutely massive. Thank God we actually found a real safe zone. Right then, the guy in the yellow shirt shifts awkwardly, scratching his cheek. I seriously need to use the bathroom. Let me just go right outside real quick. Li Jingru instantly cuts him off. No need for that. We have an actual bathroom right inside. Follow me. The guy immediately lights up. Oh sweet, yes ma'am. Moments later inside the grimy bathroom, this creep is taking a leak while shooting totally inappropriate glances at Li Jingru. She does not even flinch, just crosses her arms, standing tall, and literally stares right down at his junk. Noticing that the sleazebag zips up and turns around with a disgusting smirk. Well, hey there, little lady. All right, stick with me here. Come here, don't be shy. I'm packing serious power. But the very second those words dropped, the yellow-shirted guy's eyes completely filled with absolute shock. He choked out 2 heavy coughs. Li Jingru just stared at him with dead, ice-cold eyes. The combat knife in her hand was already thrust straight into his throat. The guy in yellow collapsed to the ground instantly like a sack of bricks. His eyes stayed wide open, completely frozen in a state of pure disbelief. Li Jingru calmly wiped the fresh blood off her blade and sneered. Seriously, I thought he was top tier. Turns out he's just weak trash. With the trash completely taken out, she spun around to leave. One of her loyal lackeys quickly stepped up. Hey boss, the mess is cleaned up. Hearing his report, she immediately barked her next order. Good. Now drag that guy out of the bathroom. Glancing at the lifeless bodies scattered across the floor, she casually added, While you're at it, call boss second brother and number 3 out here. Meanwhile, back at Jiang Xiaoyong's base, the whole crew had already gathered tightly inside the meeting room. Old Li heard Jiang Xiaoyong's warning and looked totally shocked. Someone is targeting us right now. Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head. I honestly don't have any solid intel on the enemy yet. But from this moment on, we might be facing brutal attacks literally every single day. Pausing for a tense second, he turned his attention toward Chen Chong and Zhang Qi. You two grab your gear. We're heading out later to completely clear out that massive abandoned building over in the southeast sector, so the stranded survivors out there have a safe place to hide. Otherwise, when the enemy actually strikes, they're all going to end up as easy meat shields. Shan immediately stepped forward. Jiang Xiaoyong, I'm coming with you. Xiao Jia chimed in right away too. Count me in. Even the two superpowered brothers spoke up in perfect unison. We're joining the fight too. Xiao Shuai practically jumped up excitedly, throwing his hand in the air. Oh, then I definitely want to tag along. Seeing her kid so hyped for actual combat, Xiao Li quickly pulled him back. You're just a kid, stop looking for trouble. Seeing everyone so totally united, Xiao Keg couldn't help but look surprised. Whoa. Then she nervously raised her own hand. With this kind of hype vibe, honestly, maybe I should join in too. Seeing everyone so insanely fired up, Jiang Xiaoyong smiled. It shouldn't be too dangerous out there. Uncle Sheng and old Li staying behind to guard the base is enough. The rest of you can come along. A few moments later, the entire squad was fully geared up, gripping their weapons tight as they marched straight toward the abandoned building. In no time, they were standing right at the base of it. This was a massive construction project still, half finished. Once inside, the team completely locked in, unleashing absolute hell to wipe out the zombie horde. Every single person was totally hyped, swinging blades, hacking with axes, and firing guns to clear the place at lightning speed. It didn't take long before every last zombie was completely wiped out. The whole crew was pretty exhausted, panting heavily to catch their breath. After a quick second, Jiang Xiaoyong scanned the bloody room. Is anyone seriously hurt? Check yourselves right now. Hearing that, the squad shouted back in perfect unison. All clear, Jiang Xiaoyong finally nodded. Good. Over the next few days, we're definitely expecting some enemy forces to raid us. So for now, everyone just hold down this location. Hearing that, a tough-looking girl immediately stepped up. Hey, we can fight too. The guy right next to her completely agreed. Yeah, we can definitely pitch in and help out. Hearing their absolute resolve, Jiang Xiaoyong thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking it over. All right, fine. Come here. He turned back to the main group. You guys finish cleaning up this area. Later, I'll drop off some assault rifles and extra ammo for you all. When the enemy actually attacks, we'll keep in touch using radio comms. But you absolutely have to follow my exact commands on the battlefield. They confidently shouted back. Got it. Now here's where we need to pay attention. Meanwhile, over at the Grim Coal Factory base, Li Jingru's gang was busy loading a bunch of heavy oil barrels and deadly weapons onto their trucks. But suddenly, a raspy voice called out from behind. What's the matter, boss lady? The guys who just showed up looked like total freaks. One was a massive muscle-bound brute, while the other was extremely skinny and small. The scrawny guy grinned. How'd it go? Still, going smooth. The giant brute behind him just stared with totally hollow, dead white eyes, constantly muttering, Human meat. Gotta eat human meat. Hearing his creepy question, Li Jingru just snapped right back. Smooth my ass, Jade Mountain got completely wiped off the map by someone. From now on, we're totally on our own, for survival. The skinny freak's jaw actually dropped in sheer shock. Who the hell could pull that off? The giant brute grumbled, visibly annoyed. No human meat left to eat. Not fun at all. Li Jingrui let out a cold, mocking laugh. It's some huge group hiding out in the eastern suburbs. Pretty massive numbers. Old Tongaro morning, I'm taking boss second brother and the crew to launch an all-out assault. We'll slaughter them all. Fast forward to that evening, safely inside Jiang Xiaoyong's private room. He excitedly muttered to himself. 46 total reward points left. Let's see if the system dropped any new supply chests. Without hesitating, he quickly pulled up the main exchange shop interface to check. The system mall loaded up. Level 2, Superpower Awakening Supply Chest for 25 points. Right below it, the Epic Doomsday Cultivator Supply Chest. Level 2, costing 15 points. Then there was a basic Level 1 Sugar Oil and Protein Supply Chest for just 5 points. And finally, a Manual Shop Refresh, costing exactly 2 points. Seeing this insane lineup, Jiang Xiaoyong practically lit up with joy. Yes, finally some actually good new items in stock. Without wasting a single second, he slammed the purchase button and grinned. Wow, 2 level 2 chests this time around. That's 40 points total. Let's crack these open and see if I get anything incredibly broken. Right after Xiao, Yang bought the level 2 superpower chest. The system instantly flashed a bright notification. Ding skill acquired physical overload, level 1. Looking at the special trait, was totally simple base attributes, temporarily boosted by 25%, but triggers a massive weakened state afterward. Staring right at the glowing system screen, Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't help but grin like a total madman. Oh, a 25% boost, my current physical stat is at 33. A 25% jump pushes me past 40 points. That's basically like unleashing 8 times the raw explosive strength of an average human. Hyped out of his mind, he looked down tightly, flexing his arm as a massive surge of wild power fully radiated from his core. Jiang Xiaoyong just chuckled to himself. I'm seriously dying to test this new ability out. Meanwhile, that vicious gang over at the Dark Coal factory finally started their brutal advance straight toward Jiang Xiaoyong's main base. The heavily bearded thug clicked his walkie-talkie, locking in the comms with his men before slowly turning toward, "All right, you and I are about to see some action." Sister Rui crosses her arms, making the attack plan crystal clear to everyone. First step, run down every single survivor outside. Then, while second brother smashes the gate, everyone else uses their armored trucks. They will provide heavy cover fire. Hearing this, second brother gets totally hyped up. Yeah, I am starving. I want to kill and eat. Plan locked and loaded. The entire convoy speeds off like absolute maniacs. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Xiaoyong's base, way up on the highest roof, Old Li looks down. This spot is definitely super hidden, he says, but the visibility is way worse than the guard tower. The blind spot is huge. Jiang Xiaoyong just smiles and fires back. Relax, we are not guarding this spot for the view. Old Li turns to him totally confused. Then what is it for? Jiang Xiaoyong smirks. Didn't you say you were a sniper for a few years? Old Li scratches his head, looking a little embarrassed. Ah, you remembered wrong. Not years, just a few months. It was just a minor gig to make up the numbers back then. Jiang Xiaoyong presses him. So can you hit a target clean from 1 to 200 meters away? Old Li aggressively thumps his own chest. Hey, do not look down on me, as long as the wind is not too crazy if it is within 500 meters. I hit whatever I aim at. Jiang Xiaoyong nods. That is all we need. Right then, a voice calls out from behind them. Boss Jiang Xiaoyong, the package is here. They turn around to see Zhang Qi lugging something huge. Holy crap, what even is this? It is ridiculously heavy. He drops the massive case and leans on his knees, gasping for air. Old Li stares at it, completely shocked. The heavy case opens, revealing an absolute beast, a heavy-duty sniper rifle. Old Li's eyes go wide as he yells out in pure disbelief. Whoa, Jiang Xiaoyong! Not just anyone can get their hands on a beauty like this. Where did you even find it? Jiang Xiaoyong stares him down. We only have 2 magazines, 10 shots in total, so make every single one count. Old Li eagerly grabs the massive gun. He holds it still, barely believing his own eyes, and stammers, I got it, this is wild. Jiang Xiaoyong turns to Zhang Qi. Is everyone else in position? Zhang Qi nods instantly. Yeah, everyone is locked in and ready. Jiang Xiaoyong gives a firm nod. Good, tell the whole crew to stay on high alert. The enemy could show up literally any second now. Meanwhile, at the watchtower. Over at the watchtower, Sheng quickly radios the others. Hello, we have some strange movement. A voice crackles back through the earpiece. Copy that, we hear you loud and clear. Old Li hugs the Barrett rifle, his eye glued to the scope. I see them too. The radio hisses with a warning. Enemy raid. Everyone get ready. Just outside the base, a bearded thug peers through his binoculars. That is weird. The refugees outside the walls. They are completely gone. You do not think those guys ate them, do you? The driver gets nervous. Maybe we should stop the truck and scope the area out first. Sister Rui shuts that idea down immediately. No way. Keep pushing forward. We are already close enough. If they get spotted now, the whole attack plan is going to fall apart. It would be a total disaster. The lackey obeys instantly. Yes, ma'am. Sister Rui grabs her walkie-talkie and barks out the final order. Static crackles. Full assault. Get to the wall and find some cover. Hearing the command, the entire convoy slams on the gas. They charge forward at max speed. Up in the watchtower, Sheng sees the enemy closing in and immediately signals the rest of the crew. They are in range. Open fire. Getting the green light, the survivors in the abandoned building unleash absolute chaos on the trucks. Bullets rain down like crazy. Sister Rui's convoy drives straight into a massive storm of lead. With that kind of brutal, relentless firepower, it does not take long for someone to get hit. A truck loses control, violently swerving right off the main road. Going that fast, it smashes straight into the wall and explodes. Panic hits the radio. Crap, they spotted us. Hearing the panic, Sister Rui starts sweating bullets. She grits her teeth. Damn it, how is this possible? Pinned down by the insane crossfire, her panicked crew screams through the radio. What do we do now? Sister Rui screams to keep pushing. Get to the wall and take cover. They blindly sprint for their lives. They run straight to the wall's edge. A truck screeches to a halt, and a massive foot stomps down. Second brother steps out. Built like an absolute gorilla, he revs up a giant chainsaw and roars. Kill, kill. He charges directly at the iron gate, and wildly starts cutting through it. Now you and I know this is bad. Sheng panics. Oh no, some psycho is breaking the gate. She frantically waves at the watchtower crew. Shoot him. Take him down. They have to stop him from busting that door open. The whole squad opens fire on the giant. Taking cover behind a truck, Sister Rui hears the gunfire and barks out another order. Return fire, give second brother some cover. Her crew unloads their weapons right back at the base. Hiding behind the flimsy watchtower walls, Sheng's group gets totally overwhelmed and is forced to fall back. Over by Jiangqi, Xiao Jia suddenly takes a bullet straight to the shoulder. He screams in agony. Seeing the blood, Jiangqi panics and yells out Xiao Jia. He rushes over to catch his injured friend. He grabs Xiao Jia and shouts, "They have submachine guns too. Their firepower is honestly just as insane as ours right now, Old Tong." Hears the chaos, but stays steady. Do not panic. Hold the line. We have plenty of ammo left. They stand their ground behind the gate. Sheng hears the loud chainsaw roaring and panics. They are cutting through the door. The guys next to him are sweating bullets. If that door opens, we are sitting ducks. Seeing the sheer panic in the room, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly steps up to calm everyone down. Relax, I already have a plan, he says. Without another word, Jiang Xiaoyong quietly slips over to the side door, pushing it wide open. Then, he sprints off at top speed. Meanwhile, over with Li Jingrui's crew, one of the armed henchmen loudly yells out, "We already burned half our ammo." Hearing this, she immediately starts losing her patience. She glares and snaps at her heavy muscle. Second brother, are you still not done with that door? Second brother roars back. Yeah, I am almost done. He violently revs the chainsaw, tearing into the heavy metal door with absolutely everything he has. Right then, inside the room, bright sparks from the massive blade finally burst right through the steel. Someone screams out in absolute panic, warning everyone of the danger. The door is breached. Hearing this, Shan frantically yells, "Back up the door. We cannot let them get inside." Li Jingrui hears their utter panic and flashes a truly wicked smile. Haha, let us show these sheltered little brats the true terror of an evolved human. Trust me, things get crazy here. She turns around, barking strict orders at her armed crew. Everyone hide behind second brother. The second we get inside, take solid cover and lock it down. Up front, second brother looks like a raging gorilla. He grinds his teeth hard, using his massive bare hands to brutally pry the heavy steel door open. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong stands off to the side, talking directly into his comms. "Li Hongli, get your weapon ready. Wait for my exact signal to fire." You see the massive beefcake down there. Up on the roof, Li Hongli is laying completely flat, gripping his heavy sniper rifle tight, aiming right down, straight at the doorway. Through the sniper scope, second brother is lined up perfectly in the red crosshairs. Li Hongli simply replies, "Got him." Door destroyed. Completely smashed open, the giant brute steps inside. He opens his huge mouth and lets out a terrifying roar. Seeing this absolute monster, Sheng and his crew start sweating cold bullets. A middle-aged guy in the back stammers in total horror. Is that thing even human? Without wasting another second, all three guys unload their weapons straight at him. But second brother just keeps walking forward. Step by step, he completely ignores the heavy rain of bullets hitting his chest. It is literally like mosquito bites on pure steel. Every bullet hole appears, but then immediately heals right back up in seconds. Sheng watches in total disbelief. Wait, can that freak actually heal his own wounds? Seeing the absolute terror on the old man's face, Li Jingrui feels a massive rush of smug pride. Oh yeah, they are completely terrified. You and I know this is their first time seeing a real, evolved human in action. Up above, Li Hongli hugs his sniper, waiting patiently for the call. Static buzzes in his earpiece as Sheng frantically warns him. That massive idiot down there? He has crazy rapid healing. Your regular guns will never take him down. Hearing that panic, Li Hongli just scoffs. He speaks with absolute cocky sniper confidence. Let us test that theory. Boom. A deafening gunshot instantly shatters the air, sending a massive armor-piercing sniper round ripping straight through the heavy wind. In a literal blink, Second Brother's entire head is completely blown into pink mist. Game over. His colossal body crashes down to the floor with a heavy thud. Blood blasts up from his neck like a broken fountain. Li Jingru and her crew freeze in absolute horror, refusing to believe their own eyes. What in the is happening right now? How is this even possible? Li Jingru finally processes the insane reality. She stammers, her voice shaking with pure fear. These guys, I did not expect them to have weapons this powerful. How just then, Jiang Xiaoyong steps out from the shadows, silently aiming his own gun right at them. Suddenly, a wild barrage of bullets hits the gang from behind. The henchmen scream in total panic. Ah, enemies in the rear. We are completely surrounded. Hearing this, Li Jingru whips around her face, twisting in angry rage. Damn it, I miscalculated. I totally underestimated what these absolute nobodies were really capable of. Without hesitating, she turns and bolts for the door. She fires back blindly while screaming at the top of her lungs. Retreat. Everyone fall back to the vehicles. But then she sees who is blocking the way. Li Jingru grits her teeth in fury. It is him, that little punk from the car earlier. Right then, Jiang Xiaoyong stands there, holding an assault rifle, his eyes completely dead and cold. Desperate, Li Jingru suddenly grabs one of her own loyal henchmen by the shirt. The guy is completely shocked as she brutally uses him as a human meat shield against the incoming gunfire. Before he even realizes he is dead meat, he just manages two pitiful grunts. Jiang Xiaoyong watches this cold-blooded move in surprise. Her reflexes are insanely fast. Is she an evolved human too? Right as he says that, Li Jingru literally hurls the bleeding henchman straight at him. Jiang Xiaoyong reacts like lightning, diving hard to the side to dodge. Using this dirty distraction, she turns and sprints like a maniac toward her getaway car parked outside. Jiang Xiaoyong scrambles up, panicking. Oh crap, she is actually getting away. But up on the roof, Li Hongli stays glued to his sniper scope. Trying to run, you better ask my heavy rifle if it agrees first. Bang. Another ear-splitting gunshot echoes out, and in a spray of red blood, one of Li Jingrui's legs is instantly blown, clean off her body. Savage accuracy. She shrieks in pure agonizing pain. Losing all her momentum, her crippled body crashes hard into the dusty dirt. Seeing the brutal hit, Li Hongli racks another round, but clicks his tongue in annoyance. Damn, I aimed for center mass. The bearded getaway driver desperately reaches out, grabbing her arm while screaming in utter panic. Boss, we gotta go. Knowing she is out of options, Li Jingru bites down on the pain and shrieks, drive, step on the gas right now. The driver slams the pedal to the metal, and the car peels out, speeding away like crazy. Behind them, hot bullets from the base keep raining down completely, chewing up the road. Someone yells out in total frustration. Damn it. We actually let that psycho get away. Over on Jiang Xiaoyong's side, a nervous voice cracks over the radio. Static, what happens if they rally their whole gang and come back for bloody revenge? Jiang Xiaoyong smiles. Let them try. Stick with me, guys. Because right then a sharp chime echoes as his overpowered system screen pops up. Villain Nemesis Volume 1 is officially clear. The mission survived the invasion. Reward 50 points straight to the bank. Next up, mission details. He needs to expand the community and push that rating as high as possible. And check out this progress. They just crushed the invader raid. Member trust is through the roof. Community rating goes up by 2, making the total rating a solid 5. Add the 20 bonus points, and Jiang Xiaoyong is sitting on 76 total. Watching that enemy truck flee, a massive digital arrow lights up the sky. Jiang Xiaoyong smirks. I know exactly where they are hiding. Then, the system screen flashes. Again. Ding. New mission unlocked. Villain Nemesis, Volume 2. The objective: raid the enemy base and totally wipe out those cannibals for a sweet 50-point reward. Let's take a closer look at the base. After successfully pushing back the brutal attack, everyone is absolutely celebrating. Oh yeah, pure victory. Jiang Xiaoyong returns to his crew, and immediately checks on his people. Any casualties on our side? One of the guys speaks up. Nobody died, but we do have some injuries. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong does not hesitate. Get the wounded to the medbay right now and disinfect everything. As for the enemy corpses, drag them to the freezer for Chen Chong. He glances over at the abandoned building and gives the next order. Go bring back the refugees hiding over there. We are temporarily safe for now. Staring at his system screen, Jiang Xiaoyong is completely hyped. Sitting on a fat 76 points, oh, tonight he is definitely going on a wild shopping spree. Meanwhile, back at the coal factory base, the fleeing truck carrying Li Jingrui finally pulls up. The bearded thug and the driver grab her arms, awkwardly dragging her out. Seeing her completely trashed, third brother steps right up. What the hell happened to you? She grinds her teeth. Damn it, we underestimated them. I never expected those losers to be packing literal heavy artillery. Third brother just stares at her completely deadpan. This makes Li Jingrui furious. What are you staring at? Hurry up and bring me some human meat to heal. Third brother does not move. Instead, a cold mocking smile creeps across his face, and he stays absolutely silent. Li Jingrui loses it. Pushing past her two lackeys, she puffs up her chest and screams out. What are you waiting for? Go, you useless trash. You are not even worth second brother's pinky toe. Third brother just chuckles. A dark, twisted grin. He points straight at the dirt. You wretched witch. You are completely pathetic right now, and you still dare to speak. To me like that, Li Jingrui is caught completely off guard. She stammers, taking a step back. Are you trying to rebel? Against me. Trying to act tough, she clenches her fists and barks an order. Hey, grab him right now. But the bearded thug and the driver, they just look away, completely avoiding her eyes. Total silence. Nobody lifts a single finger to help her out at all. She grits her teeth, glaring at her so-called loyal men. Third brother slowly steps forward, gripping a heavy metal pipe in his hand. Look at you. You are injured. Second brother is dead. I am the strongest one left standing here. And honestly, all the guys are completely sick of your attitude. He glances around at the thugs forming a circle. Go ahead, ask them yourself. Right, boys. The whole crew flashes wicked smiles, slowly closing the distance around her. Li Jingrui panics, her teeth grinding together in pure fear. She screams, Bastards, back off right now. Are you actually mutinying? Do not think I cannot still ruin every single one of you. They do not care. The gang swarms in tighter, completely boxing her in. Suddenly, her fake tough act crumbles into desperate, pathetic begging. No, please do not do this. Third brother just aims the sharp end of his metal pipe right at her and starts laughing. Ha ha ha. He raises the pipe like a conductor's baton and the entire gang rushes in, beating her without mercy, standing by. He finally tastes real power, laughing his absolute head off. Getting completely stomped by her former crew, all Li Jingrui can do is cover her face, screaming out in brutal agony. It does not take long. She completely blacks out, her eyes rolling back into her skull. With the old boss finally taken care of, third brother wipes the blood off his hands. One of the thugs walks up, calling him third brother. He snaps around, glaring wildly. What did you just call me? The thug instantly panics, dropping straight to his knees and slamming his head on the floor. Boss. Big boss. I am so sorry I misspoke. Seeing the guy practically wet, himself the new boss smiles. All right, spit it out. What is it? The thug finally dares to look up, pointing out the obvious. She is dead, second brother is gone, and we lost a lot of men today. Our fighting strength is basically at rock bottom. What happens if we run into that monster again? The new boss freezes, flashing back to the terrifying shadowy figure from the raid. The guy with the tentacles. He thinks for a second, then turns away with a scoff. No, do not sweat it. We can. Just go join the survivor faction in the western frontier. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong and his boys finally track them to the coal factory. It is broad daylight, but they still have the high beams flashing like total bosses. Stepping out of the ride, Zhang Qi looks around completely shocked. Damn, Jiang Xiaoyong, you nailed it. This place really is a hidden base. The three of them slowly creep forward. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately puts a finger to his lips, shushing them. Keep it totally quiet. We go in stealth, zero noise. Got it. But after sneaking inside, they realize something is wrong. You and I know it is way too quiet. Did they just completely vanish? A little while later, they reached the exact spot where the Li Jingrui was executed. Old Li immediately pointed right at her dead body and said, "That is the woe. Man, I just shot. Those monsters actually killed their own people." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong kept a completely straight face. He honestly did not look surprised at all. He just gave a faint smile and replied, "Haha, I am definitely not surprised." Right then, Zhang Qi turned around asking, "By the way, Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, that massive guy we faced earlier clearly was not a normal zombie." Hearing this, Old Li suddenly remembered the incredibly terrifying appearance of the second brother. He turned and asked, "Exactly, Jiang Xiaoyong. I think I actually heard them yelling. Something about an evolver, or whatever. What exactly is this evolver thing anyway? How does someone even become an evolver?" Hearing their desperate questions, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression instantly took on a serious look. He crossed his arms and bluntly replied, "By eating people." Old Li and Zhang Qi instantly broke into a cold sweat. "Eat human flesh?" Jiang Xiaoyong stared off into the distance and coldly answered, "That is right. If you want to become an evolver and gain incredibly powerful abilities like a zombie, the absolute fastest way is doing exactly that. Pure cannibalism." Zhang Qi was completely terrified, stammering as he desperately tried to speak. "Wait, Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, does that mean you?" Old Li quickly chimed in. "So if we want to survive this apocalypse, do we really have to eat human flesh?" Seeing the absolute horror on their faces, Jiang Xiaoyong just casually reached into his pocket. He pulled out a strange glowing object saying, "Do not worry. Even though eating your own kind is the fastest method, it is definitely not the only way." Staring closely at the bizarre item, Xiaoyong just pulled out, Old Li and Zhang Qi were completely mind-blown. What in the world is that? Jiang Xiaoyong finally began to explain. After all, both evolvers and zombies basically count as mutants. Any mutant that actually wants to evolve to the next level needs to constantly absorb and consume cosmic energy. A normal human's cosmic energy is scattered all throughout their flesh and blood. And while that amount is honestly pitifully small and totally weak, it is still way better than nothing. But as for evolvers and rare mutants, their cosmic energy is extremely abundant, and it naturally condenses into a solid crystal core. As this apocalyptic disaster gets worse, even regular zombies will have a very real chance to eventually condense their own cosmic energy cores. Hearing this crazy revelation, Old Li thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Wait, so, in other words, zombies also have this same cosmic energy flowing inside their bodies. Does that mean we can just directly eat these zombies instead? Hearing Old Li actually suggest that insane idea, Zhang Qi was totally horrified by his thought process. He completely panicked, yelling, "Holy crap, Uncle Li, if you want to eat them, go ahead, but I'm definitely passing." Xiaoyong just shook his head thoughtfully, explaining, "Normal people cannot eat zombie meat. You would get infected. Only special mutants have the stomach to get stronger by swallowing other infected zombies whole." But right at that exact moment, a transparent blue system notification suddenly popped up right in front of him. The Villain Nemesis Volume 2 quest was officially completed. The specific quest requirement was to attack the enemy stronghold and completely wipe out all the disgusting flesh-eating cannibals. Reward 50 points. Current total 126. Staring at the glowing screen, Jiang Xiaoyong was totally surprised. Oh, so this was actually resolved just like that. It seems like even if they still have a few guys left, they are officially no longer a real threat to anyone. While he was lost in thought, a warning shout rang out. "Watch out!" Jiang Xiaoyong snapped to attention, turning back just as a nasty zombie lunged forward. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly whipped out his combat knife, plunging it straight through its skull. Looking down at the dead zombie lying flat on the bloody ground, Jiang Xiaoyong was actually a bit impressed. "You really managed to sneak up behind me that quietly." Muttering that, he quickly stepped forward and, used his knife to slash straight across the zombie's chest. A bright red light instantly appeared, and he pulled out a glowing item right from the monster's crystal core. Jiang Xiaoyong stared at it closely. And folks, things are about to get crazy. Looks like it is officially hunting season. Then he quickly turned toward Old Li and Zhang Qi, casually offering them both a crystal core. Seeing this, Jiang Qi completely panicked frantically, waving his hands in a cold sweat. No, I do not need it. Just give them to Uncle Li. Old Li slowly accepted the 2 crystal cores, his mind completely torn in a heavy internal struggle. But after a few seconds, his eyes hardened with pure determination. Let's risk it. Without hesitating, he tossed both of the glowing crystal cores straight into his mouth. Instantly, a massive surge of raw power violently erupted through his entire body, causing him absolutely agonizing pain. He screamed out loud, but just a moment later, Old Li raised his arms and flexed his newly bulging muscles. He stared at them excitedly, yelling. This feeling is absolutely incredible. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly chimed in with a serious warning. Enjoy it, but remember, you only just joined the ranks of the awakened evolvers. Your current strength is honestly still nowhere near enough to safely survive this brutal apocalypse. So, do not let this tiny power trip go to your head. Hearing that, Old Li nodded with total seriousness, replying, I totally understand. With things settled, they finally turned around to leave. Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up. All right, this immediate crisis is officially over. Let's head back on, home right now. Meanwhile, over at the West Wind Steel Factory, the Lu Yiming brothers' ragged group had finally arrived. From inside the gates, a loud guard suddenly starching someone's yelled out to stop. Who the hell are you? The Lu Yiming brother smiled wide, quickly throwing his arms open. Ah, it is me. I am the Lu Yiming brother from the coal factory. Hearing that claim, the guard looked incredibly suspicious. Lu Yiming brother from the coal factory. Wait right here. I will go report this to our leader. The Lu Yiming brother eagerly nodded his head like a woodpecker. After a brief wait, the guard finally led their exhausted group straight inside the base. Then, from the inner rooms, a bald old man and a strict middle-aged woman stepped out. The bald guy laughed loudly. Haha, Lu Yiming young master. Why are you the one showing up this time instead? The woman immediately jumped in. Where are the Li Jingrui and second brother? Hearing those 2 specific names, the Lu Yiming brother instantly broke into a massive, nervous, cold sweat. He frantically scrambled for an excuse, totally panicking. Well, our squad was suddenly attacked. To cover us, the big sister and second brother were unfortunately not able to. All right, you and I are diving right in. Can't hold on anymore. Seeing his face, the bald guy just nodded. Oh, really, he muttered, super suspicious. Then he turned right to his lackeys. Take third brother and the boys from the coal factory to the safe zone. As soon as the crew left, the bald guy turned to the woman next to him, spilling all his doubts. Hearing him, she just covered her mouth and let out a highly amused laugh. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. A little later in the safe zone, a lackey called out to third brother. He spun around, totally furious. What did you just call me? The lackey immediately panicked, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head in absolute pure confusion. He stuttered out nervously. Boss. Sorry, boss. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Hearing that, third brother snapped back angrily. You're acting paranoid. What bad feeling? The guy just stared nervously out the window and whispered, Boss, just take a good look around this room. Every single window and door is made of solid iron. It looks exactly like a prison cell. Right as he said that, a thug from outside slammed the door open and stormed right in. He glared straight at third brother and his terrified crew, barking out, All of you get out. A moment later, he dragged them right in front of the bald guy and the woman. A massive crowd of thugs had already surrounded them completely. Third brother was sweating bullets now. He forced a stiff, awkward smile. Boss, what is going on here? The woman with glasses simply played with her hair, her voice dripping with pure disgust. For someone who actually murdered their own leader in cold blood, what do you think your fate is? Third brother started shaking uncontrollably. He frantically waved his hands, panicking. What do you mean, Brother Da Peng? Sister Kaig, I swear there's a huge misunderstanding. Hearing his pathetic excuses, Sister Kaig just waved her hand, signaling her lackey. Misunderstanding Li Cheng, make it clear to him. Hearing that order, Li Cheng stepped right up, breaking down the entire situation. When I went to the coal factory, I found Li Jingrui lying dead in the main courtyard. Second brother's status is completely unknown, but we couldn't find his body anywhere. And the crazy part, the whole factory showed zero signs of a struggle. Hearing all this, third brother was absolutely terrified, sweating like crazy. At this point, Li Cheng pointed right at his face, yelling at the top of his lungs. The only logical explanation for this mess is that they took advantage of Jingrui's weakness. They rose up and completely slaughtered her themselves. Third brother heard this and immediately started screaming his lungs out in defense. No, absolutely not. You guys don't have a single shred of proof here. This is all just your crazy guesswork. Da Peng heard this pathetic excuse and burst into loud mocking laughter. Proof. Ha ha ha. What kind of broken world do you think we live in right now? You're seriously asking me for proof. Let me be honest, if I didn't value Jingrui and second brother, I would have ended your lives a long time ago. Saying that, he glared at them with pure killing intent, coldly ordering his men to slaughter them all. Right then the driver who used to follow Jingrui panicked. He desperately threw his hands together, begging for his life in absolute pure terror. Please spare my life, I have crucial news. Hearing him scream, Sister Kaig raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, and what kind of information is that? The driver rushed to answer. There's a massive settlement in the East City. Tons of people, insane supplies. Jingrui and second brother were totally crushed by them. Please don't kill me. I can guide you right to their front door. Hearing this golden intel, Sister Kaig shot a sharp look directly at him, asking coldly, how does their combat power actually compare to ours? The driver hesitated for a second before stammering out. Honestly, they are about equal. Sister Kaig turned to Da Peng. Well, that is definitely a problem. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. The driver raised a pry finger, continuing. But they don't even know how to become awoken. I didn't see a single evolved human in their entire camp, not even one guy. Hearing this wild claim, Li Cheng couldn't help but wonder. Wait, how exactly do you even become an awoken? How do you trigger that evolution process? Da Peng instantly stepped up, grilling the guy. If they don't have a single evolved human on their side, then how in the world did you losers get beaten so badly? The driver waved his arms frantically, explaining. They have heavy artillery. Normal bullets couldn't even scratch second brother, but they completely obliterated him with just one heavy shot. Hearing this insane detail, Sister Kaig slowly nodded her head. Well, that is some very interesting and useful information. Seeing her look satisfied, the driver felt a massive wave of relief. He smiled nervously and asked, so, what about us? Are we off the hook? Sister Kaig just smirked with pure, absolute disgust. She glared at them and gave the final order. Kill them. Hearing those words, the entire terrified crew let out a collective gasp of total shock. Outside the steel factory, their desperate, pathetic screams for mercy echoed endlessly into the cold, dark, empty night. No, I gave you everything. You can't just do this to us. Please spare my life. But obviously it was way too late for mercy now. Soon third brother and his crew were nothing but lifeless corpses. Da Peng stared down at their bodies. So, what's our play here? This incoming threat needs to be wiped off the map as quickly as possible. Sister Kaig heard him and replied, the enemy is packing serious heavy artillery right now. Charging in blindly is pure suicide. It's much safer to boost our evolution levels first. Standing there, in deep thought for a moment, Da Peng finally said, first, let's send out a scouting team. We need 100% confirmation that they actually don't know how to become awoken humans just yet. Meanwhile, let's check back on Jiang Xiaoyong. He had returned to the base and was happily messing around with his shiny new system interface, mumbling quietly. 126 points. Let's see what kind of crazy loot I can buy. With that, he opened the exchange shop, and the system instantly flashed a bright notification. Current balance, 126 points. System Mall. Level 1 supply crate with sugar, oil, and protein. That costs exactly 5 points total. Level 2 black tech supply crate, 50 points. Manual refresh, Lao C points. Looking at this crazy shop, you and I know Jiang Xiaoyong is getting overpowered. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. He couldn't hide his excitement. Another level 2 black tech supply box. Talk about extreme luck. He immediately hit the buy button. Ding. The system notification popped up. A level 1 sugar, oil, and protein box successfully redeemed for 5 points. And the level 2 black tech box successfully redeemed for 50 points. His current total sat perfectly at 71 points. The system then opened the level 1 food box, giving him 500 kilograms of lotus root powder, 200 kilograms of high butter pies, and 150 liters of mixed oil. The level 2 black tech box dropped a physical enhancement potion, granting plus 20 stats. Jiang Xiaoyong did not hesitate to consume it right away. That familiar warm glow wrapped around him once again. But just as the potion's effects settled, a sudden knock echoed from the door outside. Jiang Xiaoyong answered calmly, telling them to come in. Sheng stepped inside the room. Seeing her sudden arrival, he immediately asked what was going on. She quickly replied that they had captured someone super suspicious. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong instantly jumped up from his seat, declaring he would check it out. Cutting straight to the main gate, Old Li and Zhang Qi were pinning down a guy in a worker's uniform. The man sounded incredibly anxious, shouting that he wasn't an enemy and begging for their person in charge. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong walked up and coolly asked if he was looking for him. The guy stared at him and asked if he really was the boss here. Jiang Xiaoyong confirmed it and demanded to know exactly what was happening right now. The man hesitated slightly before asking if he could at least know his name. With total calmness, our main character simply replied, Jiang Xiaoyong. Hearing that the intruder smiled, nodded, and introduced himself as Shu Xing, claiming that he came all the way from the West Feng steel plant. Old Tong immediately stepped forward, questioning if he actually meant West Frontier. The guy rapidly nodded his head in agreement, confirming that was exactly the place. Jiang Xiaoyong caught Old Tong's serious tone and quickly asked him what was up. Did he know something specific about this mysterious steel plant location? Old Tong explained that West Frontier was southwest of Namo. It was the region's largest steel plant, and just like the south suburb coal factory, it had clearly become a major survivor gathering spot. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately asked how far away this place was. Old Tong quickly ran the numbers. It was about 3 kilometers further than the coal factory. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong stepped right up to the guy, pointing out that it was quite far away. So what exactly was he doing all the way out here? The guy frowned and stated that the world was totally chaotic now, so all survivors absolutely needed to unite and protect each other. He even asked if Jiang Xiaoyong agreed. Hearing this speech, Jiang Xiaoyong just kept his voice soft and told him to go ahead and keep talking. The guy explained that their leader had sent them out to find other survivor camps in the wasteland. The goal was to bring them all back if possible. But before he could spin more lies, Xiao Jia walked right up and handed over a piece of paper. She told Jiang Xiaoyong not to listen to his nonsense. This guy had been sneaking around constantly and had even drawn up a detailed map of the area. Jiang Xiaoyong gave a simple nod and took the map from her hands. Then he turned his full attention back to Xing and immediately activated his mind-eye skill. Instantly, a glowing face symbol appeared right above the guy's head, completely exposing his deeply hostile intentions. Without wasting any more breath on this liar, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled his gun and aimed it right at his head. Panicking, Xing frantically threw his hands up in surrender. Jiang Xiaoyong glared, his voice going ice cold. They were living in the apocalypse. Did this guy really think he was some kind of idiot? If he didn't tell the absolute truth, he was going to kill him right here, right now. Hearing that death threat, Xing audibly gulped hard, struggling to swallow his own massive fear. He pressed his hands together, begging. He swore it was the truth. They only did this for backup planning because being cautious against outsiders was strictly necessary. Jiang Xiaoyong ignored his pleading and turned straight to Zhang Qi, asking if this intruder knew anything about the existence of the Chong family yet. Zhang Qi whispered back that he honestly had no idea. The Chong family had never shown their faces to him. Hearing that solid confirmation, Jiang Xiaoyong simply waved his hand and ordered them to let the guy go. Old Tong was absolutely stunned by this decision. Wait, they were really releasing him. Xing was just as shocked, stammering out in pure disbelief, asking if he was actually being serious. Jiang Xiaoyong just held out the drawn map and told them to give the map back and let him leave. Hearing those beautiful words, Xing started bowing frantically, repeating his endless gratitude over and over. Moments later, map in hand, Xing sprinted away as fast as his legs could carry him. Watching him scramble off into the distance, Jiang Xiaoyong smiled a very smug smile. West Feng steel plant, huh? Now you and I both know he's wondering how many system points that place is worth. Time skips fast. 5 months later at the West Feng steel plant, the tension was high. A worker whispered to another, saying he heard more people went missing recently. The guy beside him visibly shuddered, remembering the horrifying image of a man with literal tentacles growing right out of his body. His voice trembled, asking if that freaky monster had started hunting again. Suddenly, from the other side of the facility, a loud, terrified voice echoed out into the darkness, making both of them jump out of their skin. What the heck was happening now? One of the guys immediately dashed toward the source of the noise. The other worker yelled out desperately, warning him not to go and to let the guards handle it. But before he could even finish his sentence, a dagger flew straight at him. It sliced a clean, deadly line right across the man's neck, and blood instantly sprayed everywhere. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the plant, Li Cheng was just casually leaning against a brick wall, puffing on a cigarette. Out of nowhere, a desperate, totally panicked voice rang out from afar, screaming for someone, anyone to help him. It was the same worker from before. Seeing him run up, Li Cheng quickly asked what the hell happened. The guy was sprinting frantically, completely out of breath. He gasped out that the monster had just murdered Xiao Chen. Hearing this nightmare, Li Cheng's voice went tense. "All right, stick with me here." Jiang asks the real question. "Is this monster a tentacle guy?" The other guy nods in pure panic. "Definitely a tentacle mutant." "Where is it?" Li Cheng demands answers. "Over there at the huge garbage dump," the guy stammers. Hearing this, Li Cheng grits his teeth with a cold sneer. Right, so they attack, without any warning. He quickly turns back to the panicked crowd gathered nearby. "Everyone hide right now. Anyone who has already evolved, you need to follow my lead, and can actually escape, stick with me." A few moments later, Li Cheng is leading a small, tense group. They step incredibly carefully as they approach the massive, sketchy garbage dump. Arriving, he drops his voice to a whisper. "Shh. That is the tentacle mutant. If we see it, do not fight. You turn and run away, immediately." Saying that, he locks his eyes onto the massive piles of trash, just watching in dead silence. Seeing absolutely zero movement out there, our guy Li Cheng mutters in pure doubt, "Is it really not here?" Moments later, the entire group creeps right up to the exact incident scene. Down in the dirt, Li Cheng slowly crouches down, his eyes scanning the bizarre footprints left in the mud. The lackey standing right next to him starts panicking. Did that giant tentacle mutant already leave? Another guy chimes in, visibly shaking. "Do you think it just grabbed its prey and ran off?" And then the first guy speaks up again, adding, "Ever since the Baikwei Mountain coal facility and Nanjiao got completely wiped out, the number of our people going missing has been shooting up like crazy." The other scoffs. "Bull. Originally 3 different camps used to split up the hunting targets, but now it is literally just us left." Meanwhile, Li Cheng, after observing the tracks for a solid minute, finally reaches a hard conclusion. "No, that is not a tentacle mutant." Cut over to Jiang Xiaoyong at his home base. He is standing up high, staring down at his growing sanctuary. "We have already survived way longer than I ever did in my past life. And if we keep pushing exactly like this, rebuilding human civilization might actually be possible." Right on cue, Jiang Xiaoyong pulls up his glowing system interface to check his active quests. The Ultimate Beggar Survival Mission. The core objective, expand the community. The system requires him to push those community points as high as humanly possible. Current score, a flat 38 points. Jiang Xiaoyong shifts his gaze back out toward the distant horizon, muttering to himself about their next big move. Come to think of it, months have literally passed and the system still hasn't dropped any quest for the Shifeng steel mill. While he is deep in thought, a super familiar voice rings out from the ground below. "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong." It is Shan, waving her arms wildly with a massive grin. "Hey, we finally made it back." Seeing his crew, Jiang Xiaoyong does not hesitate. He leaps straight off the high ledge, landing perfectly right in front of them. He looks over at Zhang Qi, asking, in a low, serious tone, "Our hunting run didn't attract any unwanted attention, did it?" Zhang Qi puffs his chest, answering with total confidence, "Do not worry at all, brother Jiang Xiaoyong. With the power levels we are rocking right now, if anyone tried tailing us, we would spot them from a mile away." Jiang Xiaoyong cracks a smile and turns his attention over to the kid Xiao Shuai. "So Xiao Shuai, how did it go, getting the hang of the wasteland?" The kid beams brightly. "Yep." He instantly starts throwing some shadow boxing combos to show off. "Don't sweat it, Uncle Yang. I am completely crushing it out there." Xiao Li steps up affectionately, rubbing her son's head. "It is true. Today our little guy actually took down a zombie entirely by himself." Seeing this massive progress from his team, Jiang Xiaoyong nods with pure pride. Incredible work, guys. Let's get all those crystal cores locked down in storage. But suddenly, right on cue, the system chimes in. Here is where you and I need to pay attention. Ding, new quest. Vicious Enemy Volume 3. The objective: eliminate all incoming threats and rescue any potential new companions for an 80-point reward. Staring at this, Jiang Xiaoyong cannot help but feel a deep wave of pure confusion. Potential companions. Who could the system possibly mean? Cut to a little while later inside their makeshift meeting room. Old Li is absolutely losing his mind, staring right at Jiang Xiaoyong. Are you crazy? You want to sneak into Xizang entirely by yourself? That is basically suicide. Old Tong chimes in, equally stressed out. He is right. Those guys send scouts out here all the time. Who knows what twisted plans they are hiding? Jiang Xiaoyong, if anything bad happens to you out there, we do not even have the firepower to launch a rescue mission. Seeing the older guys stressing out so hard, Jiang Xiaoyong just gives them a very calm, reassuring smile. Hey, relax, he reassures them. With my current stats and power levels, even the notorious Chong family could not lay a scratch on me. Let alone these random guys. Look, I am mainly just going to figure out if they are actual enemies or potential allies. With that settled, Jiang Xiaoyong turns his attention straight to Old Sheng. Uncle Sheng. Old Li. I need you all to hold down the fort and keep the neighboring town totally secure. Hearing this big request, Old Sheng just nods firmly. Consider it done. Do not worry about our home turf. Just watch your own back. Out there, this entire sanctuary would fall apart completely without you. Meanwhile, things are heating up over at the Shifeng steel mill. A harsh voice cuts through the air. Open up and let me in. I have highly classified intel that needs reporting immediately. It is Li Cheng, looking frantic outside a closed door. But a guard shoves his hand right into Li Cheng's chest. I already told you. No one goes inside without direct clearance from the two bosses. Hearing that arrogant tone, Li Cheng's temper absolutely skyrockets in a fraction of a second. He violently lunges forward, grabbing the guard by the throat. Another lackey nearby totally panics, shouting, Li Cheng, have you completely lost your mind? Right then, Li Cheng snaps out of it, completely shocked by his own aggression. He instantly drops the gasping guard, stumbling back. Crap, I am so sorry. But internally, Li Cheng is deeply freaked out. What the hell is going wrong with him? His temper keeps flaring out of nowhere, totally bypassing his own control. Over the past few months, these random rage spikes have been getting worse. The guard clutches his bruised throat, coughing violently. Damn it, psycho. What is your absolute problem? Just because the boss is like you does not mean we will not attack. But before a fight breaks out, a smooth voice drifts from inside. Is that Li Cheng out there? Stand down and let him enter. Hearing the boss's direct order, the bitter guard steps aside. Fine, get in there. We are about to see what is really going on. The door creaks open. Li Cheng steps inside. Seeing his stressed face, Sister Kaig flashes a knowing smile. What is wrong? Li Cheng looks dead serious. About that tentacle monster hunting in our area, I have a completely different theory. Sister Kai listens. Surprised, she asks, Oh, what kind of theory? Li Cheng replies. I checked the crime scene very carefully, and I found footprints belonging to a woman. But the victim this time was a man. Hearing Li Cheng say this, Sister Kai suddenly falls into a deep, heavy silence. She thinks for a moment. So the killer is someone else entirely. Exactly. Li Cheng confirms it. Sister Kai then shoots him a look of pure seriousness. All right, I understand. This information is incredibly useful. But whatever you do, do not spread this around. Li Cheng is totally caught off guard. Huh, why not? Sister Kai sighs. One tentacle monster is already enough to completely terrify everyone. I do not want to reach a point where nobody even dares to go outside anymore. Hearing this, Li Cheng raises his hand. But before he can even speak, she cuts him off. But I promise you, the situation will not get worse. Hearing her say that, Li Cheng just swallows his words. Seeing him stand there looking so stiff, Sister Kai leans in closer, teasing him playfully. What is it? Do you still want to do something else? Li Cheng immediately blushes hard. Panicking, he turns away fast and stammers, I am so sorry. Sorry, Sister Kai, and with that he bolts out, slamming the door shut. Completely embarrassed by her teasing, Li Cheng just stands there. He awkwardly scratches his head. Damn it, my memory sucks. I forgot to ask about that thing again. Meanwhile, back inside Sister Kai's room, a menacing laugh echoes from the very next room. Footprints of a woman. Ha, you are way too careless. Sister Kai glares toward the voice. Looking completely annoyed, she snaps back. Oh, you are so careful. Then from now on you can do this messy job yourself. Inside the dark room, a massive guy gripping a meat cleaver completely covered in blood tosses something into the trash. Fine by me. I will kill him and you can clean up the mess. The thing he just tossed away. The severed head of that worker. The one from the garbage dump earlier. Absolutely brutal. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the sound of a swift, clean takedown echoes through the air. A zombie collapses right at Jiang Xiaoyong's feet, its twisted face slamming into the dirt. He has finally tracked his way over to the Zhifang steel mill. He grips a sharp iron weapon tight, standing over piles of dead zombies scattered everywhere, leaking dark fluid. Now this is where you and I really need to watch closely. Xiaoyong stays perfectly calm, muttering to himself. Almost there. Just need to hold back just a little bit. Right in his hand, Jiang Xiaoyong casually uses his system summoning power, conjuring up a very tiny pair of scissors. Snip snip. So smooth. Xiaoyong literally gives himself a fresh new haircut using only one hand. Seriously, did our main guy secretly go to barber school? The scissors skills are insane. After that, he sticks out 2 fingers rubbing them right into the dirt. He intentionally gets dark mud all over his hands, then smears it across his forehead and cheeks like war paint. Xiaoyong is actively disguising himself just to avoid any unnecessary trouble. A few moments later, he completely transforms his look into someone who seems to be struggling with a dirty face and messy clothes. He even throws on some glasses to hide his identity, but honestly, that naturally cool, handsome vibe of his, still completely obvious. Disguise finished. He takes a few steps toward the factory gate, when suddenly some random guy walks out from inside, points a finger and yells, "Halt, Jiang!" Xiaoyong stops in his tracks. Seeing a complete stranger approaching the base, this local lackey immediately turns aggressive. He puts on an angry face, glaring hard, and instantly barks out, "Who the hell are you?" His eyes are totally hostile. Faced with this, Jiang Xiaoyong instantly flips on his actor mode. He smiles brightly, trying to de-escalate the tension with the guard and speaks up. "I saw traces of living people around here." He plays it up perfectly. There really are survivors here. Oh, thank goodness. He acts completely overjoyed and relieved. This gate guard is pretty gullible, honestly. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyong talk like this, he relaxes his face immediately. Swapping to a disappointed look, he sighs. "Oh, so you are just some random wandering survivor." Then he points right at Xiaoyong and demands, "Hey kid, let me ask you. How exactly have you stayed alive this long?" This lackey is already acting all high and mighty toward our main character. Xiaoyong forces a pure, innocent expression. He pauses for a second, lowers his head, and fabricates a tragic backstory. "My group had over 10 people. We got attacked by a zombie horde. Everyone died. I was the only one who escaped." His face looks incredibly sad and totally heartbroken. Feeling like he has gathered enough intel on this newbie, the gate guard pushes further. "So, does that mean you do not have any special powers at all?" Hearing this question, Jiang Xiaoyong acts surprised. Since he is only playing the role of a normal, helpless guy in distress, he looks confused and asks, "Special powers? What do you mean?" Then he awkwardly raises both hands and says, "Well, I guess I have some skills. I have survived multiple zombie attacks, so I have definitely gained some solid combat experience against them. I will do my absolute best to be useful." Seeing Xiaoyong act all clumsy and desperate, the guard puts on a smug, mocking sneer. He is clearly underestimating our guy completely. He steps a little closer to Xiaoyong, and the vibe starts getting much more dangerous. Smiling like a total creep, he speaks in riddles. "Who asked you about that kind of power?" Then he adds, "You do not understand what I mean, but that is fine." He thinks he just caught a brand new victim and feels pretty excited. Pointing his finger inside, he says, "Follow me. If you want to join, you must pass a test." Time for Xiaoyong to finally infiltrate the enemy base. "All right, you and I are diving back into the chaos." As Jiang Xiaoyong follows the guard, sneaks his hand toward a hidden gun. He totally thinks Xiaoyong is just some clueless rookie absolutely thrilled about trapping a brand new prey. But that's where he's wrong. Outside, our MC looks totally out of it, but inside, he's analyzing every single detail. Yeah, this place is sketchy. West Wind Steel Mill is definitely not a safe haven. Just as things are flowing naturally, a loud voice suddenly shatters the silence. What's going on here? Both of them snap around. Hearing that strict tone, the sketchy guard immediately panics and whips his head back. He looks terrified while Xiaoyong just watches, super curious. Spotting a total stranger in the base, Li Cheng marches right over to investigate. His face is dead serious. He steps right up to the guard, demanding answers. Who exactly is this new guy? The guard flinches hard. Li Cheng is his superior, and he's clearly terrified of him. Forcing an awkward smile, he nervously gives his report. Oh, Mr. Li. He's just a wandering survivor. I was simply taking him somewhere quiet for a standard security search. It sounds incredibly fake. Xiaoyong laughs internally. A search? Yeah, right. Li Cheng isn't buying it either. He narrows his eyes, clearly annoyed, and snaps back at him. Why go somewhere quiet? Just search him right here. Instantly, the tension between these two guys from the same base skyrockets. Xiaoyong instantly figures out the guard's real plan. He knows exactly what this guy was scheming in his twisted little head. That guard totally wanted to drag him away and murder him. Then Li Cheng steps right up to face Xiaoyong directly. He gets up close and says, "Come here. Hand over your weapons and you can go inside." Xiaoyong stays calm, playing the innocent fool. "Hand over my weapons. How do I know you won't just drag me inside and kill me?" he asks, faking absolute paranoia. Li Cheng isn't like the others. He's incredibly strict but also surprisingly fair and totally transparent about how he handles things. He doesn't force him. In this apocalypse, people are evil. It makes perfect sense that you're nervous about trusting us. If you won't hand them over, I won't force you. But then you leave. His absolute firmness is hard to argue with. Li Cheng's tough stance forces Xiaoyong to finally pull out a hidden dagger. He pretends to be super upset about giving up, his absolute last weapon. Playing the helpless refugee perfectly, he hands the blade over. "Fine, you can have my weapon." After that, Li Cheng pats Xiaoyong down super thoroughly. He needs to be absolutely sure there are no other hidden weapons on him. Xiaoyong just stands there, arms wide open, totally chill about the search. But behind those cracked glasses of his eyes narrow with slight annoyance. He's silently evaluating Li Cheng and this entire base. This guy actually has some real morals. Now, pay attention here. West Wind Steel Mill might actually be totally different from those psychos at Emerald Mountain and South Suburb. Finally, the search wraps up. Li Cheng holds up the dagger, Xiaoyong handed over, looking insanely curious. Surviving the apocalypse with just a single dagger. "Kid, are you an awakened?" Our MC immediately shifts gears, playing the totally clueless, innocent little brother act to absolute perfection. He grips his hands, acting totally confused, giving a super vague answer. "Awakened? Yeah, I do feel like I've gotten much stronger. That fake innocence works perfectly." Li Cheng completely drops his guard around Xiaoyong, totally buying the act. He just waves his hand. "Follow me. Rule here is all awakened have to report directly to the boss first." A few minutes later, the scene shifts. Li Cheng leads Xiaoyong straight into a super dark room. He pushes him inside while he stays right outside to guard the door. Li Cheng peeks in. "Just wait in the guest room for a bit." Inside, our MC smirks, casually glancing sideways at his surroundings. He spots a lonely chair in the corner under a locked window. A guest room. Yeah, right. The heavily reinforced door makes this an obvious prison cell. Xiaoyong sees right through their twisted little trap, but honestly, he isn't sweating it one single bit. Right then, Boss Eagle steps inside. At first, he tries to act super polite and gentle. "So sorry to keep you waiting. May I ask your name?" But behind that fake smile, absolute unhinged bloodlust burning right in the eyes of this bald psycho. Xiaoyong turns around, stammering on purpose, to really sell the act. "Jiang. No, my name is Jiang Ye." This pathetic little display works like an absolute charm. Boss Eagle completely buys it, thinking he's just weak prey. He changes his tone and smirks. "My guy says you're an awakened, right?" Xiaoyong lowers his head, answering super weakly to play along. "I guess so." Before he can even take another breath, a massive axe flies at him with insane speed, coming inches from Xiaoyong's face. He looks up, faking total shock. His eyes go incredibly wide, but, honestly, these kinds of attacks are just another Tuesday for him. He casually tilts his head effortlessly, dodging the brutal sneak attack launched straight at him by Boss Eagle. Unbelievable reflexes. He looks back. That heavy iron axe was insanely sharp now, slammed deep into the solid brick wall right behind him. Even Xiaoyong is slightly surprised by that lightning-fast strike. Just think about it for a second. If he were a regular survivor, he'd be completely dead right now. His eyes narrow, staring down Boss Eagle with extreme caution as the tension hits its peak. Xiaoyong thinks fast. Are they throwing down already? No, this is a test. Stick with me, guys, because this is about to get wild. All right, you and I are about to witness something wild. Furious yet thrilled, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly acts innocent, pointing straight at the heavy axe currently embedded in the wall and yells, "Hey, what are you doing? That is extremely dangerous." The bald guy, Boss Eagle, completely shifts his entire attitude. He opens his mouth with a bright smile and bursts into loud laughter. Haha, looks like I wasn't wrong. You truly are a powerful, evolved human, someone I totally underestimated. This makes Jiang Xiaoyong feel super annoyed. Still, he desperately tries to keep up his little act in front of him. He points at himself and directly confronts the bald boss. So what if I wasn't an evolved human? Wouldn't you have just killed me? The bastard Boss Eagle acts incredibly calm about it. He spreads his arms wide, raising his voice, as if he has completely lost his humanity. If that were the case, your death wouldn't even be a pity. Honestly, this guy's way of thinking isn't even human anymore. Absolutely insane. Now his eyes suddenly glow with a menacing red tint and his voice drops super low. He glares at Jiang Xiaoyong and seriously asks him, "Since we're both evolved humans, the method to become an evolved human, surely you already know it. Right?" Jiang Xiaoyong just answers him very quickly. "Yeah, I know." This guy starts talking about his gang and his faction's power. "Then I must warn you. Here, this secret is known by only a few people. I don't want it spreading. If I find out anyone else knows, I will definitely finish you off." Right after saying that, the bald Boss Eagle lunges forward like a violent gust of wind, quickly closing the distance to Jiang Xiaoyong. This guy is incredibly aggressive and keeps intentionally attacking Jiang Xiaoyong. He tries to lunge and choke him, but Jiang Xiaoyong is super sharp, just slightly dodging sideways to avoid the attack completely. Even so, he still doesn't strike back. In the split second before grabbing Jiang Xiaoyong, Boss Eagle suddenly feels extreme surprise upon realizing that Jiang Xiaoyong is way too calm. In a brief pause, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly summons a sharp dagger directly from his hidden system inventory. He pulls the knife out with lightning speed, simultaneously channeling pure explosive power right into his right arm, getting ready to make a deadly move. His sharp gaze locks straight onto Boss Eagle. He silently thinks, "It is extremely lucky he threatened me barehanded. If it were a blade, I would have already ruthlessly countered." Ignoring the bald guy, aggressively clawing at his neck, Jiang Xiaoyong still acts terrified and fakes being completely weak. But deep down he is calculating. If I kill him right here, who knows if the 80-point system quest will even still be completed. Seeing the dagger in Jiang Xiaoyong's hand, Boss Eagle immediately narrows his eyes, focusing his intense gaze right on that tiny, seemingly insignificant little weapon. Jiang Xiaoyong fakes absolute terror, quickly pulling his hand back while stammering. "Oh, your reaction is not slow. You actually already drew a weapon here." Now Boss Eagle doesn't underestimate Jiang Xiaoyong anymore. He places his hand on Jiang Xiaoyong's shoulder, acting like a highly seasoned veteran boss, and genuinely praises him. "Even though you have some skills, my true strength is not something that you could ever possibly imagine in your wildest dreams. Don't even think about challenging me, do you hear me clearly?" Jiang Xiaoyong simply bows his head and replies, "I hear you." Boss Eagle softens his voice. "About bringing a weapon in here, I will let it slide." Walking out of the sealed room, Boss Eagle orders his loyal underlings to take this guy Jiang Ye to wash up, change clothes, and bring him to the meeting room. Jiang Xiaoyong quietly follows them, slowly closing the door shut. It seems like he has finally gained the leader's trust. Now here is where you and I realize his plan is working perfectly. The underlings hear the order, and Dong Qing replies, "Yes, sir." A short while later, he is escorted right over to Boss Eagle. He is brought here now. Let me introduce him. He is our newest recruited member, Jiang Ye. Huang Kaig is actually one of the main bosses around here, just like me. The other two are executives of the camp, Li Cheng and Huang Bin. Huang Bin, arranging for this new guy to work under you shouldn't be an issue, right? No problem at all, sister. Kid, you are extremely lucky to find the absolute strongest camp in this entire area, so you won't have to stress about surviving anymore. But if you want to eat well here, you have to make yourself completely useful. He pretends to be obedient. I will follow your orders. Perfect, today happens to be our turn to patrol. Newbie, follow me. Ah, Chiang, ah, Xing, let's go patrol. Stepping outside, the designated gatekeeper says, Hey boss, is this kid really assigned to work directly under your command now? What else can we do? This guy knows everything, so he can only work inside our specific team. Ah, Xing keeps staring at, with him thinking to himself, why does this person look so familiar? Hey kid, Boss Eagle hasn't told you the specific details about the situation in this camp yet, right? He answers. Not yet. He only warned me that I absolutely have to keep the secret of becoming an evolved human. Well, that is completely correct. You know the cannibalism secret inside this camp. Besides Boss Eagle and my sister, there are only the four of us left who know. Ah Xing is Boss Eagle's cousin, and Ah Qiang is the nephew of myself and Huang Kaig. We are all family, so this secret could only leak from your mouth. Do you clearly understand your own situation now? Yeah, I definitely won't say a single word. By looking, he also recognizes this Ah Xing guy. Isn't that Ah Xing the exact same person who was caught by the council earlier? Then he continues asking, so what about the other executive? His name is Li Cheng. Haha, he is an outsider but has great talent and incredible abilities. Most importantly, he must never know the secret, understand? Otherwise, neither of us will live to see the end of today. He thinks. To himself, it seems Li Cheng's talent is truly immense. They have to rely on resources to suppress him, otherwise you and I can guess. The two bosses' power would probably be completely surpassed by him. They are keeping a monster on a leash, and honestly, this is insanely dangerous. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. The group finally reaches the camp. 7 survivors are hiding inside entirely unaware. The observers watch them for days. No evolved humans among them, that much is certain. So what exactly is the sinister plan here? Hunt them down. Oh, it gets much darker. The group laughs. They do not want to hunt these poor survivors. They plan to keep them as livestock. The leader reminds the rookie that as an evolved human, his mindset has to change. He cannot afford to be soft like Li Cheng. Being evolved means they are no longer the same species as regular humans. The gap in power is just absolute madness right now. They consider themselves the absolute peak of the food chain. So the horrific plan is to capture these regular folks for their twisted farm. Slaughter them later for food. Disgusting. They decide to bring only 5 or 6 people back. As for the rest, eliminate them on the spot. Eliminate them, how exactly? The leader chuckles, telling the rookie to watch and learn. Meanwhile, the oblivious survivors are desperately reinforcing their defensive walls. They are exhausted, pushing hard to build a solid bunker. It is almost finished, but just then, one guy points out toward the distant horizon. What is it? A massive horde of zombies is charging right at them. Total chaos erupts. How did a horde sneak up without any warning? No time to think. The survivors panic and scramble to prepare for battle. The terrifying undead numbers are just growing by the absolute second. The monsters violently close the gap, trying to break through the defenses. Firearms are drawn out of pure desperation, spraying bullets into the rotting crowd. Things go wrong instantly. There are simply way too many. The zombies break the line, tearing into the defenseless survivors in an absolute bloodbath. Now you and I see the sick strategy, luring zombies to do the dirty work. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong senses something sinister creeping from above. Something is secretly watching them from the top of the building. What could it be? He squints, trying to spot the hidden danger up there. Only broken mirrors reflect the sun. Was it just a hallucination? Seeing him freeze, another guy calls out, Hey, Jiang Ye, why are you freezing? Stop standing around, get over here and help me clean this up. Jiang Ye quickly agrees, but deep inside the dark building, a mutated monster hides. The shadow waits. Outside, the remaining group starts making plans. There are supplies in the warehouse. Jiang Ye, you stay behind and handle the gathering. Pile all the resources by the main gate. I will bring a truck around later to haul everything away. The orders are clear enough. Then Huang Bin whispers something truly dark. Stack the bodies of the victims into a pile. We are taking them too. Jiang Ye nods quietly. The rest of you follow me. The group walks off, leaving our main character alone with a pile of corpses. This situation is totally perfect. Exactly what he wanted. He casually pulls out a hunting dagger. Meanwhile, the rescued survivors are practically crying with joy, completely oblivious to their fate. "Thank you for saving us." A girl looks up innocently. "Sir, does your camp have clean water? Will we be able to take a shower?" Huang Bin immediately pulls the young girl closer, acting like a savior. "Of course. Hot water body wash, anything you need to get all clean." She smiles, thinking they are finally safe. But suddenly, Azing feels a terrifying chill down his spine. His face drops into absolute pale dread. "What is wrong with you?" Cold sweat drips down Azing's face as he stammers about sensing a hidden presence. Huang Bin instantly shouts warnings. Jiang ignores the danger, flirting with the girl instead. "Hide behind me, baby." Huang Bin demands to know where this mysterious threat is hiding. "I do not know, I cannot pinpoint it." Jiang mocks him, thinking it is just pure paranoia. Azing turns around, absolutely terrified now. "I am not wrong, I definitely felt." Before he can finish, a massive, grotesque tentacle violently pierces straight through the back of his neck. Blood sprays everywhere. Huang Bin watches in horror as the legendary tentacle man vanishes into thin air again. The monster's speed is just completely unreal. Someone screams that it is right behind him. Huang Bin spins around, only to find the nightmarish creature staring directly into his absolutely trembling face. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye is busy extracting loot from the zombie pile. 2 ability crystal cores. That is some insanely good luck for an apocalyptic scavenger. Before he can celebrate, distant screams echo through the ruins. Back at the ambush, a survivor is firmly wrapped in the monster's tight, crushing grip. Lifted into the air, he realizes it is game over. The horrifying beast squeezes its tentacles around his struggling body, tightening its deadly hold. Sickening cracks echo as bones literally snap into pieces. The sheer brutality of the scene leaves the remaining survivors completely paralyzed with fear. Wait, Jiang is actually watching this in terror. The beast drops its victim and turns its terrifying gaze straight toward Jiang. Absolute nightmare. Desperate to survive, the coward grabs the innocent girl and viciously throws her at the monster as bait, buying himself just a few precious seconds. The tentacles wrap around the crying girl, lifting her high up to be crushed next. But right before her bones break, a sudden strike lands. The thick tentacles are cleanly severed, crashing onto the dirty ground. Our main character, Jiang Ye, stands there. Is this the infamous tentacle man? Stick with me, here is where it gets crazy. No, a survivor yells out. That thing is just the tentacle man's son. His son, that is what we call them. The original monster constantly mutters the word son and has the horrific ability to infect regular zombies. These regular zombies mutate into terrifying beasts with the exact same traits. The survivors named these horrifying infected spawns the Sons of the Tentacle. Even these offspring are insanely powerful monsters. Taking one down alone is basically a massive death wish for any normal evolved fighter out there. Jiang assumes Jiang Ye has absolutely zero chance of winning. Panic sets in. He immediately decides to abandon the fight and run away. "Jiang Ye, you hold it off while I get back up." He sprints away like a coward, and the rest of the group quickly follows him. "Wait, you and I both know what this is." They totally sold him out just to escape. Then the monster whips out its massive tentacles, aiming to wrap right around Xiaoyong. But he doesn't even flinch, he just stares it down. The son of the tentacle boss man. What a wild setup. Without hesitation, he uses his raw physical strength to aggressively yank the tentacle wrapped around his arm. The monster is completely dumbfounded as it gets sent flying backward. "Oh, now you've made our guy genuinely interested." Pure survival instinct kicks in, and the creature desperately tries to back away. That broken new system skill he unlocked earlier. He hasn't had a chance to test it out yet. Perfect timing to use this monster as a dummy. He stomps hard, shattering the solid rock beneath his feet. Xiaoyong instantly triggers overload instinct, making his body surge with insane amounts of power. This time, the beast can't even dream of escaping his raw, terrifying strength. He violently drags it down into the dirt. Xiaoyong slams his heavy boot down mercilessly, pinning the monster's head against the ground. And get this, not only that, he literally starts ripping every single tentacle clean off its body. In a matter of seconds, the terrifying creature is reduced to nothing but mangled, bloody pieces. Xiaoyong calmly walks over to check on the girl. "Are you okay?" he asks. But she just screams in absolute terror, because right now, he honestly looks exactly like a crazed monster. Xiaoyong quickly wipes the filthy monster blood off his face. Hey, don't panic. I am a human, totally not some crazy beast. Meanwhile, the cowards who ran away are desperately sprinting back to their base. We made it. Finally safe. But someone quickly steps up. What happened? Where are Xiaobin and Ah Xing? The runners panic. They are gone. The tentacle monster's son brutally killed them. And what about Jiang Ye, the new guy? Oh, don't even ask. He is definitely dead too. Those three stood zero chance against that freak. Hearing this cowardly report, the base leader's expression darkens. Dapeng furiously glares at the group of survivors standing in front of him. This is entirely your fault. In a sudden fit of rage, he swings his massive axe straight up, executing one of the cowards to vent his anger. Dapeng seriously calmed down, but suddenly, a massive handful of severed tentacles gets tossed. Right onto the floor, everyone freezes as Jiang Ye casually strolls in with the rescued girl. Li Cheng's eyes widen with joy. Jiang Ye, you're actually alive. Huang Kaig stares at the mangled tentacle chunks, completely speechless. Jiang Ye shrugs. Yeah, I killed that tentacle kid. I already took out your family's revenge on it. The two leaders stare at the gruesome trophy, completely stunned into dead silence. They are both thinking the exact same thing right now. Is this kid's actual power really this insanely strong? Jiang Ye interrupts their thoughts. All right, you two leaders. Hurry up and get some trucks and manpower ready to follow me back outside. We need to pack up all my monster loot. Later, the top brass hold a secret meeting, and you and I know they're scheming. Are you absolutely sure? That monster was stronger than Li Cheng. It almost slaughtered you and Ah Xing in seconds. Could Li Cheng even pull off a crazy kill like that? Honestly, I highly doubt even you two leaders could handle it. Dapeng frowns, thinking back. Listen, earlier today when I tried to aggressively threaten the kid, he definitely reacted fast, but he barely even had time to take a proper fighting stance. How the heck could he be hiding such an overpowered level of strength? Maybe that tentacle monster only won earlier by relying on sneaky ambush tactics. It might not actually be as exaggerated as we think. Huang Kaig nods. Makes sense. But regardless of the truth, we absolutely cannot let this guy stay here. What if he decides to join forces with Li Cheng to stage a hostile takeover? Just as they are scheming, heavy footsteps echo outside the room. Huang Kaig quickly signals for total silence. The door swings open, and Li Cheng walks in. Leaders, what's going on? Dapeng sighs. Brother Li, please accept our condolences. We have lived in this brutal apocalypse for a long time, so you already know how things go. Li Cheng cuts him off. Let's skip the sad talk. Jiang Ye's raw power is easily on par with mine. We should immediately, Lian says, promote him to an officer. Rank Dapeng snaps back. Absolutely not. His background is way too sketchy. But before he can finish complaining, Huang Kaig raises her hand to shut him up. With Jiang Ye's ridiculous power level, he obviously qualifies as an officer. However, he still needs to actually prove his loyalty first to make the survivors respect him. Li Cheng scoffs. He literally just killed the tentacle monster's son. How is that not a massive merit? Huang Kaig smiles sinisterly. If he can kill the main tentacle boss to prove his strength, wouldn't that solve all our problems at once? Li Cheng frowns. A suicide mission that even you two leaders cannot handle. Telling the new guy to do it is completely unfair. Huang Kaig waves it off. Relax, we are not asking him to throw his life away. We are going to gather the entire fighting force of the camp. We will launch a massive raid to completely eradicate this horrific tentacle threat, once and for all. Later, they pitch the grand plan directly to Xiaoyong. He smirks. Oh, so this whole raid is centered around me. I just got here and you are already handing me this huge opportunity for glory. Is that really okay? Huang Kaig smiles sweetly. Why wouldn't it be? Honestly, the insane combat power you just showed us could easily rival both me and Dapeng combined. If this extermination mission is successful, the prestigious third leader seat of this entire base will officially belong to you. Oh, Li Cheng, if Jiang Ye uses his own strength to outrank you, surely you wouldn't have any problem with that, right? Li Cheng shakes his head. None. Perfect. Then, it is completely settled. We move out in exactly 2 days. Hearing all this sweet talk, Xiaoyong totally reads between the lines. What an incredibly honest and sincere sounding setup. You and I both know they're lying. If he didn't possess his psychic mind-eye skill, he probably would have easily been scammed by these backstabbers. Meanwhile, all the way back at his own hidden base, the radio static crackles loudly. Brother Xiaoyong. It's the secure comms device he previously left behind. Li Huang grips the receiver tight. Hello Xiaoyong, how are things looking on your side? Xiaoyong's deep, confident voice echoes right back. Listen to me very closely. Old Tongaro morning at the South Suburban Park. I need you to deploy Chong and our absolute strongest fighters. It is finally time to decisively wipe out this annoying threat hanging over the southern city sector. Following his strict orders, Li Huang relays the plan to the rest of the squad. Uncle Sheng, listen, you are getting older. A high-risk life-and-death raid like this is not for you, so please stay behind. Besides, our headquarters desperately needs your protection while we are gone. Uncle Sheng nods. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. Old Li's squad stay sharp. This operation isn't a normal run. Got it. Zhang. Qi calls out his roster. Xiao Kai, Meng Shan, Zixuan, Liu, Chao, Chen Jie, and Chen Rong. You 7 are coming with me right now. Yes, sir, Shuai Shuai suddenly shouts out. Count me in too, I want a piece of this action. War is adult business. What's a little kid like you doing trying to butt in? But Shuai Shuai isn't backing down. I grew up a long time ago. I'm a man now. Li Huang steps up to back him. Don't worry, Mom. With Shuai Shuai's current power levels, forget regular zombies. Even against guys in our core squad, the kid easily holds his own. The defense works. Well, getting real combat experience early isn't the worst idea in this apocalyptic world. I'll make sure to keep him safe. Cutting back to our main guy, the teams finally load up the vehicles and roll out. Eagle steps out of the ride. This is the spot. Jiang Ye asks the golden question. How exactly do we lure this thing out? Relax, we've got our methods. While they plot, Jiang Ye scans the area. He's looking for any hidden clues, and his sharp senses instantly pick up a faint trace nearby. He spots a weird flash of light hitting a rooftop. Up above, Li Huang is already tracking the target through his binoculars. The rest of the crew is busy, prepping their gear. Uncle Li, do you have a clear visual? Should we push up a little closer? Jiang Xiaoyong asks, double-checking the plan. Hold on, don't move in too tight on that suburban park just yet. Get the repelling lines ready to drop. Once it kicks off, we're going to infiltrate, straight from the flank. Meanwhile, down on the ground level, Huang Kaig fixes her cold eyes on a little kid. Hey brat, come here. Boss, what do you need? A twisted, super creepy smile spreads across her face. Walk right into that park for me. The kid hesitates. Wait, didn't you guys say we were just here to carry the loot? Li Cheng turns around, totally confused. Sister Kaig, what's going on here? She shrugs. That monster keeps rambling on about wanting a son all day. It wants a son so badly. Fine, we're giving it one. Relax the second that tentacle freak shows its ugly face, our squad is going to capture it. The brat won't actually be in any danger. The kid hears this and instantly panics, waving his hands wildly. Boss, I'm not going in there. I refuse to. Be monster bait. But Eagle just steps up and violently grabs the kid by the collar. Shut your mouth. Stall any longer, and I'll end you right here. Before the poor kid can even react, Eagle completely chucks him inside the gate. Up above, Li Huang spots the movement through his binoculars. Things are shifting down there. Everyone get ready to move. Instantly, thick ropes drop down from the edge of the roof, and the team swiftly repels toward the ground level. Meanwhile, the kid who just got tossed in as living bait is screaming for his life. Somebody, help me, please. Right on cue, a horrific voice echoes from deep inside. My son. And then boom, the massive tentacle monster drops from the sky, landing dead behind the terrified kid. No, please, I don't want to die. The look in that tentacle freak's eyes is pure nightmare fuel. Li Cheng starts getting super anxious. All right, the monster took the bait. We need to save him now. But he's instantly blocked by the others. We already agreed not to steal the spotlight from Jiang Ye. Remember, Jiang Ye watches this whole twisted display unfold. He just smiles, seeing right through their dirty little scheme. Haha, yeah, I get the picture. Without another word, he sprints straight into the danger zone. His arm reaches out toward the crying kid, desperate to save him before those hideous tentacles can lock on. Moving at lightning speed, his hand grabs a firm hold of the boy's shirt, tossing him through the air straight toward safety. Li Cheng easily catches the kid in his arms, but in the chaos, Jiang Ye's glasses immediately get knocked clean off. The monster aggressively yanks Jiang Ye with a massive tentacle roaring. "Give me back my son," Li Cheng looks on, completely stressed out for him. Jiang Ye, hang in there, but suddenly Eagle and Huang Kaig step up and violently lock his arms in place. "Hey, what the heck are you doing? If we don't back him up right now, Jiang Ye is dead meat." "Yeah, that's the whole point. We figured he could just brawl with the tentacle freak, leaving both sides completely wrecked. He's nothing but disposable trash to us anyway." Now here's where you and I need to pay attention. These guys never planned to play nice at all. "But why would you do this?" Suddenly, Jiang Ye's voice echoes out from the battlefield. "I'll tell you exactly why they're doing this. It's because I know their dirty little secret. The fact that you guys eat people. Wait, eat human flesh." Jiang Ye instantly screams to open fire. Heavy sniper shots from a distance start raining down. The traitors desperately scramble backward. It's an ambush. Who the hell is shooting at us? Up on the high ground, Li Huang and his crew are providing cover fire using their snipers. Down below, Shuai and the rest of the squad are charging straight at the tentacle monster with lit Molotovs. Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, we're moving in to help. They chuck the blazing gasoline bombs right at the freak. Acting purely on reflex, the massive monster whips one of its thick tentacles through the air to smash the incoming bottles into pieces. But that just causes the roaring flames to spread, splashing pure fire right across the monster's giant body. Its terrifying eyes lock dead onto Shuai's location. "My son. There's my son," it screeches. Shuai is absolutely furious. "Oh crap. I didn't think this ugly beast would actually be this absurdly strong, but then this tentacle freak actually scolds him like a strict dad." Language, no swearing allowed. The team readies up. "Watch yourselves, this isn't just your average everyday, mindless zombie." Without hesitating, Chen Chong charges right at the beast for a heavy melee clash. "Brother Chong, be careful." Instantly, multiple thick tentacles whip toward him, but Chen Chong weaves through the attacks like it's nothing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the traitor squad is getting absolutely pinned down by Jiang Xiaoyong's heavy gunfire. "Wait, what the hell is that thing? Another mutant? Why is a mutant actually fighting side by side with living humans? But we've got bigger problems." The razor-sharp tentacles lock onto Chen Chong's position, aggressively swirling around him until they tightly wrap up his entire body. But Chen Chong just flexes pure, unfiltered muscle power, effortlessly ripping those thick tentacles into bloody shreds. Sadly, it's not over yet, because more of those disgusting tentacles just keep regenerating and striking back. You and I both know this fight is far from over. "Brother Chong, watch out." Hearing the desperate warning, Chen Chong immediately. He blocks the attack with both hands, but the sheer force still drags him back several meters. Seeing this, our guy just bursts out laughing. Ha, Brother Chong, looks like you finally met your match." Eagle watches this absolutely fuming. How is this kid Jiang Ye still laughing right now? Jiang Ye casually unleashes his power, ripping right through the attack. Wait, what did he just tear apart? That is the monster's main tentacle. Insane. Hold on a second. Didn't that little kid just call Jiang Ye by the name Uncle Xiaoyong? You and I both know something is definitely clicking here. Xing mentioned before the leader of the Chai City survivor camp is someone named Jiang Xiaoyong. Damn it, his memory is not playing tricks on him. It really is Jiang Xiaoyong. Holy crap, they just got completely played by this kid. And if that is the actual truth, then you know what? This entire group has to be the main combat squad from that survivor camp. Those guys over there plus all the ones standing right here. Their strongest fighter is probably on Li Cheng's level, but their weapons are just totally overpowered. And the most ruthless guy in the room, it has to be Jiang Ye. No scratch that it is Jiang Xiaoyong, fighting alongside a mutant who hits just as hard as the tentacle monster. Eagle, stall those guys and cover me. Eagle nods. You got it. He immediately grips the heavy battle axe tightly in his two hands, ready to swing. He hurls the axe with terrifying speed right at the group. Seeing the weapon flying through the air, someone shouts from the back, "Watch out!" Suddenly, a massive barrage of high-speed rocks comes raining down from a distance. The team has absolutely no choice but to take heavy cover behind the giant trees. Damn it, what exactly is the enemy squad trying to pull here? Right then, Huang Kaig sprints over from the back line, making a direct dash for little Xiao Shuai. Be careful. A young guy from Xiaoyong's squad quickly steps up to block her path. Leave the kid alone. If you want to fight, aim at me. But Huang Kai just delivers a brutal spinning kick. He tries to block it, but the impact still sends him flying straight backward. Too strong. She is an awakened fighter. Huang Kai ruthlessly grabs Xiao Shuai, lifting the poor kid right off the ground by his collar. Listen here, brat, make your choice. But Xiao Shuai glares back, completely unafraid. Do not even think about using me as a hostage, she smirks. Oh, the little punk actually has some backbone. Then she starts throwing punch after punch directly at the kid, Xiao Shuai. The massive tentacle monster screams out in panic, desperate to save his son. Seizing the opening, Chen Chong leaps high into the air, grappling the monster's head while letting out a vicious roar. Xiaoyong just smirks and calmly tells him, "All right, Brother Chong, let him go." Chen Chong freezes, looking completely confused by the order. Wait, why? Xiaoyong simply points his finger toward the enemy squad. Because he is about to go entirely berserk. Getting in his way right now is a terrible idea. But the incredibly ruthless woman across the field keeps pushing her luck. If you do not want this kid to lose his head, drop your weapons, someone shouts. Do not touch him, let him go. Take me as a hostage instead, just let the kid walk. She laughs wildly. Look at how panicked you all are. I definitely grabbed the right prize. Damn it, if anything terrible happens to Xiao Shuai, how is he supposed to explain it to the kid's mother? The woman loudly barks another command. Everyone, drop your weapons on the ground right now and back away 100 meters. Seeing no choice, Li Huang tells the entire squad to stand down. Just do exactly what she says. She keeps shouting orders. Now tell the monster to come with you. But suddenly, right at that exact second, a massive tentacle comes flying from the distance. Sister Kaig, watch out. Her face instantly turns completely pale. She immediately drops the kid and leaps high into the air. She barely dodges the incoming tentacle strikes. But the other guys standing near her, they get completely obliterated and knocked out cold in a single hit. Eagle screams in total panic. Chiang Huang Kai lands, looking absolutely confused. What is happening? Was the tentacle monster not fully restrained by them? But when she looks over at Xiaoyong, he is just standing there completely calm. She starts panicking. Are they just watching the show? Meanwhile, Li Huang sprints forward, shouting out a warning. Xiao Shuai, get out of there right now. But before the kid can even run, a tentacle tightly wraps around his leg. Xiaoyong casually calls out to his team. Relax. Xiao Shuai is not in any danger. Wait, no danger at all. Right at that moment, little Xiao Shuai is gently lifted into the air and pulled directly toward the massive tentacle monster, completely unharmed. A deep, trembling voice rings out. My beautiful son. Xiao Shuai stammers in total shock. Xiaoyong just smiles slowly, walking up, right behind the massive monster. So, how does it feel, Jiang Xiaoyong? I told you, I always keep my promises. Your wife and kid are doing great. Hearing this, Xiao Shuai finally recognizes him. It really is you, Dad. That is right, kid. That is your dad. I knew his body constitution was extremely similar to Brother Chong's. Overwhelmed with emotion, little Xiao Shuai completely bursts into tears, throwing his arms around his monster father. Watching this touching reunion, Eagle is literally shaking in his boots. Are you kidding me? What kind of twisted plot twist is this? The mission is a total failure. Retreat right now. Now watch closely because Jiang Xiaoyong instantly knows exactly what needs to be done. He whips a massive tentacle straight toward the escaping Eagle. Faster than you can blink, Eagle gets snatched up. He desperately yells, Huang Kai, cut this damn tentacle off me right now. What the hell are you waiting for? But the treacherous woman realizes that running away is her best option. You coward, you are really selling me out. Huang Kai sprints away, thinking to herself, even if they fought together, they still could not beat this absolute monster, not to mention the entire enemy squad standing right there. Her only chance of surviving this nightmare is to use Wang Dapeng as human bait. But suddenly she feels a massive tentacle violently rushing straight at her. Game over. Mid-sprint, the monster violently grabs her ankle, sending her slamming face first, directly into the hard dirt. Her glasses completely shatter on impact. What a total disaster. But the brutal punishment does not stop there. Jiang Xiaoyong uses his tentacle to drag her helplessly back across the ground. Eagle practically cheers when he sees her getting captured too. You treacherous dog, you actually thought. You sold me out. Well, just perfect. Li Cheng, it looks like we only have each other to rely on now. Damn it, 0 options left. Right as he was about to make a move, Jiang Xiaoyong patted his shoulder. He froze. When did this guy even get behind him? Hold up, do not attack. I guarantee you will walk out of this completely fine. But then someone yelled, Li Cheng, you bastard, betraying me too. Now watch this. The eagle mutant got dragged straight toward Jiang Xiaoyong. Boom. A brutal top-down smash cracked the concrete floor into pure dust. The guy's face turned absolutely pale with dread. Before he could react, massive tentacles shot down from above, moving at lightning-fast speed. They smashed right into him, completely crushing his body into tiny pieces. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong held that evil Huangkai woman high up. Let me go right now, she screamed. But those tentacles just wrapped tighter and tighter around her, causing her absolutely unbearable agony. Blood started pouring out of her. Finally, the pressure was just too much, squeezing her until she exploded into pieces. Then, a system notification popped up. His quest log instantly updated. The villain Nemesis 3-minute timer mission was officially complete. The core requirement was to eliminate the immediate threat. It also rewarded him for helping a potential ally. 80 points gained, bringing his total straight to 151. Haha, this so-called potential teammate had to be Jiang Xiaoyong, right? Jiang Xiaoyong then turned around and looked directly at Li Cheng. All right then, do you have any questions for me? Are you guys from the Tea Leaf City camp over in the East District? He asked. Exactly. And earlier, when you brought up eating people, what exactly did you mean, Jiang Xiaoyong replied. Did you really think evolving was just pure luck? Are you saying the only reason our group managed to awaken our powers was by doing that sick stuff? Li Cheng suddenly remembered a past scene. Oh, Mommy, I really want to eat some meat too. Hush, now let the uncle eat so he can protect us. Mr. Li, I am so sorry, she is just a kid. Back then, he had simply handed his meat ration over to the little girl. No worries, let her have a bite. The mother panicked. No need, Mr. Li, really no need. Then another dark memory flashed through his mind. Not again, the tentacle monster came back. We already lost several people. Someone yelled out, did any of you actually see the monster with your own eyes? No, if we did, we would be dead right now. Wait, where is my daughter? Has anyone seen her? Thinking back to that exact nightmare, Li Cheng felt incredibly sick to his stomach. He instantly dashed right over to the ruined corpse of that absolutely vile woman. He furiously pounded her remains into tiny pieces with his bare hands. You absolute monsters. Only after getting his revenge for his fallen teammates did his body finally relax. Wait, so did your group also rely on eating human flesh to gain all this insane strength? Li Huang spoke up right away. Seriously, what kind of people do you think we are? We would never do that. Jiang Xiaoyong then stepped in to explain. Relax. My team just has way more intel than you guys do. We actually found a completely different method to gain power. He then casually pulled out a strange crystal and tossed it right over to Li Cheng. This is our secret. It is a mutant core harvested straight from the bodies of zombies and other evolved beings. While it is much harder to find, the power boost is way better, and it comes with absolutely zero dark side effects. Wait, what do you mean by side effects? Li Cheng asked. I think you already know. Ever since you awakened, your emotions have been completely out of control, right? Plus extreme violence and slaughter probably give you an intense rush. Li Cheng nodded. Yeah, exactly. So what happens to me now? The damage is done. But if you completely stop doing that sick stuff right now, you can at least keep your violent urges from getting totally out of control. Jiang Xiaoyong then shifted his gaze directly over to Jiang Xiaoyong. As for you, Jiang Xiaoyong, let me ask you, can you actually speak properly right now? Jiang Xiaoyong stuttered. Boss Jiang. Thanks to my son for saving Dad. Jiang Xiaoyong cringed hard. Are you seriously trying to play some weird family roleplay with me right now? Jiang panicked. No, I meant Boss Jiang's son. Boss Jiang's son. Cough, I mean Boss Jiang is my son, damn it. Seeing him struggle, Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hand to cut him off. All right, enough. I get what you mean. Just like Brother Sung, the mutation scrambled your language center, but your mind is still totally sharp. Honestly though, your current physical appearance is just a little bit too freaky. Bringing you to our survivor camp might be slightly complicated. Zhang coughed. No need. I am very familiar with this area. My son's worries have completely vanished. Jiang Xiaoyong Translated, you mean you are used to this place and knowing your son is safe gives you peace of mind. Jiang Xiaoyong instantly shot him a massive thumbs up. Boss Jiang Giant Brain Jiang Xiaoyong sighed. Giant brain means smart. Anyway, Li Cheng, now that the immediate threat is totally eliminated, you will have to lead the remaining survivors at the West Wind Steel Mill. Li Cheng shook his head. No, I cannot do that. I actually consumed human flesh. If I take over as leader of the steel mill, absolutely no one there will be safe around me. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong hesitated and thought about it for a second. All right, how about this, Li Hongli? I think the steel mill should be run by you from now on. Hongli nodded. Yeah, okay. Jiang Xiaoyong added, Li Cheng, you return to Tea Leaf City with me. He stepped up to comfort him. That dark demon inside you, I will watch it. Now you and I are heading straight to City S, where absolute chaos was unfolding. Ah, somebody, please help me, a man screamed. But the other survivors held each other back. Do not go out there, he is already dead. Just then, several terrifying zombies began slowly advancing toward the trapped young man. His friends could only close their eyes and look completely away as they turned and ran for their lives. The abandoned guy desperately begged for rescue, but strange leaves quickly wrapped around his entire body. He was then brutally torn apart by the monsters hidden inside his tragic screams completely ignored. After these grotesque tree mutants finished their bloody meal, they, all right, stick with me here. Only a tiny fraction of the human remains are left. Those creepy leaves slowly wrap around the remaining bodies, attempting to completely hijack and control this victim's body. Meanwhile, those students who barely managed to escape a short distance are heavily panting right now. It is no good, I cannot run anymore. One guy quickly warns the exhausted girl. Even if you cannot, you have to. If they catch us, we will be completely torn to pieces, but suddenly someone stops the group. Wait, shh, everyone listen closely. Right at this moment, those sounds of wind blow in from afar. There. That is actual wind. It really is the wind. Having a breeze blowing through proves that we are finally reaching the edge of the forest. Right then, terrifying rustling sounds echo from the distance. The frightened group hurriedly sprints forward for their lives again. They are catching up. We cannot delay this for another second. Hurry and run. Now victory is right in sight, and they refuse to die here. Everyone rushes to the forest edge, looking around at the surrounding new urban area before stopping to catch their breath. Light. There is light ahead. We are not far from the edge anymore. The woman joyfully points forward. We made it. We actually made it. We are finally going to be saved. But suddenly a creeping vine drops from the tree above. It tightly wraps around the woman's neck, violently dragging her straight up, revealing a massive man-eating flower, and just like that, the poor woman's life meets a brutal end. Half of her destroyed body drops right down in front of her traumatized friends. Ah, Xiaotong, my Xiaotong, please, you need to wake up. But sadly, the relentless sounds behind them show no signs of stopping. Crap, those mutant plants are about to catch up to us again. Then, his buddy immediately snaps the weeping guy back to reality. Listen to me. Xiaotong is already dead. If you do not want to be buried right next to her, calm down right now. I am sorry. I am sorry. After that, only 4 survivors remain, running desperately out of the forest. The monsters hesitate at the edge for a moment before finally deciding to step out and launch a full invasion on the city. Meanwhile, the 4 survivors are nervously looking around, trying to figure out exactly where they are. I know this place. This is the suburban park of City M. We made it to City M. But wait, weird. Why is nobody here? Exactly, it looks completely abandoned. City S had a massive disaster, so City M next door getting evacuated makes total logical sense to me. Then someone points in the distance. Everyone, look over there. What is that thing out from? Behind the utility pole, a human figure steps out. It is a survivor. Seems like the people who escaped earlier actually succeeded. Hey buddy, where is the evacuation point? But when Jiang Shengze's eerie figure fully emerges, the group instantly falls into absolute panic. Plant a plant monster. They immediately bolt away in terror, leaving Jiang Shengze standing there completely confused and bewildered by their sudden reaction. After running for a while, the four guys pant heavily. Is it chasing us? Looks like it is not. What on earth is going on? Why are there plant monsters outside the forest? Could the outside world have fallen too? Then why has not the forest spread out? What do we do now? Right after speaking, those horribly familiar sounds emerge. From the forest edge, the mutant plant monsters are charging right at them. There are some over here too. Damn it. We are completely surrounded this time. One guy in the group simply cannot take it anymore and collapses to the ground. It is over. We should never have escaped. If we just stayed hidden in the forest, we honestly might have lived a few more months, and Xiao Tong would not be dead. Seeing the monsters rushing in and feeling utterly hopeless, the guy grips his knife, wanting to end his own life. I refuse to be torn apart by them. I do not want to die like that, but just as he prepares to do it, Jiang Xiaoyong's tentacle whips out. One clean strike instantly kills the plant monster. Then he slowly walks toward the stunned group. What in the world is happening? Meanwhile, back at Xiaoyong's fortress, he is standing right on the roof, surveying the area. The wind is seriously strong today. Right then, Xiaoyong receives a fresh notification from his Utopia social mission system. The mission is actively progressing. System update. Mission objective: expand the community. Mission progress establishing the West Wind Steel Plant Branch is now fully completed. Task rating plus 20 points. Current rating is 62. Accumulated reward points plus an extra 80. Current points 231. Honestly, you and I both know that is way too much to spend. Let's see what good stuff is available. The system info pops up. Level 2 Armed Threat Supply Crate costs 20 points. A Level 3 Ability Awakening Supply Crate costs 100 points, and a Level 2 Black Tech Supply Crate is 50 points. Refreshing the list will cost 4 points. Xiaoyong stares at the Level 3 crate, jaw-dropping. Holy crap, Level 2 already gave me the Overload Energy card. Let's see what Level 3 has. Without hesitating, he buys all 3 types at once. Opening the Level 1 Armed Threat Supply Crate rewards him with an awesome armored jeep. Opening the Level 3 Ability Awakening Crate grants him the Level 1 Mark of Enslavement. Its special trait, stamping this exact mark on enemies, forcibly turns them into absolute loyal servants for the user. The maximum number of slaves is 1. Opening the Level 2 Black Tech Supply Crate rewards him with a physical enhancement potion. Just incredible. Alright, stick with me here. He can only enslave one person. Right now, Brother Chong, Jiang Xiaoyong, and Li Cheng seem pretty stable. Time to observe them for a bit. But suddenly, Xiaoyong gets hit with a brand new system quest. The Utopia Society mission is currently underway. Mission objective: expand the community. Let the independent settlement develop on its own and successfully defend it against a major invasion. Once, he is looking at a solid 10 evaluation points. Plus, there is a new quest. Uproot the Weeds, Part 1. Mission requirement: eliminate the threat caused by the weeds. Reward: 100 points. Weed elimination: wipe out the threat these plants bring. Wait, does the system literally just want him to go outside and play gardener? But right at that moment, the walkie-talkie completely goes off. Brother Xiaoyong, do you copy Shuai's dad just mutated? Then we cut back to the other side. Wait, is that a zombie? What the heck is going on here? Is it just like the zombie that teamed up with Boss Jiang? This time, Jiang Xiaoyong actually dragged a plant monster back with him. Dad Shuai comes running from a distance. Dad, the mutated Jiang Xiaoyong stammers out a broken response. My son, and your wedding. Wait, what wedding? Xiaoyong is completely confused by this. He quickly explains, I think he means your wife. The mutation messed with his brain's language center. Right now, he is basically like a patient suffering from severe aphasia. The couple hugs each other tightly, crying tears of joy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong turns back to inspect the body of that bizarre plant monster. So, this is the thing, the ultimate frontier meal. Vegetables stewed with meat, meat stewed with vegetables, wait, meat stewed with veggies. Boss, let me explain. We came from City S. Right now, that entire city has been completely swallowed by a massive forest. Not only that, but tons of people have mutated into plant hybrids just like these guys. Plant hybrids. But wait, boss, I do not think your City M is very peaceful either. You guys were brought all the way here, so along the way, you must have seen it all. Almost everyone has turned into zombies. Yeah, Uncle Sheng. Right behind that ruined perimeter wall just outside, the 2 eastern streets of the base, there is an armored jeep. Send someone to drive it back later. Got it. After that, you guys need to follow me to the border between the 2 cities to check things out. A little later, the group heads back to the exact spot where they just escaped the forest edge. Xiaoyong crouches down, noticing that these creepy vines have already grown significantly taller than before, than just a short while ago. Let's head into the forest. Huh, boss, it is way too dangerous in there. If not, then what was the point of us fighting so hard to escape? If we just ignore it, the West Wind steel mill will be totally swallowed up in absolutely no time. Once that happens, our daily living and production will be completely ruined. But right before we deal with that, there is a much more important task to handle first. What is it? Helping you guys gain the actual power to survive danger on your own. Call Old Lee and the folks from the West Wind Steel Mill. For the next few days, we are doing a massive hunting operation. Fast forward. A few days later, while a zombie is busy enjoying its meal, it hears a noise. It instantly turns its head around but feels nothing but empty air. No one in sight. What it doesn't realize is that right behind it, Xiaoyong is already there with his sword. One clean slash splits it in half before it can even blink. Also jumps into the action. They unleash their skills, firing relentless volleys of bullets to wipe out every single zombie in the area. Bullet casings hit the floor like rain, and zombie corpses pile up fast. Xiaoyong walks over, cutting them open to harvest their energy cores. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Oh crap, you and I are about to see more zombies. But this one, a hulking zombie giant with actual intelligence. Where are the living humans? Is everyone dead? Another brainless zombie rushes in with a loud shriek, but it immediately gets blocked by this giant's hand. I will kill you. I am so sick of roasting zombies for dinner. Can I just find a few living humans? Right then, the giant senses something strange. He starts sniffing the air. Sniff, sniff. A very familiar scent. Wait, is that the smell of the living? Cutting back to our crew happily hunting zombies. Hey, do you guys have a death wish or something? The leader specifically ordered us not to open the doors right now. What it is, fine. The zombies around here were mostly wiped out by Boss Jiang's crew anyway. Cut the nonsense and get inside. The giant hides in the shadows, grinning. Just as he thought, living humans. And not just living, these guys have never eaten their own kind, pure humans, but this group is definitely packing some serious heat. He knows attacking now might end really badly for him. He has to hold back a few more days. Drool drips from his mouth, but he forcefully swallows his hunger. So annoying. This is so incredibly annoying. Meanwhile, back with Xiaoyong in the base, a system refresh is successful. Exchange successful. Refresh successful. But now his points are down to a pitiful 3. Hello, Uncle Sheng. Can everyone get to the meeting room immediately? A moment later, everyone is finally gathered. Teaming up really paid off. Look at this haul from just 3 short days of hunting Li Hongli Jiangqi. Dividing these mutant cores evenly between the 2 of you like this doesn't really seem right, does it? Brother Xiaoyong did almost all of the heavy lifting here. Exactly. Plus, absolutely everyone worked their butts off for this. Please, just don't reject it. We have plenty of guns and ammo. Cultivating a few top-tier experts is way more important than everyone just staying as low-level awakened. The others also step in to persuade them. Alright, let's get into it. If he tells you 2 to eat, just eat. Has Tudong ever made a bad call? Exactly. We trust him completely. Every decision Tudong makes is solid. Then he calls for Sheng, and she eagerly follows. A moment later, the 2 step outside to find a quiet spot together. She closes the door behind them, asking what he wants to do. Seeing them act all secretive, the rest of the crew gets incredibly curious. They slowly creep toward the closed door. Shh, keep it down. Then every single one of them presses their ears against the wood, trying to eavesdrop on them. Inside, Tudong warns her that it might hurt a little, telling her to endure it. But just a second later, the door suddenly swings wide open. The whole eavesdropping squad freezes in absolute shock. Wait, Tudong, you finished that fast? Annoyed, he grabs Truong Tree by the ear, pulling him inside. Ouch, ouch, take it easy, man. Tudong literally kicks Truong Tree right over to Sheng. Rubbing his head, Truong Tree asks if she just got a vaccine. Tudong smirks. He mentions that since Truong Tree ate so many mutant cores earlier, he is basically a top-tier expert among experts now. Truong Tri laughs, bragging that it is all thanks to Tudong. Wait, spar a few rounds with Shisheng. No way, that is completely unfair. He refuses to bully a girl. Tudong just laughs at that. Bullying a girl, huh? Sheng, go ahead and teach this guy a lesson. She nods confidently. Go all out, Truong Tri can totally handle it. Hearing this, he gets super cocky. Easy money. Come on, I am ridiculously strong right now, so do your worst. But before he can even finish bragging, Sheng lands a massive strike on him. He goes flying backward, nearly losing all his teeth in the process. Luckily, the guys out in the hallway catch him. Holy crap. Tudong calmly explains that he gave Sheng a major physical enhancement serum. Right now, besides him and Sung, absolutely nobody here is a match for Sheng. The guys are stunned. They totally thought they were Tudong's favorites. Stop talking nonsense. Tudong is obviously not into guys, so why would he give you two all the special treatment? Once everything settles down, he addresses the group. Sung Trong, Thong, Triet, Li Trin, and the others he just called out. You guys are coming with me to City SM. One guy panics. No way. It was incredibly hard just to escape that place. He refuses to go back. Tudong glares. We are offering to help you save your family and friends, and you are acting this cowardly. But the guy claims he has no one left. He begs them, promising he will do grunt work here, just to avoid returning. Then another guy steps up, saying he will join the rescue mission instead. Now you and I need to watch this next part closely. Over in City M, a creepy guy is losing his mind. If he doesn't eat fresh human meat, soon the consequences are going to be absolutely disastrous. Just then, a suspicious rustling sound echoes from somewhere nearby. He knew it. His memory wasn't failing him after all. The freak grabs the handle and throws the door wide open, revealing a hidden room. Inside, a bunch of young men and women are getting entirely too comfortable. He fakes a loud cough just to ruin the mood and get their attention. They are furious. This punk actually dared to come back. He quickly tells them not to overreact. He isn't here to steal. He came to share some vital news. Share news. Like he is suddenly a good guy. They are all half monsters here, so they know he is lying. But he swears it is the total truth. He found a large group of pure humans, but they have weapons and he can't take them down alone. That is why he came to them. He wants a team up. Hearing this, the four mutants stand right in front of him, staring intensely. Then sinister, twisted smiles spread across their faces. They agree to trust him just this once. But if he is lying, he becomes their next meal. The guy sweats, promising he isn't playing games. Well, then they are officially teammates now. They invite him over to join their twisted little party. He eagerly steps inside to join the fun. Back with Tudong's squad, things are getting tense. Their new guide warns them to be extremely careful around every single leaf and tree in this area. Danger is hiding everywhere. Tudong casually asks for his name. It is Chao Hung Kai. Tudong laughs, calling him a pretty brave guy. His friends were literally terrified, yet he still volunteered to come back. Kai reveals his girlfriend was killed by these mutant plants, and he wants pure revenge. Plus, his parents are still trapped somewhere in this forest. If there is a chance to save them, he has to try. Tudong takes the lead. Li Trin watches the rear. Sung and Truong Thang Triet cover the left and right flanks. They keep Kai safely boxed right in the middle. He is their only guide through this nightmare. If he dies, this whole mission is a total waste. Kai sincerely thanks them for helping him out. Tudong smirks. Don't get the wrong idea, kid. They aren't doing this for charity. Their real goal is figuring out how to stop this spreading forest. Suddenly, a weird vine drops from above and brushes right against Kai's face. What is this thing? It is incredibly sticky. He looks up in horror. He completely freaks out. He yells for Tudong to get back. Instantly, the nasty vine wraps tightly around his neck multiple times, choking him. Then, it violently yanks him upward toward a massive, horrifying mouth. Game over. Nobody survives getting dragged into that thing's jaws. Or so they thought. Surprisingly, Tudong's hand shoots out and grabs the vine. With an insane display of strength, he completely stops it from pulling Kai any further. Tudong yanks it so hard that the monster's literal tongue rips out, sending a purple core flying. Absolutely badass. The massive severed vine drops heavily. The deadly trap just plops onto the ground right in front of them. The main body panics like a headless snake and tries to flee. Running away. Hard to believe a plant can move that fast. Tudong yells not to let it escape. Truong Thang Triet, time to show off your tentacles. Are you really going to just stand there? Seeing the target slipping away, Thang Triet unleashes his own massive tentacles to strike the man-eating plant. We're about to see a beatdown. His tentacles lock it down completely. Then, with raw power, he violently drags the screaming plant right back to them. It laid completely motionless at his feet. But then out of nowhere, thick green smoke poured from its mouth. He instinctively inhaled, just a little bit. A sweet scent filled the air, but his eyes instantly went dead serious. This mysterious smoke definitely had a really weird smell. Definitely not safe. He yelled for everyone to watch out, but when he turned around, the space was empty. Just him alone. Where did everyone go? Henry inhaled the smoke too, and his head started spinning wildly. What in the world was happening? The feeling was incredibly weird. Then he spotted all 4 of his teammates standing frozen like actual statues, with the most bizarre expressions, completely indescribable. He asked what was wrong with his saviors. Right at that exact moment, the distant bushes rustled, and a dark, creepy shadow finally appeared. What was that? Then Henry saw his girlfriend Chloe step out. He gasped, asking if she was actually still alive. She just smiled and waved. She told him it was dangerous there and urged him to hurry over. He agreed immediately. Meanwhile, you and I need to check out the other side. A terrifying group of half-human mutant beasts were pointing straight ahead. They found the spot. One of these absolute creeps suddenly caught a whiff. He literally started drooling. Human flesh. Oh yeah, the sweet scent of fresh meat. The others told him to chill out, but one hungry mutant completely lost his mind to the extreme hunger and sprinted straight forward like an absolute maniac. Damn it. He stared right at those innocent human targets. They looked like the perfect defenseless midnight snack. He just could not hold back anymore. It was feast time. Right around that exact same moment, a security guard suddenly spotted the freaky shadow lurking around. He yelled out, asking who was there. Another guard shouted a warning, but before he finished, the mutant beast lunged right in and took a massive bite out of the guard's shoulder. A zombie. The guards panicked and screamed to open fire. Liam heard the chaotic noise outside and instantly went on high alert. This was bad. The guards were shaking violently while holding their rifles. What the heck? Bullets slammed right into the monster, but they did absolutely zero damage. In fact, the gunfire only made this freak even more hyped up for blood. He charged straight at the shooters, but suddenly, bam, Liam delivered a devastating punch that sent the mutant flying several meters through the air. However, the beast quickly regained balance. Liam fired his heavy weapon continuously, finally forcing the terrifying mutant monster into a total panic. It cowardly turned and bolted away. Liam yelled to get the wounded guard to the medical bay immediately. Meanwhile, the heavily injured mutant was panting hard. It ran off but collapsed onto the dirt shortly after. The rest of the mutant squad strolled up, just brutally mocking their fallen comrade for rushing. They told him that was what he got. The wounded beast begged them to stop joking and find him some fresh meat to heal. But his allies, they laughed, asking who he thought he was ordering around. Suddenly, a female mutant ruthlessly stomped right on the back of his neck. What was she doing? She coldly stated that having one less mouth to feed was obviously better. He cursed her out, but she brutally executed him right on the spot. So what was the game plan now? Their food was hiding out inside the factory with heavy weapons. But the female mutant just smirked. Easy mode. She called them idiots. They were technically still human, not brainless zombies. They could literally just walk right in. Now, let us jump back over to Henry. Henry was still completely trapped under the crazy hallucination. He felt so bizarrely lightheaded. The fake Chloe kept begging him to stop hesitating and come closer. He mindlessly agreed and walked forward. But suddenly a throwing knife launched out of nowhere, striking and killing Henry's girlfriend right before his very eyes. He burst into tears, screaming Chloe's name. Jiang Xiaoyong rubbed his eyes, admitting the illusion was incredibly strong. Henry fiercely demanded to know why Jiang Xiaoyong killed her. Jiang Xiaoyong scoffed at his tears and told him to open his eyes and look at what it actually was. Henry blinked, taking one final confused look. The hallucination shattered completely. The girl was gone, replaced by a grotesque monster plant controlling a dead tree trunk. Meanwhile, someone else was loudly smacking heads. He yelled for everyone to snap out of their dreams. Logan stared at his own body in pure confusion. He felt like an entire decade had passed. Tyler admitted he was dreaming too. He thought he was just driving to pick up his kid from school. Jiang Xiaoyong explained that the creepy flower definitely released some kind of toxic gas that hypnotized their minds with wild illusions. Logan watched closely as Jiang Xiaoyong squatted down to inspect the bizarre tree trunk. Logan followed his lead and asked what he was searching for. Jiang Xiaoyong said he was checking the monster's inner structure to see if it dropped a mutation core. Jiang Xiaoyong sighed and shook his head. He was definitely overthinking it. This thing was just a weak puppet, not the main boss. Its creepy, thick vines dug incredibly deep into the soil, proving the real monster was hiding somewhere else. But wait. Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly noticed a massive bulb buried underneath it. Oh, he violently yanked it right out of the dirt. Was this a mutant potato? It looked like a massive nutrient storage sack. Whatever into the inventory it goes. Maybe they could eat it later. Jiang Xiaoyong then asked Henry if he knew anything about these freaky mutated plants. Henry said they were super dangerous and treated all living creatures like a tasty buffet. But he mentioned Professor Harris would definitely know more. Who was Professor Harris? He was a top expert. From the Forestry Research Institute, Jiang Xiaoyong asked if the guy was even still alive. Henry explained that before escaping, they were all hiding in a high-rise building. He had no idea if the professor survived. Perfect. Jiang Xiaoyong told Henry to lead the way. Later that night, the freakish female mutant started acting out her plan. She faked a serious injury and deliberately collapsed right by the heavily guarded factory entrance. It was pure theater. One of the armed guards standing watch spotted the supposed survivor in the distance and panicked. He yelled that someone was out there, but before he could run out, another guard aggressively stopped him. He told him to hold up. The woman immediately slipped off her heavy coat, revealing her figure. The second guard was trying to be super cautious about security, wanting to report it first. Report what? The first guard screamed that she was dying right in front of them. They needed to drag her inside immediately. But no more excuses. If we leave her here, she is total zombie bait. Hey miss, are you all right? Please help me. Just relax. You're completely safe now. Seeing their spy slide right into the group, the other three creeps just watch from a distance. Man, her acting is seriously top tier. Another guy smirks. Please, I could act way better. Meanwhile, over on the other side, our main guy, Xingkai and his squad keep moving. Why did it get dark so fast? It's dusk already. Plus all these dense trees block everything. Hardly any light gets through here. How much further? We're almost there. Right then, a voice echoes from the distance calling out for Xingkai. He spots a woman waving from behind the house. Aunt Yang. But honestly, Xingkai is terrified he's hallucinating again. He still can't believe it. Something feels off. He rubs his eyes hard. A teammate pats his back. Relax, man. This time, we didn't breathe any weird hallucination pollen. Those are actual living people. Over in Aunt Yang's group, a massive argument breaks out. I said, don't take risks. But no, you just had to get us all killed. Someone glares directly at Zhou Xingkai. Is he infected by monsters? He's totally a goner. Gone for ages and suddenly shows up. He is definitely not human anymore. Cut the nonsense, get ready to fight. Instantly, Aunt Yang's entire squad raises their weapons and charges straight at his group. Zhang Shangze is absolutely furious, but he still warns his crew. Stay calm, do not attack. A massive volley of arrows launches forward, but he simply flicks his wrist and they all crash against an invisible shield. He screams out, hold your fire, just calm down. Seeing that raw power, the other side freezes in pure terror. Xingkai quickly explains Aunt Yang, please wait, just calm down, they aren't our enemies. Aunt Yang immediately orders a ceasefire. Xingkai continues, these guys came from all the way outside the forest. They literally saved our lives. Then where is the rest of your team? Where is Xiaotong? Half of our crew either died or got badly hurt. Xiaotong didn't make it either. But the rest of us actually managed to escape. How bad is it out there? We really can't talk here. Let's head back to base, then we'll explain everything. But as they look at Zhang Shengze and Chong Jia, the group starts panicking. Their outward appearance literally looks exactly like zombies. Just relax. They are completely on our side. Someone whispers, say something, so they stop freaking out. Yeah, I look super ugly, but I'm actually really gentle. Look how sexy my body is. What are you two even doing? Xingkai quickly jumps in to explain. Don't panic. Those two are our saviors as well. We literally only survived today because of them. Well then, alright everybody, come inside. Let's check back at the steel factory. Meng Shan finally hits the gates. Uncle Li, I'm here, open up. She catches a faint noise behind a parked car, exactly where those three half-monster freaks are hiding. Li Huang opens the gate, waving her over. Meng Shan. Once she heads inside, those three creeps totally exhale. That was way too close, she almost caught us. Did you notice that? That little girl is an evolved human, like a perfectly pure evolved human. How is a pure evolution even possible? How did she actually pull that off? No clue, but I bet she tastes absolutely amazing. Oh yeah, if we eat her, our power levels will totally skyrocket. Meanwhile, inside the factory. Meng Shan, you finally made it. Yeah, Uncle Li, did you patch up the injured victims yet? They're resting. In the med bay. She walks right over to check on the bandaged young man. Uncle Li, here's the anti-infection meds. Before he left, Xiaoyong said to use this if anyone gets a zombie bite. They got bitten hours ago without any weird reactions. That just proves their attacker was absolutely not a zombie. Not a zombie. Then, what else is out there biting people? Suddenly, the spy woman speaks up, from the back. I know the West City outskirts are crawling with mutants. They aren't zombies, and they don't infect people, but they are incredibly brutal, and they literally eat human flesh. Who are you? Just a newcomer running from West City. Oh, what do you actually know about these mutant freaks? They're way worse than zombies. They eat people, but they also have high intelligence. A few of them practically chased me down the entire highway. If I didn't know how to drive, I'd be super dead. So you're saying the things that attacked us were actually dragged here by you? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it, I just wanted to survive. All right, Uncle Li, we really can't blame her for this. I didn't mean it like that. Knowing our enemy's background makes fighting them way easier. I know they won't just quit anytime soon. They'll definitely attack again. We need to prepare right now. Agreed. This intel is super useful. Everyone, go get some rest. He orders someone to bring food for the injured. To be totally safe, keep an eye on them for one more night. No problem, Uncle Li. You and I both noticed it right. Throughout that entire chat, Meng Shan is staring at this new woman with incredibly cautious eyes. Meng Shan, what's wrong? This new woman. I just get the feeling she's acting really weird. Weird how I can't put my finger on it, honestly. Maybe I'm just overthinking things, or my stress is peaking. Xiaoyong is ridiculous dropping such a hardcore mission onto a small girl like you. Meanwhile, our main guy's squad finally reaches a massive high-rise building. All right, we made it. But wait, why exactly did you guys pick this spot for a base? We just passed those solid factories with 0 windows. Wouldn't those be way more suitable, man? You have no idea. The zombie disaster here in City S hits totally different from anywhere else. In this place, listen up, here's the deal. There's this bizarre fog. The lower the floor, the thicker it gets. Breathe it in, and within days, you'll be completely infected, mutating into a literal plant monster. Only on the upper floors does the fog thin out enough for us to survive. We need to hurry. Head upstairs right now, we'll explain everything there. Benefactor, this is Elder He. Elder He, please meet the man who saved us all. Jiang Xiaoyong greets him. Elder He. I came to report the situation in neighboring City M. Sadly, outside this massive forest, things aren't looking good. The situation out there is basically a nightmare. Jiang Xiaoyong turns around. Master Chong, Jiang Shengze, get in here, I already explained your situation to everyone. Hearing this, the two finally step inside the room. Elder, he immediately asks them, what about City T? What about City B? Or even overseas? They shake their heads. Up until today, we haven't seen a single organized rescue force out there. None. Everyone is just fighting to survive on their own. Jiang Xiaoyong shifts gears. Right, Elder He. I heard you research mutated plants. Do you recognize this thing? He pulls out a weird tuber. This is a plant monster's core, and it's totally edible. Aunt Yang went out just to find these. He smiles. Exactly as he thought. They only discovered this recently, and if they weren't literally starving to death, they never would have dared to eat it. Honestly, tastes like taro. High calories too. In this apocalyptic wasteland, it's actually a top-tier food source. Suddenly, a panicked shout rings out. Incoming. We have a major problem. What's going on? Plant monsters. They're surrounding the entire place. Surrounding them. Down here, there are so many of them, they're swarming straight toward our building right now. The numbers just keep growing. It's the flower carriage. Our MC is completely lost. What's a flower carriage? Is it that dangerous? Not just dangerous. I'm terrified we're all going to die here today. Elder. He immediately steps up barking orders. Everyone, listen to me, right now. Women and children get to the top floor. Hide in enclosed spaces like bathrooms or storage rooms. As for the rest of you, able fighters, follow me. We hold the line right here. Elder, he is dead serious. Move survival is the only priority. We can't all die together. Everyone instantly rushes to follow his orders. You're just a kid. Get upstairs with the others right now. Don't throw your life away here. I'll be fine. Elder, he. Honestly, I'm pretty curious. I want to see just how terrifying this thing has to be to scare you all like this. Elder, he looks down out the window as our MC calmly walks over. The old man shakes his head, deeply worried. We'll be slaughtered by its minions before we even see the actual flower carriage itself. Wait, so this thing can control other plant monsters? Exactly. It likely uses some kind of pheromone signal to coordinate them. An organized, massive strike like this proves the flower carriage is somewhere nearby. And the worst part, its primary target is us. Watch closely now, because our MC just kicks the window wide open. What are you doing? Just testing their strength. He casually pulls out a fully loaded assault rifle, right in front of the stunned elder. Where did you get a gun? Bang. A monster takes a direct hit, but insanely the fresh wound instantly starts healing itself. Wow, these things are tough as nails. He smirks. Let's test the absolute limits of their healing factor. Xiaoyong opens fire, emptying an entire magazine this time. The plant monster gets shredded into absolute Swiss cheese, and finally it can't regenerate anymore, collapsing dead on the floor. Our MC scratches his head. 2 whole magazines just to kill one. Yeah, no wonder everyone is terrified. But no worries. He casually pulls out an entire heavy weapons crate out of nowhere, leaving everyone completely stunned. What is that? Jiang Xiaoyong wildly tears. The wooden crates open with his bare hands, ripping through nails without a crowbar. Pure brute strength Molotov cocktails. Perfect. Our MC tells them that if any monsters manage to slip inside, use these firebombs to defend yourselves. Wait, slip inside? What do you mean slip inside? Before they can even blink, he leaps straight out the 16th floor window. Hey, are you crazy? That's a huge drop, but incredibly, all 3 of them gently touch down completely unharmed. Seeing fresh prey, the massive mutant horde violently charges. Our MC just grabs a monster's face, bare-handed, brutally ripping its head right off. Master Chong charges forward, throwing devastating punches and tearing them apart. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong just whips his terrifying tentacles, slicing the mutated plant freaks clean in half. Oh my god. What kind of monsters are these 3 guys? Li Cheng turns to the remaining survivors. Stop staring and get ready for any stragglers. If you know how to fight, grab a Molotov and hold the hallway choke point. The rest of you clear every single flammable object out of this area right now. You got it. We're on it. The whole team jumps into action with burning adrenaline. Down below, the mutant horde is finally completely wiped out. Our MC casually tosses a dead monster aside. Finally cleared. Master Chong, Jiang Xiaoyong, you 2 stay right here and check if these things dropped any mutant cores. I'm going to hunt down that so-called flower carriage. Meanwhile, up in the hallway, any stragglers that breached the building get completely incinerated. Having fire makes dealing with these mutant freaks so much easier. Yeah, but honestly, we only survived this thanks to Brother Li and the Jiang brothers. Call everyone else back down. The immediate threat is eliminated. Whatever happened down on the ground floor must be over by now, right? Wait. Where did the Jiang brothers go? At this exact moment, our guy is already deep inside the infected forest. This massive, twisted monstrosity must be the flower carriage. So, that's the main body, huh? Suddenly, his gaze turns razor-sharp as giant corrupted roots violently erupt from the ground, attacking straight at him. He barely dodges. Damn, that's heavy. The pure power is easily on par with Jiang Xiaoyong. Watching it lunge directly at him, he just flashes a confident smirk. Stick with me, guys, because he's about to end this. Too bad I've gotten way too good at killing tentacle freaks. He unleashes deadly His threads wrap tight, completely locking the monster down. It fires back, spitting toxic gas from its spiked mouths, but honestly, totally useless against him. He's seen this exact trick from its kind before. Our MC just takes a deep breath, totally ignoring the toxic smoke swirling right past him. The monster starts staggering, and one of its massive legs suddenly buckles. He doesn't miss a beat, instantly dashing straight toward his target. The core body. He activates his slavery mark skill. His hand, surging with raw energy, slams directly into the strange flower blooming right in the center. Dark energy completely swallows the space. Meanwhile, let's check on Elder He. The flower cart, that mutant plant's main body, is still right there. It hasn't left. It is heading straight for them. He checks the window and confirms it. That twisted, horrifying shape, yeah, he is never forgetting that for the rest of his life. Where is our guy Jiang Xiaoyong? Did that mutant plant get him? But right on cue, a familiar voice echoes from out of nowhere. Jiang Xiaoyong. Zhe charges forward. How did it go? Do those monster plants downstairs have mutation cores inside them? Jiang Xiaoyong is quick to reply. The ones I kill have none, but what I collect is doubled. Rongjia explains it simply. He means not every plant drops one, but the total amount is still huge. One guy stutters, the other speaks in riddles. Talk about exhausting. Elder, he looks over, clearly anxious, and asks, Jiang Xiaoyong, is that crazy plant still downstairs? Wait, what? It is actually on our side now. Are you really telling me it works for us? Jiang Xiaoyong walks down and casually points at the beast. Relax, it is not going to hurt anyone here. Elder. He carefully steps closer, nervous. He swallows hard and gently touches it. Zero reaction from the monster. Wow, it actually got fully tamed. He is totally amazed. How did you pull that off? Jiang Xiaoyong looks at Elder He. You are the botany expert here. What do you make of this? Even though it mutated into a nightmare, its base, plant instincts probably stayed exactly the same. Just like animals surviving through the law of the jungle, the brutal competition for life and death out there between plant species is absolutely ruthless. They constantly fight for sunlight. Honestly, it is a never-ending war out in the wild. Trees never stop stretching higher just to steal more light, while the shorter ones slowly wither away. Because of this brutal natural rule, in any dense forest, thicker trees mean way less weeds on the ground. I am guessing this mutant plant became so violently aggressive because, during its mutation, it lost its ability to grow tall. It could not compete for sunlight anymore, so it was forced to evolve into a hunter that preys on animals. Right at that second, the monster's tentacles suddenly shoot out again. Li Cheng instantly draws his blade to attack it. Watch out, but Jiang Xiaoyong raises his hand to stop him. Wait, stand down, it is under my control now. Let's see what it does. Are you crazy? But our MC just stands there, letting the tentacle wrap right behind his neck. The thing actually stabs into him, leaving a long, nasty scratch on his skin. He grits his teeth and takes the pain, his eyes totally focused. Well, Elder He, your analysis was completely spot on. This whole city has literally turned into a massive deathmatch for mutant plants. The weaker species that just cannot compete for sunlight are forced to hunt meat just to survive. But listen up, you are my servant now. I am taking care of your survival needs. Come here. From deep inside its weird cocoon, the plant's true main body finally reveals itself, slowly creeping right into the palm of his hand. It looks like some kind of demonic parasite, slowly dissolving and fusing directly into his flesh. Li Cheng scratches his head, totally confused. What the heck is that thing? It is bonded to me now. Jiang Xiaoyong stretches his arm out to test his new toy. Instantly syncing perfectly with his mind, he launches massive tentacles that wrap tightly around a nearby tree trunk. In a split second, the wood is violently ripped in half. Jiang Xiaoyong stutters in shock. That is way stronger than my own power. A system screen pops up, new achievement unlocked. The Gardener title grants him 150 points. His total score hits 153. Oh, unlocking a rare system achievement. That is definitely a first for him. With the mission cleared, our squad heads back, leaving the dead monsters behind. Now you and I need to see what is happening at the steel factory. A knock. The spy smiles. Looks like another fool took the bait. Who is it? Hey baby, I brought you a late-night snack. She plays hard to get. Who asked you to? No one, I just wanted to. The woman's eyes instantly turn dangerously cold, but she keeps using her body to play him like a fiddle. Well then, thank you. The guy gets totally riled up, lunging forward with crazy eyes, but she acts completely innocent. "Hey, what are you doing?" He coughs awkwardly, trying to play it cool. "Sorry, I thought we had a vibe. This place is way too crowded. Let's head outside the factory. We can have some real fun there." Oh, he is totally down. Just like that, suspicious noises start echoing from inside a parked car. A little while later, the guy is completely exhausted. He throws his clothes back on. "You are gorgeous. By the way, what is your name?" Right then, he spots a familiar jacket tossed in the trash nearby. What is wrong? Wait, this jacket looks exactly like Zhao Chen's gear. Why is it in the garbage? He opens it up and absolutely freezes in pure horror. It is packed with the belongings of everyone who went missing. Before he can even react, the woman's deadly claws shoot out from behind, gripping his throat. Her killing intent is off the charts. Meanwhile, at an empty lot, one of those freaky half-monster guys is completely passed out until he gets slapped awake. "What the heck? Having a nice nap? Hey, I was keeping watch. If I walked up and you missed it, how are you going to see her signal? Tell the truth. How long were you out?" "I wasn't sleeping. I just rested my eyes for 10 minutes. "You idiot. Look, we have been taking turns out here. We have watched this place for hours and still zero signals from her." Honestly, I bet that greedy girl wants to eat the prey all by herself. Let's search the factory and see if we can track her down. But you and I know what happens next. They find her fresh crime scene, completely losing their minds. All right, you and I are dropping into pure chaos. I knew I smelled human flesh. That hag secretly ate, keeping the feast entirely for herself. She's trading her looks to infiltrate, so why can't I? A girl whines. The leader instantly grabs her throat. "You want it all too. You want a solo meal, right? I know exactly how you operate. Just like her boss, chill out. If you choke her to death now, then our shot is gone." Hearing this, he lets go. "Try a stunt like hers, and I'll storm the place. Even if I fall, I'm taking both of you down with me." She nods, terrified. Meanwhile, mutant girl number 2 starts her performance. "Please, somebody help me." The heavy iron doors swing open. Armed guards step forward. "Who are you?" "Zombies were chasing me. I barely made it out alive." "Wow, we are seriously lucky today. We just rescued one girl, and now we get another." "Yeah, and this one looks way better too." Before they can celebrate, a voice echoes from behind them. It is the first woman they rescued. "Wait, do not trust a single word. She is a mutant. She's working with the monster who infiltrated us. You bitch, shoot her right now, open fire." Gunfire erupts immediately. The second woman turns and sprints frantically, but she simply cannot dodge the barrage of bullets. Watching the mutant hit the dirt, the first woman screams, "Quick, grab the gasoline!" But when they return with the fuel, the corpse is totally gone. Where did she go? How is she running after taking so many hits? Damn it, we should have left a guard. Hurry, I must warn Li Huang and Sheng Sheng. The wounded mutant stumbles back to her hidden accomplices. "Please do not kill me. Save me, I promise you. I will absolutely obey your every command from now on." We are monsters. We all know exactly how trustworthy our kind really is. One of the thugs casually lifts a massive boulder. As for the food inside that base, we will just have to find another way. The wounded girl stares in absolute despair. But out of nowhere, the other mutant swings a blade, slicing clean through the boulder, holding Guy's neck. His head drops. The heavy rock crashes down right beside it. "Thank you so much, haha. An arm and a leg will heal your wounds. The rest of him is mine." She smirks, realizing the bald guy was totally right. Mutants have absolutely zero loyalty. We truly understand our own wicked nature. If they shared her body, he wouldn't get much meat. But by pulling off a sneak attack to kill the bald leader, he takes total control. Now he decides exactly who gets what. Meanwhile, inside the survivor factory, tension is spiking. "Has anyone seen Chen Zuo?" Li Huang asks. "Chen Zuo vanished too. What the hell is going on? We still haven't found Yang Hai, and now another guy goes missing." "Don't panic," Sheng Sheng says. "I will scout around the factory to see if there are any clues." She begins her patrol. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto the garbage disposal area, where she spotted some tossed belongings earlier. Moments later, the entire crew gathers around the trash. Yep, these bloody clothes definitely belong to Chen Zhuo. And I recognize these sneakers. They are Yang Hai's. He is the only one wearing this exact brand. The infiltrated mutant woman starts sweating. Now you and I know she is cornered. Damn it. They actually found my bone stash. Sheng Sheng's intense glare zeroes in on the disguised woman. Nobody heard a single scream or fight anywhere near this area. So what exactly does that prove? The killer is already inside. The mutant shivers in pure terror. Why? Why are you staring at me? Instantly, Sheng Sheng's arm morphs into a lethal silver blade lunging forward. The monster barely dodges, leaving the blade buried deep into a nearby tree trunk. Her vicious, bloodthirsty true nature is finally exposed. Sheng Sheng simply maintains her ice-cold expression. Damn it, my cover is blown. The mutant instantly snatches a random young survivor, holding him hostage. Everybody, freeze right now or I swear I will kill him. If you end his life, you will never leave this base alive. A brat. Hasn't even grown up, thinks she can threaten me. If I don't walk out today, at least a few of you will die with me. Moments later, after backing up to a safe distance, she barks her order. Toss me your gun. Hurry up. Nobody move a muscle or else. I will slice his artery wide open. Snagging the weapon, she shoves the hostage away, shoots him in the leg to stop them, and runs for freedom. Sheng Sheng's eyes stay completely emotionless as she takes aim, drilling 2 perfect shots straight through the monster's body. Gritting her teeth, she keeps sprinting. Sheng Sheng, what are you doing? Li Huang asks. I will take a motorcycle to hunt her down. Let it go, Sheng. We have no idea if her accomplices are lurking outside. To guarantee our safety, we must lock down the defenses, right now. Hearing the logic, she nods in agreement. Yeah, you're right. Starting today, every single new survivor who enters this base must be strictly isolated inside the safe room. Uncle Li, I'm leaving this to you. Grandpa Zhangqi's squad is still completely in the dark, so I have to head to Yecheng and sort things out. All right, just stay safe out there. Li Huang thinks to himself, I didn't expect little Sheng Sheng to become this brave and mature. Meanwhile, far away, our main character's squad is aggressively wiping out those vicious plant mutants. He and Jiang Xiaoyong are spamming their combat skills, literally ripping the monsters into shreds. The rest of the crew just pours gasoline to burn up the leftovers. Elder, he stands watching, muttering, does this feel incredibly safe or just ridiculously overpowered? System notification rings out. Utopia mission is now active. Community expansion parameters progressing. Independent base established. Successfully defended against a hostile invasion once. Reward granted plus 10 rating points. Current rating 72. Bonus reward plus 40 points. All right, you and I are back. System points sitting at 193. Just as expected, Zhang Qi and Sheng totally delivered the goods here. Before long, his squad makes it back to base. Jiang Xiaoyong is finally home. But wait, there is major trouble brewing over at the steel mill. Sheng already rushed over for backup. Any massive riots? No, just a few unlucky base members getting bitten. Nothing too crazy. Sheng brought the required suppressor meds straight to them. But who are these new faces? Jiang Xiaoyong introduces them as the lucky survivors rescued out of Frog City. This is Elder He, a top-tier botanist from the Agriculture Science Institute. What a catch. Our MC happily welcomes them to the growing base. The newcomers are super grateful for the shelter. But he tells Elder He this spot is totally temporary. In a few days he will escort everyone straight to the city forest edge. Wait, why the forest? Because he is setting up camp number 3. Just then the loud roar of Sheng returning echoes out. Jiang Xiaoyong, when did you get back? Reunited at last, Sheng catches everyone up on the absolute madness that just went down at the steel mill. Bottom line, they cannot trust any new recruits right now. Elder. He nervously points at himself. Wait, are we in trouble? Our guy reassures him. Relax, I know your background. He turns to Sheng. This is actually good news. Sheng is confused. How on earth is this good news? Because there are fresh rewards up for grabs. Right on cue, the system flashes a brand new quest. Villain Nemesis. The goal. Wipe out the threat in the western suburbs for 120 points. Meanwhile, out in those very same ruins, that injured woman runs until she completely collapses in a dark alley. Suddenly, she hears the heavy, terrifying sound of metal scraping against the ground. A shadow steps out. What is wrong? Did your fancy new teammates leave you behind? She panics. Wait, it is a misunderstanding. I have a plan. A plan. Your brilliant plan almost got me killed. Just finish her. Another voice chimes in from the dark. This mission was a total bust. But honestly, feasting on that bald guy and the other chick means we did not waste our time. Pointless talk. Before she can even react, she coughs up blood. Her own twisted teammate just shoved a blade straight through her. You bastard, you are really pulling this trick again. Why complain? You honestly should have been dead a long time ago. She turns to the last standing woman. Whatever you do, do not trust him. Last time I got injured, he used the exact same dirty trick to ambush the bald guy. He always backstabs to ensure he comes out on top. Mark my words, he will betray you without a second thought. The other woman just smirks coldly. Well, look at me now. I am also bleeding and injured. You clearly hold all the power here. Please do not kill me. Kill her instead. We are only in this terrible mess because of her stupid choices. The dying woman snaps back. You hypocrite. You are exactly the same, the man chuckles. All right, let us just calm down. Stop pointing fingers at each other. Though your suggestion is not half bad. The woman laughs. Right, we have survived together for so long now. We actually have a real connection, right? Am I somehow worse than that miserable trash? The man just grins back. Sadly for you, I actually prefer the redhead. Boom. Without hesitation, he completely finishes her off. He turns to the redhead. Looking at your wound. 1 arm and 1 tasty leg will be enough to recover. The rest belongs to me. Now, you and I return to the steel mill. Cannibals in the western suburbs? Exactly. A crazy redhead from their group disguised herself, sneaked right into our base, and slaughtered a few of our own men. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly asks, Li Cheng for intel. Hey Li Cheng, you must know their tactics pretty well, right? Not just their tactics. I used to actually be one of them. Luckily, my mutation was never as extreme as those freaks, but I can easily figure out their twisted, messed up nature. Eating human flesh literally destroys your mind. It makes them unbelievably selfish, short-sighted, and incredibly prone to random violent fits of pure rage. Pure bloodthirsty monsters. Our MC nods. Sounds like a terribly dangerous crew. I am definitely heading to those western suburbs, but right now we have more urgent business. Old Lee, you need to double the guards at the mill. If anything insane happens, hit me on the radio immediately. Understood. Fast forward 2 whole months. Up on a sketchy rooftop, a desperate group is panicking. What do we do now? Should we try to escape? That bizarre, creepy sound keeps echoing out every single night. It is getting closer too. Who knows what massive mutant monster is making that horrifying noise? We have to think of a solid plan fast or we are dead meat. Grab your gear, we are moving out. But while they are desperately sneaking through the pitch-black night, vicious plant mutants suddenly ambush them. Watch out. Damn it, that loud, weird noise completely drowned out the plants. They sneaked right up on us and nobody heard a thing. Instantly, one guy gets snatched up. The rest of the terrified survivors can only scatter in pure panic. They are blocking the other side too. We are trapped, I told you. Running at night was suicide. Wait, there is still one. Open path. It leads right toward that deafening noise. Are you crazy? We will die anyway. Take the gamble. Maybe it is an actual military rescue squad. Sprinting for their lives, they finally run out of breath. Suddenly, boom, a gigantic ancient tree comes crashing down right in front of their faces. Watch out. A tree this massive. What kind of titan mutant could knock that over? Shh, keep quiet. Peeking through the dust, they spot a group of actual humans using chainsaws to clear the forest. Wait, it is just people chopping wood. Suddenly, one guy recognizes a familiar face. Zhou Kaixing. Ah, Liang, you are actually still alive. How are you guys doing? We got completely saved. We are currently living large over in M City. But right at that happy moment, the mutant plants catch up. Run, yet. Ah, Liang just stands there totally chill. It is just some weak plant mutants, nothing to fear. You and I both know what happens next. Zhou Kaixing calmly grabs his radio. Squad 2. Engaging plant mutants. All right, you and I are jumping straight into the madness. Squad 2. Spotted the plant monsters, and the order was clear. Another fully equipped squad suddenly arrived, carrying heavy flamethrowers. Massive waves of fire absolutely engulfed the mutated plants, burning them to ashes while they shrieked in agony. Meanwhile, Li Cheng watched everything unfold from a distance. Honestly, we don't even need to lift a finger against these things anymore. I seriously never expected you guys to gather such a massive and powerful force. How exactly did you pull this off? Someone confidently replied. It's all thanks to our leader, Jiang Xiaoyong. Right then, Liang finally noticed Jiang Shengzhe and Chong standing there. Wait, there are still people over there. Hey, don't panic, they aren't monsters, they're actually our protectors. Since we're really short on manpower right now, I'm going to take you all to meet our leader, Xiaoyong. A short while later, they marched deeper into the forest, discovering a massive hidden farming zone. Everyone was absolutely stunned. This is completely absurd. You guys are actually farming right inside the plant monster's territory. Someone casually handed Liang a very strange twitching tuber that was literally wriggling in his hands. He threw it away in pure terror. Don't freak out. What the hell is this thing? Technically, it's still a plant monster. The exact same type we just roasted. Wait, you guys actually tamed these mutated plants. And get this, not only is the crop yield completely insane, but they're super easy to harvest. This is literally the perfect apocalyptic crop. Were you guys blessed by the heavens or something? Because everything you see here is entirely thanks to our leader Jiang Xiaoyong. Elder, he stared at the rows of crops with total admiration. To think these crops could actually change their properties and states based on our will. I never even dared to imagine something like this before. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong checked if there were any other requests. Just tell the flower cart everything at once. No, we're totally good. This is already way too convenient. Perfect. Well, the land reclamation is going really smoothly. If any rogue plants try to invade, Li Cheng's squad will handle them. Honestly, it's finally time for me to head to the western suburbs and wipe out those cannibalistic scumbags. Cut to the western suburbs of City M, where our main character and his buddy, Chong, were actively scouting. Chong warned him, someone's definitely watching us right now. They feel pretty strong. Our guy just smirked. Yeah, I noticed. Their power level is roughly on par with Zhang Qi's crew. So what's the plan? What else? Just more food for you. Up on a towering building, two shady figures were watching them closely. Perfect opportunity. Wait, one guy blocked the other. What are we waiting for? Someone else might steal our prey. Too late, someone already beat us to it. Down below, a whole pack of ferocious mutated humans was already marching toward our main character, eyeing him like a juicy piece of meat. This is top-tier stuff, never seen anything like it. A purebred evolved human. If we eat him, who knows how much we'll level up. Wait a second, what the hell is that thing standing next to him? Don't tell me this guy can actually control zombies. Even better, if we devour him, maybe we can steal that exact power for ourselves. If we get that, taking down that boss in the northern suburbs will be a breeze. He's wide open. Stick with me here, this gets wild. Up above, the spies smirked. Letting someone steal our prey isn't necessarily a bad thing. But suddenly a violent clash erupted. Looking down, they watched in absolute shock as Chong went completely berserk, mercilessly massacring the mutated humans. Meanwhile, our main character casually swung his blade a few times, sending the surviving monsters running for their lives. How is this even possible? How could a monster this insanely overpowered even exist? Run down below, one terrified mutant desperately tried scaling the exact roof where the spies were hiding. You idiot, don't run this way. Are you trying to get us killed? Get lost. Down below, our main character calmly grabbed a long iron rebar, taking perfect aim. With a massive throw, the rebar pierced right through the mutant and shattered the wall directly between the two hiding spies. They were left trembling in pure, unadulterated terror. The main character didn't even realize they were up there. This pack was actually pretty tough. They definitely have mutant cores. Up above, the two spies cautiously peeked over the ledge. Holy crap. Are they finally gone? Yeah, they left. Let's head down. The two slowly climbed down to inspect the bloody corpses. They only ate 3 of the bodies. That means the rest of these cores belong to us. Elsewhere, our main character turned and complained to Chong. Your massive appetite is seriously an issue, man. You only ate 3 of them. Look at my body size. How much do you honestly expect me to eat? Right at that, the moment he caught the sound of movement in a dark alleyway, he instantly drew his blade and approached slowly. Suddenly, a middle-aged man gripping a bow stepped out, his face completely pale with fear. Take one more step and I'll shoot you dead. The main character blinked. A normal human, he immediately tried to de-escalate. Hey, don't panic. I told you to stay back. The man panicked and fired his arrow, but our main character casually snatched it right out of the air. His reaction speed. He caught an arrow bare-handed. In a literal flash, the main character closed the distance and snatched the bow away. All right, everybody, come out. We aren't cannibals, I promise. Only then did the rest of the terrified survivors slowly step out of the shadows. After clearing things up, one asked, "So you guys actually found a way to survive and fight off zombies without eating human flesh? Thank God, that's amazing news." Our main character looked at them. "Where were you all planning to go anyway?" "There's the Zifeng steel factory down in the southern suburbs. They used to run radio broadcasts all the time, accepting any living survivors. We were actually trying to head there. But honestly, looking back, a bunch of normal humans like us probably stand zero chance against those roaming cannibals." "Oh wait, do you guys happen to know a safer place?" The main character nodded. "There's a human settlement up in the northern suburbs. They specialize in hunting down those exact cannibals. We're actually heading there right now to join forces." "Wow, we had no idea a settlement like that even existed." "Yeah, we only overheard the cannibals talking about it, which is why we're taking the risk. Word on the street is their leader is an absolute powerhouse. He can solo 5 or 6 cannibals, all by himself." The survivor gasped. "Just one guy. There are dozens of Western cannibals." "Well, you and I know our main character is about to prove them incredibly wrong." "All right, you and I know cannibals usually hunt alone. They rarely group up," but another guy immediately pushes back. "No way. With my own eyes, a whole pack of them gathering, clearly plotting something." Another survivor scoffs. "You're talking crazy. Your mind is slipping. You're probably mixing up dreams with reality. Don't listen to him. He just wants to go to the Westwind steel mill because his brother might be hiding there." "Look, I've told you a million times, the chances of your brother being alive are basically zero. If we head there, we'll end up dead. Do you really think Westwind can keep the cannibals out? Honestly, the people inside might even be flesh eaters themselves." Hearing this, young Danny quickly jumps in to clarify. "Actually, you're totally right. The original bosses of the steel mill were absolutely cannibals, but don't worry, I already killed them both." Our MC asks, "What's your brother's name? There's a chance I might actually know him." Eyes lighting up with hope, the kid replies, "My brother's name is Li Honglin. He used to be a cop. Have you ever heard of him? Is he still alive?" Our MC laughs. "Wow, what a coincidence. Li Honglin and I are actually pretty good buddies." "Really?" "Yep, he's currently posted at Westwind. He helps me manage the farmlands there." "Farmlands? Wait, you guys have already restored agricultural production? That's incredible. See, I told you guys, we absolutely have to get to Westwind." But right then, another guy in the group immediately shuts him down. "Hold on. Who even are you, man? I don't buy that kind of coincidence. Spit it out, are you just trying to lure us there so you can butcher us all?" The MC just slowly shakes his head. "If I wanted to kill you, why would I even waste my time trying to trick you?" But right at that exact moment, a loud gunshot suddenly rings out. With lightning-fast reflexes, the MC tilts his body, dodging the bullet. "What the hell are you doing?" "Sorry, my finger slipped on the trigger." But that gunshot was way too loud. Instantly, the terrifying growls of monsters start echoing from the distance. "We are so dead." That shot just alerted the cannibals. Everyone find cover now. But our MC just stands outside totally unbothered. "Hey, get in here. Do you have a death wish? I don't care how strong you are. You can't take on an entire horde of flesh eaters by yourself." The MC just smirks. "Didn't somebody just say that if cannibals group up, they end up fighting each other? Guess we'll see. Yeah, after they rip you to shreds, then they'll fight over your remains. Look, if you want to die out there, fine by me. I'm done worrying about you. Everyone get inside and lock the door. There's a second floor up there. Climb up, hide as best as you can. Hurry, we're out of time." The panicked group scrambles upstairs, barricading every single door, desperately hoping the guy outside won't rat them out. Down on the ground, the rabid horde of flesh eaters has already closed in. They completely surround our MC and his massive buddy Carter. These guys look pathetic. "Why is there only one human here? Did you guys already eat the rest?" "Shut up. I just got here too. But seriously, are you guys blind? This guy isn't your average snack. Eating him alone would be like feasting on 10 regular survivors." Huh. Up on the second floor, the terrified group nervously peeks down at the street. What exactly is happening out there right now? There's almost a dozen of them already, and more cannibals are still pouring in. That poor kid is absolutely doomed this time around. They won't even leave his bones behind. Down below, one impatient monster lunges forward, practically begging for an early grave. I can't take it anymore. That first bite is mine, but the MC barely moves. One clean flash of his blade and the monster's head instantly detaches from its body. The beast collapses in a heap. Our guy doesn't even blink. Seeing this brutal one-shot, the rest of the cannibal horde completely freezes in shock. Too fast. To save time, the MC coldly provokes them. Just come at me all at once. That single sentence hits them like a truck. It's like kicking a hornet's nest. The entire pack roars in pure rage. You dare look down on us? Brothers, tear him apart. The MC simply turns. He looks at Carter. They're all yours. Consider this a warm-up. It'll help build up a good appetite for later. Got it. A monster leaps straight at him, but Carter predicts it perfectly. He ducks low, then launches himself impossibly high into the air, leaving the beast grabbing pure air. The survivors hiding inside watch this play out and absolutely lose their minds. Holy crap, did you see how high he just jumped? What kind of crazy monsters are these two guys? Even the flesh eaters start feeling a serious wave of panic. His physical stats are way higher than ours. This guy is a literal freak of nature. We definitely can't eat him. Run for your lives. They try to bail, but then, bang, a sniper shot from above drops one of them dead on the spot. Turns out the MC had quietly swapped to his rifle. I'm not letting a single one of you walk out of here alive, he declares coldly. Unless, of course, you manage to take down my buddy. He points straight at Carter. Carter cracks his knuckles, letting out a low growl. I've got way too much power to burn right now. Trap the entire monster horde rushes forward. Charge kill that big guy. Carter instantly switches into serious mode. His massive fists become an absolute blur. He moves at breakneck speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches on the attackers. Then he spins his legs, kicking the rest completely across the street. Just a moment later, the monsters that were trying to run away are now completely battered, covered in blood, and pale with absolute terror. Impossible. We can't even beat his sidekick. But before they can react, our MC calmly uses his long-range rifle to finish off two more targets. Boom, boom. And just like that, this dynamic duo completely wipes out an entire pack of flesh-eating mutants without even breaking a sweat. What? Then he called out to the survivors hiding upstairs. You can come out now. Everyone stepped out, witnessing a scene that was absolutely spectacular and terrifying. Oh my God, the man with glasses stammered out. We have thought it over. We really want to join the West Room. Will you take us in? Fine, but right now, I have to head to that northern suburb gathering spot you mentioned. Why are you going out there? To see for myself, if those people you mentioned actually deserve to be completely wiped out. Meanwhile, in another location, the suburban gathering spot was actively under a massive attack. 7 enemies ambushed them, 7 literal flesh eaters. What do? A few soldiers rushed over to report to their leader, Boss Fong. Dad. Even for his dad, this was just too much. He ordered them to lock the massive gates, making sure no enemies snuck in and forbidding anyone from going outside. Yes, sir. Right after that, this guy immediately jumped straight down from the massive wall facing the monster horde alone. The flesh eaters laughed maniacally, acting like they just spotted some incredibly juicy prey. Haha, that is him. Kill him, and all the meat in this whole zone belongs to us. Let's go. But this man right here, he was basically like Venom. His body started mutating, rapidly transforming into a massive spike-covered monster. The flesh eaters staring at that, a sudden massive figure, were actually completely stunned. Is this really that guy's power? This mutated form looks way more freakish than we do. Let's rush in together and take him down. The younger flesh eaters charged forward, some throwing heavy rocks, others rushing in throwing wild punches. Thinking they had totally won, the flesh eaters surged forward again. But surprisingly, his powerful technique easily wiped them out this time. A few other enemies were left heavily wounded. The mutated monster kept growling aggressively, acting exactly like he had completely lost all control. Just moments later, the flesh eaters were lying dead everywhere. We won. The flesh eater horde is totally wiped out. But wait, Boss Fong is also dying out there. Is it really okay to just leave him like that? We have no choice. In that state, he cannot control himself. Forbidding us from going out to help is actually his way of protecting us. He cannot even move now. If we do not help, he won't be able to consume those dead bodies. At this rate, he is definitely going to die. Open the gates. We are ready to risk it all. That is right, open it. His daughter teared up, deeply moved, seeing everyone care so much about her father. Listen, everyone, if you are all willing to risk your lives, then fine. The massive gates opened and everyone frantically rushed out to help. But the mutated man looked really anxious. What do you guys think you are doing? Go back immediately. We cannot just watch. You die out here. Exactly. If you die absolutely, none of us will survive either. The survivors started throwing the monster corpses towards Fong. Do not get too close, just toss them over. The terrifying mouths growing right out of Fong's body began violently devouring the food. Everyone tossed over. This scene was honestly absolute nightmare fuel, but the survivors kept bringing him more and more food, so Fong could fully recover. Hey, be careful out here. Step any closer and you are asking for death. Just throw it from here, watch out for the infection. But right at that moment, another pack of flesh-eaters showed up. Why does this monster look so wrecked? Looks like it just had an absolutely brutal battle with our kind. Haha, our brothers paved the way for us perfectly. We sure are incredibly lucky today. Wait, there are more of these flesh-eaters. What do we do now? Boss Fong has not fully recovered, yet he won't be a match for them. It is time for us to protect Boss Fong. Now you and I need to check back on our main character still moving steadily forward. You can tell the survivor group you guys mentioned is not ordinary. The northern suburbs clearly have way fewer of those flesh-eaters roaming around. I recognize this exact place. Our destination shouldn't be much farther. Right at that moment, a gunshot loudly echoed from the distance. He quickly gauged the distance. That gunshot is less than 1 kilometer away. Looks like we are almost there. Back at the camp, the flesh-eaters were still furiously slaughtering people at the gathering zone. Fong's daughter aimed her gun from afar. You absolute bastards, I will risk my life to fight you all. But another enemy waiting in perfect ambush suddenly lunged right at her. Little girl, your meat looks incredibly soft and tender. He used his arm to violently slap the gun right out of her hands. Let's see what you can do now. Right at that terrifying moment, a massive punch from Fong smashed straight into the guy's face, literally tearing his body completely in half. But the intense impact also left a nasty wound, right on his daughter's arm. Damn it, this huge monster still has the strength to fight back. Let's kill it first. Lao Si, remaining enemies, started frantically and wildly attacking the huge monster. Dad, miss, we absolutely cannot stay out here any longer. Hurry up, follow me and run. This time, Fong was basically unconscious. His mutated body just could not handle any more punishment. Suddenly, while the brutal battle was still raging, a massive boulder flew in completely out of nowhere, crashing down and instantly crushing a flesh-eater. What the hell? Luckily, that was exactly when our MC and Tran Zung made their epic entrance. Why is there another horde of flesh-eaters? No, wait. That giant monster clearly is not a flesh-eater. How can you be so totally sure? Who knows? Maybe a flesh-eater mutating to its final stage just ends up having this bizarre, freakish appearance. Hearing Tran Zung get roasted like that, our guy tried incredibly hard to hold back his laughter. The remaining flesh-eaters suddenly spoke up. One of us, no, that guy does not have our scent at all. Are you a purebred mutation? Did you? Let's dive into this madness. Does he even have that ability? Our guy orders, go Master Chong. Why does the dirty work always fall to me? But Master Chong still rushes forward. Those enemy guys look completely confident. Just a lowly zombie. I've killed countless of them before, but that trash talk doesn't last before Master Chong instantly floors them. What kind of monster is this? How is it this insanely strong? It's even stronger than Feng. The guy in glasses steps up to calm everyone down. Relax, don't panic. These guys are elite experts from the southern suburbs. The southern suburbs, we seriously thought Feng was the absolute strongest person left in this chaotic wasteland. The rest of those twisted cannibal thugs just stare at Master Chong in pure terror. What exactly is this zombie? Why is his power so completely broken? Hey, it's fine. Don't freak out. If we all rush him together, we can definitely take it down. They talk a big game, but nobody actually dares to charge first. You go. No, you lead the way. I'll provide backup. Look, if you losers are just gonna bicker, then I really don't need to pretend anymore. That purebred evolver is going to be mine, and then one of these overconfident fools actually decides to charge straight at our MC. thinking he's just some soft, easy target. Big mistake. But our guy doesn't say a single word. His arm barely twitches. One casual move completely pierces the charging attacker, and then he uses brute strength to rip the guy clean in half. Witnessing this absolute horror show, the remaining cannibals are scared, completely witless, and start running for their lives. That guy is even stronger. This is bad. We are totally outmatched here, run. But our MC just casually raises a hand and razor-sharp wires shoot right out of his arm, flying through the air and instantly piercing the fleeing enemies. After a brutal cleanup phase, not a single one of those cannibals is left alive. A devil. He's a literal devil. Don't panic, guys, they're on our side. But unexpectedly, the tentacles from that massive monster guy suddenly start thrashing around and actively attack our MC. He looks down at a tiny, harmless scratch on his own arm. What kind of freakish monster are you anyway? Our MC extends his arm again, firing off his own deadly tentacles that violently wrap tight around that disgusting, slimy pile of flesh. Even he finds this thing completely repulsive. Let's see if you can survive this throw. He prepares to hurl Feng away with the wires. Suddenly, a young girl rushes over, eyes full of tears. Dad, please don't. Seeing this, our guy actually pauses for a second. The girl falls to her knees, desperately begging him to spare the man's life. Oh, spare him. Who exactly? This weird, deformed pile of meat. Yes, that man is my dad. He only attacked you because he's completely lost control of his own mind right now. I am begging you, please do not kill him. Wow, it's mutated this heavily already. Can it seriously even revert back to a human form? Our MC immediately drops Feng to the ground. After listening to a quick explanation, he simply asks, so doing it like this actually works? Looking at the horrific monster wildly devouring the cannibals' corpses, even Master Chong lets out a disgusted groan at how utterly vile it is. You're seriously grossed out. Honestly, you don't look much better when you eat. Another survivor quickly approaches the two of them and nervously says, B-Boss, please come with us to our survivor camp. As for Feng, it's totally fine to just leave him out here. The moment they step inside the camp, all these people immediately drop to their knees. Thank you, Lifesaver. Thank God you showed up, or else today both Feng and all of us would have been completely wiped out. No big deal, don't worry about it. How long has your settlement been running? And what exactly is the deal with that Feng guy outside my dad? He was unfortunately infected by something called the mimic tissue. Mimic tissue? What in the absolute world is that? The girl takes a deep breath and starts explaining. It is a miraculous, but also extremely dangerous biological organism. At first, it was only discovered in wild animals. Everyone just assumed it was some standard disease-causing bacteria, but through controlled lab cultivation, we were completely shocked to discover that it could rapidly mutate and transform into literally any tissue type. This crazy organism can perfectly mimic any cell it swallows. And get this, it doesn't just copy the superficial, outer appearance, but it actually possesses functions and biological traits far superior to normal stem cells. Even though this completely violated basic ethics, my brilliant professor decided to bypass the rules and run secret medical trials on human bodies. Back then, we had reports showing that in under a single week, terminal cancer cells were almost entirely eradicated. My God, we thought we had finally found the ultimate God cell. But right then, absolute disaster struck. City M and City S fell into complete chaos. Massive waves of panicked refugees from nearby cities flooded straight into our zone. Now you and I might think this God cell was the perfect key to fixing this massive disaster, but nobody expected that the so-called key was actually the source of the apocalypse. Let me guess, those perfectly stable tissues suddenly started going completely out of control, right? Exactly. The mimic tissue endlessly invades the body until every single cell and tissue of the infected host is totally replaced. The victims slowly lose all their humanity, replaced entirely by the raw primal instinct of the mimic flesh. They become hyper-aggressive, going absolutely crazy with the urge to infect more people. As time passes, the mimic tissue gradually forgets the host's original structural code, eventually turning them into a horrifying, shapeless blob of meat. When it loses total systemic balance, meaning it literally loses all mobility, the only possible end result is drying up and completely burning through its nutrients. So, while they still have a human shape, they desperately try to gather in giant hordes. Stick with me, this gets crazier. Let's dive back in. This action sealed their ultimate fate an endless sea of flesh. Now he's officially part of them. That wound on his body left by her father's attack. Feng looks down at his arm. He nods. If that's the case, then he doesn't have much time left. She still has hope, but he just laughs. If it's him, there's zero need to worry. That fake mimetic flesh, he already forced it completely out of his system. But how is that even possible? His immune system is dozens of times stronger than a normal human's, maybe even more. Plus, he has another symbiotic life form inside his body, magical and deadly. Everyone's jaws just drop to the floor. It's almost impossible to believe. If this mimetic flesh has such an insanely strong ability to copy things, couldn't someone literally guide and mold it? He tells Li Ran to hand it over. He wants to try taming this bizarre stuff. Since he's so eager, the old man hands a piece over. He stares at the squirming gross blob, then places it right on his own arm. So, how's it going? No good. This thing completely rejects control. The second it fuses, it instantly starts a full invasion. He had to completely destroy it. So how on earth does Zhu Zhaofeng control them? Simple. He doesn't control them. He is them. Right now, every single piece of flesh on his body is made of mimetic tissue. Biologically speaking, this guy hasn't been human for a very long time. Wait, if that's true, how is he still in human form? His actual humanity faded a long time ago. The only thing keeping him together right now is his sense of duty. Relying on pure logic, the structural information inside, his brain cells probably isn't totally wiped out yet. Because of that, he can still use his identity as Zhu Zhaofeng to think, to fight back against the wild instincts of the mimetic flesh. But he can feel it. His last remaining shred of sanity is slowly fading away. Pretty soon, he's afraid he won't even be able to hold his human shape anymore. He begs our main character to take over and protect Xiaoping and the survivors here. He's willing to give absolutely everything. He will do whatever is asked. In his final days of clarity, watching her father basically leave his dying wishes, the girl totally breaks down in tears. Heartbreaking stuff. Right on cue, the system drops a new quest. He needs info on 2 more disaster types to unlock a brand new quest. Chain Disaster Collector. A fresh quest chain pops up. The main objective: go all out and investigate every single type of disaster. Let's check the task progress. Super devouring virus, adaptive spores, and mimetic protozoa. That first virus usually builds up over 300 super devouring strains. He figures that's the zombie disaster over in City M. The adaptive spores, definitely the mutated plants, down in City S. So what about the mimetic protozoa? That has to be the gross mimetic flesh these guys just mentioned. Our guy asks, is your final stop also the sea of flesh? Zhu Zhaofeng nods. He feels that day creeping closer. Perfect timing. Our main character offers to tag along. Tag along. For what exactly? Honestly, just pure curiosity. But what about the survivors here? He grabs the walkie-talkie. Oh, that part is easy. He radios Zhang Qi to see who's free right now. As night falls, the whole group hears a strange noise approaching. They start panicking. What kind of monster is coming? Turns out it's just Zhang Xiangjie bringing Xiao Shuai along. The kid grins wide. Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong is stunned. Why would Zhang Xiangjie bring his kid out to a danger zone? Is his mom actually okay with this? The kid laughs. Don't worry, uncle, I'm pretty overpowered now. Watch me show off my real skills. All right, enough games. Someone's been tailing them this whole time. Show yourselves or we tear the building down. The area suddenly goes dead. Quiet. Then a pack of man-eating freaks finally peek out. Wait, they got spotted. The monsters step into the light all at once. This must be that famous gathering spot. Right. Now watch closely. The monster sneers. Let's see what kind of master requires their entire squad to team up just to score a win. One of them points straight at Zhang Xiangjie, clicking his tongue. So you're the guy they say can single-handedly take down several of our new mutant humans. Zhang Xiangjie just looks around, totally confused, then points right at his own face. He drops the most random line ever, claiming he's just an out-of-town guy fresh off the plane and his English is terrible. Basically, it's his way of saying, I am not from around here and I have zero clue what you guys are talking about. The monsters just stare at each other. What is happening? Yep, they completely mistook him for our guy. Well, a fight's bound to happen anyway. Might as well jump him now since the whole crew is here. Let's get him. But little Xiao Shuai steps up. Dad, hold on. Don't attack, let me handle this. His dad just tells him to be careful. The freaks think he's an easy meal and rush in. Xiao Shuai grips his gun. Bring it on, bang. The gun fires, but one speed-focused monster totally dodges the bullet. You little brat. You're really asking for it. Don't you realize how fast we are? Normal humans like you can't even dream of reacting in time. But boom, a split second later a bullet rips right through that bragging monster's shoulder. The kid smirks who said I was normal. Xiao Shuai reloads with lightning speed and unloads on the rest of them. Another freak tries to blindside him. Got you, arrogant little kid. But right before the hit lands, the kid launches himself into the air. He dodges, flips behind the monster and presses the barrel right against its head, blasting it straight into the dirt. I don't know about you, but my jaw is completely on the floor right now. A kid pulling off top-tier moves like that, you and I are about to see something wild. Who is this insanely skilled kid? But suddenly things go completely wrong. A massive guy is inches away from grabbing Xiao Shuai. Not good. He cannot dodge in time. But right at that split second, Jiang Xiaoyong whips out his tentacles and takes the brute down. He lifts the guy high into the air, keeping him far away from his son. The onlookers are absolutely, completely stunned. Are every single one of these guys literal monsters? Even the remaining enemies start to panic pretty hard now. What in the world is happening? This guy is way stronger than the rumors said. Let us all charge him together and see exactly how many tentacles he really has. Exactly. If we just take him down, the rest are basically snacks. But Jiang Xiaoyong just smirks and unleashes an absolute forest of deadly tentacles, wiping out these evolved fighters in the blink of an eye. The survivors absolutely cannot believe what they are seeing. This is just completely absurd. Xiao Shuai runs straight over to him. Uncle Xiaoyong, how did I do out there? Taking down 2 of those man-eaters was definitely a walk in the park. It looks like you have been training incredibly hard lately. It is also a really good thing we had that special field Uncle Xiaoyong made. Everyone who ate those crops got noticeably stronger. Our main character is honestly pretty surprised by this setup. Those crops, planted back in the field, are essentially mutated plants. Sure, but they seriously pack some solid evolutionary energy. This is basically a total jackpot of a harvest. Uncle Xiaoyong, what exactly is going on over here? Looking at this absolute disaster of a world, he already has a pretty solid idea of what the zombie future holds. Mutant plants, and now whatever this thing is, a completely new life form they are calling mimic flesh. It seems like every single region has its own unique, terrifying disaster. Who even knows what kind of insane enemies we are going to face next? Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to an entirely different location. Survivors are desperately blasting giant mosquitoes and massive insects with flamethrowers. But they just cannot hold the defensive line. Anymore, there are simply too many enemies. Open the side doors and run, save whoever you can. Everyone ditches the crumbling base and scrambles onto their massive armored vehicles, speeding away as fast as possible. But a few incredibly unlucky trucks get completely flipped over by a giant ant army. They cannot escape this nightmare. Please do not leave me behind. But tragically, anyone left stranded instantly becomes a quick snack for the swarming horde of giant ants. Let us jump back to our main character. This is no problem at all. With his crew holding down the fort 20 or 30, man-eaters are absolutely not a threat to them. Just then, he turns his head to look in a completely different direction. Wait, is that guy one of those terrifying man-eaters? Oh yeah, he is basically just a living tool I am using to sniff out anyone infected by that mimic flesh. Oh, exactly. I actually found out by pure accident that these man-eaters have absolutely zero appetite for eating anyone who is already heavily infected with that creepy mimic flesh. Not everyone can fight off the mimic flesh instincts like I do. Honestly, we are way more dangerous than those regular man-eaters. We hide in the shadows and quietly infect completely healthy people. That is exactly why we need this monstrous guy right here to help us tell them apart. But suddenly the prisoner flashes an insanely wicked smile. You do not need any sneaky tricks today. I will step up and gladly tell you exactly who is infected right now. Zhou Zhaofeng instantly looks visibly tense. I am actually super curious. Tell me once, do you lose your human side? Do you even feel pain if you lose your daughter? Wait, what did you just say? That little girl you risked absolutely everything to protect. Yeah, she is already infected by the mimic flesh. I probably do not need to explain how she got infected, do I? The young girl suddenly flashes back to the scratch on her arm from earlier. Her dad tried so incredibly hard to protect her, but he accidentally scratched her. Was it during that exact moment Zhou Zhaofeng goes completely deadpan? All emotion vanishes from his face entirely. Xiaoyong pats his shoulder. Hey, stay calm. But Zhou Zhaofeng just sighs. What makes me feel truly hopeless is that I am completely calm. Xiaoping is infected, so my heart should honestly be completely shattering into pieces right now, but I honestly feel nothing at all. I think my time as Zhou Zhaofeng is finally coming to a very dark and bitter end. It is time to embrace the sea of flesh. However, my brother Xiaoyong, even though I can no longer connect with my past human identity, I still need to tie up my loose ends. I am begging you. If you somehow have a way to purge the mimic flesh inside my body, could you please try to cure Xiaoping too? Look, that is just not realistic. At the end of the day, I simply cannot use my immune system to somehow heal somebody else. Is that really true? Then I guess that is it. Another squad member looks over and anxiously asks her, Xiaoping, are you really going to slowly mutate into a monster, just like Xiaofeng did? It is fine. Look around. The whole world has already turned into this living hell anyway. There is really nothing left for me here. Once I finally lose total control of myself, I just hope you guys will kindly step up and put me down. Hey, do not give up just yet. Did I ever say I was completely out of options? Take this vial right here and quickly inject it into yourself. Wait, what exactly is this thing? It is an infection blocker that worked perfectly on the City M virus. I am guessing it might just work against this mimic flesh nonsense too. She does not hesitate for even a single second, stabbing the needle straight into her arm. Well, how do you feel? The trapped man-eater just cruelly sneers at them from his cage. Ha ha. Seriously, are you all completely brain dead? This mimic flesh is an entirely different beast from a normal virus. Anyone with half a brain knows that stuff will not work. But suddenly, his arrogant face completely drops in absolute shock. How is that even possible? Just look at his ridiculous expression right now. It must actually be working. Thank goodness. If that is true, then what about my dad? The girl begs him to inject the serum to turn her dad human again. But the MC shakes his head. His condition is totally different. She was freshly infected, so it worked. But Zhou Zhaofeng, the human parts inside him are completely gone, swallowed up by the mutation. He is literally just simulated flesh now, barely holding onto a human shape. Zhou Zhaofeng looks at the MC and asks if he still wants to visit the Sea of Flesh, because his time is running out fast. The MC nods. Let us go. The scene shifts instantly. All right, you and I are cutting straight to City C. The MC and Zhou Zhaofeng walk down a ruined street. Danger is absolutely everywhere. Suddenly a voice calls out from the shadows. Hey, do you two have any food? Could you spare some? The MC stops, caught off guard. But his guard goes right up. Kids here, that makes zero sense. This sector is supposed to be completely dead. He stays on high alert. Please, the kids beg, we have not eaten in days. Meanwhile, back at the survivor camp, a loud gunshot suddenly rips through the silent air. A massive bug drops dead. Shuai Shuai walks over to inspect the gross creature. Why are there so many of these things lately? They are fast, huge, and extremely dangerous. He has already killed several since last night. The older girl frowns, noting she had never seen this species before. They just appeared, out of nowhere, yesterday, and their numbers are multiplying. Wait, did you and your dad attract them here somehow? But before they can figure it out, the roar of approaching engines cuts through the tension. Shuai Shuai grabs his weapon instantly, shifting into combat mode. What is it? Uninvited guests are rolling up. 3 armored vehicles rumble straight into their camp. The survivors squint through the dust. Wait, those are humans. Thank God they finally found living people. The newcomers look around, realizing this is an active survivor camp. Their leader barks an order, telling everyone to step out of the vehicles and secure the area. He raises his hands. Do not shoot, kid. We are not enemies. We are definitely not cannibals, and we are not a threat. Wait, you guys are not evolved mutants, just normal humans. The leader smiles calmly, assuring them they mean no harm. He then turns back and loudly orders his crew to lower their guns so they do not scare anyone. Shuai relaxes slightly. Do not worry, guys, they really do not look like cannibals or bandits. The leader looks confused. Little guy, what do you mean? Do not tell me you are the one running this entire survivor camp. Shuai shakes his head. I am not the leader, just the temporary head of security. One of the men in the back bursts into sudden laughter. Temporary security. A literal child is protecting you all. Shuai glares at him, demanding some basic respect. After all, his group is the one currently preparing to take these refugees in. The leader apologizes. Shuai asks who they are and where they came from. The guy introduces himself as Yang Bing, from City B. They actually had a pretty solid camp too, until a massive bug swarm completely wiped it out. Left with literally zero other options, they fled south. They started out with 5 vehicles, but got separated during the chaos. Their actual boss and another truck are heading straight toward City K. A bug swarm. Shuai points at a corpse. You mean these things? Yang Bing looks at the carcass and scoffs. Wait, the bugs in this area are only this big. That is incredible news. The infestation here is way weaker than back home, but Shuai warns him not to celebrate just yet. The swarm will eventually reach this sector too. Still, Yang Bing is relieved. At least this proves the main swarm is moving slower than they originally anticipated. But Shuai corrects him. They never had a bug problem here to begin with. These freaky giant insects just started showing up completely out of nowhere yesterday. Plus, they have their own crazy problems to deal with. Yang Bing raises an eyebrow. Your own problems? You mean those weird, soulless mutant corpses? The locals stare in shock. You guys actually drove all the way here without seeing any Yang. Bing shrugs, thinking they were just mindless puppets, controlled by parasites. He was surprised he did not see bugs crawling on their heads. But hey, none of that matters now anyway. Just look at their heavy firepower. They can absolutely crush any bug swarm. And those zombie freaks. Taking them out is going to be incredibly easy. Xiaoping interrupts the flexing. Whatever, just get inside the camp already. It is way too dangerous out here. If you run into a pack of cannibals, there is absolutely no way we can protect all of you at once. Yang Bing smirks. Now that we are here, we will be the ones protecting you, his crew agrees. Relax, kids. Compared to the massive bug tides we survived, the threat level around here is basically just elementary school, child's play. Meanwhile, back with the MC, he casually massacres a bunch of monsters along his path, leaving mangled corpses scattered everywhere. Zhou Xiaofeng watches absolutely stunned. The raw power this guy has is completely off the charts. It is mind-blowing. The MC suddenly stops and notes that within a 1-kilometer radius, there are at least 20 more mutants just like Zhou Xiaofeng. And worse, they are all pure, simulated flesh, having lost absolutely every single trace of their. You and I can only imagine how horrifying it would be if a normal human accidentally wandered into this absolute nightmare of a meat grinder. The MC pushes forward. Let us go, I can feel we are getting extremely close. Moments later, the two stand on a towering rooftop looking down at a massive, endlessly squirming ocean of flesh below. It is insane. Zhou Xiaofeng instantly feels his own mutated body twitching in weird resonance. It is acting up. Driven entirely by monstrous instinct, he actually steps forward to leap into the pit, but the MC grabs him fast, pulling him right back. What is wrong with you? Are you really just giving up? Fight it a little. Zhou Xiaofeng sighs. It is completely useless. My human willpower is fading fast. Eventually, I will not be able to resist the monster instincts at all. Without a word, the MC suddenly raises his arm. Wait, what? Are you doing? Tiny razor-sharp threads shoot out, stabbing right into the center of Zhou Xiaofeng's forehead. His eyes instantly roll back in absolute agonizing pain. He writhes uncontrollably as his entire body levitates into the air. The MC is using his threads like a puppet master. Since you lack the physical, all right, you and I are jumping right back into the action. You want structure. Our guy closes his eyes instantly, transmitting the data to Zhou Xiaofeng. What did you just do? I just planted an adaptive spore straight into your body. It keeps your current brain structure totally intact. Plus, it lets me study the crazy traits of you, mimic protozoa. Right on cue, the system chimes in. Our main character gets a new quest notification. The disaster collector protocol is officially on the move. The quest details drop fast. His mission is to gather as much intel on different disaster types as humanly possible. Current task progress is looking wild. Superphagocytic virus, adaptive spores, and mimic protozoa are all logged. Reward points jump up by 300. His current total points hit an insane 347,000. Zhu Zhaofeng looks confused and asks, what exactly are these mimic protozoa? Anyway, our guy replies, it is the mimic flesh. You guys call it mimic flesh. Forgetting the host's structural info is not actually an instinct for them, it is a fatal flaw. The flesh sea. The flesh sea is just a desperate survival tactic. To stay alive, they constantly need fresh living beings throwing themselves into it for vital nutrients. But here is the catch. As that flesh sea grows massive, the living beings serving as a food source in the surrounding area will naturally get completely wiped out. Eventually, the flesh sea will start eating itself. And honestly, with such a uniform species, it might just wither and totally collapse. A large-scale breakdown is inevitable. Zhu Zhaofeng asks him, so this spore thing you planted inside me, can it actually help me get my human form back? Not a chance. But it can definitely lock down your current state. This adaptive spore is going to constantly use your existing structure to analyze and replenish everything. At the exact same time, it will devour the mimic protozoa inside your body, fighting until they reach a perfect balance. As long as the structural data supply keeps flowing, you can totally avoid fading away into nothingness. You will not lose your mind. Does that mean I can actually keep living forever? As Zhu Zhaofeng. Our guy nods. Barring any crazy surprises, yeah, that is exactly how it works. Thank you. But even with all that said, it is still just maintaining the status quo. For me, fighting off my monster instincts is still a massive daily challenge. I am honestly terrified I will not be able to hold out. Without missing a beat, our main character leaps right up onto the edge of the wall. This is the second thing I want you to try. Jump down there. What? Just jump down. I am coming with you. Meanwhile, over in a totally different spot, a group of survivors is hanging around a gas station. Their leader casually pulls out a cigarette. Hurry it up, guys. We still have not scoped out all the potential threats around here. Boss, we are literally pumping gas right now. The leader awkwardly tucks the cigarette away. Right. We are probably way outside the borders of City B by now, right? Oh, we left it ages ago. We are officially deep in City C territory now. I wonder how Yang Bing and his crew are doing. Is that radio still broken? Yeah, pretty much. It is completely busted. During the chaos, a stray bullet smashed right into the radio. The internal parts are completely trashed. We really should have prepared a backup unit before leaving. No worries, they will probably slow their pace down. Once we finish getting gas, we can easily go after them. We will definitely catch up. Right at that exact second, a voice calls out from a distance. Are you humans? Please, can you take us in? We have a bunch of supplies over there. The group looks over. It is mostly women and kids. Are you local survivors from around here? Yes, we are. We brought plenty of supplies. Wait, are there no bug swarms in this area? Bug swarms? No, none at all. But get this. That woman is actually a terrifying monster in disguise. Yeah, I heard you have supplies. The young guy on the crew turns around and says, Boss, why do we not just follow them and bring all their people and gear along with us? Be careful before they can even react. These so-called survivors instantly mutate into massive gaping maws lunging straight at the young guy. Horrifying screams start echoing endlessly through the air. Now you and I need to pivot back to our guy. Down below, that disgusting pile of mimic flesh is writhing nonstop. Are you actually serious? He emphasizes the warning. Look, you have to jump down there eventually anyway. Just trust me on this. And with that, both of them leap off, the high edge plunging downward. The mimic flesh instantly senses them falling and transforms into rows of razor-sharp fangs eagerly waiting to strike. As they hit the ground, the flesh mutates even faster, forming giant, terrifying mouths filled with deadly spikes completely ready to swallow up both him and Zhu Zhaofeng. Our guy actually lets these flesh monsters swallow him whole on purpose. Just like that, they both sink deep into the terrifying sea of flesh. Suddenly, everything gets weirdly calm and unnervingly quiet. But exactly 1 second later, exploding from deep down below, brilliant blue pulses of energy start radiating outward. They grow like crazy, rapidly invading and consuming that massive pile of disgusting mimic flesh. Our MC bursts right out of the flesh sea, commanding the raw reproductive power of his symbiotic plants to aggressively spread in every direction. Then he actively forces the energy to leave his own body. He sticks a perfect landing, looking straight at Zhu Xiaofeng. Is this your grand solution? All right, stop looking so completely shocked. It is officially your turn now. Me. Right then, Zhu Xiaofeng suddenly feels our guy transmitting pure information straight into the symbiotic plant inside his own body. His entire being is suddenly overflowing with the rush of an incredible new power. Before long, thick plant forms begin violently sprouting out from Zhu Xiaofeng's body. And these strange new plants immediately start linking up and intertwining with our main character's symbiotic plants to rapidly exchange data. In seconds, Zhu Xiaofeng's body begins to look just like massive tree branches, growing out of control. And just like that, right in the middle of all that mimic flesh, a colossal ancient tree suddenly towers above everything. Half of Zhu Xiaofeng's entire body has completely merged into this massive tree trunk. Our MC looks up and asks, "How does your monster instinct feel now?" All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Watching those weird plant structures inside his body actually move and heal themselves, he gasps. This is insane. Then, from beneath the mimicry meat pile, way off in the distance, another tiny tree slowly sprouts up. I can actually control them. Have I seriously become the meat sea? Our MC steps in to explain. Not so fast, buddy. Right now, he only controls about 20% of this massive meat sea. Taking over the whole thing, that'll take at least another half a month. Meanwhile, out in the distance, another tree violently sprouts up. And this one is thriving, bursting with thick, vibrant leaves. Wait, what is going on here? Another tree just popped up. Yep, that's a new trunk. And every single time one of these trunks grows, it means his range of control over the meat sea expands just a bit more. Once this entire ocean of flesh is covered in these trees, he'll officially become the actual meat sea. But our MC gives a cold warning. He still controls the core spores. So Chu better not get any funny ideas against him or the survivors in City M. The MC can easily grant this god-tier power, but he can rip it right back away. Understood. Chu immediately backs down, sweating. He's beyond grateful, swearing he'd never turn on them. Good. But right on cue, the two of them hear a loud noise from afar. Trouble already. Turns out that squad of soldiers from earlier is currently sprinting for their absolute lives. A hideous mimicry meat monster is hot on their trail. One soldier curses, swearing he'd rather die to the insect swarm than get eaten by this gross abomination. Just then one of the fleeing guys slams on the brakes. His buddy yells at him to keep moving, but the whole group suddenly freezes in sheer shock as they stare dead ahead, completely speechless. A colossal ancient tree, literally taller than a skyscraper, with dozens of floors, stands towering under the bright sunlight. What in the world is that thing? But before they can even process this crazy sight, vicious growls from the monster pack behind them violently echo out. What's the plan? Keep running. Nope, that's impossible. Can't they see that giant rotten meat wall right in front of them looks exactly like the freaks chasing them? So what now? Dodge to the side? Not gonna happen. It's way too late for that. They're totally cornered here. Right at that exact second, the massive mimicry meat tentacles completely surround them. A massive mouth rips open, getting wider by the second, casting a dark shadow over the entire area. Yep, they are totally done for. But plot twist, the real target isn't these terrified soldiers at all. It's the other pack of mimicry monsters. The giant jaws ruthlessly snap down on the alpha beast. The attacked meat creatures immediately scatter completely, breaking apart into smaller chunks. Realizing this terrifying giant is definitely not one of them, they frantically try to scramble away. But seriously, no chance. The massive meat sea controlled by Chu quickly surges forward like a tidal wave, aggressively hunting down every single one of those fleeing chunks. In the blink of an eye, it catches up, morphing into giant, terrifying mouths lined with razor-sharp spikes. It brutally swallows the forter, enemy mimicry monsters, whole slowly absorbing and forcing them to assimilate into its own body. Once the entire monster pack is completely wiped out, Chu commands the fleshy mass to pull back to a safe spot. The soldiers are stunned. Did they just get saved? One shushes the other, maybe it hasn't. spotted them yet, but suddenly a deep voice echoes from the massive ancient tree. Don't be idiots. It can see every single move they make down there. Hearing this, the two soldiers nearly jump out of their skin. Where is that coming from? Who's talking? Then, slowly rising from the plate, meat pile half of Chu's human body emerges like a boss. The soldiers are shaking like leaves, absolutely terrified. What the hell is he? Then our MC casually pops up right behind them, dropping a truth bomb. That guy, he is the meat C. The soldiers panic again. And who the heck is this kid? When did he even get behind them? But the MC smirks. How about they talk first? Where did they come from? Boom. Scene shift to a completely different location. The topic, the insect swarm. Oh yeah, those bugs are no joke. We're talking violently aggressive, ground crawlers insanely fast, lightning speed flyers. Huge armored bugs that can snipe you with corrosive acid from dozens of meters away. Oh, and let's not forget those creepy brain bugs that literally turn humans into mindless slaves. In a fight, their teamwork is honestly way better than any human squad. It seriously sounds like a perfectly organized hive society. Hearing Xiao Ping break it down, the rest of the crew looks totally skeptical. A true social species. Really, Xiao Ping doubles down. You and I know how ants and bees work, right? Xiao Shuai deal here. Zero personal ambition, zero selfish ego. They are completely dedicated to keeping the entire hive alive. Species like that are downright terrifying. Their level of absolute control and battlefield coordination is something that humanity couldn't even begin to comprehend. One of the guys just shakes his head, terrified. Just try picturing the sheer horror of an enemy like that. It's pure nightmare fuel. But right in the middle of this tense chat, a sudden noise echoes from a distance, making everyone snap their heads toward the sound. What now? Up on top of a nearby high-rise building, a nasty squad of cannibals suddenly reveals themselves. Wait, literal cannibals, human, flesh-eaters. Are these psychopaths actually eating people? Unfortunately, yeah. Now they get a front-row seat to the absolute worst kind of enemies wandering this broken world. And right now, these cannibal creeps are acting super cocky because they noticed our overpowered MC isn't around. One of their scouts actually watched their leader walk straight out of town toward City C. So, who's gonna protect these weaklings now? The cannibal boss sneers. Listen up. If they resist, his crew will slaughter everyone right here. But honestly, that's a total waste of fresh meat. Nobody wins. So he offers a twisted deal. Let his gang protect them. In return, they just have to sacrifice one person every few days as a hot meal. Pretty sick, right? Xiao Shuai just chuckles at the sheer audacity. Are these clowns seriously trying to treat them like livestock? You and I both know this won't end well. 30 minutes to decide. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Refuse and we kill you all. An old soldier shakes his head. These fools clearly have a death wish. Listen up, you cannibal scumbags, recognize these. Suddenly, the squad whips out their heavy firearms. Just like that, the smug looks on those flesh-eaters drop. They look annoyed. Waving broken guns and acting tough, that kid definitely is not a local around here, is he? One of them sneers. Then, totally unbothered, all four villains dive straight off the balcony. Are you kidding me? A free fall from that height. They hit the ground hard, but not a single scratch on them. The soldiers quickly group up in pure panic, jumping from several floors up and taking zero damage. What the heck? These guys are not human. Open fire now. The squad unleashes hell, but the cannibals just charge forward using their freakishly tough bodies as literal shields. Bullets rip right through them, but they do not even flinch. Are they bulletproof? The soldiers keep firing, sweating bullets themselves. What do we do now? Damn it, hold the line, fall back in order, but the flesh-eating freaks are already way too close for comfort. This is a total nightmare. Then boom, out of absolute nowhere, a massive tentacle violently pierces right through one of the cannibals' bellies. Fresh blood splashes everywhere, leaving everyone totally stunned. Blood splatters right onto a horrified soldier's face. The other flesh-eaters suddenly stop their attack, completely freezing up. What the heck is going on here? That is when Jiang Xiaoyong slowly walks out of the shadows, dragging their dead buddy along. Now, what kind of monster is this? The remaining cannibals panic. They all start questioning each other in total disbelief. What is happening? Did not they say that monster already left for City C? They are terrified. You bastard, you completely lied to us. One of the thugs points a shaky finger. Look closer, idiots. That monster is definitely not the same guy. The surviving three instantly turn and sprint for their lives. Run. If we do not get out of here right now, we are all dead meat. But Jiang Xiaoyong does not even need to lift a finger. Chen Cheng suddenly leaps out from behind the group. The soldiers are just completely speechless. This is absolute madness to them. Wait, they have another expert. In a flash, Chen Cheng catches up and blocks the three runners. What is this thing? No more words. With a brutal roar, he charges straight into them. With his insane current power levels, it is an absolute bloodbath from the start. Just one swipe of his claws easily shreds their bodies apart. A few moments later, the entire squad slowly walks up to the three mangled corpses. Everyone is utterly amazed. Shuai smirks and says, "See, insect swarms are tough, but honestly, corrupted humans are way more terrifying. Do not you guys think?" The soldier just nods frantically. "Yeah, absolutely." Xiaoyong turns back toward the group, finally piecing the whole crazy situation together in his mind. It makes sense. An insect swarm. Wait, does that mean the disaster over in City B was completely different? Suddenly, a system prompt flashes, giving him a brand new quest. He needs to fully investigate these disaster types. Quest progress logs show the super devouring virus, the adaptable spores, and those bizarre mimicking protozoa lifeforms. A massive 8x multiplier, handing him 400 points. New quest unlocked: insect extermination. He needs to eliminate the creeping bug threat to win this. Wiping out the insect danger rewards another 300 points. Just as expected, this is a completely new disaster type he has never faced down before. This new plague is dangerous, but as the variety of disaster types keeps stacking up, the system rewards for hunting them down get way more massive. He turns to the soldier. "Earlier, you mentioned your squad was heading southwest." "Yeah, our original strategy was actually to completely bypass the City M Center. We wanted to march straight down the highway toward the south." But Zhou Zhaofeng quickly chimes in. "Wait, that is the exact direction of our camp." The soldier looks genuinely surprised. "Wait, you guys still have an active survivor camp out there? Do you actually need us to lend you a hand?" Xiaoyong nods. "Yeah, there are still a few loose ends I need to handle." He turns and shoots a meaningful glance right at Zhou Zhaofeng. He knows. Zhou Zhaofeng smiles bitterly. "I am completely merged with the flesh sea now. I cannot ever go back. Brother Xiaoyong, I need a huge favor here. Please take care of Xiaoping for me." But Xiaoyong just shakes his head. "No need. My plan is actually to bring her and everyone else here. Move your whole camp to this base." Zhou Zhaofeng is shocked. "What, how I am, a literal walking nightmare to normal people right now. It is dangerous." Right then, a system hint pops up. Has he not noticed the subtle shift in his own monstrous nature yet? Hearing this, Zhou Zhaofeng just completely freezes. He is totally stunned. It is true, the current him actually feels way less interested in infecting people and mindlessly hunting down innocent prey like before. What exactly is happening to him? Well, those highly adaptable spores are constantly feeding the sea of flesh with cheap but incredibly efficient energy right now. Because of that steady fuel, his raw predatory instincts naturally fade. Combine that with his own strong human willpower, and suppressing those dark urges becomes easy. Suppressing the monster inside is totally doable. Let's go. We might just run into your friends on the way. A short time later, they finally arrive. He returns to the city where the group is resting. Shuai instantly runs up, totally bragging. "Uncle Xiaoyong, you are finally back. Guess what we just did? We literally just beat back a super strong enemy squad." Meanwhile, the military guys happily reunite with their missing squad leader. It is Commander Yang Bing. "Brother Xiaoyong was right, you really were hiding out here." Yang Bing looks around the room, clearly confused. "Wait a second, where is the rest of the team? We got ambushed by a massive monster. The others, they did not make it." Hearing the brutal news, the surviving soldiers immediately drop their heads in sorrow. They deeply mourn their fallen brothers in arms. But Yang Bing is a tough leader, and he quickly forces himself to regain his calm focus right away. "Commander, we are safe now. But you have got to see this. The survivors in this camp are ridiculously overpowered." The soldier points at Xiaoyong excitedly. "Trust me, you really need to see what we just witnessed. It completely defies all logic." And now you and I are about to witness an emotional reunion. Xiaoping approaches. She looks up at him with teary eyes. Brother Xiaoyong, did my dad really end up becoming part of that terrifying flesh sea? He gently sighs. Yes, he did. Hey, there is no need to be sad. Your dad actually kept his mind intact. Wait, what? You really found a way for him to safely control the flesh sea. He confidently declares, the flesh sea is perfectly safe now. Pack up your bags, everyone, because we are finally moving out. He and Commander Chu found a way better spot. Stick with me on this one. Very quickly, the whole group completely packed up their gear, following him toward this new safe zone. Spotting those nasty mutated flesh piles up ahead, they get a serious warning. Stay on high alert, we just entered the mimic monster hunting grounds. These creepy meat mimics have not fully lost their human minds trying to bait them in. Excuse me, are you survivors? The whole group instantly goes on high alert, instinctively gripping their weapons super tight. From the outside, they do not look like the savage cannibals from before at all. Just a regular-looking bunch of normal people. So why is everyone so tense? Well, his crew fell for this exact trick once before. So this time, they skip talking and just start shooting immediately. It is those guys again. Boss, what are you doing? They are normal civilians, just like us. The boss firmly tells the naive kid to wake up. Look much closer. Do these things actually look like civilians to you? At that exact moment, young Yang, Bing, and the others totally freeze in terror. These freaky monsters are not getting killed by the bullets at all, and their shapes start twisting into something completely horrible. What the heck is that? They are too strong. Watch out more over there. This time, dozens of nasty flesh mimics suddenly charge right at them. They are everywhere now, completely off the charts, in numbers. We are totally surrounded this time. Hey, Brother Yang, get everyone out of here. Run straight to the flesh boss. Our squad has heavy firepower, so we will stay behind and cover you. Go now. Seeing this panic, Yang Bing quickly speaks up. Boss, do not freak out. The young master's crew has some seriously heavy hitters. Stop saying such silly things. These freaks are not easy to deal with at all. Hurry up, gather the squad for battle, keep the heavy fire coming, and do not let them get close. Everyone else violently grips their weapons tight. Listen to the boss. These things are way worse than those cannibals we fought before. Time for our guns to finally do the talking. Seeing them bravely step up to protect everyone, our main guy just calmly pats his shoulder, praising him. All right, man, you guys actually charge in when things get ugly. You are totally reliable. Now I need you all to just fall back safely. Stick close together with the group so you do not catch any stray attacks in a minute. He then grabs his tiny gun, firing it straight up into the sky. Along with a thick smoke trail, a bright red signal flare blasts upward. Looking completely confused, someone asks, Uncle Yang, what in the world are you doing? Is that Sister Sheng's crew? Nope, this is a completely different squad of experts. Wait, another elite squad. Then he calmly turns back to Zhang and Chen. All right, make your move. No need to go all out right now, just do not let them kill any of our people. Someone else is coming to clean up this mess later. Got it. The disgusting flesh mimics finally mutate into their true forms, blindly charging the group. But Zhang Chen and Xiao Shui instantly dash right back at them. In terms of raw combat, power, and skill, his team absolutely dominates, wiping the floor with them in a flash. Are these guys actual monsters too? I definitely told you right. Well, boss, bet your eyes are open now. But suddenly, a whole new wave of mimic monsters appears from the back lines. Floating tree leaves magically swirl around them, totally under their control. Yep, there are way more of these mimics waiting in ambush. Hey, boss, there are more. Over here. Damn it, boss, Yong's squad is completely pinned down. They cannot reach us in time to save us now. Grab your weapons, we have to protect ourselves. These flesh monsters just keep sprinting endlessly, without a single pause. The remaining survivors are totally panicking. Damn it, hold the line. But you and I are about to witness a crazy twist. They do not attack our guys. Instead, they rush right past them. They actually start aggressively attacking those enemy flesh mimics. Wait. So these freaky-looking monsters are not even targeting us. They are completely tearing each other apart. I get it now. This is that exact other elite squad he mentioned earlier. They serve that mysterious big boss. Yang Bing turns to his leader. Which boss? Heh, just wait. Very soon. You are going to see something absolutely insane. Moments later, the mimics lose all strength to resist dead bodies scattered everywhere. Is it finally over? Suddenly, gross root-like tentacles made entirely of flesh start creeping right toward the group. Watch out for those. But amazingly, these weird, fleshy roots just slither right past them, completely ignoring everyone. Careful, just back away. They keep extending forward aggressively, moving directly toward the dead monsters lying on the ground. What the heck? They plunge right into the fallen monster corpses. These creepy fleshy roots violently stab deep into the dead mimics, absorbing all their sweet nutrients and feeding them back to the main body. Once that is done, everything goes completely back to normal. Our guy just confidently strolls forward. Just follow these flesh vines, we are almost there. Shortly after, the entire group finally arrives. The ones seeing this for the first time are absolutely terrified. What on earth is that? A tree growing from the meat? What about my dad? Do not panic, your dad is right up ahead. He then shouts out, "Hey, come on out, your daughter is here." Suddenly rising from the sea of flesh, a giant gooey mass slowly starts to elevate. The boss over there is super excited to show his teammates. Look, pay attention to this, you guys need to. Look closely. Witness the true peak of evolution. The massive shape slowly reforms back into the recognizable figure of Chu Zhaofeng. Dad. But as Xiaoping excitedly tries running straight toward Chu, our guy quickly blocks her path. What is wrong? Chu firmly explains to them. The flesh sea is way too massive, I still cannot control it. Do not come closer or you might get hurt. Yeah, exactly. From now on, everyone is going to set up camp here. Try not to touch that ocean of flesh. As long as you keep your distance, Zhaofeng can totally suppress the attacking and infecting instincts of that flesh ocean. Then our main character turns and asks Zhaofeng, "Did you find a good place for the new base camp?" Yet Zhaofeng replies, "About 1 kilometer southwest from here, right on the border between City C and City Q, there is an old factory. I already cleared out all the mimic flesh inside it, so everyone can head over there. Now you and I are cutting back to another spot entirely, where all the plant monsters are getting tossed into a giant pit." Over at the camp, Zhang Qi tells Liza, "Lately, the frequency of these plant monster invasions feels a bit too crazy, doesn't it, Elder?" He guesses this situation proves that another flower cart is definitely drifting close to us. A flower cart? Didn't brother Jiang Xiaoyong already tame that thing? Yeah, but I firmly believe there is more than just one flower cart out there. Let us check back on our main character. Everyone quickly arrives at the exact spot Zhaofeng found. The survivors here immediately start cleaning up the Yanasi area so they can actually develop and settle down long term. But right at that very moment, his walkie-talkie suddenly goes off with a signal. After chatting for a brief second, "Yeah, I got it," he turns straight to Zhaofeng and says, "Something is going down in the southern suburbs. I have to return for a bit. I am leaving things here to you, so just rest easy." He then turns and calls out to Xiao Shuai while the kid casually carries a massive iron bar on his shoulders. "Xiao Shuai, what is wrong with brother Jiang Xiaoyong?" "Something happened near the flower cart fields. Uncle and Uncle Old Tong are heading back there for a bit. You and your dad just stay here for now, okay? Do not worry about us, brother Jiang Xiaoyong." Very quickly, the two guys arrive back at the food production zone. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong and brother Old Tong are back. "Hey, Sheng Xiao Kai. You guys are more than enough to handle things, especially with brother Cheng here. Right, Elder?" He is totally right. We should never underestimate our enemies. Having Jiang Xiaoyong here guarantees absolute safety. All right then. He glances right over at Zhang Qi. "Qizi, you are looking a lot more buff these days, huh?" Getting praised like that, Zhang Qi definitely acts a little smug. Of course I am getting way buffer. Lately, eating all that special food from the flower carts has given even the regular town survivors a major strength boost. Besides, I am pretty much one of the absolute top-tier experts of this entire generation anyway. Oh, is that so? Fair enough. Old Tongaro, follow me deep into the forest of City S. Let us test out exactly what level you guys are at right now. Deep inside the forest tree, people are lying everywhere defeated. Not bad at all. Cough, cough. Just average, totally average. So how about it, brother Jiang Xiaoyong? You are not just bragging, right? Wait until we face a real flower cart, then you can keep bragging. Right at that moment, Li Jie clearly senses a weird noise coming from far away. Xiaoyong, look over there. The group walks closer to some freshly chopped down trees, stopping directly in front of them. What on earth is that? A tree trunk. As everyone continues to advance forward, they are completely caught off guard by the insane scene ahead. Every single massive tree around them has been completely chopped down. Who the heck actually did this? Could it possibly be our own people? Impossible. Our guys have never ventured this deep into the forest before. He quickly motions for everyone to stay absolutely quiet. Shh. Then he uses his superhuman hearing to focus on the distant sounds. There is some serious noise over there. Let us go check it out. Deep inside the woods, a group of guys are using chainsaws to cut down huge trunks. Suddenly, a massive tree starts falling right down. Seeing this, the guys sprint away in absolute panic, terrified of getting crushed. Watch out, but one clumsy guy randomly trips and falls flat, landing hard on his butt. Staring at the falling tree, totally unable to move out of the way in time, his leg gets completely crushed by the heavy trunk. Holy crap, damn it, which idiot did that? Blood immediately spills directly from his mouth. Which moron did this? You absolute bastard. His voice grows way more frantic. Damn it, you son of a bitch, you are going to die. And a horrible death. But then he suddenly freezes up, almost as if he just received some kind of direct command. No, I can still work. Please just give me 2 days. I will definitely recover completely. But shockingly, right from inside his very own body, some nasty tree roots start bursting out forcefully, draining his life energy and rotting his flesh. His entire body instantly explodes, completely replaced by a bunch of freshly sprouting saplings. In just seconds, he turns into a shriveled corpse with a tree growing right out of it. Seeing this absolute nightmare unfold, the other guys get completely terrified. Stop just standing there. Get back to work. Keep working right now. The others seem to perfectly understand the invisible threat hastily, yelling out loud as if trying to appease someone hiding right behind them. Right. Back to work. We are perfectly fine. We can still do the job. As for the dead guy, his body is now totally dried up, completely drained by those vicious trees. But right at this moment, they suddenly hear our main character's voice from a distance. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, actual survivors. They are the ones chopping down the trees. Seeing our squad, these guys do not look happy at all. Instead, they just look incredibly anxious. Survivors. Seeing us, they are not only completely unexcited, but they actually seem extremely shocked. Yeah, exactly. Then out of nowhere, one of the tense loggers takes the brave initiative to finally speak up. Survivors. Hello there. I feel like their reactions are a bit sluggish. Do you not think, hey, is it just you guys around here? Do you have any other friends? Our base camp is massively scaled, you know. Stick with me, we are about to uncover their dark secret. It's massive, totally secure, and we actually need more people right now. The more survivors we gather, the better off we'll be. But Zhang Qi just smirks. We actually do have a lot of friends, he says, but your camp definitely does not. Before he can finish, our MC suddenly cuts him off. He steps right up to explain. We had a major falling out with our old camp, so we completely went our separate ways. Can your settlement take us in? The guide nods eagerly. Of course we can. Surviving in this whole apocalypse, everyone is super stressed out. Disagreements are totally normal. If you get the chance later on, you should definitely call them over. More people means more power. Sticking together makes surviving way easier. Our guy nods. Yeah, makes sense. These guys are dead set on leading our crew away. All right, everyone, follow us. A little while later, the guide is still pointing straight ahead. We are almost there, but you and I can already see something is totally off. Just look at these massive vines. They are clearly the sprawling roots of a mutated plant organism. This supposed safe zone, a total trap. And the guys leading them, they definitely have a hidden agenda here. A super sinister smile flashes across the guide's face, but he plays it cool. Hey man, you got it all wrong. These are just normal mutated plants. They definitely do not attack humans. Just look ahead. We just need to cut through those thick bushes, and we are there. Everyone follows closely. Holy crap. If you didn't know, this was supposed to be a human settlement. You would absolutely think it's a monster's lair. Then they all look up and see it. A colossal tree. Its sheer size makes every other mutant plant look like an absolute joke. This thing is way too massive. Elder, he says. With a size like that, I am guessing it rivals the plant entity inside Jiang Xiaoyong, right? Yeah, strictly speaking about size alone, it is definitely way bigger than mine. Even that massive field of mutant flowers wasn't anywhere near this huge. Step up, Jiangqi. Time to show off your power. Jiangqi just waves his hands. Come on, Jiang Xiaoyong, don't mock me. I absolutely cannot handle this thing. Suddenly the guide snaps his nice guy act. Subdue them now. Out of nowhere, ambushers. Rush right out of the bushes. Every single member of our squad gets grabbed from behind. Hey, what are you doing? But these ambushers have no idea. Our squad is letting themselves get captured on purpose. Because look up there, on the giant tree. It is literally sprouting tentacles. They reach down into a massive pile of corpses, latching on and taking total control of the dead bodies. What the heck is it doing? The corpses are literally being reanimated into mindless zombies, completely controlled by the monstrous tree. The zombies start groaning, their creepy voices echoing as they point right at our squad. Submit. You must submit to us. This entire scene is pure nightmare fuel. Become our kin, become our kin. Serve the master, serve the master. Pure, absolute horror. Become your kin, yeah, right. Our MC finally makes his move. He throws a brutal elbow strike right into his captor's face. The vicious hit sends the guy flying completely backward. Then our MC activates his own symbiotic plant powers, unleashing thick tentacles to grab him mid-air. Caught him. Seeing their ambush buddy taken down so effortlessly, the other captors are completely stunned in disbelief. What kind of freaky monsters are you guys? Since you guys are clearly being threatened by that thing, I will spare your lives for now. Suddenly, the massive mutant plant sends its entire zombie army charging right at the squad. Our guy just glances back casually, dropping his captive to the ground. Meanwhile, the rest of his elite team instantly charges straight into battle. Their sheer power levels absolutely crush these zombies. Just one single hit. Obliterated on impact. These guys are clearly far beyond normal humans. The ambushers cannot believe they are actually fighting the mutant plant, and they are actually winning. But wait, it is not over. Even with the squad dominating, there are just way too many enemies. That entire pile of corpses acts as infinite backup guards. But our MC simply raises his arm and massive green tentacles explode outward from his body, shooting straight ahead. In a single devastating sweep, he slices through hordes of these plant zombies. Seeing this insane display of power, the human ambushers are absolutely terrified. Monsters. They are all freaking monsters. But then the surviving humans who were being mind-controlled are suddenly slaughtered by the very plant controlling them. One of the original guides starts panicking. This is bad. This is really bad. And a second later, the mutant plant impales him too. No, please, we can still be useful to you, Elder. He looks worried. At this rate, none of us are going to make it out alive, but our MC knows killing the main body ends this. So, he charges straight at the colossal tree. In response, the boss monster whips its massive vines down from above to crush him. He uses his own plant powers to slash through the vines. But out of nowhere, a hidden root sneaks past his defense. No time to dodge, he throws his arms up to block and gets slammed incredibly hard into the dirt. Skidding backward, he regains his balance. This is not good. The thing is just way too massive to take down quickly. And playing a battle of attrition, that is a guaranteed loss. Meanwhile, the captured survivors are still being controlled, their bodies literally getting corroded by the roots. Are we really gonna die here? I don't want to die. Our MC turns toward the panicked crowd. Everyone infected by the plant spores. Gather around me right now. Wait, what are you doing? That is when he fully unleashes the symbiotic plant hiding inside his own body. He unleashes a toxic green mist, spreading it outward to free the mind-controlled victims. Coughing echoes as someone asks, "What is this?" Jiang Xiaoyong immediately recognizes a special algae strain. It secretes interferon perfectly designed to shut down the incoming outbreak of those parasitic spores currently hiding inside everyone's bodies. Wasting zero time, he barks an order. "Zhang Qi, get these people out of here." Zhang Qi obeys without hesitation. On it, he quickly escorts the stranded woodcutters towards safety. Meanwhile, those twisted monsters just become even more frenzied, blurring into furious afterimages. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes darken, and the corners of his mouth curl upward into a chilling, mocking smirk. His loud shout finally releases the burning anger boiling deep inside his chest. He aggressively curses out the monsters, calling them absolute idiots. He stands his ground on one brutal truth: forced coexistence crushes mere survival. Growing stronger side by side through mutual domestication, now that is the ultimate path to power. The icy killing intent slowly fades from Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes. You and I both know he has bigger problems to solve right now. The speech has done so. Get back to your actual job. Even Elder, he can't help but look totally suspicious. Wait, was he just talking to the mutant plant? Can a plant actually have its own consciousness? Jiang Xiaoyong gives a quick breakdown. The adaptive spores evolved early on, slowly building up structures identical to human neural networks. Because of that, developing a real consciousness is completely normal. Honestly, this whole phenomenon can easily be seen as the ultimate convergent evolution of higher life forms. He refuses to waste another second here. We will discuss this later. But for now, we retreat. Li Cheng scans the terrifying area and asks, "You're not destroying this thing." Jiang Xiaoyong just wants guaranteed victory when he is absolutely prepared. It makes zero sense to blindly fight such a massive enemy right now. They just need to wait until they are properly geared up before returning. The group hastily falls back, totally ignoring the creepy vines. Those rabid monsters, despite being incredibly frustrated, absolutely refuse to charge out through the deadly vine barrier. Furious, unwilling roars echo wildly into the sky, proving this fight is far from over. They still want blood. Outside, the vegetable patches are bathed in brilliant morning sunlight. Jiang Xiaoyong had already planned their tactical defense. I will call Jiang Zheng's team back to cultivate the mutant plant fields. We need to brace ourselves for a massive attack from that giant freaking plant. Elder, he just processed this insane news, but deep down his heart will not stop pounding with intense worry and anxiety. They all went back, but is everything actually safe over there? Jiang Xiaoyong is extremely confident about their defense line, and he calmly replies, "No need to stress about that side. An absolute powerhouse is guarding it." Zhang Qi is visibly stunned, accidentally letting out a shocked gasp. An expert who is even stronger than us, Jiang Xiaoyong, perfectly understands the competitive spark in the guy's question, so he says, "Then you should come over there with me." A little sparring match. Zhang Qi obviously refuses to miss this kind of once-in-a-lifetime golden opportunity. They definitely have to spar right. If he cannot beat that monstrous plant, how could he possibly challenge the newcomer? Jiang Xiaoyong casually extends the invitation to everyone. "Old he, you should take a trip over there with me too. We might actually need your professional expertise." The old man hears this and nods in agreement without a single second of hesitation. But the moment Zhang Qi arrives at the destination, he absolutely cannot stop himself from gasping out loud. He points a shaking finger straight toward that massive ancient tree trunk. Jiang Xiaoyong personally takes the lead to introduce them. That is the powerhouse I was talking about. Zhao Feng slowly shifts back into his human form after going full monster mode. Zhao Yang calls out to his bro. Then he pushes Zhang Qi forward to introduce him properly to Zhao Feng. "This little brother right here is Zhang Qi. He really wants to spar with you, so please do not hold anything back." Seeing the monstrous aura ready to explode, he immediately commands his power. Countless terrifying tentacles stab straight into the sky, scaring the absolute life out of the young man. Zhang Qi has to swallow his pride and back down just to save face. Let us forget it. We are all friends here. No need to ruin the peace." Zhao Yong proactively steps up as the peacemaker, building some solid momentum for their new alliance. "All right, this is old he. He is a top agricultural expert from City S Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Oh, and this guy is Zhou Xiaoping, a lead researcher working over at City C Biological Research Center." Xiaoping steps up with a warm, eager greeting. "So great to finally meet you. I have heard about Elder He for a really long time." Elder he flashes a bright, welcoming smile in return. "Nice to meet you too. Right now we haven't found a viable solution. Is there actually any way to control that massive bee swarm? What if we just kidnap the queen bee?" The old man wonders, unsure if he is even qualified to be giving out tactical advice right now. Listen, I am an agronomy expert, but when it comes to social hive animals, I honestly do not know much. But based on known species, trying to control an entire swarm is going to be incredibly difficult. Moving on. Elder. He carefully breaks down the exact operating mechanics of herd animals. Stick with me here. Insect swarm intelligence is actually just a wild phenomenon, arising from the basic survival habits of countless individuals. Inside that massive swarm, every single member assumes a completely separate and specific responsibility. The queen bee or queen ant. In the end, they are just another link in the intelligence system purely specializing in the reproduction role. Their pheromones are secreted purely to inhibit the sexual maturation of all the other members. The queens do not directly intervene or give orders in the actual decision-making process. Although a lot of things are still pretty blurry, the vast majority of these systems lean toward extreme collective behavior. Alright, stick with me. It is really hard to tell if the mother of this insect swarm has evolved functions similar to a central nervous system. In the end, things like flesh simulation, or those highly adaptive spores inside their bodies, are entirely real and very deadly threats. Jiang Xiaoyong knows they are dealing with absolute monsters. Elder, he nods along. The logic holds up perfectly. Suddenly, an idea flashes through Jiang Xiaoyong's mind. If that is the case, he says we should try to capture and control the queen bee first. But the squad leader steps in immediately. He thinks the situation is already way out of hand. The swarm numbers are insanely huge, pretty much crushing any realistic chance they have. Sneaking into the lair to control the queen. Near impossible. Relying on what he knows, the old man sighs. Yeah, all of City B has become pure nutrients for the insect nest. The scale of this thing is probably equal to that massive mutant plant back in the dense forests of City E. After a quick chat with Zhao Feng, Zhang Qi suddenly speaks up. I have a little idea. Not totally sure it will work out, but you might want to hear this. Jiang Xiaoyong replies, all right, let us hear it. Zhang Qi's tone is totally loaded with heavy mystery. Ever heard of the Trojan horse? Let's see how this plays out. Cut to a blue sky. 3 off-road vehicles are absolutely tearing across the dirt. They fly like arrows down the bumpy gravel road. Suddenly, a hard brake. Tires screech, grinding violently against the rough, rocky ground below. The urgent shouts ring out, completely frantic. Hurry up, move, get it done right now. On the surface, these soldiers look like they are in total panic mode. Get in, wait for me. The monsters are left completely stranded and abandoned. Out here in the middle of nowhere, the soldiers violently crank their steering wheels. Drive. Do not block the road. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong stays hidden. He is tucked in a blind spot, quietly tracking the monster's every move. He looks pretty pleased with this big brain strategy he just cooked up. See that? My method absolutely works. Sensing something weird in the area, a scout bee instantly spreads its wings and locks right onto their targets. It heads straight for the monster squad. Just like Jiang Xiaoyong predicted, they are here. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi is totally clueless about what is actually happening. What even is that thing, he asks. Jiang Xiaoyong stays totally chill, breaking it down for him. That right there is a scout from the hive. Zhang Qi finally relaxes a bit. Our bait is actually working. At first, there are only a couple of bees buzzing around up in the sky. Just a few stragglers. But blink and their numbers multiply like crazy. The swarm launches a massive sudden strike right out of absolutely nowhere. The monster squad is basically petrified on the spot. The leader's face screams pure, unadulterated terror. All the tough guys behind him just freeze up completely. They totally lose their nerve. I am out of here. Run. Honestly, even Chongzi probably did not see this absolute disaster coming from a mile away. Seeing the chaos unfold, Elder, he quickly asks, trying to keep the panic levels way down. Jiang Xiaoyong, are we sure there is no problem here? Jiang Xiaoyong looks weirdly calm about the whole thing. No problem at all. Meanwhile, that massive swarm of giant bees just keeps getting bigger and thicker. The monsters stare absolutely locked in, terrified to blink even for a second, right as the bee swarm and the monster squad violently clash together, tearing each other to pieces. Massive, thorny vines suddenly erupt. They slam brutally into the dirt, bouncing up with insane speed and deadly precision. They shoot upward tightly, wrapping the bees in a blink, freezing them in place. The bees are totally helpless against these heavy-duty, thorny shackles. The monsters do not waste a second. They rush in and swallow their trapped prey whole. The leader is stunned, practically rubbing his eyes in disbelief. With firepower like this, who even needs a strategy? We could just smash right into the hive. The captured bee's legs are twitching uncontrollably. Completely subdued, they lie paralyzed and scattered across the dirt. Elder, he still looks a bit anxious. Are we absolutely sure this crazy plan works? Jiang Xiaoyong totally understands his targets. These bugs' healing factor is way worse than the simulated flesh ones. Securing them is going to be tough. Suppressing them is definitely going to be a massive headache. But nothing is stopping him from doing a deep dive analysis on these freaky little bugs. Getting Zhou Zhaofeng on board was easy. He literally agreed to it. But this vicious bug swarm, yeah, they definitely are not going to play nice. They are not just jumping into our traps. The crowd is getting restless. The one on our side is already dead. What about your side? It looks like everything is completely falling apart. Jiang Xiaoyong snaps his focus straight to the spot right next to him. Then our last hope is the one bee that has not dropped dead. The exact second Jiang Xiaoyong locks eyes with his target, the whole area falls dead silent. The massive bee violently stomps its leg, completely blowing away the thick dust cloud around it. The guy in the hat absolutely loses his mind. Did we actually do it? Jiang Xiaoyong casually walks up and pats the deadly creature's head. Looks like a success. But the old man argues. The success rate is garbage. We tried so many and only one worked. But Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes are burning with pure, intense determination. One is all we need. Suddenly, the giant insect lifts Jiang Xiaoyong straight into the sky. He squeezes his eyes shut, trying hard to dodge the swarm's radar. Hanging up there, it suddenly clicks. Jiang Xiaoyong finally figures out the full terrifying truth behind this massive, deadly hive. No wonder City B's survivors were so terrified of the bugs. Dangling thousands of feet in the air, he completely understands their absolute horror. It is literally a nightmare. Down below, the bugs are grouping up into a massive army inside their lair. The dude in the blue jacket is ripping his hair out in pure panic. This is too dangerous. The black-haired guy is heavily doubting his partner's call. Are you absolutely sure that your theory is even right? The guy in red is not confident either. What if we get completely lost here? The blue jacket guy. All right, you and I are diving straight into madness. He swore his directions were dead on. Even giant bugs need oxygen, right? We have to follow the draft. That is the ticket out of here. But while the trio struggled up this incredibly steep, treacherous cliff face, the guy in blue snapped his head back, freezing up completely. Dead, silent. The dude in the blue jacket, absolutely terrified. Seeing this nightmare, a chill violently shot down his spine. These guys refused to help earlier, just standing around mocking everyone else. Now they were literally serving as living incubators for the monster larva. Absolutely disgusting. He frantically warned his two buddies to keep quiet and avoid making things worse. Stop staring. If those things catch us, we are getting the exact same treatment. The guy in the blue jacket suddenly stared up into the dark void. Look up there. A tiny glimmering spark of hope ignited in his chest. Light means an exit. All the fear washed away. Thank goodness we actually made it, but then they noticed something incredibly wrong hiding in the deep shadows of the cave. Wait, what is that awful sound? The three guys instantly spiraled into absolute panic. It is the monster bugs. We need to run. Blue Jacket and his two buddies sprinted toward the light like lightning. Freedom was literally right there, just inches away from them. They refused to die in this gross pit. His eyes lit up with pure, wild joy. We are getting out. But suddenly, the guy in red hit the brakes hard. Before they could even celebrate, they were left gasping for air. The giant bugs had already completely formed, a solid, inescapable trap. These ferocious monsters were ready to strike at any second. The terrified guy just started screaming his lungs out. Please, no, down, below, the surviving humans were shaking violently. Suddenly, the guy in blue picked up on a super weird noise. He bravely glanced up the cliff face. Boom! The red shirt group was falling straight down from the ceiling into the abyss. Blue Jacket nervously asked, "What is this terrifying room?" The blue shirt guy just sighed, totally defeated. This is the pantry. He finally had to drop the harsh truth on them. We are all just backup monster snacks. The red shirt guy broke down sobbing, realizing they were totally doomed. If I knew this, I never would have tried to run away. Maybe staying back meant survival. The blue shirt guy pointed straight at Jiang Xiaoyong. What is wrong with that dude? Is he completely dead? The entire Blue Jacket squad quickly checked him out. Who even is this guy? Nobody recognized him. He definitely did not run away with us earlier. The black-haired guy started shaking him violently to see. Hey man, are you still breathing? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong just popped right up. Everyone stared in absolute shock. Oh, we finally made it here. He casually started complaining about how rough that crazy aerial ride was. That bumpy flight honestly almost made me throw up. Jiang Xiaoyong just looked around, seriously impressed by the massive, terrifying bug nest around them. Is this the inside of the monster lair? Wow, it is built exactly like a maze. The guy in blue was totally mind-blown by how insanely calm he was acting. Now you and I know this guy is built different. You just got kidnapped by monsters, and you are admiring the architecture. Jiang Xiaoyong ignored them, getting straight to the actual point. Listen, do any of you know the exact route to the mother bug? One guy in a blue jacket instantly froze like a statue. Wait, what did you just say? You want to find the boss monster? Everyone was incredibly suspicious. What is your goal here? Jiang Xiaoyong dodged the question, just giving them a totally vague answer. I just need to ask it a tiny favor. The older survivors literally did not trust a single word out of his mouth. Is this dude actually brain dead? The fear must have totally broken his mind. He has clearly gone insane from the shock of the monster nest. But there was no time to argue. That deafening, terrifying screech echoed wildly through the cave again. The blue shirt guy was instantly paralyzed by absolute terror. They are back. The monsters are back to pick out their next meal. The terrified group frantically shoved each other out of the way, fighting for a hiding spot. Who the heck is pushing me? I literally cannot breathe. The black-haired dude was panicking hard. He knew Jiang Xiaoyong was dead meat if he just stood out there. Hey, why are you just standing there like a statue? Do you want to be eaten? The red shirt guy started yelling at him for being completely reckless. You idiot, someone has to be the distraction. If you keep warning him, the monsters might notice us instead, and then we are the ones getting eaten. They immediately turned their backs on Jiang Xiaoyong to save their own skin. Sorry man, but that is what you get for acting like a total crazy person. Right at that exact second, the monster charged, but our guy did not flinch or panic at all. Honestly, he just looked super surprised by the massive bug. Jiang Xiaoyong stood his ground, staring directly at the monstrous beast instead of running away. The hidden survivors held their breath, completely terrified and frozen in absolute silence. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong reached out and casually caught the giant monster right by its massive razor-sharp jaw. Bam! He drove a single, earth-shattering punch straight through its armored stomach. The hidden survivors watched this absolutely impossible feat, not even daring to blink once. What in the world just happened? Everyone was completely stunned by how fast and lethal Jiang Xiaoyong was. He literally just one-shotted a giant monster bug with ease. They immediately started whispering, trying to figure out what kind of insane weapon he used. Did that kid sneak a cannon in here? Yeah, that must be it. He definitely has some heavy firepower. But wait, his hands are totally empty. Ignoring them, Jiang Xiaoyong leaped effortlessly up the steep, rocky cliff, still determined to help these helpless people out. So, are you all following me or just staying down there? The group hesitated, terrified of making the wrong move and getting eaten, but the Blue Jacket crew immediately jumped on board. I am definitely following you. I can even scout the path ahead. We almost made it out before. I know the way. Hearing this, the red shirt group and everyone else started shouting together. Hey, wait for us, we are totally coming with you too. The brown shirt dude wildly raised his hand. Count me in too. Well, you and I know who the boss is now. They placed all their survival hopes entirely on him. You and I know staying means certain death, so they risk it all. Just then, massive bugs crawl out of the nest. The ground shakes. Everyone absolutely freezes, terrified by the creatures. They never expected the entire swarm to gather right in front of Jiang Xiaoyong. The crowd instantly panics. I mean, no matter how ridiculously strong he is, nobody can fight off this many monsters at once. They are terrified of dying like this. But Jiang Xiaoyong, he casually swats a bug away without even trying. Everyone just stands there, totally stunned by Jiang Xiaoyong's insane raw power. He leaps into the air, landing perfectly right on the back of one monster, and effortlessly wipes out the surrounding swarm. Jiang Xiaoyong ruthlessly slices the massive bug into a million tiny pieces. A single, crazy, powerful strike from him is more than enough to blast the whole monster pack away. Meanwhile, bright light floods the other paths in the cave. By now, everyone is completely blown away by Jiang Xiaoyong's actual combat skills. This level of power is just absurd. He literally just wiped out an entire monster squad using pure physical strength alone. Looking closely, he starts putting the pieces of the puzzle together. The direction these bugs are coming from. Is it the brood mother's nest? The guy in the blue jacket totally agrees with Jiang Xiaoyong. Yeah, probably. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately decides they have to hunt it down. All right, time to move. But right at this very moment, Jiang Xiaoyong starts doubting everything. Is this really the specific monster he's looking for? Its bizarre twisted shape leaves absolutely everyone completely creeped out. With his massive database of monster knowledge, he quickly figures it out. Nope, this specific creature is actually known as the signal bug. It is Jiang Xiaoyong's first time hearing this name. A signal bug. The guy in the blue jacket quickly confirms it, pointing out its weird features. Just look at its backside. Jiang Xiaoyong closes his eyes, digging through his memory. He remembers seeing that those tail hairs act just like actual radio antennas. With that clue, everything clicks. Wait, it works like that, he figures it. Probably uses them to control the whole swarm. The blue jacket guy nods firmly. Exactly, so do not alert it, or else an endless wave of monsters will attack us. But before he can even finish talking, Jiang Xiaoyong is already making a move to capture the beast. What are you doing? The blue jacket guy screams in panic. What is that in your hand? Suddenly, sharp, thorny vines shoot out from Jiang Xiaoyong's hand, launching a massive attack right at the signal bug. The monster flinches instantly, sensing this dangerous new threat closing in fast, but its reflexes are way too slow. The sharp vines instantly pierce right through its body, killing the signal bug on the spot. Everyone watching from the sidelines is left in absolute shock. Their jaws hit the floor. Is this guy even human at this point? Honestly, you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. Suddenly, a terrifying noise echoes from deep inside the cave, alarming everyone. What is that sound? Someone spots the danger and screams a warning. More signal bugs are gearing up for a massive attack and bringing an endless army of monsters right behind them. A quick-thinking guy points straight ahead and desperately yells out to Jiang Xiaoyong. Boss, we have a major problem over here. Jiang Xiaoyong stays completely calm. He pulls his hand back and massive twisting thorny vines violently erupt from his palm, shooting straight toward the enemy forces. The crowd is in sheer awe. The boss's attack flying right past them is absolutely terrifying. The sharp vines snake through every single corner of the cave, locking dead onto the incoming monster swarm. One monster gets hit and furiously tries to stop, but it is too late. In a flash, the entire horde is completely tied up, unable to move a single inch. Witnessing this totally overpowered display, someone literally questions reality, quietly asking out loud, "Wait, which side is the real monster here?" After that, the nest falls into an eerily dead silence. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes light up with an intense glow. He cheerfully clears his throat. Time to dig up this nest and absorb all the baby monster's energy while he is at it. He lifts his leg high, stomping down with insane force, triggering a massive earthquake. The solid ground instantly shatters into huge chunks. The whole group, standing right next to Jiang Xiaoyong, suddenly goes into a terrifying freefall down into the dark abyss. Eventually the dust settles, and incredibly, nobody is seriously injured. They scramble to their feet, and the guy in the turtleneck just blurts out in confusion, "Wait, where is the brood mother? Where are we?" The group has landed in an even darker, much creepier space. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly points out that it is right under his feet. He prepares to stomp again, but suddenly senses something totally wrong. He instantly stops as a massive, bizarre object appears directly in front of them in the dark. It literally looks like a giant pile of moving dirt. Jiang Xiaoyong goes on high alert. Staring back at him is a colossal, extremely toxic monster. The broodmother lets out a deafening roar to show who is boss. Then its mechanical legs start spinning, charging straight at Jiang Xiaoyong. With unbelievable speed, someone screams in absolute terror. There really is no end to these bugs. At the exact same time, the ground beneath them takes on way too much pressure and begins collapsing. The whole group is about to get sucked into the vortex. But suddenly, A thick net of thorny vines shoots up safely, locking everyone inside a cage. Turns out Jiang Xiaoyong is just keeping them completely safe. He tells them, I have to eliminate this distraction. Just stay inside this cage for a second. The crowd eagerly nods. Yeah, whatever you say, boss, and stick with me here, because right after that, dozens of monsters line up, getting completely ready to launch their attack. Jiang Xiaoyong just pulls his hand back, and countless thorny vines violently shoot out. From his arms, Jiang Xiaoyong controls the deadly vines with absolute perfection, wrapping them up and effortlessly crushing every single one of those tiny little enemies. He's rushing in, totally hyped up. But suddenly a massive white projectile blasts toward him like a cannonball. Alex sharply glances over, reacting fast, assessing the threat. Luckily, he leaps into the air, dodging the strike with insane agility. Meanwhile, the swarm is desperately spitting webs trying to attack. Alex doesn't hold back. He sprints forward, his sharp movements letting him slip right through the deadly spider webs. His hand scrapes hard against the plank, dirt leaving a long trail behind. Looks like he's charging a brand new ultimate move. Gripping a huge rock, Alex is practically overflowing with absolute confidence. He boldly declares, I already destroyed your nest. You really think killing you bugs is gonna be hard? Without missing a beat, he violently hurls the boulder right at the swarm. Packed with absolute unmatched power, the rock completely shatters the insect's defense line, instantly crushing them down into nothing but pure dust. Watching this insane, eye-catching display of power, the entire crowd's jaws drop in sheer disbelief. They literally cannot fathom it. How is he this strong? A true boss? Thank God we're saved. Now you and I know what happens next. Realizing this guy is way too overpowered, the weakened mother bug roars just to show off. But literally a second later, its massive, bulky body starts trembling as it desperately backs away. Alex just casually walks up and scolds it. Why are you screaming? I wasn't even planning to kill you. Suddenly, both his hands spawn countless, thorny vines that whip violently forward. With just a single strike, Alex wraps the giant mother bug up like a neat little package. The vines keep pulling tighter, the sharp thorns piercing deep into its flesh. Feeling this absolutely sky-high level of agonizing pain, the mother bug shrieks miserably. Alex, looking completely cold, drops a heavy threat. My mutated spore vines have already pierced straight into your brain. If you even dare to struggle, you will die. Immediately. He sounds super intimidating, but honestly, deep down, he's incredibly anxious. This bug queen is literally the only one of its kind left. If he messes this up, all his hard work goes straight down the drain. But suddenly, an unexpected change happens that completely startles him. Wait, what? The mother bug actually stops fighting back so violently. Alex secretly analyzes the situation. Under the heavy pressure of his threat, it had no choice but to completely surrender and show its weakness. This insect queen actually has a surprisingly high level of intelligence. Right on cue, the game system immediately pops up. A notification. Quest progress updated, rewarding 300 points. Current total points, 961. Alex is actually caught a little off guard. Both quests are completely done, giving him a massive 700-point boost. He strokes his chin, calculating his next tactical move. In that case, why not? Just completely control this massive 8-legged bug nest right from the palm of his hand. It'll definitely save him from future headaches. Opening the system, shop, a massive row of options pops up one by one. He continues to weigh his choices. If an awakening ability shows up, he'll buy it, then manually refresh, until his points completely run dry. Thinking it over, Alex firmly locks in his decision to just use the manual refresh option. The system quickly provides 2 brand new choices along with a warning, but he doesn't stop there. Alex uses his stern boss voice and commands it. Open the entire information system. His remaining points drop to a mere 59. Countless items spread out right before his eyes. Physical overload, bioelectric, high voltage and enslavement mark. Alex decisively picks a single treasure, and a really satisfied smirk finally creeps its way onto the corner of his lips. Just as he predicted, the enslavement mark officially leveled up to Tier 2, bumping his servant limit up to 2 targets. Right after that, he turns to the mother bug. You're seriously lucky. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll rise straight to the top. Even if the bug queen wasn't completely willing, It had no choice but to bow its head and submit. He starts carving the glowing mark onto its body. Scene shift. Outside the cave, under a clear, blue sky, some arrogant thug in the distance is yelling loudly. Just two of you holding down this massive warehouse. Are you too smart? Or just plain stupid? Haven't you ever heard that? Holding on to treasure when you're weak is basically a death sentence. The bearded guy licks his lips, looking absolutely thrilled. He praises the redhead. Your plan worked perfectly. Now watch closely, guys. This trap is brutal. A bunch of idiots walked right into their net. The people below are still furiously angry, loudly cursing them out. You sick pair of freaks. Is there something seriously wrong with your totally twisted heads, or what? With this insane power difference, do they really think they can win while being completely outnumbered? Another thug suddenly shows a deeply creepy look of interest. He licks his lips like a creep dropping a disgusting line. Hey girl, don't worry. I'll definitely make sure you experience absolute paradise before you die. But literally right as he finishes talking, the woman behind him just gets deleted. Blood splatters everywhere. The redhead just laughs, full of pure mocking sarcasm. All right then, let's see how a scrawny little punk like you is gonna show me paradise. The guy completely loses his mind in terror, desperately asking his gang, did anyone even see her move? No, I couldn't see a thing. With just a few insanely fast whip strikes, she had already taken out nearly every single person standing there. And right at that exact moment, the redhead dives down fast as a flash of lightning. Her sudden, terrifying presence right in the middle of the crowd sends them all into absolute pure panic. Crap, she's too fast. She swings her blade straight down, every single tip pressed right against the throat of that creepy guy from before, making him shake uncontrollably. She casually flicks her sword up, lifting his chin just to mock him. Well, tell me, how are you gonna show me paradise now? The guy desperately stammers, I'm so sorry. Cut to another scene. Three guys are barely standing their ground, completely confused. They yell out, how are you two this insanely strong? How is this even possible? The bearded guy standing in the back replies in a dark tone, I don't mind telling you, dead men. Right now, in this crazy era, the only ones who could possibly be stronger than us are that specific group of people. As that blood-covered guy racks his brain trying to figure out who he means, the dude behind him freezes in sheer terror. We're about to see why. Giant bugs. From way out in the distance, a massive creature is charging forward like a speeding truck. They're completely clueless. What on earth is that noise, eh? What's up with these bugs? The bearded guy and red-haired girl peek out to check. Everyone looks up completely pale with fear. The sky above them is completely blocked out by the swarm, casting a massive shadow. There's got to be at least thousands of them rushing somewhere. Then the black-haired guy realizes there's a whole army of insect monsters marching right across the ground too. They look identical, swarming over everything. The red-haired girl immediately scrambles backward. She yells to get up to higher ground right now. She and the bearded guy leap onto a tall building, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the group down below is left completely defenseless. The swarm chases them down. Absolute chaos. People are screaming and crying, and anyone too slow just gets trampled without mercy. Up in the ruins, the redhead and the bearded guy hide. He peeks his head out, totally clueless about where this monster swarm came from. Seriously, what realm did these things crawl out of? Meanwhile, on the other side, things are bad. The leader is practically wetting his pants. His subordinate looks through the binoculars and stutters out the report. A bug swarm. A massive one. He thinks they're totally dead. The leader shakes like a leaf, completely out of ideas. Did leader Jiang Xiaoyong fail to handle the bugs down there? Is it possible he actually failed? Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar echoes out. You and I both know Jiang Xiaoyong wouldn't go down that easily. What was that noise? They realize it's the flesh sea. They think the flesh sea monster is going to step up and protect them. They yell at the bugs to get lost, bragging about their monster backup. That false sense of security is honestly kind of funny. Suddenly, someone spots a massive one flying right toward them. They raise their guard, getting ready for the fight of their lives. But someone steps up to stop them. Wait, look closely. It's leader Jiang Xiaoyong. He's just calmly standing there like an absolute boss, hands behind his back, riding the giant bug, looking down at everyone. He lands safely using its power, and Zhao Ping shyly walks over. She greets him, and right on cue, Zhao Feng steps up too. He immediately asks Jiang Xiaoyong for a status update on the situation. Jiang Xiaoyong says it went pretty smoothly, but there's a group of survivors they need to take in. He's totally confident it's no big deal. Xiaoping is worried about one major thing. How are they going to feed everyone? Jiang Xiaoyong hears her out and quickly calms her down. He tells her to relax. The flower carriage is expanding, and the farming over in Tea Leaf City is more than enough for everyone. Plus, the whole City S is about to become their farming territory anyway. Let's shift the camera back over to City S for a second. Elder, he gently touches the dark blue mark on the guy's ribs. The condition is definitely improving. It looks like a full recovery is possible. The guy is thrilled. He asks if it's true. Can he really break free from that monster's control forever? He can hardly believe it. Right at that moment, the monster army appears in the sky. Everyone points up. What in the world is that? Giant bugs are incoming. Elder, he rushes back to the safe zone, his voice cracking as he yells. He tells everyone to be careful and set up defenses immediately. He orders them to close the gates. But weirdly, the swarm overhead suddenly changes direction. Everyone is left completely baffled by the move. Did the bugs just bypass their fields? A moment later, Elder, he looks out toward where Jiang Xiaoyong is standing. His eyes light up with joy. Jiang Xiaoyong's crazy plan actually worked. At the exact same time, the zombie horde spots the weird objects up in the sky and stares hard. They just glare at it. And the guy leading this whole insect army, none other than Jiang Xiaoyong. He gives the order with zero hesitation. He coldly tells the swarm time to eat. As soon as he says it, they dive down like absolute maniacs to surround the zombies. They fight over every single bite, sucking the zombies dry. At the same time, the ant legion rushes in at lightning speed to join the feast. They form a sweep formation, utterly crushing the zombies underfoot, then tear their bodies into hundreds of tiny pieces. It is a total massacre. Now, the surviving zombies form a protective circle around the central tree. The horde roars furiously, demanding to know what he actually wants. Jiang Xiaoyong keeps an icy expression and answers straight up. Be tamed and become a symbiotic creature for the flower carriage inside my body. That condition makes them absolutely furious. They refuse to submit to him. No way. The tree claims it's heavier. It's the real master here. It calls itself the master of the forest, saying Jiang Xiaoyong's plant is just a loser in the survival game. But Jiang Xiaoyong isn't having it. He shuts that down real fast. He tells it to look around. Right now, you're the loser. And instantly, he unleashes his ultimate technique. He cleanly slices away half of the target's trunk. The massive upper half comes crashing down to the ground in a huge, chaotic mess. That's what happens when you resist. The trunk is chopped. Next step, ripping out the roots. He gives it one absolute final chance to submit. Yield now. He watches as his own plant creature grows stronger and tougher, reaching higher until it finally forms a single dormant seed pod. Jiang Xiaoyong spots the seed pod and walks straight toward it, declaring his next move. It's time for them to merge into one entity. A network of vines perfectly wraps around the seed, and just like that, the merger is completely flawless. The system chimes in right away. As soon as he absorbs it, the quest completion pops up. Threat of the weeds eliminated. He scores a clean 100 points for that. Utopia quest is still active, expanding the community and clearing the nearby area. Plus, he's unlocking brand new zones. That's another 20 points earned. Current rating sits at 92 points. Stick with me because Jiang Xiaoyong's leveling journey is just getting started, and it only gets wilder from here. His accumulated points jumped by 80, hitting 239. Elder Ha and the anxious crowd waited below, immediately asking, "Is everything okay?" Looking around at the scene, everyone had a pretty good guess. The insect swarm was back, meaning Tudong had probably handled the situation. Riding on the back of a massive winged insect, Tudong flew to the meetup spot. Once he landed safely, the elder rushed over. "How did it go? Did you take care of that giant mutant plant?" Tudong practically beamed with pride as he declared, "It's actually become a part of my own body now." But Elder Ha looked completely confused. "A part of you? What exactly do you mean?" Right after that, our MC dropped his human disguise to answer. "This is what I mean." In a flash, Tudong released his new power to show off, the results for everyone to witness. The crowd stared at this overwhelming pressure in absolute shock. Meanwhile, he just casually continued his explanation. "The mutant plant's power inside my body has already tripled in strength." He stood tall and imposing right in front of the crowd, boldly declaring, "Every single plant in City S is now completely under my control." The very next day, over at a coastal city, the atmosphere was absolutely electric. People were cheering over an insanely massive harvest. A group of fishermen checked their haul completely stunned and wondering, why did we catch so many fish today? Life really is getting better. But right in the middle of their celebration, they were suddenly startled by a bizarre noise. What is that sound? One guy spotted a terrifying scene and literally cursed out loud. The rest of the group, down below, yelled up, "Hey, what is all that rumbling?" Looming right in front of them was an absolutely furious tsunami, bringing along a massive tornado, ready to swallow everything in its path. Terrified, they scrambled for their lives. One crew member screamed at the top of his lungs, "Everyone turn back, run inside the building, hurry up." One panicked guy from the group frantically asked, "What about all this fish? Throw it all away." Seeing this, another guy snapped back, "Who cares about the fish? Hurry up, if we're even a second late, we're completely dead." The whole group realized the deadly storm was right on their heels and urged each other on. Run inside the building now. But one guy, blinded by greed, tried to grab some extra loot and fell behind. He ran desperately, but the raging wave chased even faster. With only inches to spare, he angrily cursed. But karma was instant. Because of his bottomless greed, the guy was violently swallowed up by the roaring torrent and swept away without a trace. The destruction of this massive flood was so terrifying, it completely submerged almost the entire area. The lucky group, who actually survived, stood up high looking at the ruins in pure absolute horror. The crew finally realized the dark truth. No wonder there were, suddenly, so many fish today. The captain immediately started barking orders. "Everyone head down and look, rescue anyone who got swept away, and quickly pull up the bodies for cremation." One person, completely shaken by the devastated wasteland in front of them, spoke up, "But the scaffolding is totally destroyed." Hearing this, the other guy helplessly dropped to his knees in panic. "What do we do now?" Outside, the sky remained a heavy, gloomy gray, pouring down endless, violent rain. "Now you and I both know this looks bad." Li Trin sat with everyone, analyzing the grim situation. "If it keeps raining like this, the fields in the nearby towns are definitely going to flood." He turned to Elder Ha to check on the situation. "What about the mutant crops?" The elder slowly evaluated the crisis. "Those crops have incredible adaptability. The rainwater honestly won't affect them all that much, but if it keeps pouring, the overall yield will definitely drop." All this time, Tu Dong had been sitting in deep, silent thought. Finally asked Tu Dong what's going on, but instead of answering, Tu Dong just raised his hand, signaling everyone to stay completely quiet. Right after, he pressed his body flat against the ground while everyone watched in confusion. After listening closely for a long moment, our MC seemingly picked up a crucial clue. Piecing the terrifying puzzle together, he urgently shouted at the group, "Call every single person from the nearby towns into the fortress. Bring them all in. Right now, everyone move." The second they arrived at the settlement, Tu Dong started roaring at the chaotic crowds. "Hurry up, leave your bags behind. Just run for your lives." Trong Tri was completely confused by the panic and stepped up to ask, "Brother Tue Dong, what's wrong? Is there still an enemy out there we can't defeat?" Suddenly, a guard up on the high watchtower spotted something horrifying and screamed a warning. "Brother Tue Dong, look at the flood." Hearing this nightmare scenario, he frantically yelled out, "Floodwaters!" The situation was deadly. There was absolutely no time to hesitate. Truong Tri and the terrified crowd scrambled desperately to higher, safer ground. Li Trin, barely clinging to his life, looked down at the chaos and was completely shocked, speechless. The devastating flash flood had already crashed into their territory, and the monstrous water was pouring directly in from the ocean. He witnessed this total tragedy and frowned in pure helplessness. The water's already risen over 3 feet. When this nightmare finally hits City H, who knows what'll happen? Even his insect swarm sent back urgent warnings. Holding out at this outer perimeter. Yeah, our defenses definitely won't survive this. But right, in that ultimate do-or-die moment, Tu Dong dropped his normal form and confidently strode out to the absolute shock of the crowd. Their leader, Tu Dong, had massive power surging through his entire body, mentally locking in for an epic fight. Instantly, the crowd was forced to step back, in sheer terror as the raging rapids surged dangerously close. But Tudong's massive thorny vines lashed out just in the nick of time, instantly forming a massive barrier to block the brutal roaring water. Layers upon layers of thick, thorny vines wove tightly together into a massive web, completely wrapping the fortress perimeter to save everyone from drowning. And get this, the massive defensive net he created actually stood rock solid against the truly terrifying destructive force of the floodwaters, holding it back perfectly. You and I have seen crazy things, but watching this apocalyptic flood get choked out by a thorn barrier. The crowd erupts in absolute joy. It actually worked. The water's crushing pressure is completely neutralized. Thanks to the energy shield, the massive flood just slid right past the fortress, redirecting all that fury somewhere else. The landscape surrounding the base after that insane sweep is totally devastated, wiped clean. Everyone lucky enough to still be breathing is incredibly grateful to him. Honestly, without leader Xiaoyong, every single person here today would have drowned for sure. True story. But still, the heavy anxiety of the next incoming wave is eating away at them. Right now, they are placing all their hope on Xiaoyong. With water levels this insane, the farming fields are definitely ruined. What are they supposed to eat now? But half the crowd is relying entirely on him. Why worry? Leader Xiaoyong definitely has a plan. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong is just taking in all these whispers, looking a bit confused and deep in thought. What on earth is up with this flood anyway? While he is drowning in his own chaotic thoughts, Xiaoyong suddenly gets a system notification that completely blows his mind. The rain is pouring down, like an absolute waterfall. The entire patrol squad gets strict orders to gather at this exact spot to face the flood head-on. The second, massive, brutal, wave crashes and fierce tides slam the shore, plunging everything into a giant ocean. Trees, crops, the whole landscape completely swallowed by the roaring flood. The gigantic mutated flesh mass has already absorbed a massive amount of floodwater. Jiang Xiaoyong nods, finally piecing it all together. All right, I get it. I know what to do. Li Cheng nervously asks for an update. What is the situation? Xiaoyong explains. The outer wall of the west wind factory took a little damage. The insect nest facing the beach got hit a bit harder. But honestly, it really is not a major problem right now. Li Cheng is clinging to the hope that this water recedes soon. Elder, he walks over and drops some grim news. Based on his research, the salt water will kill off almost all the crops, and it might take years for the land to recover. Li Cheng is absolutely shocked and devastated, but Jiang Xiaoyong is confident. They have enough food stockpiled to survive for 3 straight years. Plus, over the next 6 months, City S will be zoning a massive area just for production. Right now, the only thing truly gnawing at his mind is the deep root cause behind this epic, catastrophic flood. Let's shift our focus outside. The seawater has risen halfway up the buildings. A desperate group of refugees are scattered across the rooftop. One young guy is spiraling with anxiety. He thinks maybe the dead are turning into monsters and are just waiting right below the surface. Another man stares intently and disagrees. Probably not yet. It has only been one single night. The young guy violently scrambles to his feet and points straight down at the water. Everyone look closely. The surface is completely still, yet there is not a single dead body floating up there. A long-haired man starts to panic, pure fear setting in. If the sea demons actually make it here, we are completely screwed. This building is completely isolated and it is way too narrow. Suddenly, a distant voice echoes out. Did you hear that? The crowd violently flinches and turns around. Over at the distant tower, someone is yelling at the top of their lungs. Everyone get over here now. If the sea demons arrive, every single one of us will die. The short-haired guy is totally lost. What do we do now? The long-haired guy looks dead serious. If we want to survive, we have to risk it. A moment later, he volunteers to lead the way. His teammates rig him up with safety gear. He very carefully warns them, if I run into any monsters, you better pull me up immediately. With that, he takes a leap straight into the dark sea. He dives deep, under the waves to scout the situation. And just as predicted, the sea demons reveal themselves. They do not just have terrifying twisted shapes, they are swarming in absolutely overwhelming numbers, dripping with pure aggression. The long-haired guy loses his mind, nearly choking to death in pure panic. The sea demons aggressively rush in to surround him. Frantically kicking upward, he finally manages to break the surface for a desperate breath. His teammates on the roof anxiously shout down, "How is it?" The long-haired guy screams in absolute terror. "Pull me up! Pull me up right now!" The support crew on the building yanks the rope with everything they have. But it is just too late. A sea demon has already grabbed him right from behind. He gets dragged straight down into the murky depths, completely helpless. The group up top is still pulling furiously, but human strength just cannot compete with a sea demon. The brutal result is instant. The long-haired guy is pulled into the abyss. From a distance, a pool of red stains the entire area. It is absolutely tragic. His chance to ever see dry land again is gone forever. Snap. The rope breaks. The whole support crew tumbles backward onto the roof. The short-haired guy groans in absolute despair. He is completely dead. It is over. Suddenly someone points their finger and screams. Look over there. It is the body of the long-haired man. His corpse bobs on the surface, dyeing the whole area crimson red. Another guy completely loses his mind to the panic. Oh man, I do not want to drown. I really do not want to lose all my organs. The refugees hiding out in the neighboring building watch the entire horror show unfold, their faces twisted with sheer suffocating grief. But look right here, someone sharp-eyed spots a bizarre object in the sky, flying closer. It honestly looks exactly like a giant swarm of insects. Even from this huge distance, you can easily tell they are absolutely massive. Up on the rooftop, the crowd locks their eyes. Down on the endlessly rising seawater, and the terror just gets heavier. Some start screaming in total panic. Down below, there are sea monsters. And up in the sky, we have mutant giant bugs. Are we even supposed to survive this? Meanwhile, others suddenly notice the sea surface violently, churning with wild waves. Trembling, they point and yell. Sea demons! The sea demons are here. From afar, dark creatures under the water are tearing through the waves at terrifying speed. The ocean splits open, revealing razor-sharp fins slicing straight toward the tower. You and I both know. All right, you and I are dropping right into pure chaos. Watch out, the sea demons are here. A young guy steps back carefully. Warning, sea demons incoming. The grim news spreads like wildfire, draining the color from everyone's terrified faces. The monsters' deadly eyes lock right onto the rooftop. Razor-sharp teeth flash, ready to tear their prey apart. The crowd immediately rallies, their adrenaline pumping hard to fight. Grabbing their weapons, they brace for absolute battle. Seeing 7 sea demons rapidly closing the distance, the survivors grip their gear incredibly tight. The creatures scale the metal walls, desperately looking for any gap to breach the windows. Panic quickly sets in among the group. They are coming right through the windows. The young leader snatches up a metal pipe, shouting desperately, "Run! Get out of here, block the hallway." Following his lead, the crowd hastily gathers their weapons and sprints after him. The remaining stragglers trapped on the roof watch the horror unfold. Seeing the massive difference in power, everyone pales their faces, completely drained of blood in sheer terror. An old man clutches his head weakly, muttering, "Is there any way they survive this?" The guy next to him watches the demons swiftly breach the window frame. "No chance," he replies, his voice totally shaking. "They are dead for sure." The young leader and his group run for their lives down the corridor, not daring to stop for a single second. Frantic footsteps echo loudly through the entire place. Hurry up, move faster. But as the group approaches, the sea demons have already started taking over the upper floor. They creep along the emergency exit stairs. From up there, the monsters can easily track every single sound of the chaotic panic. "Hurry, we're out of time." Big mistake, making noise. They didn't know where the humans were, but following those panicked voices just gave away their exact location. The water ghouls smirk, gripping their weapons and speeding up. Their fangs flash menacingly as their filthy, slimy bodies charge straight toward the target. They swarm together in a massive, deadly pack. The guy wearing the dress shirt runs so hard, he nearly wears out his shoes. Reaching the emergency exit, he grabs the door handle tight, using all of his remaining strength to slam the brakes. With zero time to think, he frantically twists the handle and pulls the heavy door shut with absolutely everything. Just a second before it completely closes, a water ghoul suddenly appears, scaring him totally speechless. Barely escaping the jaws of death, his survival instincts kick into maximum overdrive. Boom! The door slams shut with an ear-piercing crash. Right now, their only real option is locking it down to hold the line. Bolting it tight, he slumps against the wall, panting hard. 1 second slower, and he was literal monster food. The crowd rushes over, letting out huge sighs of relief seeing it locked. Everyone bends over completely out of breath. The shirt guy wipes the thick sweat from his forehead. That was way too close, he whispers. His racing heart finally calms down. Splash A. Sickening sound echoes as dark red liquid splatters everywhere. The horrifying sight leaves absolutely everyone in the room frozen in pure shock. The shirt guy only manages a quiet gasp before a massive spear violently pierces right through his chest. Dark red quickly soaks his clothes. Witnessing their ally fall, there is zero time to grieve. A thunderous smashing against the door outside scares the absolute life out of the crowd. The young leader instantly tenses up. They are ramming the door. There is absolutely no time left to hesitate right now. Now, you and I know this is bad. Someone reacts with lightning speed, shoving a heavy table forward to totally barricade the entrance shut. They silently apologize to the fallen guy, but keeping the group alive is the absolute top priority now. The violent smashing echoes loudly, shaking the barricade violently. The guy holding the table struggles to keep his footing, yelling, "Come on, help me hold this line now." The crowd bands together, pushing all their weight against the table. They pool their strength, but the brutal force pushing back from the other side just keeps growing. An insane, invisible pressure violently knocks everyone backward. My hands are totally numb. The strength is just way too massive. The door radiates a freakish power, literally bending the magnetic field around them. The crushing weight forces them to scream out. An ear-shattering boom makes everyone grab their heads in agonizing pain. Sensing the barricade weakening, the brutal water ghouls immediately blow the door wide open. The insane force sends the shirt guy's body flying, while the massive shockwave knocks the entire crowd completely back. The monsters flood in. Anyone unlucky enough to stand close gets instantly pierced by spears. The survivors scramble to their feet, grabbing their wounds and running for their lives. Coughing and panting along their desperate escape route, they frantically sprint straight up to the rooftop. The young guy and a lucky fisherman barely make it out. Stepping onto the roof, they slam the door shut hard. Learning from that earlier bloodbath, the young guy stares at the flimsy iron door. He turns to the fisherman, looking seriously worried. One rusty door is not going to hold them. The panicked fisherman demands. Then what do we do? The guy hesitates, then decides they have to jump into the water. Hearing that, the fisherman loses his mind, staring at him like a total lunatic. There are water ghouls down there. The guy immediately rips off his jacket. We are dead either way, just risk it. The fisherman hesitates, shaking his head slightly, his fists clenched tight. No way, I am not getting drowned by those things. The guy coldly replies, then stay right here and wait to get ripped apart. I am taking the chance. Seeing his partner actually about to jump into the sea, pure survival instincts hit the fisherman incredibly hard. We are about to see how far they go. They are doomed here anyway. The fisherman strips off his shirt and dives right after him. You and I are about to witness pure survival. They dive right into the deep ocean. Splash. Snap awake under the deep blue water. Their welcoming party, a massive swarm of water demons. Completely surrounded, both guys kick frantically, swimming for their lives toward the other shore. During the brutal struggle, the unlucky fisherman gets grabbed and dragged deep down. The young guy spots a demon closing in, kicking it right in the stomach. Get the hell away from me. Trapped in this monster net, the fisherman's vision fades, barely seeing the young guy's back as he pushes to the surface, leaving the monsters behind. Miraculously losing the swarm, he crawls onto the shore, panting hard to calm his racing heart. He smirks, staring directly at the water with a mocking laugh. Idiots, catch me if you can. I was on the swim team then. He turns and swims fast toward the building. On the roof, the hunting demons arrive, seeing everything. They are absolutely furious, grinding their teeth. This is a blatant insult right to their faces. Instantly, they dive into the ocean like falling rain. The trapped survivors spot the guy, getting closer and scream, "Hurry, they are right behind you." But a massive armed demon army has already formed up to welcome him. Eyes glowing like torches, jaws wide open as they charge. The situation is totally hopeless. Even a pro swimmer cannot outmatch sea monsters on their home turf. He is absolutely doomed. Bound to die here. Fighting back is completely useless. Hearing the warning, he kicks even faster, but his stamina is gone. He screams in frustration. I was on the swim team. I refused to drown here. Right at that moment of desperate survival, a water demon suddenly breaches the surface. Its cold, yellow eyes lock right onto him, staring like he is already a corpse. Sharp claws reach out for the kill. His eyes go wide with pure terror. No stop. The crowd watches a real-life horror movie as the monster moves in for the kill. Suddenly, a loud buzzing drops from the sky. A massive insect shadow blocks their view, making everyone look up in panic. Holy crap, what is this? Instantly, the strange creature dive bombs into the ocean with a huge splash. Water explodes in a giant arc. The bug shoots like a silver arrow, tearing the demons to shreds. But it starts sinking too. The onlookers are totally confused. What exactly? Now stick with me here, this gets wild. Is that flying bug really fighting the sea monsters? Using the chaos, the guy grabs his chance and swims frantically toward the surface. The water demons, absolutely furious over their dead allies, quickly swarm to trap the bug. Seeing their friends die, the sea monsters take turns, throwing spears, skewering it like a kebab. Not meant for underwater combat, the bug just helplessly watches its body get pierced full of holes. Cutting back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base, our main character has been watching everything unfold. His eyebrows furrow, eyes glowing with a bright blue light, taking in the entire chaotic scene. Old he nervously asks, "What is happening?" Jiang Xiaoyong looks at the buzzing mother bug, laughing out loud. "Ha, looks like we got another order." The squad, Jiang Xiaoyong, Xiao Shuai, and Li Cheng, sail out to scout the city's status. Li Cheng grips the steering wheel tightly, guiding the boat through the waves. Little Xiao Shuai raises an eyebrow, asking curiously, "Why didn't we take the flying bugs? Riding them is so cool." Jiang Xiaoyong side-eyes the kid. "These bugs still have hunting instincts. If we fly, you guys are too close to them. If they attack, my orders might not stop them in time." Hearing this, Xiao Shuai pouts, rubbing his nose while acting all grumpy. "That is not scary, they would not hurt me anyway." Seeing the kid's dramatic little pout, Jiang Xiaoyong just messes up his hair, making him yell out, "I am more worried you will hurt my bugs." Mid-joke, a sudden cry for help echoes over. "We are surrounded." The voice instantly catches Jiang Xiaoyong and Xiao Shuai's attention. Looking ahead, a flimsy raft carrying refugees is fighting a desperate battle against the water demons. These things feel absolutely zero pain, relentlessly attacking to drag their victims deep underwater. Damn it, take this one wrong move and a monster locks onto a girl's arm. She screams in pure panic. Everything happens in a flash. The demon yanks her straight into the ocean. A man, furious and terrified, yells out, "Pull her back, hurry!" A guy rushes to help, but it is too late. We all know that awful dread. He reaches out, but only bubbles remain. The man screams in agony. Water ghouls. The old man lost his mind, rushing to the raft's edge and screaming. Xiaoyo is in the water. The girl named Xiaoyo struggled desperately to break free, but trapped right in the middle of a massive swarm of water ghosts, her fading strength was practically useless. Her physical body was slowly sinking into the depths. Panic-stricken, the man ripped off his jacket, locking eyes on his drowning daughter while his voice broke. He sobbed out her name. Xiaoyo. Seeing the guy actually trying to jump in, a young man nearby quickly grabbed him, dragging him back hard. He yelled at him to calm down. "You'll just die down there," but the father violently thrashed against him. "My daughter fell into the water. How can I possibly stay calm? Let me go. If I'm going to die today, I'm dying right next to my little girl, right in the middle." Of this chaotic struggle, the sudden loud roar of an engine totally grabbed everyone's attention on the raft. A terrified young woman nearby was clutching a wooden stick for dear life. "What's that noise?" Spotting Jiang Xiaoyong's crew, they realized they were actual humans. The boat cut straight through the crashing waves. The girl cheered, realizing they were other survivors. Knowing the newcomers were human, and absolutely not some kind of freaky monsters. The girl and the young man frantically waved their wooden stick, trying to catch their eye, screaming joyfully at the approaching boat. "Please save us." Xiao Shuai spotted the desperate scene unfolding. He immediately sat up straight and reported it. "Someone is calling for help." Jiang Xiaoyong just narrowed his eyes and calmly replied, Let's check it out. Looking out toward the ruined raft, they noticed a massive pack of monsters relentlessly attacking, trying to drown the poor victims. She squinted, deeply confused. What the heck are those freaky things, Jiang? Xiaoyong also scanned the monstrous horde, his expression totally unbothered. His underwater vision locked dead onto the raft. He figured this was probably the disaster-hitting City H based on his flying insects scout feed. He'd seen these things before. Aside from basic underwater zombies, there was a much tougher monster. Now you and I know what comes next. Jiang Xiaoyong saw enemy numbers rapidly multiplying. His sharp eyebrows subtly twitched. His voice dropped cold. Whatever they are, let's just wipe them out first. The kid Xiao Shui instantly leaped up to his feet. He smoothly drew the pistol from his hip, giving off an intense aura. Yes, Uncle Xiaoyong, the guy on the raft, saw that their rescuers were packing serious heat. He cheered wildly. They've actually got real guns. This is amazing. We're totally going to be saved. The exhausted father right beside him finally dropped his guard, staring hopefully at the boat. Without a single word, Sheng stood tall and imposing right on the deck. He pulled the trigger, setting the perfect example for Xiao Shui to open fire too. Deafening shots echoed out, bang bang, aimed dead at the monster. Pack. The ghouls clinging to the raft ate hot lead before they could even react. Heads bursting, they dropped one by one into the dark water. Jiang Xiaoyong's boat slowly pulled right up to the broken raft. Seeing their crazy firepower, the father instantly dropped to his knees, clasping his hands to beg. Please, you have to save my little girl. She just got dragged under by those water demons. Hearing this totally desperate, heartbreaking plea, Jiang Xiaoyong just raised an eyebrow and shot his vision straight down into the deep water. The underwater scene was instantly captured by his eyesight. Down below, Xiaoyo had already blacked out entirely, her limp body sinking fast. And the swarm of water ghouls was only getting bigger, grouping up to drag her straight to the bottom. Without wasting a single second, he ripped off his jacket, locked onto Xiaoyo's exact location, and got ready to dive right in. The survivors panicked, trying to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? You can't go in the water. But Jiang Xiaoyong totally ignored their warnings, diving straight into the raging flood. The guy on the raft screamed. Is this that dude's first time ever seeing water ghouls? He was absolutely furious. Veins popped on his forehead as he whipped around to scold the sobbing father. Look, I know you're desperate to save your kid, but use your brain. You just got that young guy killed for nothing. The old man just stammered wildly. I didn't know he was actually going to jump in. Meanwhile, the swarm of water ghouls instantly detected this fresh intruder. Their eyes flared with a sick red light. Ditching their first prey, Xiaoyo, they extended razor-sharp claws and lunged straight toward Jiang Xiaoyong. Staring at the monsters, practically foaming at the mouth to tear him apart, Jiang Xiaoyong was terrifyingly calm. His face didn't even flinch as he watched them. When his eyes snapped fully open, glowing blue pupils cut through the dark water like razor blades, locking onto the monster's flesh. A massive wave of pressure crashed down instantly. He twisted his body, building up insane momentum, and unleashed a direct, devastating strike onto a water ghoul. The sheer force packed a colossal shockwave that completely swept the entire pack of water ghouls far away. But he wasn't done yet. Jiang Xiaoyong pressed the absolute advantage. He unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of mighty punches, blowing the freaks away. They literally shattered into 100 pieces in a blink. Up above the water, started boiling with violent waves again. The people on the raft were terrified. What the heck is happening? Feeling the massive shockwaves from below the raft, rocked so violently that everyone was trembling in fear. We are about to see what happened underwater. Suddenly, a massive pillar of water erupted straight up into the sky. Xiaoyo rode that surging water column right up into the air. As the crowd watched in total disbelief, seeing her about to drop like a rock onto the raft, the father and the young guy frantically rushed to catch her. Reunited with his precious daughter at last, tears were completely streaming down his face. Half panicking and half overjoyed, he sobbed her name, Xiaoyo, my sweet Xiaoyo. While the crowd was happily gathering around the girl, they suddenly heard a heavy thud hitting the wooden deck. Whipping their heads around, they were absolutely stunned to realize that our hero had actually made it back up, putting everyone instantly on high alert. The guy quickly scrambled to his feet, staring in absolute mind-blown shock. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Everyone was absolutely stunned. He faced the water demons, saved Xiaoyong, and walked away. How? Exactly, how did he pull that off? The girl beside him secretly realized this young man was no ordinary guy. She quickly directed everyone's attention, straight to the water surface, speaking up. No, it is not just a safe retreat. The crowd was totally confused, turning their heads to look, right where she pointed. Seconds later, the water was packed with countless floating water demon corpses. What in the world happened here? How is this even possible? They had to fight tooth and nail just to survive. So why did this guy completely wipe out the whole pack in just a few minutes? Jiang Xiaoyong watched the crowd, staring blankly at the dead bodies, glanced over at Xiaoyong, and quickly warned them, "Hey, do not just stand there. Spaced out. Hurry up and save the little girl, or she is going to get permanent brain damage." That finally snapped. The crowd awake, rushing, over to check on Xiaoyong. The man carefully laid her flat on the raft, shooting a desperate look at the girl. "Hurry up and start. The CPR." The girl finally snapped out of her panic and nodded. "Yeah, okay." A few intense minutes of first aid passed, and Xiaoyong finally showed some positive signs, coughing violently as she threw up mouthfuls of water. Cough still totally drained, she lay frozen on the raft. The older man saw his daughter breathing again, and tears instantly welled up. He quickly wiped his eyes, crying out in pure joy, "Xiaoyong, my sweet Xiaoyong, thank goodness you are okay." Right after that, the father dropped down, bowing repeatedly to thank Jiang Xiaoyong. "Benefactor, you saved my little girl. I have absolutely nothing to repay you with." Meanwhile, the younger guy, seeing that Jiang Xiaoyong's crew had some seriously insane combat skills, stepped up, super carefully to ask a question. "So who exactly are you guys?" Our guy just glanced at him and answered, "We came from City M. The massive flood actually reached our side too, so I came out here to check the situation." The guy in black smiled and stepped closer. Praising him, he said, "Your swimming skills are insane. It is my very first time seeing someone wipe out water demons underwater." The girl looked super awkward, stammering for a brief second before finally speaking up. We actually have a slightly bold request. Would it be possible to use your rescue boat to pull our boat out of here? Right now, in this complete nightmare." This was their single and absolute only hope for survival. She frantically added, "The water demons are here, and the sea sirens are coming next. If we face those sirens, we are all. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention." Jiang Xiaoyong frowned, then relaxed. It had to be those exact monsters he spotted through his insect vision earlier. So, those things are the sea sirens. Far off, the sound of rippling waves echoed, even though the weather right now was dead calm with zero wind. His eyes instantly locked onto the distant horizon. He could actually feel the ocean waves up ahead, churning more violently by the second, like some massive creature was charging right at them. Narrowing his eyes, he pointed straight ahead into the far distance. "Are those the sea sirens you were talking about?" Miles out, countless fins sliced through the water like speeding arrows. The deafening roar of the crashing waves was heading directly for their tiny raft. The whole crowd instantly stared in that direction, their pale faces completely unable to hide their absolute and total terror. The young guy raised an eyebrow, confirming it. "Yeah, those are sea sirens." The father yelled out at the top of his lungs, "Watch out, the sea sirens are here." Below the surface, the dark water boiled endlessly, with creepy fins flashing in and out of sight, finally breaking the surface and rushing like pure lightning toward Jiang Xiaoyong's boat. Seeing this horror, the panicked dad immediately grabbed his young daughter and threw her onto his back, his brow sweating. The younger guy trembled in pure fear, desperately tugging on Jiang Xiaoyong's arm to move him. "Hurry up, get on your motorboat right now. If we do not leave this second, we are totally dead." But our main guy just stood there like a solid rock, staring down the monsters. The other two on the raft saw the freaks closing the distance, their bodies shaking violently. The guy in black started panicking and losing his mind. "There are way too many of us. One tiny motorboat cannot fit everyone." The crying girl sobbed loudly, tears streaming down her face. "Please do not leave me behind. I do not want to die out here." Hearing all these annoying complaints ringing in his ears just made Jiang Xiaoyong seriously irritated. He casually picked his ear with his pinky finger, keeping his perfectly calm and relaxed vibe, and gave the screaming crowd a side eye. "Why panic? Just hit them back. The younger guy watching this, completely indifferent reaction, like it was just a light rainy day, totally lost it. Annoyed by how chill he was acting during a literal death sentence, he loudly corrected him. Those are aquatic beasts. They are way faster than any water demon. You cannot possibly beat them in the water. It is suicide. Before he could even finish his sentence, a sea siren blasted itself right out of the dark water. Moving at blinding lightning speed, its gross, sticky body was covered in dark green scales. Its creepy white eyes bulged as it opened its mouth, flashing razor-sharp teeth and growling. Its hands tightly gripped a deadly spear, thrusting it straight toward him. But against this wild surprise attack, Jiang Xiaoyong honestly did not care at all. Just a simple, completely effortless sidestep, followed by a crisp thud, and he easily snatched that speeding spear right out of the air. Pure dominance. Seeing its ultimate attack get blocked like it was absolutely nothing, the sea siren stared at its opponent with wide eyes, looking totally shocked and terrified. In all of history, no human had ever pulled off something this completely impossible. But right while the monster was still frozen in shock, its brain failing to process what just happened, Jiang Xiaoyong's hand shot forward with a brutal swipe, leaving the ugly beast completely paralyzed in place. It did not even realize it was about to die before its throat was crushed in his grip, the bone-breaking force getting stronger by. His grip tightens, choking off its air. You can actually hear the windpipe crushing. A miserable shriek echoes out. Its completely white eyes just stare at Xiaoyong in absolute terror. But he doesn't care about its pathetic struggling. You and I know how this guy operates, right? This thing is nothing but total trash. 1 second later, snap, the crisp sound of shattering bones echoes out. The sea demon's head drops, completely dead. Realizing the enemy is officially logged out, he looks totally disgusted by the filth and just casually tosses its corpse backward. Without even a second of hesitation, he goes right back to calmly watching the ocean surface. The guy in black and the terrified girl, they let out a scream, timidly inching forward to check it out. Scared out of their minds, they stammer. What is this? What just happened? He just snapped a sea demon's neck barehanded. While everyone is hyper-focused on that, suddenly, boom, a dark shadow darts right past them. It rushes the motorboat like lightning. The kid Shuai completely panics. He instantly jumps backward, narrowly dodging the sharp tip of the sea demon's spear by barely an inch. The creature glares at the kid like a wild predator hunting its prey, then quickly dives. It disappears under the waves. Water splashes everywhere and it's completely gone. Shuai frowns, a massive bad feeling hitting him. Looking over at Xiaoyong, the kid screams out, "Uncle Xiaoyong, the speed on these things is way faster than those man-eaters back in the western suburbs." But Xiaoyong just smiles calmly. Keeping his eyes locked straight on the motorboat, he replies, "They're underwater creatures, of course, they're fast." But before he can even finish that sentence, a piercing scream suddenly rips through. Watch out, everyone on the raft stares in absolute horror. They watch helplessly as a sea demon shoots straight up, bursting out of the water, pouncing right at him before anyone can react. In that split second, Xiaoyong glances over. The enemy is already right in his blind spot. The sea demon grabs him instantly, dragging him straight down into the deep ocean. A massive splash echoes out the water, violently churning into spinning whirlpools. Witnessing this absolute nightmare unfold right in front of him, Shuai frantically rushes to the edge, screaming, "Uncle Xiaoyong." The other guy watches him get dragged under, completely rooted to the spot. He's shaking uncontrollably. Damn it, what was I even expecting here? I literally just said beating a sea demon underwater is completely impossible. The girl behind them is crying, eyes totally red. Voice hoarse, she whispers, "Are we all gonna die?" The guy in black panics. "Start the boat. If we left earlier, maybe someone survives. Now we're all dead meat." Meanwhile, deep down at the bottom of the ocean, Xiaoyong's body is sinking fast. Realizing the guy who killed their friend is finally in their trap, the whole pack of sea demons rush in from every single direction, weapons raised. Their totally white eyes are locked on him, glaring with absolute unfiltered hatred. Their attacks are lightning fast and dead accurate. Every single spear tip aims straight for the absolute most vital spots on his body. The spearheads flash with a cold light as they ruthlessly strike him. The sharp blades literally plunge right into his left chest, right where his heart is beating. The force gets more brutal by the second, tearing through flesh and bone. But Xiaoyong, he stays completely chill. He doesn't show even a drop of pain. The pack of monsters just stare in utter shock, their tiny brains completely short-circuiting. Like, what the hell is going on? Why isn't he dead? Should they pull out and stab him again? But while these sea demons are busy being totally dumbfounded, Xiaoyong's body suddenly starts glowing with an insanely weird light. Right out of those massive stab wounds they just gave him, countless thick vines start bursting out. His eyes suddenly shoot out this mysterious blue-white glow. These sea demons are seeing this for the very first time. And man, they are terrified. Completely losing their will to fight, they turn to run for their lives. But an absolute net of vines has already stretched out, gripping their bodies tight. The harder they thrash, the tighter the trap gets, completely cutting off any chance of escape. Xiaoyong slowly opens his eyes, thick green veins popping all over his face. The pupil in his left eye shifts into something totally inhuman. It's glowing with an eerie green light. He squints, a seriously mocking smirk curving up on his lips. Want to know the absolute dirtiest way to deal with fish? He doesn't even make the monsters wait for an answer. A massive surge of high-voltage bioelectricity instantly surges through his entire body. It erupts outward. A blinding, bright yellow current of raw electricity blasts right through them. Every single cell, every piece of flesh feels like it's literally burning in boiling oil. Their physical bodies violently convulse in absolute bone-crushing agony. Miserable screams echo out through the depths of the sea. But in just a moment, those sounds fade and completely die out. Zero reaction. Even their breathing has completely stopped. The only thing left are those thick vines gripping their fried corpses, occasionally crackling with leftover sparks of yellow lightning. Back on the surface, everyone stares at the deadly quiet water. They are sweating bullets. Why isn't there any movement at all down there? Suddenly, the sharp-eyed young guy spots something weird and frantically points forward. Over there, instantly, every single pair of eyes locks onto that exact spot. A charred, totally blackened corpse is just bobbing on the waves. And it definitely doesn't look like Xiaoyong. Wait, is that a monster? The group rubs their eyes, squinting hard. It's not their guy at all. It's actually one of the sea demons. It's actually a dead sea demon. Then one by one, countless charred corpses start floating to the surface. Someone immediately panics, yelling, "Look over there, more sea demons." Honestly, Mengshan Shuai and Li Cheng, they knew it. And stick with me, because this is just getting started. Li Cheng keeps his cool, smiling toward the raft. He gently pats the kid's head. The boy who was literally shaking just moments ago, he is now beaming with pure joy. "Relax, since you ran into us. I promise you aren't going to die today." But wait, while staring at a river full of floating bodies, the raft violently shakes. Suddenly, massive vines tightly twist and coil together out of nowhere. The vines latch onto the raft. Everyone steps back in pure panic. What the heck is that? They seriously think it's a sea monster. Then a dark shadow emerges from the crashing waves. A figure calmly steps forward using those wild vines to walk directly toward the raft. Seeing those creepy vines wiggling around his body completely paralyzes the crowd. But Jiang Xiaoyong hops onto the raft, totally unfazed. He completely ignores their terrified, wide-eyed stares. He just quietly pulls the thick vines back into his own body like it's absolutely nothing. "Yep, you and I are seeing this right." Our crowd gasps in shock, staring at him like he's an alien from another planet. Even though he's scared out of his mind, one guy tries to stay brave and asks, "What exactly are you? Are you even human?" At this point, Jiang Xiaoyong doesn't even bother answering. He just slowly rolls his wrists, staring back at the guy in dead silence. After a long pause, he finally speaks. "If you guys actually want to survive, come with me." The young man trembles and asks, "Where to?" "The inner city," he replies coldly. A struggling father carrying his daughter hears the plan about heading deeper into the dangerous inner city zones. He frantically stops them. "We barely escaped that nightmare alive. We want to head out to the safer inland areas, not go back." Jiang Xiaoyong glances at the group and just shakes his head. "Please. With how weak you all look right now, there's absolutely no way you survive heading inland." This blunt truth hits the young man like a truck. "Wait, what? What do you mean by that?" Shan sees his completely clueless face and decides to explain. "Zombies, mutants, cannibals, and massive flesh-eating plants. Honestly, the inland is packed with monsters that are way worse than dealing with sea demons." Hearing this harsh reality check, the entire group freezes up and takes a deep breath. They feel a chilling numbness like falling into a frozen pit. They thought escaping this watery hell meant finally reaching the promised land. But wait, were they just walking into a completely different nightmare? Seeing their absolute despair and panic at this horrible plot twist, Jiang Xiaoyong finally speaks up. All right, just follow us. Keeping all of you alive is still going to be pretty easy for me. The whole group stares at him, eyes wide with pure shock. Easy. In an apocalyptic world like this. How is that even possible? Back at the skyscraper, the crowd huddles tightly on a high balcony. They are nervously staring down at the flooded streets below. A few guys squint their eyes, spotting something deeply concerning. Their faces immediately twist in doubt and fear. Creepy, dark shadows are swimming right below the surface. Sea demons with glowing eyes like headlights are constantly patrolling the waters around the building. Honestly, they don't look like they are leaving anytime soon. The survivors on the balcony are terrified, but one guy forces a smile to calm them down. It's fine, this building is super tall. If those freaks leave the water, their power drops massively. They can't reach us up here. But someone instantly shuts that down. Yeah, but we're completely trapped. We can't escape either. Is staying here really a safe bet? Another guy frowns, glaring at the dark shape circling the water. Exactly. We can't even fish or gather supplies anymore. Honestly, we're just waiting to starve to death at this point. It's literally only a matter of time. The crushing fear of running completely out of food drowns the entire group in pure despair. But suddenly, echoing from the distance, what is that sound? A loud motor engine roars. Everyone snaps their heads toward the noise, desperately searching for any sign of hope. A few seconds later, someone excitedly points toward the horizon. Look over there, other survivors. The entire group frantically looks out across the water. About 100 meters away from their trapped building, a motorboat towing a large raft is speeding directly toward them. Following the directions from the survivors on his raft, Jiang Xiaoyong finally reaches the destination. He looks up, scanning the massive skyscraper above. We are finally here. The people traveling with him all stand up together, staring at the towering structure. They firmly confirm this is the exact building they were looking for. There's absolutely no mistake about it. The group up high sees them entering the danger zone. Knowing the sea demons are lurking below, they panic and desperately yell out warnings. Hey, don't come any closer. Run away. The water is crawling with sea demons. Hurry up and find a high building to hide. Get to safety before it's too late. Hearing the frantic screaming from above, Jiang Xiaoyong just looks extremely confused by their warning. He turns to the young guy next to him. Hide in a tall building. The young guy is sweating bullets right now, looking terrified. Yeah, those monsters are insanely strong underwater. But if they stay out of the water for too long, their combat power drastically drops off. To make it clear, he explains further. So for us, normal humans, the higher the floor we hide on, the safer we actually are. Jiang Xiaoyong slowly nods, finally getting the picture. He stares right at the guy. Oh, so forcing them out of the water makes them much easier to kill, right? The guy's eyes practically bulge out, staring at him like he's a total lunatic. Force them out. How is that even possible? Meanwhile, the crowd up high is screaming their lungs out. But stick with me, you and I know what comes next. Down below, he didn't even flinch. Meanwhile, the crowd was absolutely losing it, grabbing their heads and screaming their lungs out to warn him. All right, you and I need to watch this. Their screaming did absolutely nothing. Are they deaf? They cannot hear us at all. That makes zero sense. From this distance, they should easily hear our voices. While everyone was frantically panicking and screaming, someone in the crowd suddenly pointed down at the water and screamed in pure terror. Look out, danger! That shrill, deafening cry immediately grabbed the attention of everyone standing around. The sea monsters were charging right at them. A terrifying pack of fins suddenly sliced above the dark water. Tearing through the wind, they rushed straight toward Jiang Xiaoyong's motorboat and raft at absolute breakneck speed. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly glanced over his shoulder, signaling to Li Cheng. Just stop right here. Do not move forward, or we might catch some friendly fire. Li Cheng caught on, instantly killing the engine in a heartbeat. The boy jumped up, practically shaking, as he anxiously asked Uncle Xiaoyong, what exactly are you planning to do? Before he could even process it, Jiang Xiaoyong stepped right to the edge, resting one leg. Up on the railing, totally prepared to jump, he muttered something about playing dirty. He stared intensely down at the churning water, a deeply mysterious smirk curling on his lips. Blue veins bulged wildly across his face. His wide, deep blue eyes were visibly hiding, an unimaginably powerful secret with blue light flashing in his gaze. Suddenly, his muscles tensed like a drawn bowstring, and he violently shot forward, like an arrow released. He tore through the air, whipping up a massive gale that rocked the motorboat and raft violently. The panicked crew shrieked in absolute terror, scrambling frantically to just keep their balance. With a single explosive leap, he pierced through the howling wind, soaring right over the ocean. He raised his brow, eyes practically bleeding, pure killing intent, his fists tightly clenched. Jiang Xiaoyong watched the pack of fins rapidly closing in. His body twisted sharply midair, generating a violent hurricane vortex that dragged along massive gales and towering, violent waves. Reaching absolute maximum acceleration, he aggressively swung his hand. His falling momentum slowed down as his entire body began to rapidly spin out of control. Endless vines exploded from his palm, multiplying instantly. In just a blink, the main stalk swelled up to the exact size of a grown man's leg. The massive vine branches spread across the water, instantly slamming their roots deep down into the rushing current. The effect zone just kept expanding. Seeing this completely bizarre move, the charging sea monsters hit the brakes and gathered. Now you have to see this. Dozens of pure white eyes stared up at him in total confusion. What is he doing? Planting seaweed. These dumb monsters were still totally clueless when Jiang Xiaoyong finally made his move. Blinding high-voltage yellow electric currents suddenly began to violently crackle and completely envelop his body. A biological punch, packed with the raw power of thunder, slammed down. He looked like a massive lightning rod radiating blinding yellow energy. The intense current rode the roots straight down into the crashing sea surface. Honestly, he looked exactly like a god of war descending from the heavens. A deafening explosion instantly shattered the air. Before the sea monsters could even react, their bodies were hit with agonizing, unimaginable pain. Every single cell was ripped apart from the inside by high-voltage electricity. Their throats just kept screaming in absolute agony. One sea monster, standing a safe distance away, watched in pure horror as its kind was electrocuted into a mindless daze. Some twitched like crazy, others barely breathed, and quite a few straight up logged out of existence right there. Hovering right on the edge of death, its monster brain kicked into overdrive. It desperately pointed toward a nearby high-rise building, screeching for its surviving squad to retreat. The half-dead remnants bolted. They thrashed the water, tearing through waves, swimming away at absolute max speed. Finally, they reached the closest flooded rooftop to hide. Meanwhile, our guy stepped onto the water surface, as lightly as a feather, calmly. Strolling toward the very building where they cowered, he smirked coldly and whispered, "Out of the water, you guys are just dead meat." His knuckles cracked as his completely emotionless face turned straight toward that rooftop. The ocean's surface was just littered with floating, charred corpses of those sea monsters. The survivors up on the high-rise were watching this crazy deathmatch live. Suddenly, a loud buzzing echoed from afar, growing louder by the second. Staring at the sky, one guy completely lost it, pointing forward and screaming with a deeply terrified, shaking voice, "Look over there, bugs." It was those absolute nightmare bugs again. The crystal-clear sky had literally just turned pitch black in seconds. A massive bug swarm flooded in, totally blotting out the sky. But their real target was actually the exact building holding those sea monsters. The sea monsters panicked hard, gripping their weapons tightly, locking into a desperate defensive stance against the incoming swarm. Their pure white glowing pupils shrank back in absolute terror. But right now, jumping into the ocean equaled instant death, so they had no choice but to raise their weapons and fight back, constantly growling empty threats. Jiang Xiaoyong casually glanced over at the insect swarm. A pretty solid amount. He slowly nodded, in dark satisfaction. Then he coldly issued one simple command: "Time to eat." Hearing the order, the monstrous swarm aggressively flapped their wings, charging straight at the crowded rooftop. The sheer numbers alone were absolutely horrifying. Spotting the sea monsters, the bugs acted like starved tigers, finally finding a delicious meal. Bearing fangs and vicious claws, they ripped into flesh, totally stripping the sea monsters of any resistance, forcing them to helplessly watch as they were devoured alive. The insect swarm threw an absolute feast, their eyes glowing with hunger, They locked straight onto the wildly terrified monsters, desperately trying to run. Their bodies became fat cuts of meat on a chopping block, razor-sharp claws cleanly slicing off monster heads everywhere. You and I both knew how this would end. The sea monsters fought hard but were brutally slaughtered, leaving behind nothing but agonizing screams. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. The air reeks of blood. The terrified crowd stammers. That crazy guy is actually on our side, right? After completely wiping out those sea monsters, his swarm of bugs just hovers up in the sky, weaving together to form a massive pitch-black curtain. Covering the whole area, Jiang Xiaoyong steers his boat right up to the building. Everyone slowly starts piling inside, looking totally exhausted. Once inside, Jiang Xiaoyong glances at the sky. He catches sight of shadowy figures up on the rooftop and immediately leaps into action. In a flash, he lands perfectly on the roof, completely stunning everyone watching. The crowd had just witnessed his insane battle against the sea monsters. Plus, seeing him casually command a whole swarm of giant bugs leaves them totally terrified. Every single one of them backs away in fear, staring at him with pure anxiety and caution. Jiang Xiaoyong completely gets why they are freaking out. He calmly waves his hands to settle them down, saying, "Do not worry, I am no monster." Hearing that, one guy wipes cold sweat off his forehead. He frowns heavily, looking at our main character with deep suspicion. Pointing a shaky finger straight up at the sky, he stutters. "Then what about those bugs? Up there?" Right then, Jiang Xiaoyong finally remembers. He looks up at his massive swarm, still circling high above, and simply waves his hand. Catching his signal, the buzzing bugs obey instantly and fly away. Just like that, the dark, heavily blocked-out sky clears up in mere seconds. With the swarm retreating quietly, Jiang Xiaoyong turns his attention back to the terrified survivors gathered on the rooftop. He looks them over and asks loud and clear, "All right, who is going to tell me what exactly happened here?" Everyone exchanges nervous glances. Sensing that he means absolutely no harm, they finally start explaining. A massive world-ending tsunami had completely destroyed their peaceful everyday lives in an instant. It crashed in out of nowhere, raising the water levels insanely fast. Tons of innocent people walking on the streets and living on the lower floors lost their lives instantly. Getting to this part of the story, their voices actually start choking up. Right after the disaster first hit the city, they waited desperately for a rescue team that never came. Plus, almost the exact second the tragedy struck, all communication networks went down. The guy frowns, recalling the horrible nightmare. He continues, "Back then, running out of food was our absolute biggest threat. Some folks refused to just sit around waiting to die. They chose to build simple wooden boats to escape inland for safety. But man, that was definitely the wrong choice entirely. According to the traumatized man, the second those desperate refugees tried to sail away, they ran straight into water ghosts and vicious sea monsters. They met an absolutely brutal, tragic end. Eventually, everyone left realized the bitter truth. They were completely trapped on an isolated island, naturally formed by towering skyscrapers. Now, you and I know Jiang Xiaoyong is sharp. Hearing this, his brain immediately goes into overdrive. He rubs his chin, thinking, then asks the man a serious question. "So, these water ghosts and sea monsters are definitely connected, right?" The guy quickly nods his head. "You are extremely sharp." "Exactly right. The water ghosts are actually created by those sea monsters," he continues, explaining the nightmare. "Somehow these dark creatures use some crazy method to turn dead bodies into totally soulless corpses that can survive underwater forever. And they are made for just one single, twisted purpose: to drown as many living people as possible." Finally, the survivor reveals the true sick intentions of the monsters. The only thing worse than being dragged underwater by a water ghost is getting caught by a sea monster. They will literally cut you open alive, tear out your organs, and eventually mutate your body into another water ghost. Getting more info on these beasts proves Jiang Xiaoyong right. He frowns, looking highly intrigued by this discovery. Oh, that feeding habit perfectly matches how wild animals act. Another survivor clearly spots how strangely calm and composed Jiang Xiaoyong is acting after hearing this grim news. Having witnessed his absolutely insane combat skills firsthand, this brave guy prepares himself. He tightly clenches his fists. He confidently walks forward a few steps, looks straight at our hero, and practically begs savior, since you are so incredibly strong. Maybe you could destroy their sea monster breeding farm. Hearing this wild idea, Jiang Xiaoyong glances over a bit confused and slightly frowns in deep thought. A monster farm. These freaks actually have breeding farms now. That is some serious evolution. The man shudders suddenly, recalling the horrible monsters again. Those sea beasts actually work together. They hunt in massive packs. If there are only a few victims, they just kill them on the spot for their organs. But if they catch a large group, they will capture some of them alive and carry them off. Jiang Xiaoyong asks out of pure curiosity, taking them to this so-called sea monster farm. The man nods heavily with a very grim face. Exactly right. These monster farms are usually located on isolated islands right off the coast. They drag helpless people all the way there, surrounded entirely by the ocean, making escape impossible. Vicious sea monsters are everywhere, keeping people locked up just to harvest fresh organs, whenever they want. Cut to the terrified prisoners huddling together in a group. They keep their heads down, hiding their dead pale eyes and dry, purple lips. They look completely drained, hiding deep inside the bushes. One skinny guy slowly reaches out to part the leaves, staring intently at the fording crowd from afar. Suddenly, faint footsteps start echoing, getting closer and closer. The terrified man immediately senses danger approaching in the shadows. He darts his eyes around in total panic, instinctively shrinking back to hide. Recognizing a familiar face, he whispers out, "Anping, Anping." Then he quickly signals for complete silence. Moving super fast, he hops right over the fence. Anping rushes over in a total panic, tightly gripping a specially sharpened rock. He frantically and desperately saws through the thick ropes holding him down. Finally free, Anping quickly hands the sharp rock back. "Now let us see what happens." "All right, you and I are about to watch a desperate escape," he whispered. "Use this to cut everyone loose. I will start the boat." The man grabbed the sharp stone, his voice shaking with pure fear. "Will this actually work?" Ping An gave him an unwavering look, replying so firmly. "Didn't someone else manage to escape before? We can absolutely do this. We have to. After all, dying in this cursed place is just a matter of time anyway, so why not risk it all right now?" With those final words, Ping An turned and quickly walked away. Before leaving, he made sure to warn them to stay quiet and hidden. His footprints in the sand were slowly washed away by the crashing waves. The fishing boat engine suddenly roared to life. Ping An kept his eyes locked on the island, steering the vessel slowly across the dark water. While he was hyper-focused, a sudden piercing sound echoed out. An overwhelming wave of pain hit him out of nowhere, forcing Ping An to scream in absolute agony. A foul metallic liquid rushed up his throat. The gut-wrenching pain was so intense, it sent his entire body into violent, unstoppable convulsions. Veins bulged wildly across his face. His pupils shrank as a blood-soaked spear tip violently erupted right in front of his eyes. He instantly realized his tragic fate. He screamed in pure pain, crying out. No sharp, terrifying claws suddenly grabbed a tight hold of his hair. A horrifying, monstrous figure leaned in close, its dead white eyes staring right into his completely terrified gaze. He could only weakly beg, "Please do not do this." Meanwhile, everyone else was terrified, frantically looking around for a sea monster ambush. The man sped up his cutting, struggling hard to free the very next person. He was getting seriously frustrated. Damn it, the sharp end of this stone just is not cutting well. While he frantically worked, a woman suddenly looked over in one direction. Her face twisted into absolute horror as heavy tears streamed down her cheeks. "No, no," she screamed at the top of her lungs. That cry instantly alerted everyone on the beach. The man, completely overwhelmed with the noise, frowned and snapped back. "Stop yelling! What are you screaming about?" But before he could even finish, his own face completely drained of color. He was frozen in total terror, completely speechless. Right before their eyes was the horrifying sight of the sea monster, gripping Ping An by the head. It lifted him high into the air, then just dropped him onto the white sand. A sickening thud echoed out like a heavy sack falling, turning absolutely everyone to stone. The monster leader growled in pure fury, glaring viciously at the desperate prisoners who were trying to make their escape. It waved its hand, giving the order. Its minions immediately swarmed out like angry hornets. They leaped into the air, charging like arrows straight toward the fleeing group. Screams for help echoed violently through the entire area. "Save me." But after taking only a few steps, a massive barrage of spears tore through the night, piercing right through their bodies. They lost their balance instantly. With their extreme exhaustion, they immediately collapsed into the dirt. The sea monster leader raised its dagger high. The cold metal flashed in the darkness. Its eyes radiated a terrifying, uncontrollable sense of sheer madness. Without any hesitation, the razor-sharp blade plunged right into the man's chest. A foul, sickening stench immediately hit the air enough to make anyone violently nauseous. Everyone was running for their lives, but it was completely hopeless. Sharp spears mercilessly pierced through one body after another as the agonizing screams of pure, heartbreaking pain rang out everywhere. They wailed out in agony before going entirely dead silent. Fresh blood quickly mixed deep into the white sand, painting gruesome, terrifying stains all over the ground. The panicked survivors stared blankly at the horde of monsters, their whole bodies trembling in extreme fear. They cowered tightly in a corner. Dead. Everyone is dead. Not a single person who got untied managed to survive. Every single one of them was slaughtered. The sea monster leader ripped out the man's liver, jumping up to celebrate. Its dead white eyes scanned the brutal, bloody scene, looking over all the corpses scattered across the beach. Deep from within its throat, the monster suddenly let out an incredibly bizarre clicking sound that just pierced the ears. Now here is where you and I need to brace ourselves. Suddenly, the dead man's corpse twitched. The other bodies awkwardly stood up, wobbling violently. Their eyes were completely empty and lifeless, moving just like puppets on a string. They dragged their heavy feet across the sand mindlessly, heading straight toward the vast ocean, mumbling completely meaningless sounds. Finally, one by one, the walking corpses just threw themselves right into the dark rolling water. Following closely behind each other, they committed mass suicide as the waves churned around them. They forcefully drowned their own bodies deep into the plain, the bottom of the sea eyes still perfectly empty. The horrible wounds on their bodies never stopped bleeding for a second, but by now, these people could not feel any pain at all. The remaining survivors on the beach watched this entire massacre in sheer terror. Water demons. This is exactly how water demons are literally born. This is my first time seeing these sea monsters turn everyone into mindless corpses that just throw themselves into the sea. But the sea monster horde clearly had absolutely no intention of leaving just yet. The remaining prisoners began to panic wildly. Are they staying to guard us? Scene shifts over to Jiang Xiaoyong. Ding. The iconic system notification sound chimed in. Quest progress updated. The epic mission, Disaster Collector, is officially entering its next major phase. The quest requires the player to use every possible ability to fully understand the disaster type. Quest progress details. Superphage marine spore virus mimic camouflage active. 8 variations of the sea ancestor swarm detected. That is some absolutely crazy lore. The reward is 500 points. He quickly scanned the floating system interface, smiling slightly. Oh, so it really did actually trigger a completely new disaster. Skimming through the glowing text, he rubbed his chin in deep thought, deducing the facts. The sea ancestor basically just refers directly to these specific sea monsters. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the trembling man standing in front of him, asking suspiciously, "Tell me, right now, how do you know these details so well? Did you actually see it?" The man pointed at his chest. "Stick with me. We are about to uncover everything." "All right, you and I are back," the survivor explains. He barely escaped the siren farm. Those sea monsters are actually evolving, learning to catch more living humans. They literally figured out how to steer boats. He babbles on, recalling how he stole a canoe and used the massive storm to slip away. Flashing back to that terrifying night, thunder roared as he desperately prayed to just make it out alive. After hearing this crazy story, Jiang Xiaoyong puts the puzzle pieces together. He looks right at the survivor. "So you know exactly where this place is?" The man nods quickly, roughly knowing the way. Jiang steps closer. "Got the guts to follow me back and save the others?" The man's face lights up with sheer hope. "Before, absolutely not, but with you here, my savior, we actually have a fighting chance." He clenches his fists, swearing absolute loyalty, ready to lay his life on the line for the cause. Jiang Xiaoyong just smiles, perfectly satisfied with this guy's determination. He stares out into the distance, an epic plan already brewing right inside his mind. He holds up 2 fingers. Good. We move out in exactly 2 days. The survivor is completely stunned. Wait, you need 2 whole days? Jiang simply nods. Yeah. With that, our main character strides right to the roof's edge, scanning the flooded ruins below. First, I'm going to fix up your little base here and set you all up with some much-needed guards. Looking at the floating corpses down there, a cunning glint flashes in Jiang's eyes. You and I both know he is about to use those dead bodies for something totally wild, turning them into mindless zombies, 0 consciousness, but max lethal damage. Meanwhile, the confused crowd just murmurs amongst themselves, completely lost. Guards. A second later, a bizarre vine shoots straight out of his palm. What on earth is our savior talking about? Before the crowd can even react, they watch the vine multiply at insane speeds, sprouting fresh, glowing flower buds right before their very eyes. Someone nervously asks, "What exactly are you doing?" Jiang ignores them. He just flicks his wrist and the massive vines whip outward, scattering those tiny green buds all across the water below. They fall like glowing flares, creating tiny ripples as they hit the surface. Instantly, the buds bloom beautifully, releasing massive clouds of vibrant green pollen that cover the entire area. This glowing dust settles directly onto the dead sea monsters and ghouls. In seconds, seeds take root, springing to life with wild, unstoppable energy. Thick roots burst forth, wrapping tightly around the decaying flesh. Those lifeless monster corpses, which were perfectly still just moments ago, suddenly start twitching violently. Their creepy limbs snap into place, moving with eerie robotic stiffness. The massive wounds left by bugs, or severe electrocution, completely gone. Thanks to the pollen's miraculous power, their torn, rotting flesh is literally regenerating at lightning speed. You can see the tissues knitting back together, restoring them to perfect condition. Up on the roof, the survivors are watching this insane freak show, totally speechless. Their jaws are dropping right to the floor. What the heck did he just throw down there? Moments later, a terrifying pack of sirens rises up, towering right in front of them. The crowd freezes in absolute horror instinctively, backing away. Everyone screams in pure panic. Sea monsters, run the sirens. Just stare with dead white eyes glowing like headlights as they step closer. That nasty, rotting smell is enough to make anyone gag. Being ordinary humans, facing these beasts usually means instant death. The whole group desperately starts begging Jiang Xiaoyong to save their lives. Please help us, save us right now, our savior. Where did these freaks even come from? And there are so many of them. Amidst the absolute chaos, our main character stays perfectly calm and tells them not to worry. One guy just glares, muscles tense with heavy doubt. Jiang steps right toward the terrifying mob, and the sirens instantly part like the Red Sea. Under his silent command, they snap into 2 perfectly straight lines, standing at attention, just like an actual army. The survivors are completely mind-blown by this crazy scene. Wait, these monsters are actually obeying you. Jiang chuckles, looking over his new squad. He explains that, while they kept some siren traits, they aren't technically sea monsters anymore. They are entirely plant-based now. He points over his shoulder, adding that the same goes for the other guys. Following his finger, all eyes lock onto the deep waters below. A heavy silence washes over the entire roof. Seriously, what in the world is happening? Why do those water ghouls look so chill down there? Are they just taking a bath? They literally look like tourists on vacation. Wait, are the ghouls under his control too? Someone steps up to ask him. So about rebuilding the camp like you mentioned earlier. Jiang stares across to the opposite shore, clearly waiting for something epic to show up. They should be arriving any minute now. Right on cue, everyone looks toward the horizon. A deafening buzzing noise grows louder and louder, making the entire crowd gasp in pure shock. The entire sky is suddenly blotted out by a massive insect swarm. The buzzing is ear-piercing. Look at all those bugs. What is going on today? Why are there so many? An imposing mother bug leads the massive charge with thousands of flying insects, following her every command. The sky turns pitch black. Cut to the very next morning. Our survivor wakes up still pretty groggy. He violently rubs his eyes, sleepily glancing out the window. And man, what kind of absolute madness is going on out there? The sight instantly jolts him fully awake. That same bug swarm is busy transporting countless egg sacs right through the morning sky. The skyscrapers are completely swallowed by a dense network of massive vines. You and I have to admit, this place looks like a ruined jungle city. All right, you and I are looking at a primeval forest. The refugees stare out the windows in absolute horror, gasping. In just one single night, the whole world turned upside down like this. Xiao Shui is barely awake, rubbing his eyes, totally stunned by the epic scene outside. Oh my God, Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong. Even for you, this is absolutely insane. How did you pull this off, Jiang? Jiang Xiaoyong looks outside with a smug smile. Turns out his adaptable spores and eightfold nest swarm are totally broken for terraforming. Seeing everything going so smoothly, he just grins. Plus, I decided to run a few other much bolder experiments. Let's go see how they turned out. Xiao Shui is clueless. Wait, what experiments? Jiang Xiaoyong just leads the whole group straight into a dark cave covered in vines. He explains that his ground and flying swarm bugs, yeah, their underwater combat stats are still pretty weak. Everyone listens closely, still not entirely sure what he's actually planning here. But as they step deeper into the cave, a massive mother bug in its incubation phase instantly catches their eyes. He points right at it and explains, I let this specific antenna bug evolve into a mother bug. Its only job breeding larvae specifically designed for aquatic combat. This mother bug is constantly dropping new insect spores straight into the water below. And the breeding process is going absolutely perfectly. From the newly hatched pupae, eggs being born, they instantly hit the water and rapidly mutate into all sorts of completely insane shapes and different sizes. Their bodies grow at terrifying speeds. Watching the mother bug multiply like this, he knows for a fact his crazy plan is an absolute success. Give it a day or two, and they'll reach maximum efficiency. Honestly, Jiang Xiaoyong is starting to think he's an absolute genius. Sheng, though, she's completely creeped out. It feels like watching some mad scientist breeding actual monsters straight out of a sci-fi horror movie. She awkwardly touches her face and mutters, Why does it feel like we're the actual villains of this story? 2 days later, out in the vast ocean. Here's where things get wild for us. A tiny wooden boat drifts every single wave crashing against its side. Whispers echo from inside the cabin. Someone takes a breath and peeks out. Are they gone yet? The guy on the boat nervously scans the water. Looks like it's clear. Thinking Ding Ning is safe, the group jumps up, grabs the oars, and starts rowing for their lives. Row faster. Seeing land finally appearing in the distance, they put everything they have into every single stroke. We're almost there, but one sharp-eyed guy notices the island ahead looks completely wrong. He immediately calls it out. Wait, that island doesn't look like anything humans could build. Could it actually be a sea demon lair? Another guy just rolls his eyes, scans the area and shakes his head. If this was a sea demon lair, they'd have spotted us ages ago. Honestly, no matter what happens, it's definitely better than getting eaten by those things. But right as they ride a wave, someone panics, pointing at the water. Look over there. His terrified scream makes everyone freeze. Countless fins suddenly pierce the surface of the water and the whole group absolutely loses it. It's the sea demons. They never left. Watching the monsters speed up to close the gap, everyone goes dead, silent in fear. They furiously row their oars, but human strength can't match a sea demon's speed. Damn it, they were just playing with us. Row faster. But no matter how hard they push, the sea demons are already swarming the boat. A man screams in total despair. It's over. We're actually dead this time. Suddenly, a sea demon launches straight out of the water, making the entire crew scream in pure terror. The oars slip right out of their hands. They all brace for the end. But right at the edge of death, a bizarre, dark shadow with razor-sharp teeth tears through the water and lunges straight for the sea demon. It shoots forward like a silver arrow. The ambush is so insanely fast, the sea demon doesn't even have time to react. In a split second, it's completely ripped out of sight. Before the crew can even process this, a massive splash erupts, and the water churns violently white. The crew is absolutely terrified, completely clueless about what just happened. They nervously peek down into the dark water. What the hell was that? They just dodged death, but the nightmare isn't over yet. One guy, violently shaking, points a finger ahead and screams, "Look over there!" The crew's eyes go wide, freezing completely in place. It's a massive bug. Right where he points, the sea demon pack looks furious. Eyes glowing, gripping their spears, they thrust violently right at the sea bug's tail. The creature writhes in absolute agony, letting out this terrifying hissing sound. As the sea bug fights back wildly, the sea demon's pupils shrink in rage. It snaps its jaws wide open, flashing razor-sharp teeth, and lets out a bizarre, threatening hiss. But right as it moves in for the killing blow, the sea demon suddenly senses something massive approaching. Its gills twitch. It instantly whips its head around to check, and what it sees shakes it to its core. Its pale eyes widen in pure panic, jaw clenched tight, its entire body completely frozen, for a solid second. In the distance, hundreds of dark shadows are rushing in. One by one, an entire army of sea bugs appears right before its eyes. What on earth is going on here? The sea demons are locked in place, staring wide-eyed as this massive sea bug swarm spawns from nowhere. Hundreds of them. They swim in an attack formation at insane speeds. You and I know exactly what this means. Knowing when to run is a survival skill. It just wanted to kill one sea bug to show off, but nobody expected its whole extended family to roll up for a gang fight. Watching the bugs swarm close in, the sea demons scatter, swimming for their lives while screaming in pure panic. Alright, you and I are about to see absolute chaos. Fighting back was totally useless. The panicked survivors on the boat watched a terrifying black swarm, moving like one massive, terrifying entity. It was hunting down its prey. What on earth was happening underwater? These insane bugs were actually chasing sea demons. What kind of madness was this? Down at the bottom of the ocean, a brutal hunt unfolded. That sickening hissing sound grew louder and louder. Tens of thousands of sea bugs screeched, sending those terrifying sea monsters running for their lives. One cornered monster realized things were looking bad. It gripped its spear tight, ready for a desperate last stand. But before it could even swing, the massive swarm overwhelmed it, tearing it apart mercilessly. In less than a minute, the dark ocean water turned a deep crimson. The huge sea monster was ripped to shreds, swallowed whole by the ravenous bugs. The man gripped his oar tightly, his muscles tensed up as pure fear flooded his veins. He stared at that massive pool of blood with absolute horror. He trembled in shock. Saved nonsense. We just went from being sea demon food to bug food. But right as he said that, he spotted dark shadows creeping dangerously close to their boat. The man screamed at the top of his lungs. That noise instantly alerted the bloodthirsty bug swarm. They all turned their dead eyes toward the wooden vessel, countless legs paddling rapidly to the surface. The survivors panicked and frantically grabbed their oars to paddle away. Suddenly, a massive splash echoed out. A violent shove from behind sent a terrifying chill straight through everyone on board. What was that? Looking back, they saw those nightmare bugs right on their tail. Everyone turned completely pale. Before they could even process the horror, the massive bug swarm slammed hard against the hull, pushing their boat forward at breakneck speed. The panicked survivors gripped the edges for dear life, staring straight ahead at the approaching island in pure terror. These bugs were literally pushing them straight toward it. If they dared to jump off the boat right now, they would definitely be ripped to shreds. Turns out this was not a sea demon lair at all. It was a massive bug nest. Suddenly, one guy sitting in the back noticed something insane. He quickly pointed ahead. "Everyone, look at that." They all instantly followed his shaking finger, staring forward. Waiting right there on the island was Kyle, standing calmly alongside a group of those very same sea demons. The terrified man on the boat scanned the beach and gasped in pure shock. Are those actual humans and sea demons? Humans and monsters are literally standing right next to each other. What in the world is happening here? The wooden boat quickly hit the shore. Everyone stepped off cautiously, their suspicious eyes darting nervously over toward Kyle and his sea demon crew. Completely ignoring their obvious panic, Kyle just flashed a friendly smile, warmly welcoming the terrified survivors to the island. The group cautiously sized Kyle up quickly, confirming that he was indeed a real human being. But the moment their eyes drifted right behind him, They saw a massive sea demon wrapped in thick vines standing completely still. The sight absolutely terrified them, making everyone instinctively back away in sheer panic. Kyle smiled gently to calm them down. Nothing to be afraid of. I actually have them all under my control. Wait, controlling sea demons, that was absolutely unbelievable. Seeing that he did not mean them any harm, the man forced himself to stay calm, stammering out a question. Who exactly are you? No. What are you? Kyle just waved his hand casually toward the sprawling island and smiled. I am the guy who built this human settlement. A human settlement. The man was totally stunned. The shocked survivors exchanged very confused glances, then slowly looked down at the horrifying ghouls and bugs, happily swimming around in the shallows like harmless pets. They gave each other deeply skeptical looks. Because honestly, this creepy island did not look like a human sanctuary at all. Looking around, strange vines covered literally everything. Massive bugs were busy carrying heavy steel beams, while flying insects rushed about, transporting glowing egg sacs across the sky. While the crowd was still drowning in absolute confusion, having absolutely no idea how to react to this. Now, here is where you and I get some answers. A group of actual humans approached, waving cheerfully. You guys do not need to worry. The man strained his eyes. Yes, they were real people, not monsters. And there were a lot of them. One of the locals pointed at the terrifying bug swarm and laughed. I know these bugs look super aggressive, but our boss Kyle has them under perfect control. They will not attack any of us. Another guy pointed over at the sea demons. Those monsters, with the vines growing on them, the water ghouls. Yep, same exact deal. One resident stepped up warmly. Follow us, we have plenty of spare rooms. From now on, we are all comrades here. Hearing about actual spare rooms, the man was completely shocked. You have spare rooms here, the local nodded eagerly. Tons of them, plus the settlement that our boss, Kyle, founded is still expanding every single day. After making sure the new refugees had a safe place to eat and sleep, Kyle turned his attention to the guy who originally escaped from that terrifying sea demon farm. Kyle made the final call. The time has finally come. Are you ready for this? Now, I thought you said we needed 2 days. The man was completely caught off guard. Wait, are you talking about raiding the sea demon farm? Kyle nodded firmly. He glanced over at his massive swarm of sea bugs, playfully splashing around in the water. I honestly do not think we need to wait any longer. Based on that battle just now, 2 of my bugs can easily overpower 1 sea demon. We absolutely have the tactical advantage. Hearing that a mission was starting, the kid got super hyped up. Let us move out. But Kyle immediately shut it down. No, you guys are staying right here. Thomas and I will handle this one. The boy pouted, looking totally confused and annoyed. Huh. Why do you really not trust our combat skills? Kyle shook his head. Knowing the kid was stubborn, he patiently explained. You guys are definitely strong, but that is only on dry land. Underwater is a completely different story. We have to be incredibly careful. Liam quickly chimed in to back Kyle up, trying to calm the fired-up boy. Kyle is totally right. If we fall into the water and get trapped, we would just become a massive burden that Kyle has to protect, distracting him by making him protect us. Xiaoshui was totally frustrated but obediently agreed. All right then. Meanwhile, up on the ship's deck, Jiang Xiaoyong stares out at the vast, endless ocean. Zhang Chong sits quietly right behind him. The boat effortlessly cuts through the rolling waves, gliding incredibly smoothly. Zhang Chong shakes his head in absolute disbelief. I never expected to set sail like this. He watches the ancient sea bugs pushing them. It blows his mind. Having these bugs push the ship feels exactly like riding a jet boat. The speed is absolutely insane, yet the ride stays perfectly smooth. The cool sea breeze brushes past them. But suddenly, out in the distance, shark fins, and they are zooming straight toward the boat like literal arrows. Immediately sensing the incoming danger, Zhang Chong quickly grabs his binoculars to get a closer look. Something bad is coming. After scanning the water, he panics and screams at the top of his lungs. Boss Xiaoyong, sea demons at 3 o'clock. Sea demons, huh? Xiaoyong barely even reacts. He casually glances over his face, maintaining that exact same, ice-cold expression as he quietly watches the sea demons rushing in. Down below the surface, the loyal sea bugs instantly catch the scent of their new enemies. They split up immediately. One squad keeps pushing the boat, while the rest charge straight into battle. Without even waiting for a single command from Xiaoyong, the bug army flanks out in 3 different directions. They completely surround the incoming sea demons, instantly cutting off their path. Deep down in the dark ocean, it is impossible to see exactly how brutal the fight really is. All they hear are massive, echoing underwater explosions as violent white foam blasts upward. Then boom, an earth-shattering blast violently erupts, sending a massive geyser of water rocketing into the sky before crashing back down like heavy rain. Huge waves churn and finally calm down. Just minutes later, dead sea demons start bobbing lifelessly on the ocean surface. The whole fight ended as fast as a literal blink of an eye. With the threat gone, the sea bugs regroup like absolutely nothing happened. They jump right back to their main job, pushing the ship straight toward the sea demon farm using Jiang Xiaoyong's directions. Watching this total massacre unfold, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes go wide. His jaw hits the floor as he questions reality itself. An instant kill. And it took less than 3 minutes. Suddenly he feels like he definitely picked the winning team here. A weird wave of pride washes over him. He scratches his nose. Man, we are seriously unstoppable. Even though literally all the credit belongs entirely to Xiaoyong. Now you and I need to see this prison island. A group of broken, desperate prisoners are kneeling on the sand, their eyes completely hollow and lifeless. They look horribly starved. Suddenly, one guy looks up. He spots something absolutely terrifying, and tears instantly stream down his face as he starts screaming. Ah! The prisoner next to him jumps. Hey, what is wrong? The screaming guy scrambles backward in pure panic, pointing a shaking finger directly at the sea demons, aggressively marching toward them. The monsters are gripping jagged daggers, fully ready to slaughter. The terrified man sobs uncontrollably, desperately dragging his tied-up body away to hide, completely consumed by pure terror. Please, do not pick me. Just do not pick me. Back on the boat, Jiang Xiaoyong uses his memory to pinpoint the exact island, scanning the horizon super carefully with his binoculars. Finally, he spots the target. Found it. He confirms that the small island dead ahead is indeed the sea demon farm. Looking through the lenses, he witnesses the horrifying tragedy playing out on the beach. A sea demon brutally grabs a hostage dagger raised and ready to slice them open. Panicking, he screams, "Boss, Xiaoyong. We literally just caught the sea demons trying to slaughter those human prisoners. You have to do something right now." Xiaoyong just nods. He has already assessed the situation. Casually stepping up onto the edge of the ship, he raises a hand to warn Jiang Xiaoyong. Hold on tight. Jiang Xiaoyong barely understands what is happening, but he obediently braces himself. Right. Xiaoyong suddenly drops his center of gravity, planting his feet firmly against the ship's rail. His body coils up exactly like a compressed spring ready to snap. The massive kinetic energy he builds up actually forces the front of the boat to dip deep underwater. Before Jiang Xiaoyong can even blink, Xiaoyong launches himself into the air, his body rocketing straight toward the island like a literal cannonball. The intense launch throws the ship completely off balance. Jiang Xiaoyong panics, desperately hugging the rail as he screams, "Ah!" Back on the beach, the trembling prisoner begs for his life. Please no, but against these ruthless, bloodthirsty sea demons, his desperate begging is completely pointless. The monster's pale, dead eyes flash with pure savage excitement, fully ready to rip its prey to shreds. It raises its jagged dagger high into the air, aiming straight for the victim's stomach. But suddenly, it pauses. Sensing extreme danger, the beast violently snaps its head toward the ocean. Its dark instincts are screaming that something is wrong. In a literal fraction of a second, a dark blur streaks past, leaving it stunned. Xiaoyong is already standing right in front of the monster. What just happened? The sharp screech of clashing weapons violently tears through the air. And then comes a sickening, heavy thud. The hostage collapses onto the sand as fresh blood splatters everywhere. Wait, what exactly just went down? When the terrified prisoner finally opens his eyes, that terrifying sea demon from a second ago, it is completely missing its upper half. The absolutely gruesome sight turns the hostage to stone, completely paralyzing him in shock. Trying to snap out of it, he shudders and slowly looks at the dark figure behind him. It is a young guy literally holding the sea demon's severed upper half. Xiaoyong's eyes project an insanely overwhelming dominant aura. The prisoner screams, "What the hell is going on?" Seriously, the whole rescue happened so stupidly fast that both the humans and the monsters are completely frozen. Nobody can even process Xiaoyong's lightning-fast attack. Now every single pair of eyes shifts from the bloody corpse straight to him in absolute shock. The captives stare wide-eyed in sheer disbelief. Did this guy really just one-shot a sea demon? Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong is jumping around on the ship, cheering like a madman. So badass. That is right. Destroy them. The rest of the sea demons finally snap out of it. Seeing their comrade literally ripped in half, those pale white eyes flare up with furious rage. One grips a spear and charges straight at Xiaoyong, growling with a horrifying, demonic screech. The deadly thrust comes flying in, but to Xiaoyong it looks like slow motion. He effortlessly shifts his weight gracefully, dodging the strike. His agility is flawless as he reaches out and catches the spearhead like it is absolutely nothing. His insane reaction speed leaves the sea demon totally clueless about what just hit it. Alright, let's jump right back in. Dragged forward, Jiang Xiaoyong simply frowns. Then, boom, a devastating punch straight to the monster's skull. Double kill. Watching their kin get wiped out, the sea demons instantly realize the massive power gap. They scream terrified and scatter. They sprint straight toward the boat. Jiang Xiaoyong, who was just celebrating, sees them rushing his way and totally panics. "Hey, wait, running toward me, are you kidding me?" The guys are absolutely terrified. But then they remember their rock-solid backup, Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong pulls his dagger. Suddenly confident, he taunts them. "Come on, get over here. With Boss Xiaoyong around, I highly doubt you freaks can even scratch me." The monsters just run for their lives, but the second they hit the water, a massive swarm appears out of nowhere, tearing into them without mercy. The sea demons are completely ambushed. Caught off guard, they realize the ocean hides something way worse. They start slaughtering each other. A few minutes of brutal fighting later, the ocean goes dead quiet. Sea demon corpses float everywhere. Jiang Xiaoyong pulls up to the shore, leaving the crowd completely speechless. They point at the floating monsters, then stare right back at him. Are the sea demons all dead? One man stares intently at Jiang Xiaoyong, quietly realizing this guy isn't a threat. Gathering every ounce of courage, he asks, "What exactly are you? Why do you look so human?" Jiang Xiaoyong quickly steps up, waving his hands with a laugh. "Relax, guys, this is Boss Xiaoyong. He came all this way to save you." Instantly, every single eye locks onto the young man in pure, absolute shock. "Save us," Jiang Xiaoyong just gives them a totally calm nod and a light smile. "Yeah. Why else would I beat these sea demons to death?" Jiang Xiaoyong quickly takes his dagger and cuts the man's ropes. The guy suddenly recognizes him, his face lighting up. "Hey, it's you, I remember you. You're the guy who actually managed to steal a boat and escape during that massive storm." Jiang Xiaoyong blinks. "Wait, we got captured at the exact same time." The man gives a really bitter smile. "Yeah, but unfortunately almost everyone else who got caught back then is already dead." Jiang Xiaoyong scans the nearby islands. He narrows his eyes, taking it all in. "I have a feeling this sea demon farm is a lot bigger than just this one spot." The rescued man nods in total agreement. "Definitely not just here. Plus, these sea demons do not naturally live in this area at all. They just rotate guards to keep watch over this place." Exactly as expected. Jiang Xiaoyong lets out a heavy sigh. Out here, in this vast ocean, hunting every single one of them down to extinction is going to be incredibly difficult. Hearing this, the rescued survivors are absolutely stunned. Did he just say he wants to wipe out all the sea demons' madness? With things wrapped up, Jiang Xiaoyong orders the retreat. Everyone follow. "Tell me back to base for now. We will plan our next move later." If push comes to shove, we use the most brutal method, the broodmother tactic. His eyes flash with absolute ruthlessness. You and I know he is determined to wipe this ocean clean. Their journey back goes smoothly. Zero obstacles. Half a day later, the boat finally hits the docks. The little kid, Zhao Shui, hears the roaring engine and instantly scrambles. He grabs his binoculars, taking a quick look before jumping up and down with pure joy. "Uncle Xiaoyong, he's back!" The kid sprints out to welcome them. His eager eyes lock onto his hero. Less than a day. Did it really go that smoothly, Uncle Xiaoyong? Jiang Xiaoyong just gives him a warm smile. He turns and gives Zhang Chong a quick order. Help these people out. They are all survivors from that sea demon farm. Get them inside and settled in properly. Xiao Shuai immediately volunteers, puffing out his chest. Leave it to me, everyone follow me. Jiang Xiaoyong then turns his attention straight to Sheng and Li Cheng. You two did some heavy lifting today. Great work. Now go invite Elder He and Zhao Xiaoping over here. I have some serious business to discuss with them. Both of them nod in sync and immediately take off. But on their way to the lab, the sea breeze feels great. Suddenly their boat crashes into a bunch of empty barrels with a loud clank. Sheng frowns, totally confused. This isn't good. The water is way too shallow to even steer. Li Cheng keeps his grip steady on the wheel. It's been days. The water is finally starting to recede. Good thing we're already here. A guard spots them approaching and excitedly shouts out, "Hey, open the gates right now." Sheng and Big Bro Li Cheng are back. Stepping inside the lab, Sheng looks around for Elder He. "Hey, where's the old man boss Xiaoyong? Needs to consult him about something important." The guard shakes his head. There was a major incident at the Sea of Flesh yesterday. Elder, he went there to help. I heard someone got terribly sick. They might not even make it through the night. Li Cheng quickly jumps in. Perfect timing, actually. We already have to go there anyway to find Zhao Xiaoping. Let's check it out. Meanwhile, Elder He shakes his head, sighing helplessly as he looks at his patient. There is no mistaking it. It's acute pancreatitis. Even in a top-tier hospital, the mortality rate is insanely high. And out here in this mess, she is absolutely going to die. Both Elder He and Yang Bing look down at Zhao Xiaoping with heavy hearts. She is barely clinging to life. So dangerously skinny, completely drenched in sweat, her lips painfully cracked. Outside the glass window, her father, Zhao Feng, just stands there in an absolute daze. He watches his little girl helplessly fight for her life. Pure despair is written all over his face. Unable to wait, Yang Bing desperately suggests a plan. We need to find Boss Xiaoyong immediately. I know he can fix this. But Elder, he simply shakes his head. There is no time left. She is already going into shock. She won't last another 12 hours. Suddenly, Zhao Feng speaks up, his voice trembling. No, there is one way left. Every single person turns to look at him. You are not ready for this. He decides to infect his own daughter with the mimic flesh. Elder He's face goes completely pale as he sternly warns him. With her body in this fragile state, to keep her alive, we would have to replace. All right, let's watch. The pancreas turns into simulated flesh. Can you control it precisely? Zhao Feng answers honestly. I really cannot. I can only use a massive infection to make sure the pancreas is fully covered. Elder, he tries to stop him. Then she won't be human anymore. Even Xiaoyong wouldn't be able to save her. Zhao Feng stays completely determined. To him, anything is still way better than just letting the girl die. Elder, he finally gives up. She is your daughter. You decide. But honestly, Zhao Feng is totally panicking. He has no idea if this choice is right or wrong, or if it ruins her humanity. Suddenly, Yang Bing rushes right at Zhao Feng. Elder, he is completely shocked. Yang Bing, what are you doing? Pushing the door open, Yang Bing firmly supports Zhao Feng. Old Zhao, go in. Just do exactly what you planned. Zhao Feng is stunned. The leader tries stopping him. Boss, he hasn't even decided yet, and you already made the choice for him. Yang Bing snaps back. You book smart people are just weird. Logically speaking, living a messy life is way better than dying. Save her first. If you regret it later, the worst outcome is just not living anymore. Elder He scratches his head, admitting it. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Emotionally speaking, he is absolutely right. He really cannot argue with that logic. Zhao Feng approaches the bed, getting perfectly ready to start the massive infection. One holds her hands, another holds her legs. The mutated flesh tissues creep into Xiaoping through her natural openings. She struggles violently. Her eyes roll back, flashing with bright red blood vessels. A short moment later, her whole body totally stiffens. Everyone gets extremely anxious, but Zhao Feng reassures them. Just wait a little bit longer. And sure enough, her fingers finally start twitching, and then she coughs up a mouthful of black blood. Elder, he is overjoyed. It actually worked. We are done. He quickly urges the other two guys to help her sit up. Zhao Feng quickly stops them. Just look for yourselves. The exact spots they almost touched suddenly sprout horrifying mouths full of sharp fangs. Only then do they actually realize the brutal truth. Without Zhao Feng stepping in, they would be totally dead. Zhao Ping is now fully infected exactly like Zhao Feng. He then asks if they want to get infected too. Both of them furiously refuse the offer. Half a day later, Xiaoping wakes up. Elder, he asks about her current condition. She groggily replies that she feels something truly magical. When asked about her human emotions and logical thoughts, she just looks naive. Do I still need those? Zhao Feng quickly explains. For those specific feelings, you need to adjust for about a week. Zhao Ping does not understand what changing her brain structure actually means. Elder, he steps in and reveals the entire brutal truth. Xiaoping's face instantly drops in pure shock. Wait, so you are telling me I am? Before she even finishes, her arm erupts into a hideous mess of red and black tentacles. It spirals out of control, then slowly retracts. Zhao Feng warns her to learn how to control this crazy new power. Meanwhile, Xiaoping is absolutely terrified of losing her humanity. Right then, someone happily yells, "Darling, it is Chen Xiong." He grins happily. Me and the guys are finally back. Li Cheng asks about the base's situation. So, Elder, he explains the entire story. He then asks about their trip to the county city. Li Cheng heavily sighs. Not very smooth. Apparently, the boss Jiang Xiaoyong and Copper came all the way here to ask Elder He and Xiaoping for backup. Elder He completely agrees. Let's move out right now. Stick with me here, guys. Yang can actually help fix Xiaoping. The group rapidly boards the speedboat. In no time, they meet up with Jiang Xiaoyong. Elder He directly reports Xiaoping's terrible situation. The poor girl looks completely depressed over this forced tragedy, but Xiaoyong just smiles, looking super optimistic. Relax, it is totally fine. Suddenly from his hands, countless weird tree roots sprout out. He softly whispers, "This will hurt a bit, just endure it." In a flash, those razor-sharp roots stab right into the natural openings on her face. She starts writhing in absolute agony. Elder He winces hard. He knew Xiaoyong had a method, but this looks pretty brutal. Honestly, a bit too brutal. Finished, he pulls the terrifying roots back. All done. Xiaoyong smiles warmly, comforting the girl as she rubs her tired eyes. Xiaoping is way luckier than Zhao Feng. Since she was just freshly infected, her human brain structure hasn't been erased yet. Elder He suddenly realizes something crazy. Could she actually be considered a perfect, flawless fusion? Xiaoyong nods to confirm this. He clarifies that she is simulated flesh that got perfectly absorbed by a human body. A truly perfect assimilation. Shuai Shuai cheers out loud, absolutely buzzing with excitement. Whoa, that is so cool. Jiang Xiaoyong then continues, explaining the exact details to Xiao Ping. Her energy absorption method is completely different from Zhao Feng's. She will literally recharge her energy by just eating food and by entirely swallowing things whole. All right, crisis averted. The young boss turns to ask Elder He for some serious advice. Currently, there is a very dangerous new species, causing absolute chaos out here. Boss Xiaoyong wants to track down their hidden lair and wipe them out completely. But locating their actual base is incredibly difficult. Hearing this plan, Elder He softly coughs a few times to catch his breath. Before he can even offer a single idea, Xiaoping speaks up instead, claiming, she actually has a brilliant plan. Do you guys know exactly how beekeepers wipe out killer hornets? You see, these specific hornets naturally love to hunt down and eat regular honeybees, giving all the local farmers a massive headache. So to solve the problem, they tied a tiny piece of white paper right onto the hornet's leg. Then they release it and just follow it straight back to its nest. Sheng instantly understands the clever hint. He asks, so you want to put a tracking marker on those sea monsters, right? Li Cheng points out that this mission is absolutely not simple. However, the clever girl, Ping, already has a perfect countermeasure. She suggests using a tiny GPS tracking device. There is a specialized gadget designed to be attached right onto the bodies of wild marine creatures. Boss Xiaoyong urgently asks her, where exactly do we go to find this thing, Elder? He quickly replies. Out in the suburbs to the southwest of the city. There is a biology research institute there. They probably have it. Xiaoyong urgently sets out. The powerful speedboat engine violently roars to life, rushing a massive distance straight toward the distant suburbs. But this hidden research facility has already been totally swallowed by the vast, endless seawater. Right off the bat, you and I can see a water demon signal popping up. This whole area is heavily guarded by them. Looking out, the water currents around here seem a lot calmer. Elder, he calmly explains to the group that it is because this area sits deep inland. Suddenly, Li Cheng spots something weird. A stark white skeleton is just bobbing there on the water. Jiang Xiaoyong shoots out a mass of tentacles to drag the thing ashore. He takes a careful look and says, "This is definitely not human bone." Then Sheng spots another skeleton. "Look, there is one over there too." After that, the whole group is absolutely stunned. They realize countless white bones are scattered everywhere. It looks like a horrific, bloody battle just went down right here. Xiaoyong quickly warns the entire team to stay on high alert. Elder, he suddenly recognizes their destination. They made it. Jiang Xiaoyong and his crew are slowly approaching the main biological research building. But those creepy white skeletons, they are literally left dangling right in front of the entrance. Xiaoyong figures a massive bloody fight with monsters definitely happened here. Sheng tries to stop Elder He and Xiaoping from going inside, worried about the risks. But Xiaoyong firmly orders everyone to stick very close together. He knows the outside is hiding some serious, unpredictable dangers. Our guy carefully instructs Sheng and Li Cheng to watch their backs. Meanwhile, he is taking the lead to guarantee absolute safety for Xiaoping and Elder He. After that, the whole group heads inside. They plan to follow the signs on the walls to track down the area with the tracking device. The inside is still totally flooded with water sloshing right up to their ankles. The deeper they go, the heavier the darkness gets. It is pitch black. Xiaoping has to flick on a flashlight just to see the path. Suddenly, Li Cheng sharply senses a dark shadow darting right past them. Xiaoyong instantly notices the anomaly too. Sheng turns her head and asks, "What is it, Brother Yong?" Xiaoyong lowers his voice and replies, "Something is here." Suddenly he screams out, "Elder!" He and Sheng jump out of their skin, panicking as they whip around. The very next second, Xiaoyong realizes the truth. Wait, it is not just one, there is something on the side too. Right at this exact moment, an unknown enemy suddenly appears right at the top of the stairs. A bullet comes ripping through the air. Xiaoyong immediately triggers his powers to shield Xiaoping. But it is no use. The bullet punches right through his leaf shield, striking her straight in the chest. Jiang Xiaoyong glares with pure rage. He instantly raises his gun, firing right back. Out of nowhere, a crazy figure comes charging in. From behind, Li Cheng shouts a warning enemy ahead, but when he turns around, he absolutely panics. There is another one right behind. "Me too." Xiaoyong scowls, dropping into a battle stance. "You have got a death wish." He unleashes a massive wave of roots to trap the charging attacker. Those thorny roots violently wrap right around the guy's neck. Seeing this, Li Cheng quickly jumps into the fight against another enemy. Here is where you and I need to pay attention. These attackers have green skin, just like water demons. Li Cheng never expected his opponent to actually have superpowers too. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he unleashes a brutal strike, sending the freak flying off to the side. The guy crashes hard, his back slamming into the solid stone floor. Sheng desperately yells for Elder He and Xiaoping to hide behind her back, but they are way too late. Out of nowhere, Xiaoping gets snatched up and brutally restrained. A massive, seriously intimidating woman violently drags the girl away. Elder He is standing right there, completely helpless. Xiaoping is totally trapped now, locked down tight. Sheng looks over in absolute panic. Oh no, they actually captured her. The woman holding Xiaoping hostage screams in pure rage. Let Wang Yong go. Xiaoyong narrows his eyes, checking her out. "Huh, so you freaks actually speak human." She grits her teeth, glaring absolute daggers at Jiang Xiaoyong. Right then, a totally bone-chilling sound echoes through the room, literally like a wild monster, roaring. Unbelievably, it is Xiaoping. She suddenly snaps her head back. Her arm has completely mutated into a massive fleshy tentacle. She swings it with insane force, sending the woman flying across the room. "What the hell is that?" She screams in pure terror. Taking that heavy tentacle hit head-on, the woman crashes down. onto the hard floor in agony. Xiaoping is literally half mutated right now. She looks exactly like some savage beast just hijacked her body. Over on the other side, the guy fighting Xiaoyong is already completely tied up. Totally helpless, all he can do is scream the name of his partner Liu Qian. Without missing a beat, Xiaoyong swings his other arm. Instantly, Liu Qian finds herself trapped by roots too. The razor-sharp tip of a root hovers ready to finish her off for good. Right before Xiaoping's terrifying flesh tentacle can totally rip, Liu Qian, a part Xiaoyong, yanks the woman backward to dodge the fatal blow. The mutated Xiaoping suddenly turns and glares menacingly. Straight at him, Xiaoyong grabs both prisoners tight and coldly, threatens them. "Tell your people to stand down right now, or I swear, I will end both of you." The guy stares up at Xiaoyong in absolute shock. Wait, this monster actually knows how to talk. Sheng completely loses her patience. "Are you deaf? We have been talking this entire time." Panicking, the man desperately screams out, "Stop, stop, fighting, just stop." Xiaoyong spins around to check on his friend. "Chu Xiaoping, you finally got control of yourself, because these guys are mutated flesh too." Xiaoping slowly shrinks back into her normal human form. She just stares blankly down at her own two hands with pure, absolute shock. So what do you and I take from this? Xiaoping still cannot fully control her powers, and things are about to get wild. Alright, stick with me here. While that fake body hijacked her consciousness, she remembered absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong decides to be extremely generous, and actually gives those two guys a chance. But he drops a cold warning: if they try anything funny after letting them down, he won't hesitate. He'll kill them on the spot. A few minutes later, Xiaoyong and his entire squad head straight up the stairs, pushing toward the building's rooftop. He doesn't waste time. "Talk. Who exactly are you guys?" The oldest man steps up, speaking for the group, and drops the absolute truth. "They're actually staff from the research institute. They survived that massive tsunami only to run into the water demons." Xiaoyong instantly grills him. "Wait, does that mean you guys have already been mutated by those things?" The old guy looks completely embarrassed. He explains they only turned into these freaks because they ate water demon meat. Li Cheng hears this and gets full-body chills. "Are you insane? You actually shoved that garbage into your mouths." But the old man finally spills the harsh reality. After the tsunami wiped everything out, all the food was gone. They didn't want to, but survival meant making an impossible choice. Li Cheng is completely stunned. That brutal logic shuts him down instantly. He can't even argue back. What were they supposed to do? Starve to death or eat each other? Their only option was eating the monsters. Xiaoyong keeps pushing, not letting up. So all those white bones scattered everywhere, those belong to the water demons. The old man gives a slow nod. Everything finally clicks for our MC. Now he completely understands why these science researchers mutated into such horrifying, twisted human shapes. The guy admits even more. Sure, with their current strength, they could technically hold their own against a few water demons out there in the flood. But against an endless swarm, no chance. Their best bet was to just lock down this spot and feed on monster meat to survive. The other members start murmuring in agreement, visibly freaked out. They can't figure out why the water demon numbers have been skyrocketing so insanely fast lately. The heavier guy then drops a massive, terrifying bombshell. These water demons aren't just mindless anymore. They've actually started setting ambushes. They are actively evolving and building their own sick society. Xiaoyong nods, totally agreeing. "You nailed it. At this rate, give it just a few more days and those monsters are gonna swarm this place in absolute numbers and wipe everyone out." That dark prediction makes the bigger guy sweat bullets in pure terror. "Hey, I was just guessing, but you're making it sound terrifying," he stammers. "Seriously, who the heck are you guys?" Xiaoyong just laughs and answers smoothly. "Us. Oh, we're way more complicated than you could ever imagine." But right then, Liu Qian senses something completely wrong and shouts out to the whole group. "The water demons are here." The heavy guy and the team leader immediately snatch up their rifles, bracing for a brutal shootout with the monster horde. The tension is off the charts. The leader spins around, practically begging Xiaoyong's squad to head downstairs and help ambush the freaks in the dark. But Xiaoyong shoots that coward's plan down instantly. Instead, our MC confidently strides right up to the front lines like an absolute boss. He knows fighting in the pitch black is basically suicide. His strategy, simple. Just stand right here and wait for the demons to jump into their own graves. The bigger guy absolutely loses it. "Listen here, when you get torn to shreds, don't say we didn't warn you." Furious, he turns around and immediately orders his own crew to fall back downstairs where it's safer to coordinate. He excitedly racks his gun, ready for action. But deep down his hands just won't stop shaking. Xiaoyong gives him a nod and casually tells him to stay safe out there. "All right, team, Meng Shan, Li Cheng, and Xiaoping. It's go time." Suddenly, Meng Shan screams a warning. The water demons launch their assault. The frontline monsters roar aggressively, leaping straight into the air. They jump insanely high, clearing everyone's heads. Now, you and I know this looks bad. The guy with the gun is sweating bullets. But Xiaoyong unbothered. He simply swings his arm back, his eyes glowing with pure power. A massive explosive wave of giant roots erupts straight out of his bare palm. The attack instantly splinters into countless deadly spikes, tearing clean through the water. Demons, wave after wave of monsters, drop dead instantly, leaving the remaining ones absolutely paralyzed with terror. Meanwhile, Li Cheng is an absolute menace on the battlefield, charging in and obliterating 2 targets at once. Meng Shan might look small, but her speed is lethal. She handles multiple enemies by herself without breaking a sweat. And Xiaoping, she's fully mastered her violent tentacle control now. Her deadly vines whip through the air, effortlessly crushing several monsters into paste. The guy in the back just hugs his rifle, completely frozen in absolute helplessness. He hasn't even pulled the trigger once. His jaw hits the floor. Are these people literal gods, or what Xiaoyong's insane squad is totally dominating? They relentlessly rip through the monster horde, everyone pushing their power to the absolute max to wrap up this bloodbath fast. Even though Xiaoping and Meng Shan are just young girls, they are straight up lethal. Nobody's weak here. Xiaoping controls her violent tentacles with such flawless, deadly precision that it's actually terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the entire water demon swarm is chopped to pieces by Xiaoyong's crew. Literally not a single corpse is left intact. It's an utter massacre. Xiaoyong just casually turns around, telling the leader to call his hiding buddies back up. The research lab survivors, they're completely mind-blown. They never imagined this random group of strangers possessed enough raw, terrifying power to effortlessly sweep away the entire mutant swarm. Xiaoyong casually points down at the giant pile of grotesque monster corpses. "So," he asks, smirking, "do you guys still want a bite of this freaky mutant hot pot?" The bewildered leader of the researchers is totally shocked. He watches as Xiaoyong's squad doesn't even glance twice at the monster meat. Still trapped in survival mode, he tries to give some advice. "Hey, those are seriously rare calories you're leaving behind." But Xiaoyong just waves his hand, rejecting the trash immediately. The old man stares with wide eyes. "Wait, you guys aren't starving?" Then he slowly nods, finally grasping the reality. "Ah, makes sense. With that kind of god-tier power, you can hunt literally anything, anytime. Now watch closely, guys." Seizing the perfect opening, Xiaoyong asks for a quick favor, framing it as a fair payment for saving their lives from the monster horde. The heavier guy practically jumps at the chance, extremely eager. He swears they're fully ready to help out, ready to support any request. Jiang Xiaoyong signaled Elder Ha to step up and negotiate. Right then, the young man with the big belly finally noticed Elder Ha. He squinted vaguely, recognizing an old face. "Wait, are you Ha Qifeng, the Elder Ha from the Academy of Agriculture and Forestry?" Elder Ha was totally stunned. He honestly never expected this guy to recognize him here. Next, the young man introduced himself. Name's Chen Jiangkang. Turns out these two actually knew each other from way back. But because of the side effects of eating way too much water demon meat, Chen Jiangkang's entire appearance had mutated. No wonder Elder Ha didn't recognize him at first glance. Then, Elder Ha finally gasped. "Wait, are you Director Chen from the Biodiversity Center?" The guy nodded his head, frantically, totally confirming it. "Yes, that is me. You actually still remember me." Jiang Xiaoyong was honestly pretty shocked to find out they were old friends. Elder Ha explained they used to work together in the environmental field. And get this, the department Director Chen managed was coincidentally the exact research center for marine biodiversity. With him around, this whole search mission was about to get 100 times easier. Absolutely massive advantage. Elder Ha then laid out their actual goal. They came all this way just to find marine creature tracking devices. The big-bellied guy looked totally confused. Why look for those in this post-apocalyptic mess? Elder Ha explained it perfectly. They needed them to track and locate the water demon lairs. One perfect strike to wipe them all out. Since those monsters are ridiculously strong, this was their only option. Chen Jiang was completely terrified, hearing that this crew actually dared to wipe out a water demon lair. Absolute madness. What are you guys even talking about? Do you have any idea how insane and dangerous that is? Still, after hesitating for a solid minute, he finally nodded, agreeing to lead Jiang Xiaoyong's squad straight to the tracking device storage zone. Stepping right into the target room, Jiang handed Elder Ha and Xiaoping their own individual tracking devices. Elder Ha's eyes lit up as he cheered. This is it. This is exactly what we need. Right then, Xiaoyong took the chance to invite the research staff back to their base. After all, their camp was still desperately short on manpower. They needed capable people. The team leader desperately wanted to tag along, but he hesitated, deeply insecure about his mutated appearance. Is that really okay? Looking like this, we might end up terrifying everyone. But the girl standing right behind him had a much sharper perspective. What are you saying, uncle? If this group is already this insanely strong, their entire base is definitely filled with extraordinary people too. We definitely won't scare anyone there. The team leader's face lit up in agreement. Yeah, that actually makes perfect sense. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't waste any time. Then it's settled. Let's move out. Meanwhile, back at Jiang Xiaoyong's main base, thick massive vines had completely wrapped around and secured the entire building structure. Up on the rooftop, Xiao Shui was just chilling, soaking up the sun and humming a tune. Not a care in the world. Suddenly he flinched. The massive swarm of insects was acting erratic, aggressively surging straight toward the base. Xiao Shui jumped to his feet, muttering under his breath. He peeked over the edge at the water below and finally spotted it. An endless horde of water demons charging violently toward them. Instantly, Xiao Shui smashed the emergency alarm, echoing across the entire zone. Enemy raid. Water demons' incoming battle prep started in a flash, and defenders swarmed out of the base. The able-bodied fighters quickly formed up into a solid defensive formation. Everyone locked in, ready for a life-or-death clash with the water demons. Even little Xiao Shui had toughened up expertly, aiming his heavy weapon. Stepping straight into the danger zone, he shouted a bold challenge. These freaks really have a death wish, huh? The insect swarm went absolutely ballistic, diving from the sky to assault the water demons. The bugs torpedoed straight down with terrifying speed, even plunging deep underwater. The water demons were literally terrified pale. This relentless, chaotic assault from the insect army caused the bright crimson blood of the water demons to stain the entire river completely red. From up high, you and I could clearly see the water churning violently from the brutal clash. The monsters were desperately struggling against the brutal insect legion. Dark crimson patches continuously bubbled up at the epicenters of the underwater chaos. So, how are things looking? A fighter on the high ground muttered, watching the absolute slaughter below. Xiao Shui looked visibly disgusted by the mess. Our insect army actually has a massive, overwhelming advantage here. Looks like those bugs were seriously ticked off today. Meanwhile, deep beneath the bloody surface, one specific water demon was about to get completely shredded by the swarm. It whipped its head around in sheer panic, desperately raising its weapon, and actually impaled a giant insect right through the body. This particular water demon was built different, way more muscular and far more intelligent than the regular mindless grunts. The monster violently lunged forward, mercilessly, slaughtering dozens of insects in its path before suddenly launching itself straight out of the bloody water. The bugs instantly swarmed it. But spinning its heavy spear mid-air, a single devastating strike was all it took to completely obliterate an entire wave of incoming insects. Look at that guy. His power is insane, totally different from the others. He's a beast. We've never faced one like this before. The defending crowd gasped, totally blown away by that raw display of martial power. But then, 3 other water demons suddenly leaped out of the water too. Now watch this. Strangely enough, that huge elite monster actually became the primary target of its own 3 allies. Friendly fire. The whole group crashed back into the river. Now they were glaring at each other with pure murderous intent. The elite leader looked totally confused about why his own kind had turned on him. Watching the monsters gear up to slaughter each other, the humans on the shore started analyzing. Are they fighting for dominance? Little Xiao Shuai's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. It's been forever since I faced a real challenge. This is getting good. All right, let's jump in. Time to stretch. The kid orders the guys behind him back. Despite being older, those two young men still obediently follow Shuai's command without question. Meanwhile, deep underwater, 3 lesser water demons start surrounding the massive boss water demon completely. But honestly, they are absolutely no match for its overwhelming crushing power. In the blink of an eye, it is over. The 2 demons who rushed in first are dead, their bodies floating lifelessly on the water. With the annoying obstacles cleared out, the boss demon continues its upward surge, landing heavily right on the rooftop. Shuai sizes up his opponent from head to toe, secretly calculating. Its strength seems slightly higher than those man-eaters back in City E. But the kid is incredibly confident. He knows he has more than enough power to completely destroy this guy. Without hesitation, the demon gathers momentum and lunges forward. Shuai screams out, "In front of me, all living beings are equal." He wildly unloads his bullets. But crazy enough, the monster flexibly dodges the entire barrage of firepower. It directly to Neng's body, waits for the perfect moment to skewer Shuai with its spear. The quick-witted kid tosses his gun, jumps to dodge the attack, and immediately draws, the sharp blade resting at his waist. The water demon never expected a little brat to possess such insanely fast movements. By the time it finally turns its head, Shuai has already delivered a lightning-fast strike from the right flank. A devastating slash falls. The demon is totally startled, hastily stepping back to dodge the blow. The adults watching from behind are just staring, mouths wide open. Exactly how old is this kid? How does he have such terrifying strength? Losing ground, the water demon turns to flee. Shuai calmly shouts out loud, "While I am still standing, right here, where do you think you can run?" Right then, the monster jumps from the railing straight into the water. Shuai clicks his tongue, totally disappointed. "Haha, you absolute coward." The monster free falls from the rooftop, straight down to the sea surface. But touching the water, its expression somehow becomes even more panicked. Why? Because a massive swarm of insects and thick vines have already set up an inescapable trap. It frantically changes direction to escape. At that exact same moment, Jiang Xiaoyong is heading toward the base with his entire crew. Do you see it yet? That right there is our home base. Sheng points toward the massive structure for the research team leader to see. The chubby young guy and the old team leader just stare, totally mind-blown. Isn't that literally an entire island? The old man gasps in awe, wondering how anyone could possibly build something like that. Li Cheng looks through his binoculars and immediately reports to Jiang Xiaoyong. The insects flying in the sky seem a bit unusual right now. Realizing there is trouble, Xiaoyong simply chuckles. "Haha, looks like we made it back just in perfect time." Li Cheng suddenly panics and yells out, "It is the water demons. A massive wave of them is attacking our base right now." Chen Jiankong immediately volunteers to jump in and help fight. Seeing everyone so united, Xiaoyong reminds them all that the insects and the plants are actually on our side, while the water demons are the enemy. Just focus on wiping them out. Quick as lightning, Xiaoyong mobilizes every single person to jump right down and join the battle. Surprisingly, the staff from the Research Institute look completely comfortable fighting in this aquatic environment. Meanwhile, Li Cheng spots that one demon has climbed all the way up to the rooftop and is fiercely battling Shuai. Xiaoyong does not hesitate. "Leave this one to me. I will handle it personally." Back with Shuai, the crowd realizes the water demon is completely gone and starts cheering wildly. Wait, did he actually win? That easily. Seemed a little too simple. Shuai sighs, totally bored, thinking this fight would be way more interesting. But before he can even finish the economy, massive, terrifying shadow of the monster suddenly looms right behind the boy. "Oh, you and I know this is bad." It launches a violently aggressive attack, unleashing a relentless combo straight at Shuai. The kid is struggling hard to defend himself because the monster's strength and speed have been insanely enhanced. The water demon violently charges straight ahead, aiming its deadly spear directly at Shuai. Realizing there is absolutely no way to dodge, the desperate kid quickly raises his giant carrot to block the strike. But come on, A child's strength cannot match a monster. He is instantly blasted backward through the air. The water demon glares at him, its cheeks puffing up, before suddenly spitting out deadly water balls, the absolute size of a grown man's fist. It fires off a relentless barrage, scattering projectiles everywhere. One massive water ball flies straight into Shuai's face, hitting him way too fast for him to react in time. Even though the panicked crowd outside is screaming warnings, Shuai frantically rubs his eyes, but the monster's incredibly sticky, nasty fluid completely blurs his vision. The second he finally regains his sight, the poor kid is absolutely terrified. The incredibly muscular monster is already rushing in, holding its deadly spear point blank. He is totally convinced it is game over for him. But suddenly, the water demon's horrific expression freezes up completely. Jiang Xiaoyong appears at the exact right moment to save Shuai's life. "If you dare hurt this kid, how am I supposed to explain it?" To his father, blocked by Jiang Xiaoyong, the furious monster has no idea where the heck this random young guy even came from. It aggressively tries to push its spear forward, but it is completely hopeless. It aggressively yanks it back. Jiang Xiaoyong totally sees through his opponent's sneaky intention. "You want to run away again?" This time the demon drops its weapon, pulls a knife out of nowhere, and powerfully launches itself right into the air. The sharp knife lunges straight for Jiang Xiaoyong's face. But contrary to its expectations, he is dead calm. He effortlessly delivers a punishing, bone-crushing punch straight into the enemy's elbow. Crying out in sheer agony, it hurriedly turns around to run. Knowing exactly how these monsters operate, Shuai screams out, a warning. "Uncle Xiaoyong, do not let it reach the water. If it hits the water, it powers up and will definitely attack us again. But you and I know it is too late." The demon dives straight into the ocean. It plunges deep aggressively, absorbing water to recharge its power. "All right, you and I are about to see something wild." Jiang Xiaoyong didn't care at all. He glanced near Shuai, laughing. "You thought you could sneak attack me? Hilarious." Then he closed his eyes, getting ready to unleash his power. Xiaoyong didn't even need to look. The exact second that water monster surfaced, he locked onto its exact location. From his hand, a massive cluster of pitch-black tentacles shot right out, extending and completely wrapping the monster up tight. He glared at it, totally annoyed. "With the waves crashing this loud, you actually tried to sneak up on me. You are such a noob." Tied up completely tight, the water monster struggled helplessly. Jiang Xiaoyong shouted out loud and clear, "Eat this. High-voltage bioelectricity." A blinding yellow current blasted straight from his hand, right into the monster's body, shocking it completely numb. Its charred body gave off the smell of grilled fish, its head slumping down weakly. Shuai ran over holding a carrot, but the thing was somehow still, breathing. "Let me finish it off." Xiaoyong waved his hand to stop him. "Hold on a second. I left it breathing on purpose." Shuai was totally confused about why Xiaoyong would do that. So, he explained it simply. "Did you forget? We really need someone to show us the right way to go." Right away, a tracking device was slapped hard onto the massive water monster. Shang was still pretty skeptical about the whole thing. Is sticking this on its body really going to work? It might fall off before it even gets there. Jiang Xiaoyong reassured him. He had already fed it some hallucinogenic spores, keeping it in a totally dazed state. Before it gets back in the water, it should be fine. A little bit later, Jiang Xiaoyong and the crew drove the boat out to sea, carrying the beast with them. The head researcher swung his leg and kicked the water monster right into the ocean. "Get out of here." They left it, bobbing around, completely unconscious, then fired up the engine to head back to base. After a while, a school of tiny fish gathered to nibble on the beast, jolting it awake. It slowly opened its eyes, its whole body, feeling weak and exhausted. Looking around, it realized it was drifting in the middle of the massive ocean. Catching a quick glimpse of a dark figure, it quickly dove right back underwater. Back at the base, Jiang Xiaoyong and Xiaoping closely watched the monster's exact movements on the computer screen. The tracker's coordinates were shifting. "Now here is where you and I really need to pay attention." He ordered them to apply some pressure from land-based species. Meanwhile, the water monster finally dragged itself all the way back to its lair. The guard noticed an intruder trying to sneak in, observing the stumbling, drunk-looking state of its fellow monster. It pointed and called the others over to look. The whole group rushed out to support their boss deep inside, roaring and gurgling. The guard started muttering to communicate with its crew. The scene suddenly shifts over to a completely different location. Right here, countless humans are being brutally overworked to the point of total exhaustion. The bearded guy noticed the extremely skinny young man taking a break and immediately yelled, "Slacking off." "Huh?" he roared, swinging his whip and striking hard right against the poor guy's bare super skinny back. Absolute agony. The man spun around and pointed straight at the abuser's face. "You bastard. I wasn't slacking off at all. You are just looking for an excuse to hit me." Just for fighting back, 2 other prison guards joined in and brutally beat the skinny man within an inch of his life. Right at this moment, 2 water monsters suddenly appeared. The scuffling crowd completely froze up. Turns out these prison guards were actually taking orders from the beasts. The fat man cowered, bowing down like a total coward right in front of the creature. "Lord of the Sea, do you have any orders for us?" The water monster actually spoke in human words. "Our warrior was injured by your human race. He needs extra nutrition. He needs livers, no fat." The old guard started kissing up to the monster, immediately desperate to please. "Yes, of course, sir. Right away. We completely understand. I will get on it right now." After saying that, he pointed right at the poor captive farmers, ordering his men to move. "The warrior needs extra nutrition. Butcher the children of these guys, and make sure you pick out the plumper ones for him." The weak could only shut their eyes and ignore it, swallowing their rage, bitterly cursing that bastard. Serving the water monsters just to slaughter their own human race. The heavens definitely will not forgive this. Over on Xiaoping's side, she was still constantly monitoring the tracking signal on her big computer screen. Pinpointing the exact location of the water monster, she announced it was 10 kilometers to the east. Chen Jiangkang was completely familiar with this specific area. He confidently confirmed it was the Crab Archipelago. Jiang Xiaoyong asked him, in complete surprise. "Oh, you actually know about it?" Chen Jiangkang quickly answered back. "Through our research, we literally have all the information on every island in the nearby vicinity." Jiang Xiaoyong happily issued his next big order. "Excellent. Open the box." A moment later, Xiao Shuai looked visibly upset, asking him again, "Uncle Xiaoyong, did you really say you wanted me to just stay home?" He patiently explained. "We are fighting in a marine environment, so I am only bringing the people who are really strong swimmers." Xiao Shuai felt